like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging towards an end, and the storm just coming in. The tiller starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming all dear Lord, no, not again. But it's just the beginning, not the end.
It was a sad thing that I saw, alright, the bad dream that I had last night. We started war with no end in sight, and light lit by the sword, and then they lied of it. Said they'd hardly make a fight of it, till I could hardly take the sight of it anymore, yeah, in this world. Oh, I know find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never realized she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected wind but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. How long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. September 3rd and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay.
about her that she hasn't yet called. It seems after all, we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. Another summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday. 'Cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. The end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause it's no longer that April day. Most of what I wanna know is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch. But I don't care, I'll meet you anywhere. So meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. No things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because
this time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging to warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the lock you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller, it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, oh dear Lord, no, not again. But it's just the beginning, no, not the end.
You feel it a bit unfair, there's no one there to look after you. Your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared? And wait for impending disaster. Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write it Zoroaster. Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, coast will come closer to town.
No, it won't. Oh shit, why am I all red? What the fuck is all that? Do 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 do. Okay. We can go.
Special guest from Task and Purpose.
Chris
My
Cappy?
Chris Cappy. I remember the Cappy, but I forget the Chris part.
Chris.
I want to call you Brian. You emit a lot of Brian
I
energy.
look
true.
like a
You do.
Brian.
You super
I've been
look like a
told
Brian.
that before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good
Parents
thing.
almost named me that.
Really? They messed up.
Well, they couldn't even know what you were going to look like. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, they had an estimate if they're his parents. Probably look something like them.
True.
Yeah, that's how genetics work.
That's why I've got Kyla here, okay?
Yeah.
Because I forget stuff like that.
Well, welcome. Before we get started, I'll let us know our sponsors. We have 3 sponsors for today's episode. Ground News, as always, my favorite form. Have you signed up to your Ground News yet?
I've been on Twitter for a lot of news recently. I heard that that's where the good political commentators get their news from.
That is actually.
Oh,
as
they
long
go
as
through
you
a lot
have,
of Twitter threads.
45 tabs open. It's really good. You can check out our promo code. It's in the description, but it's also checkgroundnews/Bridges podcast. We're also supported by Skillshare, which is a collaborative community where only $10 a month you can join to watch classes on almost anything or teach your own classes. Basically, you sign up and it's like a massive community of nerds who know lots about tech and art and everything.
Don't make Chris's mistake and waste money on a formal education for a film when you can just go to Skillshare.
You could go to
and-
Skillshare.
Yeah.
Do you regret
cheap.
NYU because you could have gone to Skillshare?
They didn't have Skillshare back then. I wish they did.
'Cause you would have
Oh
done
yeah,
that.
no, that's true. I keep forgetting that sometimes. People pose me questions about like grade school stuff, like why did you guys use physical lunch cards instead of like digital stuff? And I have to think for a while. I'm like, oh, we didn't really use computers or the internet that much back then. It feels really weird
I
to
never
say.
used my smartphone back then. Why?
Yeah. So those are our sponsors for today.
Do you say you were Army or?
Yeah, it was Army National Guard, 11 Bravo Infantry.
Gotcha. When you're covering, I guess like military stuff now, and you're focused on, you say that you're focused more on like the bureaucracy of things. Can you explain what you mean by that?
So these weapons procurement programs they're basically, it's the Army working with industry in the United States. Your Raytheons, your Lockheed Martins, Sig Sauers, and they're collaborating together. And anytime you have giant corporations, government, there's a ton of bureaucracy, red tape, and I mean, it has to be there. It's there for good reason because there's millions, billions of dollars of taxpayer money that needs to be accounted for. So what a lot of people cover is the ins and outs of what they call military procurement. Perun is a YouTuber who he's amazing at covering this in particular.
Okay.
But yeah, I love covering that aspect of it because so right now the Army's going through a transition phase. Pretty much every 20, 30 years this happens where they completely transform how the US Army, Marines, Navy, how they operate. So the way they get there is by acquiring new weapon systems, new vehicles through a procurement system. That's kind of what I mean by the
So I think we're
bureaucracy
looking at,
of
like,
it.
private industry and entrepreneurship as well. Is there a fair bit of like red taping around like development as well? Like we're talking about these new NVGs, which is probably a private enterprise that developed it, but it's probably through a government contract, which is again the weird duality of contracting researchers and development for weapons.
Call
that
it the
kill
military industrial complex.
people. Yeah.
It's the MIC. I cover that essentially. It's
Okay. Like that's what you're interested in.
Yeah, that's a lot of what we cover. Outside, there's also the conflicts and the wars, but yeah, military procurement is difficult because it has to be competitive. There needs to be competition, so it's multiple companies are competing for that contract that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
So you've got like L3 Harris is in competition with Vortex or whoever to create those. They're basically trying to create that MVGs for the army.
You know, I'm just curious, actually. This is an off the top of your head. Do you know if you were to look at the profits of like Glock or SIG or any of these large firearms manufacturers, is the majority of their profits or revenue from government contracts? So that's like a huge chunk of what they do, or is it like way more civilian sales?
That's a good question. I would say it's a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
So for SIG, for instance, I don't know. I believe probably now if they win that next generation squad weapon contract, and if the government decides to execute it at the maximum level, so they say, okay, we're going to acquire 120,000 of these rifles, then maybe that would change the revenue. I don't have the exact numbers. Yeah,
Like when they swapped out the M9, right? They don't use that anymore.
for another SIG weapon, right? The M9 Beretta was replaced by the SIG. I forget the but when I was in, it's the M9. But now they have a new one. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious, like when the government wants to swap out for their standard issue stuff, are all the manufacturers tripping over themselves to be like the next like standard issue? But then I guess there's also a lot of consumer prestige as well, because like AR-15s and M4s are like, this is what the government uses, the
Fucking
military,
chud.
and yeah.
They're competing. They're all like in that bid. It was True Velocity, Textron, and SIG, and they're all competing with each other, trying to win that contract.
Okay, backing up a lot. How old were you when you got out of the service?
I got out. I was 24, I believe.
I feel like there is a very divergent paths on people's interest in the military, that when some people get out, they don't care. It was like a part of their life. They're done, whatever. And then some people are more interested in it afterwards. So obviously you've taken a much greater interest. Why?
At first, I wasn't. At first, I wanted nothing to do with it. When I got out, I was like, don't ever show me a range card again. I don't want to see another. Don't talk to me about ROE. I don't know.
Were you just like burnt off of it or burned out? Or?
I was burned out, but now, okay, so I'll say at the end of the story, I got to a place where now I took something that was kind of a chip on my shoulder, made me feel different from everyone. When I was in school, I felt like I couldn't relate to people because I'm like, oh, well, you're complaining about having to get up at 8 in the morning. I had to get up at 5 in the morning in the army.
Right.
And that's like not a good attitude to go through life with. I knew that I had adjusted when finally I got the wrong order from Starbucks. They gave me the wrong thing and I was like, ah. I'm like, oh, I feel normal again. I can be upset about petty things. That's nice.
Okay.
So to your question, when I first got out, I wanted nothing to do with it. I was the guy in the army. I always say on my channel that like I was the average infantryman. And that's not me trying to be self-deprecating. I really was sort of an average soldier. So when I got out, I wasn't the guy that knew the maximum range of every weapon system by heart. That wasn't me. So I kind of refound it.
That stereotype, it actually drives me crazy, because when you talk about, it's especially true of people in intelligence, that if somebody knows somebody that worked for like the CIA or the NSA, like I know some of these guys and they're just like normal, like cool people, usually like decently smart, they work, but the average understanding is like, that's fucking Jason Bourne. Like, you worked for the CIA? Like, so were you at like every black site or just like a couple of them? Or yeah, for like military guys, it's like, oh my God, if I give you a pistol, can you like kill a guy at like 300 yards, like in a crowd of people? Yeah, that's the standard assumption for people that work in military intelligence is insane, yeah.
Yeah, that's how, and people would approach me that way. They would think, oh, so since you were in the army, you're clearly a badass, right? And I was like, no, I was kind of the guy behind the guy that was like guarding the guy that was the special forces guy.
Yeah.
I
was just like there, man.
Yeah, I did stuff.
Had a gun.
Yeah, you hear from special forces dudes all the time, and I love hearing from them. Their perspective is
they're
easily
what sets
extremely-
this aesthetic, right? They're so intense. Like
Yeah.
think of like the David Goggins type. They're just like
Something to
crazy.
Yeah,
live
but
up
even
to.
on their stuff is very, and we're gonna get into this later. I should be writing notes because I'm gonna ask you later about it has to do with Gaza stuff because I think people have these insane assumptions about special forces people that do you play video games at all?
Yeah.
Special forces are like hero units where it's like, okay, well, if I've got 10,000 bad guys I need to get rid of, I could either use 10,000 of my soldiers, or I could use like 50 special ops soldiers who will go and kill all 10,000 people because that's what they do, rather than being like geared towards like highly specialized types of missions. That was a talking point that came up a lot prior to any of the invasions in the Gaza Strip. Where it's like, why doesn't Israel just send in special forces to like kill everybody? And it's like, I don't think it works that way. Yeah.
Well, imagine
Wouldn't that be nice though?
Yeah, it would be cool. Yeah.
it would be so simple. I feel like that must contribute to the other, like you said, you were so like burnt out and stuff when you came back. That I feel like it would also be otherizing that like civilians now have this expectation from you of like, oh, you're a military guy, so you're badass. You know, you can kill someone from 300 yards. You're probably really intense. You know, there's a like, that must be a really hard part of the transition as well.
So that's what what YouTube did for me was it was kind of therapeutic.
Yeah.
It took a way where I could communicate and connect with people in the military community in a way that I found satisfying and productive, and it didn't have to have that expectation of me. And by the first thing I would always do is kind of like break people's expectation and just tell people like I was a terrible shot. And again, not trying to be self-deprecating, like I'm left eye dominant, so it's like harder to see the gun. I'm not.
Why are you
wasn't
laughing
good
at
at
that?
shooting because it makes it
I'm
harder.
missing. I just don't
See,
understand. I don't know guns at all.
I took a friend to the range one because she wanted to shoot rifles, and she could not look down a scope and fire. And I spent, it must have been a good like 5 or 10 minutes because she kept saying like the things don't line up, and I'm like, they lined up. And she was left-handed, and I'm like, it doesn't matter that you're left-handed, like they will line up. It has to line up. And it took me like a good 10 minutes, and I finally, like, I'm looking at her, and then I realized that she's like looking down the side right here, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so stupid. Yeah, because when you're shooting, whether you shoot 2 eyes open or 1 eye open, you have to know if you hold your finger over something and you block it, you can
Tell what your dominant eye is.
dominant eye is. And if you're left eye dominant, the sight should go over your left eye. But I think firearms are typically built for right-handed people with right eye dominance.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's not the firearm itself is usually it's ambidextrous. Like you could shoot it from either side, but the problem is you're now having to like lean over to see if it makes it more difficult.
Sure. Well, like
Do you
because if you're
always
left eye
tuck
dominant,
it
you
in?
should shoot from your left, right? Wouldn't you?
Because if you're left eye dominant, that means that I'm righty, right?
You're right-handed and left
That's what I mean.
dominant,
So that's why it's a problem.
Gotcha.
If you're
Left,
yeah,
it's fine.
so that's when it becomes an issue.
Well, it's weird too because you're hitting because your safety and your select fire are going to be different too. But it's
Yeah.
not as big of a deal.
Okay,
but yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. But anyway,
So,
yeah.
but
okay,
so like that's kind of what made I feel like probably the channel blew up to 1.5 million subscribers because I offered this new perspective that a lot of people I feel like it was missing from the conversation of like,
Yeah.
what does the average infantryman feel? What is the regular grunt,
Yeah.
ground pounder think? What's his perspective? You never really hear it,
No.
and you don't get a chance because usually, where else would you get a voice except for YouTube? So I feel like that's kind of what blew the channel up.
It's also really crazy to think we have a volunteer military. Do you know what the average age is of a deployed soldier?
if I would assume it's probably 19, 20.
That's
I was the
crazy.
youngest. I was the youngest dude in at least the entire company. I was 19 when I deployed. So
Crazy.
it's and I always wished that people had gotten that I knew more, not just about the weapons, but the actual conflict itself.
Yeah.
I wish I had known more going into it about the geopolitics of Iraq, Iran, what would this all mean? Like it's turned out, I think in hindsight, that Iraq was, Putin likes to say that the worst geopolitical catastrophe of the century was the Soviet Union collapse. I think it was, for us, the United States going into Iraq, because when we left, basically created a vacuum. Iran stepped in. They have more influence there.
Yep.
So, sorry, I'm getting off topic, but basically all this is to say, I wish I knew more about these things going in, and that's part of what I try to do is try to tell average troops kind of, 'cause even if you're struggling to understand these things, like I don't know everything, but I'm trying, right?
I'm so curious because when you say like the average age was like probably 19, 20, 21 of these like typically young men, I know there's kind of this like saying or view that the army is like basically welfare for disenfranchised men, like young. Like I don't know how you feel about that. That's something that I always get told. I don't know if I agree with that's true, but I can't imagine being like young and 20. You probably don't know anything about the world. You've like just come out of high school, and you're getting like a gun and going into like cross-cultural situations where like pretty like major, oftentimes like moral decisions are on your shoulders, and like pressures that you'll never experience anywhere else in your life are on you. And I think about like the development of like a 21-year-old brain at the time is just like it's like right around that window is when it's probably why you see college students are always like obsessed with like world politics and protesting and stuff. It's because in large part like our moral foundations really start getting wrestled with in like those early 20 ages, and it's I just can't imagine the impact that would have for a 21-year-old being in the military in that developmental window specifically.
Everyone I knew was definitely between 18 and 22, because I remember calling anyone that was over 32 old balls. That was their nickname immediately. We had one guy, we call him Old Balls, and he loved to sing, what was it? I forget the name of the band. But yeah, there's studies that have been done about exactly that, what you're talking about, which is that when I was in Iraq, my brain was basically bathed in adrenaline, bathed in just being essentially, they called it like a high alert status all the time. So I'm constantly worried and on alert. And that does something. It changes your brain, from what I heard, permanently. So yeah, at those ages, those development ages, when you're 21 and you're constantly worried about maybe tomorrow you're gonna go hit an IED and be dead. Yeah. It definitely, it's part of the reason why, like, when I got back, I stayed away from military stuff for so long. But you brought up if I feel like it's welfare for troops.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. I don't know anything about it. It feels obviously icky in approach of what people are saying, but I'm not sure.
I don't think it's icky. The military is an amazing opportunity. Like I pretty much owe my career to it. I don't regret it.
It gets a really bad rap, considering you have like job training, free education. The military is the only thing that I personally have ever seen where if you take somebody and they like have issues in life, you can like stick them in the military and you could actually get some serious like changes in the person's like behavior. Although I have also heard that those people can have trouble when you come out and you lose that structure. I guess actually that's kind of a question, Keith, you can talk about that. When you came out and you had to readjust to civilian life, and then I guess you went to school after you came out of the military for film?
I dropped out of film school to go into the military, and then I volunteered to go with the next unit, the next National Guard unit that was deploying to Iraq. They said I was crazy because I had to get my commander to sign off. He was like, "Are you sure you want me to transfer you to this unit? They're going to war. You know that, right?" And I was 19. And I was like, "Yeah, let's do this. Totally."
Gotcha.
So they transferred me over to that unit, and
what was your big driver? Why were you so motivated?
Dude, this is a dog shit fucking trial, bro. Are you kidding me?
I wanted to go. But I'm sorry, you were asking something about...
Yeah, but hold on, I'm interested, because you didn't just want to deploy. It sounds like you wanted to, like, you thought there was, like, some nobility in this war or something. Like, what was the path to, like, yeah, I want to take part in this? Was it, like, did 9/11 hype you up, or what?
Yeah, there was a lot of reasons and variables. One of them was 9/11. Like, another one was I was in art school, and I was the kid that was just loved Bush, loved Iraq, like 100% for it. Used to listen to talk radio all the time with my dad growing up. So this was me. This is it. This is noble, like you said. This is right. And some kid, we were drinking one day in art school, and we're talking about Iraq, and I'm like, this is so good. And he's like, if you really think it's so good, why don't you go there? What's stopping you? And I was like, that's a really good question. You know, like, he called me on my bullshit, and I thought about it, and I started thinking, I'm like, you know, if I really do believe in this, and if I really do want to help out, and I do think I have something to offer to people, and I do think I could be of use and value, like, why don't I join? So pretty much the next day, I went and started talking to the recruiters.
Were you like the only guy in art school that was super like war bent conservative type guy? Or?
They hated me.
Yeah.
Looking back on it, I was like, why do I have no friends here?
So you're in the ultimate leftoid sphere of like Hollywood, art, theater, like the most soy left. Like like I did like kind of theater and then like band and stuff. So I'm familiar with this space.
Yeah.
Where does the dichotomy come from? Where you have the interest in those things, but you also have like a super conservative bend? Where do the two things come from?
Growing up, I was always into film, making movies in my backyard with kids, and then, but I also, like I said, with other kids. Yeah,
That's
as an adult.
I'm sorry, as
an adult.
My brain is spoiled. But dude, the internet just. I'm so sorry.
That sounded terrible.
We'll cut that.
I got the kids together. That sounded so awful.
Hobby making as a child.
Yeah.
I understand. Go ahead. No, you're good.
Yeah, but like I listening to talk radio so much, and also, I mean, whether it was right or wrong, I don't really care. It came down to sort of like, this country has given me so much opportunity, and I felt like the least I could do was give. This is how I could give back, and I still feel that way. And I don't regret going. And whether Iraq was right or wrong, like, I'm glad I did it.
Yeah. Were your parents super conservative, or were they really political? Or
My dad, very, very conservative.
okay. Yeah. Do you have military background here for him?
Actually, the military background kind of on my mom's side. Her father was a Korean War veteran, and he actually, she was born like right after he got back from Korea.
Okay. So then or do you want to ask a question?
No, I am going to derail a little bit.
So you, so then you were interested in filmmaking as a kid. Parents, or at least your dad was pretty conservative. You picked up a lot of his conservative beliefs. You still went to art school, still had your conservative beliefs, and then you decide to join the military. Why the Army over any other branch?
I don't like the water.
Don't like the water.
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I've always wanted to be a grunt. I always wanted to be a rifleman. That was kind of what I wanted to do. The Marine, it was either the Army or the Marines, and the Army were the ones that let you choose your job.
Sure.
So if I joined the Marines, I could have ended up anything, and I really wanted to make sure I could do kind of the experience I wanted. So, and also their boot camp, if you're an infantryman, it's the shortest boot camp.
Okay.
So it was a little bit of laziness too. I was like, I could knock this out over the summer, knock war out over the next year, and then we'd be done.
I'm so curious, that conversation that lit a fire under, like, basically for you to go. What was it about that? Because I feel like most people that would have that conversation get confronted, like, if you love Iraq, just go, wouldn't go. Like, most people wouldn't just go sign up the next day. They'd be like, yeah, that's true, and then, like, move on.
I had to look at myself in the mirror. Like, I had to, after that moment, I had to be a little bit self-reflective and realize, wow, I'm full of garbage. I say things, but I don't believe the things that I say, clearly. Like, do you ever have that disconnect from, it kind of feels like you're not in sync? The things that you're saying aren't lining up with your actions?
Yeah, that, like,
And
dissonance.
Every now and then you have a hard
cognitive-
moment that comes up in your life, and you're like, oh shit, I have said this thing, and now I'm like being tested, and oh no, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I kind of had an epiphany in that moment, and
You're also super hyped up on, I listen to all the same stuff, Rush Limbaugh, Michael Savage, Ann Coulter, Glenn Beck,
There's like a
Billy Cunningham.
romanticization.
Oh yeah, all these talk radio guys, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I still consider myself pretty conservative, but what I've tried to do with this channel, for instance, is be sort of unbiased as much as possible, or at least tell people when I'm biased or where I'm coming from. And that's something that I wish people would be a little bit more, in hindsight, if I was listening to those talk radio shows that are hyping you up, if they had said, oh, by the way, I'm very biased towards this. This perspective is, I'm way out there on this. I don't know, maybe it would have helped, but there were no voices like that. I feel as though in the 2000s.
You have to have, even today, I think when you present yourself, you are correct. And the idea that you would even acknowledge that there could be a bias in your opinion is like an admission of fault almost. So I think people won't do it.
Right.
Okay, so you have somewhat of a romanticized expectation, I would imagine, joining the military, fighting the good fight. I'm just curious on a personal level, what are some like expectation versus reality moments? Were there things when you got into the military where you were like, this is as cool as I thought it would be? And then other things where you were like, oh my God, MREs fucking suck. What were these? Yeah, I'm just curious, like, on a personal level. Yeah,
there were a lot of both of those moments. I was that person that needed discipline badly in my life, and they gave me a lot of it to my face. and I benefited from it. But there was a lot of times where I'm like in a Black Hawk helicopter or a Chinook, or we're doing a raid on a house and I'm kicking in a door and I'm like, they're paying me to do this. I would do this for free. The government, those suckers. And then there were other moments, a couple of moments I remember in particular, where I was very close to quitting. We're trying to find a way. We call it in the military like a shit bag. Can I don't curse
you're
much.
good. You're good.
Okay.
The ROE here allows swear words. You're fine. Don't worry. Yeah.
Oh, weapons free on the cursing. But there were a few times where I wanted to be a shitbag and just quit. One of them. One of them. The first one was like the second night at boot camp, and they're at Fort Benning, Georgia, and they're screaming at us, and they don't give you covers, so we're just in these bunk beds, and I'm just freezing in the Georgia night.
Why no covers? There's got to be a reason for that.
I don't know, because it was the in-processing. It was just the in-processing
Okay.
part that you're in for like 11 days. You're at MEPS or whatever they call it. No, MEPS is before that. It's the in-processing 30th AG.
Okay.
30th AG is a real treat if anyone's going to Benning right now. So the in-processing part of Fort Benning is there's no real, luxuries, no creature comforts at this
Like
place.
a blanket, yeah. Gotcha.
Right. So I'm sitting there thinking, wow, I'm going to go home, right? I'm going to go tell them I'm quitting, like rip up my contract. And they make it sound like you can't quit, but if you want to quit and they'll let you.
It's a volunteer military.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you can get out of your contract. So I was very close that night to just going up, and people did it. Lots of people did it, and people started washing out. By the end of when I was in, I mean, they were taking anyone with a pulse, but
I think that's part of MAPS though, is to kind of like wash out people who aren't like resilient and gritty enough, essentially,
Yes.
to make it through.
MEPS is the medical processing part that they do that. 30th AG as well. It's all mind games. They do, like I can't listen to Barney or It's a Barbie World anymore, because at boot camp they would just, and I won't make this me just telling boot camp stories, but they would play those over the loudspeakers, those songs, until like 2 a.m. They'd play I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world until 2 a.m. So just to screw with you, just to keep you awake and to test you. So those were some moments where I thought I could be back at art school right now, and that would be nice. I could have a 40, be playing Edward 40 hands, and that would be much better than this. But I'm glad that I stuck. The other moment was when I was when we were getting ready to go to Iraq. They would do a thing where they would train us we would watch videos of other soldiers how they died, and it's kind of a way to learn. It's one of the things that I think the Russian forces weren't doing, was not learning from their mistakes. They weren't showing those videos to their troops. But watching those videos and seeing different ways, you see a guy they would use a tactic where they would snipe one soldier, and then you see another soldier go to help his friend and help drag him out, and then they shoot that one.
Right.
And they're telling you, like, don't do that. Make sure that you stop the enemy fire before you go to someone who is downed. And as I'm watching these videos and seeing the tactics that they use, and they're showing you videos of dudes getting blown up by IEDs, and I'm thinking, I can't handle this. I'm the type of person, I'm pretty sensitive, a little bit of a little puss. So things that affect me more than I think other people. So that was another moment where I was like, I can't do this, and I was very close to quitting.
Of your whole military experience, you think the boot camp stuff was the most challenging?
The train up part was, yeah, because once you're over there, actually, no, there were moments then too, except at least then I felt like I was doing the job. I didn't have those thoughts of like quitting once I was over there, but the train up part, because it's all,
They're trying to make you quit a little bit. Like there's that pressure.
in boot camp, yeah.
Yeah.
But
And you don't have
then
the
once
notes
you're in train up, the
Yeah.
part getting ready to
stop
go to
fucking with you.
Iraq, they stop. They're not with you anymore. You're out of boot camp.
But that's where you
You're
watch
with your
the
unit,
death
but that's where
videos
you're
and
watching
stuff.
that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And-
like reality is hitting in of what's coming up.
right, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going up.
Okay. So you're deployed over in Iraq. What were the years? Do you say?
2009.
2009. Okay. It's been a while. Is this Is this way after all of the big, like the clearing of Mosul and everything? Is this way after all the major fighting for everything?
Yeah, it's a weird part of the war where kind of the tail end of the war where the insurgency, it was right after the surge.
Yeah.
So we're kind of the cleanup crew. We're the guys that are there. It's the occupation. And it's the part of the war where we're still going and doing raids and kicking in doors. It's very by, with, and through the Iraqi army and police forces. We're working with them,
Training them.
Yeah.
training them, going on all of our missions and all of our patrols alongside them.
And this would have been
stand them up.
way before ISIS or anything started appearing. So you're not dealing with like that type of stuff, right?
Technically, there were those elements. Like in Iraq, unlike somewhere like Gaza where they can't really be reinforced.
Right.
But in Iraq, we had a lot of dudes coming from Syria. We had Chechen guys trained by Russians that were coming to fight us. They, that's what you're looking at in Iraq. There's a lot of IEDs, a lot of bomb makers that were going on raids to capture. It's the part of the war where we're going out and our patrols were carrying, my platoon leader is carrying $100,000 worth of cash to just give to one of the local sheikhs to distribute, to basically pay them off to not attack us.
Oh.
And it's a part of the war that a lot of people don't know about, and that I didn't know about. It's like, I thought we were going to get the bad guys.
Or
No, we're
paying the bad guys.
yeah, paying them off to not kill us, and nation building. So it's a weird part of the war.
When you were deployed, did you do a lot of communication, fraternizing with citizens of Iraq or the people that were living there? Was it mainly just on base with your own people kind of stuff, or?
Most talking that I did with the locals would have been the Iraqi police officers and the Iraqi army, because I lived on base. Basically, picture a football-sized base, football field-sized base that's covered with essentially concrete walls, these big T-wall barriers.
Yeah.
And it's in the middle of a town, small rural town just north of Baghdad. And this was a counterinsurgency tactic that the United States used, was they put a company of infantry out in the middle of a town. They moved them out from the big bases, big FOBs, forward operating base. They moved them out into this actual towns. This way, you're integrated with the people, and they come to you, and well, I wasn't a leader, wasn't in a leadership position, wasn't an officer, but the officers would talk with the local people, and they would ask, what problems are you having? They'd say, your people are unemployed, because that's what drives terrorism a lot of times.
Yeah,
not
with
having
no
money.
jobs and nothing to do.
Right, exactly. And we disbanded their army, which was a genius move.
And the government, and banned everybody that was participating in it before from going back, and yeah.
Did you realize like these things that you're listing right now of like unemployment, loss of military, loss of government while you were there? Or is that stuff that you became more aware of after? Is that the things that you wish you knew?
I was aware of it in like a tangential way,
Yeah.
in that I was more worried about like, they brought Hot Pockets for us today, like sick, and that was kind of what was all on my mind. Or like, oh, damn it, we have to go on patrol all day today. The immediate concerns, but I would always hear like, hey, so and so is at the gate and they're mad that we shot flares last night and it burned their house down, and we need to pay them off. And so I would hear things like that, but the operational side I never thought about in the way that I do today.
Yeah.
Where I'm looking through white pages and reading reports that officers have written about things like that, where they're like, we had to pay $20,000 to so-and-so because we accidentally, and this is what we did over there, we ran somebody's house over with our armored vehicle and crushed it, one of their homes, with our striker. And so at the time I was like, whoa, we just hit something. But now I think about, we just ruined someone's house.
Yeah.
For narrativizing this, when you were over there, to the U.S. public, we're like the great saviors, the great liberators, and these are like basically, like slum-dwelling people that are worshiping us coming back. I remember that the videos that they would show us would be like them pulling down the statues of Saddam Hussein, and they welcome American democracy, and obviously this is a bit overhyped and misrepresentative of what the people there feel. What was your impression of, like, what did you go over there feeling? Did you have that same narrative in your head? Did that conflict with what it was like dealing with Iraqi police officers? Or, yeah, what was that?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping. I was 19 and thought we're gonna serve them the best dish of democracy, and they're not gonna like it at first, but then they're gonna get used to it and they're gonna enjoy it. Not realizing the whole history of that region and how maybe they don't want that. Maybe that's not what they need right now. You can kind of understand why the United States thought that they could go in there and just make it a democracy. You look at, there was great success in Europe when the Soviet Union fell. Many countries there became democratic, became capitalist, and it was very productive for them. And they had great wealth, and human rights increased. So why wouldn't that happen in Iraq? Why wouldn't Afghanistan want that?
Right. You talked about how like dissonance was like one of the things that gave you the epiphany to get into the army. And then you also, it feels like you're also describing this dissonance between like expectation versus reality while you're there. Did you find that while you were there, because I know you had a major shift where you were conservative and you kind of got disillusioned enough with the army that I think you later became liberal and stuff as well. What was that experience like of being kind of like disillusioned from your romanticization of the army?
I would say I'm pretty conservative, but I have the benefit now of knowing where conservative ideas are flawed. So when I first got back, you were talking about cognitive dissonance. Like when your beliefs are shaken, you tend to like become nihilistic and start to think that, oh, well, if I was wrong about that, I was probably wrong about everything. What could I possibly be right about? But then over the years, I matured a little bit, I like to think, and now I've realized I've come to a point, if we're going to talk about politics, which comes to a point where I feel like you kind of need conservatives and you need liberals, and the democracy is working best when it's healthy, when they're working together and give and take. So that's kind of what I came to with
you do it
that.
as like the yin and yang.
Yeah.
So you realize like you're probably, it sounds like you're less partisan now, whereas when you grew up, you're like, yeah, Bush, like really just sold into the conservative dream, whereas now you're like, yeah, I value conservative stuff, I tend to fall conservative, but I'm not like sold into the pipe dream and realize it's like the only way.
Yeah, that's how I would explain it.
And that was, would you say that was your military experience that caused that shift specifically for you?
Yeah, for sure. Once I realized that it wasn't good, that we would go kick in doors at night where I'm pointing guns at families at 3 in the morning and shouting at them and asking like, where's your, trying to find their dad because he's a bomb maker, and I'm bringing them back to the police station and then hearing them get tortured at night by the Iraqis, not us. But I start to think like, wait a second, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Yeah.
Fucker might.
After you come back, you spend a little bit of time, I guess, personally growing, thinking, and then somehow, how do you get back into becoming interested in military-related stuff, and then wanting to dive into the bureaucracies of things and kind of reapproach it from a different lens?
Once I started working at Task and Purpose, when I saw there was like this job opportunity for a place called Task and Purpose and they cover military stuff, I was like, well, I was in the military and they want somebody who knows film and video, so I thought this seems like it could be a really good fit. Because I'd worked in TV, I worked at The Daily Show with Jon Stewart for a little bit, and then I worked in corporate America doing basically commercials for like Cisco and IBM, and it wasn't fulfilling.
When you're working in those worlds, just real quick, because you mentioned working for Jon Stewart behind the scenes, does it feel weird, or did anybody ever treat you differently or know that you had like a military background? Because I feel like, especially as somebody that grew up watching a lot of Jon Stewart, the perceptions of the military, we have like serious Iraq war trauma, and it was very negative. Did you ever feel any of that? Would people talk to you? Or
I got a couple points for that.
Yeah.
So the only reason I got a job there was because I was in the military.
Okay.
I was basically a diversity hire for military-wise.
Yeah.
And
which we need more of in media, especially, because oh my God, there are articles written where it's like, you guys have nobody on staff that does. Yeah, but sorry.
Yeah. No, totally. You're absolutely right.
Is that what you were there for? Is like the military like advice to be like, hey,
No, you're just there for the.
you were a diversity hire. You were.
So a lot of people don't know this, but like Jon Stewart is actually a huge supporter of the military. He never talks about this stuff because he doesn't. that's not why he does it. He does it not for attention, but he quietly visited pretty much every single wounded soldier. He would go to Walter Reed Hospital, and guys I knew that got wounded, he would go visit them and joke around with them, treat them normal. And he just had, even though you hear him on TV and he's ripping the war apart, but personally, he huge supporter of the military. So when they found out that I was a veteran, they were like, I think that's why they never would have hired me probably, because it's like 1 in a million. But
Minor grievance. I feel like I feel like in the United States, conservatives for a long time would try. It's a little blue, but conservatives would try to attract liberals, saying that like you don't support the troops. That was a big one.
Yeah.
And liberals would usually say, well, no, we support the troops. We just don't support the war. And Jon Stewart's a New Yorker, so right, he's already built a little bit different.
New Jersey.
What?
New Jersey, but yeah,
Same.
yeah. Same
Half the people that live in New Jersey just go work there. But
This feels like a very esoteric point.
No, but,
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but man, it really does feel like today, I don't know if it's just a social media or what, it really does feel like there's a lot more demonization of the individual military aspects, like the individual like units, soldiers, rather than just like a criticism of the entire apparatus. Like before it would have been like we're criticizing the war, not the troops, and now it's like you work for Raytheon, you work for Lockheed, you work for Boeing. Like just the fact that you even work at those companies makes you an evil person, let alone soldiers, let alone anybody doing military decisions.
That's interesting. Do you think I don't know that people are out for they don't hate people that are in the military today, and maybe TikTok has turned them, but I do feel like you're right about people who work for defense companies.
Do you feel like there's less individual respect? Because I feel like when I was growing up, like again, Canadian watching American, there was like, if you found out somebody was a soldier, you'd always thank them for their service. Like it was a really big like respect thing.
That depends on where you're at too.
Yeah, is that still pervasive though? Like
The respect.
yeah.
Yeah, you get a lot of thank you for your service. You get a lot of that, unless there was. So since I was in the National Guard, I also did some domestic deployments, and you see how differently people treat you when you're on hurricane duty, and people haven't had gas for 3 days, and they're telling you to fuck off because you can't help them. But other than that, people very supportive of the military. I feel like in the U.S.
Okay, so you haven't noticed this shift away from not supporting the war, but supporting the individual still, which is
It could be environments we live in too. The world of the political that I inhabit is actual.
It's possible. I don't know. I don't know.
You talked about diversity hire for Jon Stewart.
Being
for how people
conservative
treat
there.
you,
So I never really brought it up. I was an intern. I was like cutting apples and getting coffee. I wasn't writing the show, but so I wouldn't ever really bring it up. I would just I would hear I loved the way he did the show, but like I would disagree with pretty much everything he would say.
Sure.
And sometimes I'd be like, oh, he's being unfair, or he's so biased, not realizing that you have to build an audience, and the way you build an audience is with a perspective. I get that now, but no, people treated me very well. Yeah.
Okay. And then from there, basically, you found the job at Task and Purpose, and then since then it's been...
So, yep, started off pretty much as an editor there, just behind the scenes, not doing any on-camera stuff, and I just sort of saw that YouTube, like, why aren't we posting these videos on YouTube? And I had some people there were very supportive. Patrick Baker was extremely helpful, and he's just like, dude, if you see an opportunity and you want to post videos on there, just kind of, they were like, do it. And Zach Iscol, the CEO of Task and Purpose at the time, he's also the guy that helped stand up Marine Special Forces. They were extremely supportive of I had these ambitions of like we could make this YouTube thing work. And so I started getting over my I was very uncomfortable with like being on camera, or I was also very terrible at kind of presenting stuff at first.
Really?
So
even though you went to film school, so you must have just done the back end at film school.
All
Okay.
behind the camera stuff. So once there, I just started getting into, basically I was covering it in a funny way. I was trying to make these jokey, silly videos about the military, and people would comment and they'd say, hey, why don't you tell us something actually valuable about the BTR Russian vehicle instead of just making a joke about it and making this satirical video about the BTR. Tell us what is it capable of? And that kind of clicked when I saw that hate comment. It wasn't articulated quite that way. It was like fuck you, you're not funny, like
Some
why are
extra
you doing
words.
this?
Yeah, there's a little extra flavor there.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha.
So I read in between the lines, and I got the kind of the feedback that like your mom won't give you about your work, and I saw, okay, maybe I should look deeper into this, and started researching about its armor specifications, and then that takes you down a rabbit hole of like the history behind its whole development, and kind of from there just started presenting the videos, and it grew. It just kind of blew up.
One more random thing relating to service, and then getting into this. Is there anything that you've studied from the bureaucratic side where when you were a grunt, you were like, I hate this, it's so stupid, I would change this is so dumb, and then looking at it from the bureaucratic side, you're like, oh, here's this thing that was really obnoxious and annoying to me, but now looking at it from this end, I understand why it has to be this way.
Yeah. Yes. There's so many times where when you're a cog in the machine, you don't appreciate the machine. Like when we would be sitting there, for instance, it really is true that war is boring a lot of the times, and you've seen the logistics side of it. You're like, why are we wasting the amount of waste we would save? Just millions of dollars worth of fuel, or like, why are we stationed here for 11 days and then we just go there to only come back here to be here for 11 days before we can get a transport helicopter to fly us out there? And the whole time you're just like, this is so inefficient. But now looking at how the Army does this, from a stand back point of view, you realize it's nothing short of a miracle that the U.S. military was able to project power in a country halfway around the world with 100,000 people. Like
I was going to say, you brought this up earlier relating to the Russian prep, and a common talking point is like, we waste so much money in the military, like, do we really need to do these training exercises every year? Like, it seems like this is like a huge, like, you were just setting piles of cash on fire. And man, if you compare the first couple of months of the U.S. invading Iraq, and you compare that to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, yeah, you can see the difference in having a prepared military forces that's ready to, project power. Even these phrases mean like project power. What is that? Like the idea of moving so many tens of thousands of soldiers in an area where you're feeding them, you're supplying them, they're combat ready, they're like, you're like all your disciplines working from your, there's a term that Ryan Macbeth really likes to use, but when you're combining like your air, land and sea and everything, and you're,
combined arms warfare,
I think combined arms warfare.
And Ryan Macbeth is amazing. By the way. People should check him out on YouTube and Substack.
Yeah, you could definitely see the importance of being able to do that. And the United States isn't, I am not aware in our recent history at all, where regardless of how you feel about our political aims, the military aims are generally pretty, like, if there's a mission, it'll get done.
It's incredible. People, for the last 10 years, I feel like I heard people saying, oh, you guys got your ass kicked by, the Taliban and the Iraqi insurgency handed it to you. And I feel as though kind of the war in Ukraine a little bit vindicated the fact that on the tactical picture, the tactical end, the actual combat side of things, we wiped the floor. We won those wars in terms of the battlefield. I don't think anyone would argue that. Like, Russia's losing thousands and thousands of soldiers. We lost in total, I think it was 5,000 across 2 wars across over 20 years. Like, you don't get to invade 2 countries and topple their governments and then leave and kind of not be held accountable for any of it. Like, and then I don't think we lost those wars.
Sure.
Like, strategically, yeah. Geopolitically, yeah. But on the battle aspect of it, the power projection aspect of it, being able to sustain forces for years and years on end, the United States sent a clear message what we were capable of.
What do you think shifted for the states that it's like military became, like, I mean, it's unquestionable that the United States military is just like leagues ahead of almost everything on the planet and has been for decades. What do you think was like that shift? Like, was it our military principle? Was it our philosophy? Was it our bureaucracy and logistics? Like, what made us just launch so far ahead of other countries?
There's a meme, a popular meme that I like that goes around the internet, and it says, our enemies are about to find out why we don't have health care. And I think part of the reason why we wipe the floor militarily is because we spend an enormous amount. And not just that we spend an enormous amount on defense, and obviously I'm not a policymaker, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but just we do, and we've done it for decades. So they have to catch up. They're spending so much less that they now have they're generations behind in terms of technology.
Right. Is there like major differences that you see in like American military like philosophy that you think helps it stand ahead as well? Like I just think about like the level of like discipline that can exist within the military.
Yes,
There's a good answer for this.
well, I would.
What is it? I'm curious what your answer is. I want to hear your answer. I have a strong opinion about this. Yeah, go for it.
My theory is that the United States allows. I look at it from your regular soldier's point of view. Is
Yeah.
we let our NCOs, we let our sergeants basically have a lot of initiative. We don't do as much top down. We let the
A lot of, like, bottom-up
yes.
organization.
That's how at least our army runs. So that gives us a huge advantage. I feel like.
Okay.
Okay, I feel similarly. I'm
the right answer?
I'm a huge simp for liberal democracy, not liberal conservative, but just liberal, like the idea behind our style of government and the way that we organize our political system. And I think that's a big reason why, especially, I know more about like Middle Eastern stuff, but when you look at how a lot of those armies function, where it's friends of friends, where it's people that have been doing the military forever, and then they have their, children do the military, and you compare how they organize stuff versus our way more rigid way of promoting people and training people and everything. I feel like democracies are more responsive in general to those types of pressures rather than places that promote more along like family lines or places that are more dictatorial where your lower people can't operate freely because if they report the wrong thing they're going to get fired and they might be encouraged to misreport or misrepresent or steal money or whatever. I feel like our style of government and our concept of how the country operates I think plays a lot into how our military expresses itself.
It does. It's funny how human nature can be reflected in these systems from the top down, where you see democratic countries, there are pros and cons.
Yeah.
Like authoritarian countries have some pros. They can move quicker sometimes. They don't have to pool their opinions. They don't have to get together and be like, hey, how does everybody feel about this?
Right.
And they don't get outlasted by asymmetrical warfare either. They're like, oh, well, you want to sit here and do this all day? Well, fine, I will sit here and do this today. Whereas in the United States,
Yes.
it's like, well, I've got an election next year.
Yeah.
You need to be done, okay? Because I'm going to lose my fucking president.
So to some degree, they do a little bit have to worry about.
They have to worry about getting cooed in a
Right.
second. Yeah.
So like,
But they have a little bit more
below
leeway
that
there, yeah.
threshold of a coup or a revolution, like everything below that, you're right. They can. Kind
Could you imagine a U.S. president trying to sell the population like, okay, it's not the Iraq War, this is the Iraq Special Military Operation, guys, okay? So you can't actually hold me. Yeah, it just wouldn't work, yeah.
Right. So there are pros and cons. So about the authoritarian, I'd like to at some point we should get into the axis of resistance, like Iran, China, North Korea. And did I miss another one?
Russia?
North Korea, China, Russia.
Okay.
Yeah, they're the axis of resistance right now.
North Korea, China, Russia. Do you factor Iran as part of that?
Yes, yeah,
North Korea,
those-
China, Russia, Iran. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So those are the main cats. They're the main players right now who are pushing against U.S.
Hegemony.
Yes, exactly. So they're using their, like you said, they can kind of just say, hey, by the way, we're now all supporting the war effort for Russia against Ukraine, and there isn't going to be months of delay in aid. North Korea sent 3 million artillery shells to Ukraine, to Russia, to use against Ukraine. Yeah.
Yeah.
They sent them there in a way.
Yeah.
They put them on like 6,000 containers and shipped them over. You got Iran sent 300,000 artillery shells plus drones, and China is essentially sending an aid package by buying cheap oil, supporting their war effort, and also sending machine tools and sending cotton. A lot of people don't know this, but cotton is one of the most important ingredients in how to create artillery, which everyone knows is a major artillery shortage right now. Artillery shells. So all those.
What does the cotton do?
Yeah, I had no idea about the cotton.
It's called gun cotton, and you
Okay.
need it to make.
Like pack the artillery together, or what?
It's one of the components in explosives.
Okay.
It's like a type of gunpowder is made out of cotton.
Okay. Take your word for it.
So Kazakhstan and I believe Uzbekistan, they're neutral in the war, but they're the
Shipping a
Turkey,
lot of cotton.
Turkey and China are the main suppliers of cotton to Russia, and China is cutting off their supply of cotton to Europe, who wants it so that they can. And maybe I get the type of cotton wrong. It's called nitrocellulose, I believe. It's the type of cotton that they're trying to procure.
Has Turkey been supplying Russia through the war with the material?
So they get around the sanctions by saying that it's dual use. You can have civilian purposes for it. It can be used for varnish,
Textiles.
paint. Yeah,
and
exactly.
stuff like that, yeah.
Okay.
So those and sometimes it's not like I'm blaming them or something. There's a million factors that go into why these countries do this, but
For Turkey, it's because it makes the money.
could
Same
be.
reason they were buying oil from ISIS. It makes the money.
Could be. They what you see is this axis of resistance getting together and supporting Russia, and then you have democracies have a little bit more trouble getting on the same page. They have to get not just their leaders but their people.
Like we're seeing right now, so many people just don't want to keep spending money on Ukraine and sending them weapons and stuff, which is leading to weapons crisis. And
Right, and I'm
Yeah.
sympathetic to that. I get that. They feel like they a little bit have been batted around. They're like, didn't we just do this? We just did Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years. Like, what, you're selling me another forever war? I get that point of view. I'm sympathetic to that, and I think that it's a good thing that people can get together here and debate that, and that's part of the process.
It has
but
to
it's
be
slower.
Yeah, the analysis has to be more sophisticated, though, than all wars are bad.
Yeah.
I really feel like the residual trauma from Iraq has rendered us unable to reasonably evaluate any sort of foreign intervention. I can't imagine you're a Ukrainian and you're not sure if you're going to be doing your military offensive or not, and it's being held up because in the United States, apparently there are a lot of people illegally immigrating from the south, and somehow your funding for your artillery shells is going to depend on whether or not Donald Trump, who's not president, tells people in their Congress to not pass a bill that would include funding for that. But it's got to be an unbelievably annoying process to be a foreign citizen relying on American aid, having to deal with the schizophrenia that America has right now with our internal political system. I feel like our inability to stand together at home and then project a united nation in any conflict, and how divided we are on those conflicts, is incredibly damaging to U.S. soft and hard projection around the world. Like Ukraine, Israel, and China all feel like very, very, very political issues. And I think Angela Merkel honestly said it accurately, that the U.S. is fading. She said something in regards to the U.S. can't be seen as a leader in world affairs because it feels like anything could happen. Like if Trump or Biden wins, it feels like the directions we could take foreign policy-wise could be incredibly different. And I don't know how you rely on a partner like that internationally if they're supposed to be funding you or supporting you.
I don't think that. I think Trump would do the same thing that Biden's doing. I don't think there would be that big of a change. I think he
You don't think
says.
so?
I don't. I think he says that. Oh, I'll stop funding to Ukraine. Are you kidding me? He says I'm sure you saw him do this during his first term. He'll say something outrageous.
I mean, all politicians
and then
do
he'll
this.
walk it back 6 levels. There's no way. We're investing $3 billion a year now into ramping up our artillery production to 100,000 shells a month by the end of this year. Donald Trump is not going to come in and then just reverse all that and be like, by the way, all this insane investment that we've been doing and planning for, it's just going to stop. I mean, maybe. I shouldn't say he's not. I just think it's unlikely.
Yeah, I don't want to dig you down too deep into the political hole. I guess the only scary thing is that I know there are a lot of criticisms for career politicians, and I understand that. I'm very sympathetic towards that. But at the very least, I can kind of track their opinions through time. I have a rough idea maybe of where things are going. I feel like it's a bit more difficult to predict with Trump, because it's say Obama signs a deal with Iran to monitor nuclear stuff, and then the next person that comes in and it's like, no, we're not doing that anymore. Or we've got historic meetings with him in North Korea, and then nothing comes from that. And then we've got we're changing the way that we are monitoring drone strikes in Yemen, and it's well, fuck. When you ask me would Donald Trump not fund Ukraine anymore? I tend to agree. I don't think that would happen, but I feel like he's more sensitive to changing political winds, and I don't feel like I couldn't see. I'm loading this politically a lot.
No,
I really
go
don't
ahead.
Donald Trump,
I'm interested in hearing your
I
side.
feel like Donald Trump is very personally driven, and I couldn't see him going to bat for an issue unless he felt like he had kind of the political support for it. If his party, or if the wind started to change a bit for his people, and they were like, oh, we don't know if we like Ukraine anymore, I could easily see that we should be supporting America first. It's time for Ukraine to settle for peace, and we need to be ready to move into the future. I can see him just doing that and abandoning it.
He's
Right.
almost
That's-
missing that career politician where we put out that aesthetic of this is what I'm going to do, but underneath it, there's this like consistent bureaucracy that we always do.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Maybe he would. I don't think so. I think what we're talking about right now, though, is one of the weaknesses of democracy.
Yeah.
It's like one of the downsides. Or you could at least look at it that way. Maybe it also has a strength. But the fact that it kind of ping-pongs so heavily, it's a problem. You don't see that in Iran. They're not suddenly changing their position the next day. Yeah, I don't think it'd be so hard to change, like with Russia, for instance. Trump seemed very pro-Russia. Meanwhile, he put one of the most anti-Russian CIA heads and was in office during one of the biggest buildups of the CIA in Ukraine. Like, if he just doesn't do a lot of the things that he says he's going to do.
Yeah. I think the people whispering in his ear are very important, because it feels like sometimes he'll do whatever the last person told him to do, or that'll kind of be where his opinions are. Yeah, I don't think it would be like a historic breaking, but it's hard to know. And the fact that I'm not sure is like the scary thing.
So
I think, yeah.
the America First thing is interesting, though, because, like you said, I do feel like Iraq was one of the biggest reasons why, like, we had all this political capital, we had all this world standing, and we kind of just blew it. We like shot it all on Iraq, and then now everyone is so kind of skeptical of when something comes up that possibly could really be the right thing
worthy,
to do.
noble,
Right.
yeah.
Like Ukraine, right? That's important to do, but it's hard to like keep the energy up for it because people are so brain rotted over.
And then I see like historical rewritings too that are irritating, because now I have even people, and again, I fully admit I might be totally online brained in different circles or whatever, like people even question the legitimacy of like the first Gulf War. Like, was it the US place to go in and do this? Or, you know, should we have even, why don't we like Assad? Like, you know, is that really, did he actually do any of this stuff? And like, yeah, but regime change in Israel now is apparently the most important thing on the left, you know, but it wasn't for Gaddafi, it wasn't for Assad, it wasn't for Saddam Hussein, it's not for the Houthis. It's like, yeah. I hate the political situation. The when you're looking at, or actually, here's a quick random question for military stuff, because this comes up a lot. Do people talk politics in the military, or do people mostly just whatever?
It depends, I guess, on what part of the you're saying in the units, do the regular Joes talk about it?
Yeah.
Surprisingly not.
Okay.
No, the military, when you look at it, is pretty 50-50 in terms of conservative and liberal. Yeah, and the guys in the barracks, like, they weren't all rah conservative, and they weren't super liberal either.
I think this needs to be brought up more, because I asked you before loading that at all, because that's what I've heard from every single person that's done any military service. People, general Americans, or at least people on the left, actually I think people on the right too, have this impression that if you were to walk into a barracks, it's going to be like Make America Great hats on everywhere. There's going to be Trump speeches in the background, that like everybody working in intelligence, like these people are super politicized. And when I talk to people that work in intelligence and military service, whatever, yeah, they're like, nobody really talks politics much here at all. That's an answer that I get really consistently.
And it's really politically diverse, which is interesting, because I feel like the thing I always hear about American like military is that they're all conservative. They always vote for Republican. Always. They would never not vote for Republican. It's a Republican military bind, but that's just not the case.
And a lot of them are kind of independent thinkers too. You know, like they wouldn't entirely be one way or the other way. Yeah. You know, yeah, it's well documented, actually. They've done studies. It's 50-50.
Interesting.
Okay, going back to the for the broad macro scene, do you feel like the United States would have more success doing foreign policy if we were a bit more like honest to our citizens about what our foreign policy means? Because I feel like, especially in the Iraq era, when we sell foreign policy to U.S. citizens, it's just kind of using, like, it's just the words freedom and democracy, and that's basically it. And I feel like veering away from that and saying anything different feels like a bad thing. But I feel like you could make very strong arguments for why supporting U.S. interests abroad, like, not only helps us in the United States, but can help the people there and can help people around the world. And I feel like we're very, I don't want to say dishonest, but I feel like we couch our language a lot in terms of leadership. Yeah, do you think that messaging would matter?
It would take the right person.
Okay.
It would take a really good communicator to do that, because I think there's reasons why the State Department communicates foreign policy in that way. It's run through hundreds of focus groups, I'm sure. I think that messaging is what resonates with the most people, and in saying the quiet part out loud, that kind of thing. It feels like that's what we should be doing, and that maybe that would be more effective. But I think if you want to appeal, when you're thinking about talking to 330 million Americans, you need to appeal
To as
with
many of them as possible.
Yes, with a message that will appeal to as many people as possible. And saying like, we need to invest in our interests overseas because, you know, if Ukraine's taken over, then it's going to cost us even more money. And if we start losing influence, then, and the dollar starts shaking, then this will hit your pocketbook, and your tax money that we're spending to support Ukraine right now will be nothing compared to what will happen if they take over Ukraine. That's a harder message to sell, I think.
It is harder. One thing that I worry, this is a very political direction, but one thing that is kind of frustrated me with the U.S. political system is I feel like we have used so much shorthand to explain what we're doing, whether we're talking domestically or internationally, that the shorthand is like taken over and destroyed our ability to actually evaluate fundamentally why we do a particular thing. So
2
that
minutes?
might be, you know, it sounds silly, but like, should women be able to vote? Like, I feel like people don't know the answer to that question anymore. So then you see in smaller spaces, like these people have like repeal the 19th Amendment, or why do we have, you know, civil rights, or why do we have protected classes, or why do we have foreign policy aims that
Or
we do?
why does our military spending matter?
Yeah, why do we waste so much money on the military? I'm sure you've heard this a billion times. Why do we waste so much money on the military? It's so stupid. And there are aspects of U.S. foreign policy that I think are really good and really cool. Like, if there are people that are shooting weapons into boats in the ocean, I like that the United States can sail the Navy over to Yemen and say, we're going to sit here next to these ships, and if you shoot anything, we're going to obliterate you with high precision. Unless something has changed, I don't believe any civilians were killed in any of the Yemen installation bombings, right? When the
U.S. government probably hasn't said that any have.
I don't think the Houthis said that they had, have they?
I
You don't want to? Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't recall any of those, but I think that those
they didn't target any. They targeted places that were ammo depots in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So
there's value in that.
And like, who else is doing that? China didn't come and help resolve that.
I'm not even sure if China's Navy can make it that far yet.
They have a naval base in Djibouti right over there, so they could have helped out, but they're not going to do that. They don't want to be seen helping the United States
because they're already trying to
on
like
the axis of resistance, and Yemen's kind of falling into that, right?
Well, also trying to gain influence in too, because I think they were trying to broker deals between Saudi Arabia and Iran, and they want to.
So to go back to, I do think it's a good thing that we question how much we spend on the military. I do think that it's natural to question. Why are we spending, I think it's $1 trillion now, when there's many people who are homeless and starving? Not that putting money into that would fix that problem. As we've learned, California dumps tons of money into their homeless problem and it doesn't solve it. But it's good that democracies, that we can have a sober discussion about like, hey, is this the right thing to spend this much money on? Yeah. Should maybe our allies spend more on defense so that they can take a piece of that responsibility? I mean,
what do you think on that? I'm super curious, actually.
I think it's a good thing. I think countries should be more self-sufficient in their defense spending.
So you want other countries to spend more, and do you feel that we overspend?
I think they want to as well. I think it's difficult for them to make those changes in their budget. Poland is doing it. If you
Okay, baby. want them in the washer? Okay. There's room for stuff that's on the floor. Okay. Fucking podcast is boring as fuck, Destiny. Jesus Christ. Ugh.
This is from a Twitter user. I was talking to a female friend and she was telling me how lonely it is for her to be working with only men in her team because they all maintain a respectful distance from her. Today's topic, A woman asked me, this is from a Twitter user. I was talking to a female friend and she was telling me, this is from a Twitter user. Today's topic, a woman asked me why, why don't men open up to me more in romantic relationships? And I posted a tweet, all right? I basically said, hey, the reason why men don't open up emotionally is because men treat their emotional sanctity the way women treat their sexual sanctity, right? And when you give up either before you're comfortable, it always makes you feel slightly cheapened.
Absolutely. I agree.
Right? Go ahead.
Yo, what you mean, go ahead? You said everything that doesn't have to be said right there.
All right.
It was like, that was damn well near genius, my dude.
Right. And the last line it says is, we men will open up, but it's only when we want to and how we want to. And one thing I really want to tell women is, like, when it comes to emotions and what we go through, men are talking about it just when you're not there. We feel comfortable talking about it amongst each other, right? Because it's a space where we feel like we can communicate and we won't be judged for how we do it. You know?
Do you talk about your poom poom smell with your significant other? No, but you probably talk about it with your girlfriends.
Why? Because they have poom pooms as well, and they might understand, right? You're like, yo, girl, Sarah, where'd you get your poom poom fragrance? And she's like, man, I was at Chanel. You know?
I went to Bed Bath and Poom Poom.
Here's funny. A girl one time, she bought me something called eau de toilette.
Yeah.
And I said, why'd you buy me toilet water?
You stupid.
Because that's how it translates to her friends. I really thought...
You know when Abba says, yo, I'm not even that intelligent.
That was a little unnecessary, but okay. No, but I'm like, why'd you buy me toilet water? Because eau de toilette translates to toilet water. Isn't that a terrible name?
Yes, it's a
What's up
terrible
with
name.
French people calling shit toilet
It's
water?
just
man?
because of the history of what it is.
You want to know what they call their favorite sandwich? A croque monsieur. You know what a croque monsieur means?
Croque Monsieur is bite mister. It's even worse.
Yeah,
But they have the same thing with an egg on it. It's a croque madame.
Which means?
Bite misses. The reason they call it croque madame is because there's an egg on it.
Still nasty. Anyways,
I don't like
sidebar aside.
Yeah.
I said this and a lot of people went crazy in the comments. And one thing I've noticed is whenever I talk about men's vulnerability and how we feel comfortable relating this stuff, a lot of women feel very comfortable interjecting and telling us what it should look like. How comfortable. I'll give you guys an example of a comment. 1. The idea that women are cheapened for having intercourse early in a relationship is incredibly sexist. First off, I didn't say anything wrong with you sleeping early with a man. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to sleep with people early on, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's what they got.
But when you sleep with somebody before you're comfortable and ready to do so, you do feel cheapened.
Because you were pressured doing so. Because they pressured you, because society pressured you, but there was some kind of pressure you. And regardless of that, you did it before you wanted to do it.
Yes.
So, but she didn't get that.
And she said, this mindset that you men have is the reason why relationships fail. Communication is necessary for any healthy relationship, human connection, and that's going to require that one of the parties make the first move to be vulnerable. Men should get used to doing that because they're in the relationship too. Women should not be and are no longer being okay with bearing the brunt of emotional carrying the relationship and laying down the initial emotional foundation for the relationship. Then you shouldn't date those men. If you don't like the pace that they're going at, don't date them. The same way if I meet a girl, she says, I want to mate till marriage. I don't force my way on them. I don't tell them what they have to change. I said, I accept the fact that we have a difference in how we view things, and I move on with my day. But it strikes me as odd that you say that men are the reason why a lot of relationships are failing because they're preserving their emotions.
It's not one thing.
Why are you putting that kind of pressure on men? They will open up when they're comfortable. The same way, ladies, you will sleep with men when you're comfortable.
And it's fine.
I don't endorse men pressuring you, ladies, the same way I don't endorse y'all pressuring us. I've done that before. Why? Because of society's messaging and because the person I was with, I opened up when I knew I wasn't ready. And it made me feel sick. And I didn't want to be around that person because I felt like they saw me naked in a way that I wasn't comfortable with.
You see, ladies, you know when you open up, you know when you have angel courses before your time?
Yeah.
And that ish backfires. And the guy calls you XYZ after that. You were not ready. You did it. You feel cheapened, and now that is being used against you. That feels bad. I have a lot of my girlfriends that it was done to. I've seen that, and that is bad. Well, imagine that whenever you open up before you're ready, and that is used against you after that. How you feel is the same thing. That's why I love the parallel that you did when you did that. I was like, that's exactly the same thing. You have to be ready to open up.
Yeah. And also, it's opening up to women because we're fine with opening up to other men generally. It's just y'all because it's a different thing. It's a different way of communicating, so it takes us longer.
It's not because it's something against women. It's just because you are different. There are some things that we're gonna have to explain to you. Just because you don't understand, the same way there's some things that women have to explain to us because we do not get it.
Yeah,
we will never experience it.
You guys are probably way more comfortable discussing certain experiences with other women much faster.
And
it's
normal.
understandable.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about people in the military. I'm much more apt to talk to them about my experience because they understand it. I don't like talking about it with civilians. It feels weird. Same thing with my experience growing up in Ethiopia. It's much easier to talk about it with someone who's from there. In that same token, men have certain shared lived experiences that they can understand. That's all it comes down to. So understand that men aren't afraid of being vulnerable. We are capable of it. We're just not necessarily comfortable with it. Another thing to also acknowledge is that, ladies, you claim you want a vulnerable man, but sometimes you shame us. And I've done another video on this where I interviewed women and they talked about it, where they've laughed at men's vulnerability, where they said it was too much. So it's like, yeah, show me what's on the inside, but then when you look, you're like, that was too much. Well, that kind of makes us feel some type of way.
That's what you asked for.
Look in those comments of that thread. So many men were posting, man, I've opened up to a woman and she used it against me later on. That's a frustrating and scary thing to do. To be like, I'm gonna show you where my weak point is, and then when I'm not ready for it, you stab me right there. Doesn't make me want to show you where my weak point, or future people where my weak points are, right? So we all have some work to do. We all have some work to do. Because you can say all you want. There's so many women I know who are like, I want a man to be as vulnerable as he can be. Cool story. A lot of y'all say that, and then when it happens, you find yourselves grossed out, and you don't acknowledge the fact that you've engaged in that behavior. Well, you've psychologically told that man that what he did was wrong. So of course in his future relationships, he's not gonna do it. Listen, I've done that whole thing. I've done that soy boy, open my heart up right off the top, let her know the things, and she wasn't okay with it. Part of it was my fault, but also her reaction was crazy. And look, I learned from it. Now, it doesn't mean that now I never open up. I do, but I wait until I'm ready.
You said soy boy.
Yeah.
I think it's funny.
Yeah.
Soy boy?
Soy boy.
Yeah, it's a soy boy when, you know, it's funny.
Yeah, you just picture a weak
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
And you know what's a little soy boy?
What?
A soybean.
You really thought that was funny.
I think that's hilarious.
I'm not mad at you.
Little soybean.
Yeah. So I just want to give you guys that perspective, understanding why we are different and how that manifests. But go talk to your guy friends, all the ones that you think never talk about their emotions. I promise you, if they do talk about it, it's with other men.
And if they don't, it's healthy to talk about it with other men.
Yeah, if you don't have an outlet, please do find out. That's it. Whether it's a support group, whether it's an online forum, whether it's other men that you can see regularly in person, a best friend, whatever it is, find a confidant.
Yo,
and
if I didn't have all the people that I have, I would actually fake that I'm an alcoholic to go to an AA meeting.
Oh yeah.
I would. If I didn't have a support group,
I ain't mad at you.
I would fake it.
I'm mad at you. And also, the other thing I would say is like, this is divided along gender lines, but there's some women who are like this as well. And there's some men who are extremely comfortable to be like, this is what I'm feeling. Right? Like a giant Care Bear just shooting feelings out his chest. Good for you. But most of us are this way. And so, yeah, I just want y'all to know and understand it a little bit better. Is there anything you think they should know about vulnerability?
I think we summed it up. We got this group where we talk about it and stuff like that, and that's dope. You know,
Yeah.
when we met right after when everything was allowed to meet and everything and stuff,
Yeah.
it was good to just talk about different stuff and talk about how we live this. It's just different. It's just different from a male perspective.
Yeah.
If male understand it, yeah, I'm gonna talk about it with my significant other because that's some other thing. But there's some things that she's not going to be able to understand.
No, remember, I told you guys things that I've literally never spoken to with anyone in my whole life.
Yes.
Ever.
Yes.
And for me, it was a space where I felt comfortable because I knew I wasn't going to be judged some type of way. And I knew that you guys could understand even the way I communicate. And I need that. We all need that. You know? So I just wanted to shed a little bit light on men's vulnerability and that whole idea. And yeah, you know, I think we could all do better. We can meet, you know, there's been times in my life where I've been a little bit ashamed of my own behavior. So I'm not doing this to cast stones, it's just to let you guys know what it is that we do. So guys, if you guys agree with this, if you guys feel the same way, please share your stories below. Let other people be able to read some of your experiences. It helps other people to realize, oh, this is a real thing. And the same way the Me Too movement made me realize a lot of bad male behaviors, you know what I mean? This is a chance for you ladies to recognize a lot of male experiences and what they go through, you know? So that's all. So let us know what you guys think in the comments below. I look forward to reading that. This is from a Twitter user. I was talking to a female friend and she was telling me how lonely it is for her to be working with only men in her team because they all maintain a respectful distance from her as they don't want to come off as creeps, not realizing it's completely isolated.
I do not care. I gotta choose me. I gotta choose me. I gotta choose me. Like, I know it might be hard because you're lonely, but I gotta choose me. You being lonely in your career is gonna make you lonely in your career, but I gotta choose me. I can't work with even trying to pass as a creep for something that I thought I didn't even do, and that you interpreted in a, I don't want to take a chance. First and foremost, I don't know who I'm working with, what baggage a person has, and I don't want to deal with that. I don't know what the triggers are. Sometimes it's not what I do, it's the triggers that you have. Yeah. Sometimes it's not what I do, it's the triggers that you have. It might happen not often, but it just take one time. Just take one time. I gotta choose me. The same way that I'm not gonna fall every time I take my motorcycle.
Steady now.
I'm not gonna fall every time. Every time I have a ride, it's wonderful. As a matter of fact, with all the years I ride motorcycle, which is 14 years now, I've only fell once.
I see.
But it only takes that one time. Does that mean I'm not gonna put an helmet on? Does that mean I'm gonna go out with my t-shirt without my protection? No. I put my protection on, I put my helmet on because it only take one time. And that one time, I'm not gonna recuperate from that. I gotta choose me, my girl.
Okay.
Be lonely. But I gotta choose me.
Okay, well, let me finish. So someone else replied, I would think in this case your friend needs to break the ice. To which she replied, she did that many times, they still continue their behavior. And then he goes on, says, that's exactly my point. Whatever they're doing, it's just to make us feel safer. I hate that there's so much pressure on them to do so. But well, if a lady's trying to get herself recruited, she's still be getting ignored. Then I feel like something has to be said.
All this.
On this topic, I sympathize because unfortunately the women are bearing the brunt of the fact that some other women are acting inappropriate at work or saying things that are foul or making rumors or starting issues. Or if it's not even other women, sometimes it's a boss who sees you interacting with somebody else and they take it upon themselves to think something inappropriate is happening. People file, complaints on behalf of others. That happens all the time with HR. And so now you are bearing the brunt of other women's behavior, which is unfair. But in that same token, as men, we bear the brunt of the fact that other men are creepy, right? When I'm walking home late at night and there's a girl in front of me and she's terrified of me, okay, because we're the only two people on the street who walk in the same direction, I'm not like, why is this bitch being so weird? I know why.
Spirit.
I understand. Even though I've never done anything like that, even though I'm not like, hey, time to rake, right? Even though I don't do that, I understand why she's scared. And unfortunately, you bear the brunt. And it's unfair. You want to be seen as an individual. But like Preach said, when it comes to workplace dynamics, unfortunately, these things have consequences. I can't go into the workplace and talk a certain way. Why? Because I understand the perception that people are going to have as a black man. I don't complain about it. I don't bitch and moan about it. It just is what it is. So, do I understand the frustration? Sure. But what do I think about it? Welcome to the man's world.
This is a man's world.
Yeah, if men are doing things to protect themselves in the workplace, that's fine. Workplace is not for fraternization. It's not for friendships. And fraternization includes friendship. It's not for that. Of course, those things make work a lot more fun and enjoyable, but we ain't need it. I'm trying to get paid. I'm trying to pay bills. I'm trying to take care of my family. Finance for the future. I'm not trying to make friends. And I will not let trying to make someone feel a little bit extra comfortable, put that in jeopardy in any type of way. And I'm telling you this right now, in corporate environments, there's more and more and more red tape being added. There's extra scrutiny being involved in these workplaces. So, am I mad at these dudes for doing what they did? Nah. Do I understand the frustration of women? Sure. But, welcome to what we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? Guys will tell you, we know what it is. We're constantly aware of the fact that we look threatening to women. Constantly. On dates and workplaces, everything, I always have to make sure I'm thinking in my head, oh, she might feel threatened in this moment. How do I change my behavior to make her feel at ease? I keep a certain distance. I never make eye contact. I never even try to go and talk to her, initiate any conversation. You might not believe it, but I do all of that so she doesn't even have the opportunity to think something really happening. And guess what? Some of these crazy bitches still think it is. Some of these women will still think you're trying to try something. So I'm like, I don't want that headache because that one negative experience is not worth the 10 positive.
Even when I'm walking down the street and I'm crossing a woman,
Yep.
you know what I mean? I know, let's say you cross a woman, right? You're on the side of the road.
Yep.
There's building on this side, right? And she coming this way, right? Most women, notice this, boys. Most women are gonna look at the buildings.
Or look down.
Or look down. Just because they don't want to draw your attention.
Yep.
What do? I look away.
Yup.
Just to show her that, hey, I'm not even about that life.
You don't want to look at me, bitch. I don't want to look at you.
I'm not even looking at me.
Hey.
Or if I go and we cross, if we go and I'm like, look at my phone, I put my phone away and I look up and she's looking at me like we cross eyes, I smile and I look down. And look away. I'm not even about you right now.
Damn right.
So you could walk, don't even worry, I'm not gonna try to holler at you, I'm not gonna try to do nothing. I understand why.
Yeah.
I understand why. But I understand that's what I gotta do. I understand that you feel certain type of way, the way I look, the way I am, you don't know why, but you don't know what. I'm sending the message. I'm not about that. So you good.
And I say this as someone who's really good. I've already had that experience. Someone I never spoke to lost her fucking marbles and tried to make up some whole story. Thankfully, there's like dozens of witnesses, so it didn't matter. But for a while, like my name got dragged through the mud. I ain't dealing with that shit. You best believe I learned how to keep the most professional distance at workplaces because it wasn't necessary and the risks just weren't worth it. So my thoughts, like I said, I made it. But I understand the frustration. Like, sometimes working somewhere can suck, but the people make it amazing. And just feeling like you don't get to have that experience of having like close bonds with your coworkers and stuff like that, that can really feel isolating.
My girl, let's work.
Lord Charon?
They're not ignoring you, they're being professional. Move on. They're being professional. Yeah, especially if there's a law and a clause of no fraternization in your environment, they are being professional. You're going to not be lonely outside of work. That's why we have extracurricular activities. Okay? Yeah, my girl. Go out with your girlfriends or with your friends outside of work. Get yourself some friends that are outside of work. At work, we stay professional. Yeah. It is what it is. Why are you enjoying this?
Why are you enjoying seeing women suffer? Yeah, look at your smile.
I'm not enjoying this. I'm just happy that motherfuckers are safe and doing the safe thing. Enough times that we
You're happy that people are safe? It sounds like you spite women.
No, not at all.
Sounds like you got a little bit of hate.
The thing that happened is that a lot of the times that we're like, we come here and then we comment on things like that, right? And we're like, yeah, man, you should have done the right thing with it. And I'm happy that now these motherfuckers are doing the right thing. I'm happy that nothing ambiguous is being taken. You know, there's no possibility. People are not taking the possibility. So I'm not to spite women. So I'm happy that people. We cover a lot of dumb shit. There's a lot of dumb shit that.
Yo, talk to your shit, preach.
We cover a lot of dumb shit. There's a lot of dumb shit that happens. And we're like, yo, you should have done better. You should have known better. And now, I'm just really happy that motherfuckers are listening. And they're actually safe. So, yeah. It's unfortunate that it feels like that in the work environment. Because sometimes you want it to be fun. You want to be able to enjoy yourself. But, yeah, I gotta choose me. It's the same thing with the girls. Sometimes you don't want the guys to interpret what you. It goes both ways, actually. The same way that if you work with men, you don't want men to interpret certain things and then put yourself in a position so you keep like a safe distance. The repercussion is not the same. I understand that, not agree. But
Yeah, when you said like it goes both ways, I'm like, it doesn't. It doesn't.
it's not the same
Hey,
repercussion.
women get to be all.
Don't do that shit.
Yeah, I know, right? See, that's what I'm saying. They get to do that at work with no repercussions. The same way I get to do that in this dynamic with no repercussions.
There's gonna be repercussions. Don't do that shit again.
Tell them.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, you know, tell them.
No, I'll
Tell them. What's gonna happen? I got to shoot some speed dial.
Go ahead. I got it.
Yeah, and you look threatening, so they gonna shoot. And I'll be ducking for cover.
They're gonna shoot at both of us.
No. They're gonna shoot at you first, and then they're gonna ask me questions. Cause I'm white passing.
No, they're gonna
They gonna hear how I speak.
both of us.
Hello, sir. Yes, this oath over here. Threatening me. My name is Jimmy. It is what it is. It is. All right, let us know what you guys think in the comments below. You wanna hear from me.
Some unexplained reason. The New York City District Attorney refuses to drop murder charges against bodega worker who defended himself, as you can see in this video, against a career criminal. The video is clear as day. You've seen it, of course. Jose Alba's minding his own business, working the counter at a Harlem bodega. Career criminal Austin Simon got angry over a bag of chips, came around the counter, clearly seeing Alba, and then Alba defended himself with a knife. It's black letter law, as they say. Black letter self-defense, plain as day.
Okay, so to give you guys the fuller details, I'm not going to show you guys the footage of the actual thing because you can find out online if you really want to see it. Use a couple stirs here and there. Essentially, a young woman comes into the bodega where Jose Alberto, I think his name, basically tells her like, yeah, if you want to buy this, just pay. And she says, well, can I just pay on credit? And he's like, no, we don't do that. You got to pay cash. And she goes on to say, well, my dad used to own a bodega and he used to just hand things to people if they needed it and they pay him back on credit. He's like, well, listen, I'm not your dad and I run the business. I need your money because I might not see you again. Can't risk it. They have an argument. Then her boyfriend comes in, okay? And her boyfriend's like, yo, why don't you just give her the fuck? She's like, I'm not giving her nothing. The boyfriend goes behind the counter, okay, to this old 61-year-old man and shoves him into the wall and starts looming over him, okay? This is exactly how it goes down. The owner, right, of the bodega, the 61-year-old, grabs a knife as he's trying to move past him, gets a couple stabs in, and starts to move away. The man, who is a career criminal, he's got a lot of rap sheet in regards to committing crimes like these, ends up succumbing to his injuries and he dies. The DA charges Jose with second-degree murder, even though all this is caught on video. Now, there's been a lot of outrage. A lot of people feel some type of way, right? And they've been talking to the DA to get him to drop these charges.
The purse.
Another detail that came out afterwards I thought was really interesting is that the girlfriend, she ended up pulling out a knife as well out of her purse, and she stabbed the bodega owner in the arm, creating lacerations, and she hasn't been charged with anything. So, that's the gist of this whole thing. What are your thoughts?
Free by Jose. Actually, has nothing to do with the fact that he's a career criminal. I don't care that he's a career criminal. He would have a perfect record and would have died there. I still wouldn't charge him. Someone with a perfect record would have done the same thing and end up dying. To me, that's just something that happened. You went for a bag of, you went around the counter. You wildin'. You went around the counter to shove something for a bag of chips? Now you're gonna tell me, I hear some people in the comments, yeah, but some people are hungry. Some people are hungry. A bag of chips ain't gonna do nothing for your hunger.
I don't know. When I see stuff like this, I'm just like, he's very fortunate the person didn't pull out a weapon and hit him first with it. But it's like, yeah, it's dangerous out here. And if you think I'm being hyperbolic, go on the New York Post. There's a bunch of videos that you can watch of people getting shot up in bodegas.
Yeah.
Recent too. You can watch the whole.
And it's not because you're hungry and poverty is a thing that you have to go around your way to menace people to get what you get. If you get stabbed trying to get someone's property, or you get killed trying to get someone's property, and someone's trying to defend them, they're trying to defend themselves, and you end up dying, to me, it's just something that happened. It's just something that happened. Move on. It's not even about his property. It's not like the guy was at the door and he threw a knife at him, or he ran after him with a knife while the person was exiting. Now you'd be doing the most. If I'm in my little space, my cubicle, You go around your way to go around the counter. I don't know what you're gonna do. You shove me and you go around me. I'm gonna grab something and defend myself. 100. It's a question of it's either you or me, and I gotta choose me. I gotta choose me. I'm gonna choose me every fucking time. I gotta choose me. And if you end up dying, it is what it is. So that's fucked up that, yeah, you've been charged and shit. And on camera and stuff like that. Sometimes I'm like, is it because I don't know what camera, like, I don't know what the law is that I think this thing is crazy? What's on your mind?
I choose me.
I choose me.
You know.
I choose me. I
I
gotta
don't know if
choose
that's
me.
the weirdest remix of Pokemon I ever heard. But
Pikachu, I choose me.
get back in the ball, bitch.
Stop at you. I choose me.
I'm not gonna lie. You kept saying, I choose me. And all I heard was Kevin Samuels just from above looking down like, that's why these bitches are single. man, recipes, Kevin. I choose me just sounds like something a lot of the women who call into Kevin's show would say. But hold on, my bad. Some folks
I choose me.
You can say that too. Some folks would say, well, listen, you know, he pushed the guy, therefore, even before he ever pushed him. If you go behind the counter and you standing, bruv, to me, your life is forfeit to some degree. I would have been fine if he pulled out the knife, and the moment he saw any weird movement, stab him. Why? Let me tell you why. You can't just sit there and wait
Calm that shade down, Phrynos.
for someone to pull out whatever they got on them, or for someone to finish whatever they do before you defend yourself. You've already told me that you don't give a fuck about my safety and that you are trying to threaten me and come at me with violence. When you come around the counter and you hover it open, like you are so close, there's no way for me to defend myself efficiently before you get to do anything. And in a world with guns, knives, all kinds of crazy weapons, I can't afford to go second. Now, fortunately for the bodega owner, the man put his hands on him physically, but who knows what else he had on? Who else knows what he would have pulled out on him? Are you gonna wait to find
I'm
out?
not gonna sit there and wait.
It's crazy.
Oh, you'll be on the counter now? Let's see what you got.
Nah, no. To me, when I watch something like this happen, it blows my mind. Anybody's like, well, why do you have to stab him 7 times? Have you ever had adrenaline pumping through you when you are terrified for your life, right? And someone just put their hands on you and threaten to do more, and they're still going after you? You're not thinking like, all right, let me check on his. But you're not doing that. And I'm convinced that people who say that shit have never been in those kind of situations where you literally can't think. Everything's reflexes. You're breathing heavily. Your body's tense. It's insane. That's why sometimes people get blasted or get shot. And they won't even feel it until the adrenaline fades, and then they pass out because you're in such a state of shock. So me, I watch this. I'm like, this is clear-cut self-defense. Now this person has their life upside down. They're spending time in jail until they get bail. They have these charges looming over them. They got the news and everything all over them. It's like, bruv, I was just trying to do my work, do my job. This person came after me, and you're looking at me like I'm the criminal? How come you haven't arrested the woman either?
Fight on, sister.
Who took out a knife and also stabbed him? These people basically jumped this guy, and the woman gets to walk scot-free.
Over a bag of chips.
Bro, and the boyfriend. Like, imagine how much of a loser you have to be to die over a deadbeat woman who would let you do that shit over a bag of chips. Like, dudes will do the dumbest shit with me. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You didn't give her the bag of chips? You won't die for that?
For a bag of chips?
Good riddance. Good riddance. You won't die for that? You won't threaten somebody else for that? Get the fuck out of here, man. So,
Darwin word.
Bruh,
Evolution.
the fact that he got charged, like, this is what I'm saying, like, with crime on the rise and people being, like, justifiably in some places, like, worried about their own safety. We're doing all this stuff to take away people's weapons or anything that they might have, while people who are going to threaten you or are going to put you in danger have access to everything. It's like, thank God the man had a knife there. Thank God. Because you think a 61-year-old man's going to be able to beat a 31-year-old on most days? Probably not.
Probably not.
Anything else? No, I'm good. Let's see what you guys think in the comments.
No one is born white.
You see, like lower you down.
What are we doing? What?
Question for us this
The
evening.
choice is yours.
Can white people be saved?
What What is going on?
Let's talk about the sleep gap. Did you know that Black Americans do not sleep as well as white Americans do? The Center for Disease Control and Prevention conducted and published research in 2020 on sleep in the US. The results showed that 43.5% of Black or African Americans had trouble sleeping, compared with 30.7% of white respondents. Black and Latinx people in the US spend 15% of their night in deep sleep, which is the most restorative and regenerative phase of sleep, compared to 20% of white Americans. Poor sleep is a public health problem. Whether it's because of historical stress, maltreatment, or health inequities, Black Americans do not sleep enough. And poor sleep is a feedback loop, and the effects of poor sleep mean you're more likely to get bad sleep again. This sleep gap is worsened for people that are low income, disabled, or undocumented. Looking back to the enslavement of Black people in the US, fatigue has been used as a measure of control against Black people. This is why several campaigners and academics are pitching sleep as an act of resistance for the Black community. To rest, even to take naps, is an act of self-care, is an act of resistance. So this Black History Month, to any Black person watching this video, remember to rest.
The path of stars.
I had no idea where this is going. I had no idea. If these people didn't take themselves so seriously, they'd be the funniest motherfuckers.
You know the thing is, I was really listening to her.
I was too.
I was like, I was really listening to her, and I was like, and then curveball.
It's an act of resistance.
Curveball, act of resistance. Imagine you're on the job and people are like, yo, stop sleeping on the job. I'm resisting. No, bitch, you're fired. And you're talking. You talking to someone that used to sleep on the job when I was at Rogers? Yo, fuck that.
I mean, listen,
I couldn't sleep well, so my shit was all fucked up. My sleeping, I was stressed. I didn't like my job. I had a hard time to sleep, so I could fall asleep anyway. My pressure was fucking low and stuff like that. But yeah, why did you shoot him? Because he was resisting arrest? He was sleeping.
but I get what. You know what I think the problem is? I think these people, they have to use the most extreme language.
Oh, yes.
To describe, like, it's like,
yes.
We're going to stop lynching in America. And that's how we'll resist supremacy. I'm like, okay. Take a nap, but that's how we'll resist. I'm like, you put everything in the same fucking match.
I was listening.
Listen, there may be racial reasons why inequality exists, but the reality is people don't sleep well because they have multiple jobs or because they're hyper stressed because they don't make much money.
Sure.
I'm sure if you did the same study and just put people on based off income, Black people would probably be on par, if not very close, to white folks in that.
That are poor.
It'd be a class thing more than anything, right?
Yeah.
It just shows you like poverty is a bitch. When you're not making money, when you gotta work multiple things or odd jobs just to make ends meet, it fucks up your sleep cycle. And like what she said about sleep being a super detriment, I can speak to myself because for a long time I didn't sleep well. Both because of my medical condition, which overrepresents for people from where I'm from, but also just because of like trying to make ends meet as a gig economy worker. Like it was very hard to have a good sleep schedule. So one day you're going to bed at 4 a.m. The next day you're going to bed at 4 p.m. because you had a gig at 2 in the morning or whatever it might be. So it's hard to get good sleep. And when you know, look, I know what it's like to not get good sleep, and I know what's a good transition. The difference is night and day. The difference between sleeping and not sleeping, like for me, I was much more personable. I felt more present. I was much more aware. My memory was better. My performance was better. Everything just becomes substantially better. So it's a compounding issue where you're already poor and you're struggling, then you can't get sleep. So it's hard for you to get the leg up. Like, it's all real things. It's just a lot of these activist types that code everything in extreme language makes you turn off. It's like, in order to define white supremacy, we need you to take a nap. My brothers and sisters, straight from Zulu Nation, you need to get sleep to connect with the African spiritualness. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The first time I
it's
got
a nap, bitch.
Yeah, it's a nap.
Is it? But it's a nap.
But
Make sure you take a doo-doo, because holding it in makes you hold in all those negative emotions from the... Oh my, chill the fuck out. Tell people the shit. You don't need to link everything to the craziest widespread... Oh my, it's just... It's a lot. It's
for real, it makes me not listen to it.
Yes.
Telling me to go to sleep is not gonna make me go to sleep. That friend came to me and said, "Oh, well, you know what really works? You could take like a chamomile tea." And I was like, if that would solve my problem, it wouldn't be a problem. Okay? That's not an issue. Or you know what you could do for your problem sleeping? Sleep. That's not. Don't tell people that they need to sleep that go to sleep. That would have. Of course, the lack of sleep is a symptom to a bigger problem. Okay, they cannot sleep. Why they cannot sleep? Why? Telling them, well, you can't sleep, go sleep. That's gonna solve it. It's not gonna help it. Yo, Abba, are you free to film at 4? No, I gotta fight the power.
That's how we're always going to find sleep now.
Yeah, I'm fighting them. Yo, what you doing? Well, I went home and then I fought the power for 2 hours. that happened more Ernest to me. That's a good power fighting pillow right there. All fluffy and shit.
You do a lot.
Is that your mattress? No, it's a tool of resistance.
Keep practicing.
Hi. Quick reminder, we have a Discord. Join it. I'm in there.
The question for us this evening, can white people be saved?
What is going on? Oh, golly, what is going on today, bro? What's going on with your videos? No.
I just want to know. I just want to know if you're saving them white folks on the low.
Cause we just can't take it anymore.
No one is born white.
What are we doing? What?
Okay, what
are we listening to?
That's a funny bar. That's a funny bar. I suspect this is like a metaphorical thing. No one is born an oppressor, but I think he's just trying. He's being
first
he's
off,
being slammed with it.
No, but hold on.
He's slamming the metaphor.
Hold on. Put me on game. Who's this dude?
He's a professor at Yale.
That's a professor at Yale.
Apparently, Yale Div School. I don't know what that is.
Yale Dave School?
Div, D-I-V.
Do not tell children that. No one is born white. There is no white biology. But whiteness is real. Whiteness is a working, a forming toward a maturity that destroys. Whiteness is an invitation to a form of agency and a subjectivity that imagines life progressing toward what is in fact a diseased understanding of maturity, a maturity that invites us to evaluate the entire world by how far along it is toward this goal. Yes, I want to change the geography because that is the only way. That's the only way.
Where was I?
To remove us from this vision, this trajectory toward death. And most importantly, I want to save people.
That's a pastor. That's not.
Did you hear what he said?
No.
And most importantly, I want to save people from becoming white.
Wow! Wow! Yeah!
Wow! Yes. Mm-hmm. No more whites. 2024.
Wow!
Mm-hmm. No more tuna casserole.
We fucking all of them.
No more white supremacy.
Let me breathe.
I'm tired of resisting. I'm tired of sleeping. Yes.
I've got nothing.
I want to save you from being white.
I got nothing.
You got nothing?
I got nothing.
But the whites got everything.
Yes,
and I think you haven't made the connection. He's trying to save them from being white because he understands that isn't right. They was born into the oppression. They was born into the oppressor's role.
No, because nobody's born white.
No, they're not born white, but they're born into privilege. Keep the game. You have to understand, it's not a matter of skin, it's a matter of environment, cultural conditioning, and the future that we're gazing upon is whiter than a canvas. But it ain't blank. It's already been painted. Your shackles are there. You can't see them, but you can peep them. Let me see your arms. Let me see your arms. That's a fist. Shackles. Let me see your arms. Let me see your arms. Tattoos, shackles. He drew them on himself. This brother been lost, but it's okay. Because even though they may have been born that way, it's time for Lady Gaga to change your future.
She's white.
But she wasn't born this way.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Take all your shit. Get the fuck out! No! Unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Oh shit. Get the fuck out of here. Not unacceptable.
It's okay.
Unacceptable.
Nobody has to be born this way.
Unacceptable.
All right, so that's it for Abba Zaba Zulu King III. Making sure that all you heard the words that's coming out this hizzle. For shizzle, my nizzle? Whizzle. Anything you'd like to say more hizzle?
Absolutely not.
No hizzle.
No, no word, no bird.
No drizzle? Sprinkle a little bit of a fizzle right over the mic hizzle.
Are you good, E40?
You do a good E40, I'm not gonna lie. You do a good E40.
Sprinkle a little fizzle. A little fizzle dizzle. Tell me where to go.
All right, anyways.
Got some cheese, got some juice.
That's some silly ass goofy shit that we're saying up on stage.
I don't know. He said a whole lot of nothing. Yeah. He said a whole lot of nothing.
Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. Were you guys born white? No. Why did you guys choose to be white?
Tell me where to go. Jesus Christ, I grit, so shake him.
The attitude before was like, oh, you know, these are consenting adults. They can do whatever they want, whatever. No. But you're realizing a lot of these people have a parasocial relationship. They really want to be with these people. That's why the number one thing on OnlyFans is not the videos or the content. It's actually the messaging. They're talking to these women. And you're not even talking to her. You're talking to her assistant or something. Right? Just to feel a connection or something. I even spent an additional $30,000 more on you since we met because I thought we had something genuine real.
That's $90,000.
I will empty my bank account just to be with you. I will travel across the country just to randomly run into you again. Stop saying randomly. That's not randomly. I don't think you know what randomly means, Mike. This one comes straight from Ruby Rose.
What's going on?
She ended up meeting one of her best fans from her OnlyFans.
Cool.
So this is her and her fan. They did a little photo op. She's very happy.
That's Ruby Rose? That's a Ruby Rose, you know? Wiz Khalifa Ruby Rose?
No, you're thinking about the bald-head Amber Rose.
Amber Rose, my bad.
Ruby Rose is a rapper.
Oh, my bad.
Who also has
my
OnlyFans.
fault. I didn't know.
You know when the rappers are like, ooh, my pussy, my booty hole.
Yeah.
I bleach it every day because I gotta look so. This is the fan right here.
Man, that coochie up. Man, that coochie big.
Yeah, that coochie breathe. Spread them legs.
Bend that ass over. Let that coochie breathe.
Put me to bed. Call me boy. My little breathe. I don't want to be George Floyd. Okay. Hey, let me mess that. Okay. Anyways, so, and the reason why this went viral blew up. In 1 month, look how much you donated.
It is $63,321.70.
In 1 month, this man donated your salary.
Does he have the money for it?
He calls himself a crypto whale looking for a queen.
Sure.
It's none of my business. I don't.
That is wild. $63,000 donation is wild. He only been sub for a month. Let me ask you another question.
Go ahead.
What are the odds they met up by mistake? He says, I ran into my number one spender. Ran into?
God damn it, bro.
Number one spender? In a big city like Atlanta? Come on. ran into? He following her. He probably been like, yo, where you at, baby? I'm coming there.
Or she's posting a lot of where she's gonna be at, or she has a meeting, greet and stuff like that. She's a rapper. It's easy to run into her.
Yeah, so it wasn't no accident. They didn't run into each other.
No.
She's like, where you at? I'm coming.
It was just about
Yeah.
Oh, he came already.
Pause. Someone below posted,
Play.
yo, his meat every day.
Yeah, people gonna spend some cash on girls.
Hey, listen, I'm going $63. I at least need once an ass grab or something. There's no amount of content that's worth that much, so you know you got to be chatting.
You gotta be what?
You got to be chatting. They got to be typing. But it's probably not even her typing. It's probably her assistant typing.
As a business.
Like, you can do whatever you want with his money. It's his right. At what point do you just get diminishing returns, though? It's like, you know, past like 10K, like, because you get access to all the content for like $60 a month or whatever.
Yeah.
Then you get private chats for like 1,000.
No, that was
63 is like.
That is a corporate decision that he made of giving that money.
Okay, tell me.
There's some people that feel good about giving money. That's their thing. That's their way of feeling good about themselves. Ha! I gave. Look how much I can give. It feels good to give.
It feels good to give, but it only feels good to give if you get the recognition for giving it. So.
Not necessarily. Well, that's not true. Wait. Yes, I see what you're saying.
You need to be acknowledged.
I see what you're saying. And he's being acknowledged. He's being posted.
He's in that Ruby Rose story that went up $63,000.
Yeah.
Here's the update. On Tuesday, she took to Twitter to share some stuff that he sent. Look at the bottom. Read what it says at the bottom. What does it say? What does it say at the bottom? Read it.
You're gonna have to give me time. Number one spender.
Hey, big spender, spent 100,000 on me. And then she's like, well, here's some of the messages the guy's gonna send. 2 days ago. Why aren't you answering?
Point secured.
I thought we had a genuine connection. Yesterday. Ruby, why aren't you answering me? I've invested so much money into our relationship. I am in love with you. And that's 3 hours later. Why won't you love me? And then look, this is not Woody, bro.
I'm not gonna read that. It's a lie.
I will read it. Oh my, I got you. Yeah, I got you. He paid $100,000 for this. Somebody better see him and acknowledge him. Let it be me. Pause. I would do anything for you. I would fly anywhere to be with you. All that I can ever think of is you. There is not a single other person in this world as perfect as you are. You could be my queen. I could be your king. You could think about a song. You could be my everything.
I don't know, but this is not a song. This is real life. It's only cute in a song. Most R&B songs are super creepy. And then this is actually an R&B song. If you listen to R&B songs and shit like that, it's either creepy or like, yo, that shit is, you should.
Okay, think about excuse me this. I saw you from across the room. It's essentially a man who sees a woman from across the room and follows her through an underpass, through a basketball court, to her car, and then gets inside of the car with her. It's only not creepy because it's Chris Brown. But all you viewers watching at home, don't try it. You going to jail.
My girl, give the money back. At this point, for your safety, this man is tripping. I thought it was a relationship where the guy is like, yo, let me spend and this and that. That's not what it is. This man can't get it, and he's paying to get it, and he's expecting, and he has way more expectations.
Well, how do you know? You haven't even read the message.
I don't care. That long of a message? Why aren't you answering? I love you. We have a relationship. I don't need to read the paragraph to know that it's mental health.
Mental health?
Oh!
What, is the one paragraph? What if it's reasonable? What if it's like, we can start with coffee?
You couldn't even keep it a straight face. You tried though. I want you to go ahead. Read. Let's see if it's sensible.
I would give you anything you could ever wish for. We can even have a one-sided, open-end relation where you can do whatever you want. As long as I know at the end of the day you come home to me and you are only with me. I promise I will treat you better than anyone, Ruby. Hey, yo, hey, the red pill about to lose it on my board.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
I love you with all of my heart. Hold on, you know what? I know how to read this now. I love you with all of my heart. I've never felt this way about anyone. And
Infinite
I want
possibility.
to marry you. I want to have a family with you. I want to
anything
only
good
be
lately?
with you. I would quit everything, just give up everything just for you. I love you, Ruby. I only love you. I will give up everything. Please don't ignore me.
Seeds.
You are on my mind every day, thinking of how you smelled, thinking of how you smelled in the hotel lobby when I first saw you, thinking of your perfect smile. I was told I would be your #1
Try to
fan.
focus.
Everything about you makes me get butterflies. Why are you ignoring me after all the money that I given you to show you that I am only loyal to you? My life.
That's what I'm saying.
Giving someone money does not mean that you're loyal to them.
Give the money back. Restraining order. Stop. This
I
is
see
not
you actively posting on Instagram stories and you have not answered me once. You are making me very mad. Right afterwards. I'm sorry for getting mad at you. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have, but the love I have for you causes me to get very emotional, especially about you. I know we only met for 5 minutes and that you had to leave, but I had cherished it so much. You have become my sole purpose in life. Baby, please answer me, my queen. I want to marry you. I even spent an additional $30,000 more on you since we met because I thought we had something genuinely real.
That's 90,000.
I will empty my bank account just to be with you. I will travel across the country just to randomly run into you again. Stop saying randomly. That's not random. I don't think you know what randomly means, my guy.
If you.
Ooh.
I randomly love it.
Oh, what are the odds I'd randomly run into the woman I want to marry, spend the rest of my life with, and I've been sending 2 messages to her and $100,000
My guy.
total.
Stop.
Oh my gosh, this is so neat. This is a surprise. Will you marry me?
Put something down, Carlo, man.
Trying to channel his energy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it was a little aggressive.
Yeah, a bit.
But it's hard for me to get into character without doing it.
Okay, Meta.
Take me, please! I will send you 10 Bitcoin right now if you answer me. That is worth almost $400,000. All you have to do is respond to me with one word, Ruby. Please, I need your attention. Bitcoin is one of those investments I was talking to you about on OnlyFans when you asked me what I did to make so much money. I promise you it would be the best investment of your life. Oh, you changed it up. Kim, are you there? My message said you read them, but it could be a glitch. Like the last time when it said you read it for 4 days and you said you didn't. Trust me, the technology is not broken. It's just your brain. This man said, I love you more than I love Bitcoin. Do you have any thoughts? No. Yeah. Okay, but yesterday, the attitude before was like, oh, these are consenting adults, they can do whatever they want, whatever. But you're realizing that a lot of these people have a parasocial relationship. They really want to be with these people. That's why the #1 thing about OnlyFans is not the videos or the content, it's actually the messaging. They're talking to these women. There's that relationship. This is like a symptom of extreme loneliness or obsessive behavior that's really disgusting. I don't want to blame loneliness for this shit per se. But you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these dudes who are signed up for these services are genuinely lonely. Does that mean we have to start feeling bad or sad for them? Everyone's got to make their own choices. But it is, I think, a sad circumstance that you got to pay some Instagram bro who out here taking off her clothes or whatever, and you're not even talking to her, you're talking to her assistant or some shit, right? Just to feel a connection or something. We have become so terminally online that people would talk to someone who's not even that person they're talking to just to feel a bit of a connection. And they'll drain their savings, their bank accounts for this sort of stuff. Remember when Andrew Tate was talking about how he used to talk on behalf of his girls? And he would have these people selling their homes and he would take advantage of them? That's the reality for a lot of these people. There's a lot of victims on the other ends of these kinds of things. Not every one of them are victims is what I'm trying to say, but there is a sad demographic of people who are into this shit. And there's people who are proud.
Ain't no fucking way I'm killing Kronos if that's how long it took me to kill Cerberus.
That's sad. My man put in $100K just to get ignored. And she don't have any duty to respond to him.
She don't.
This dude is unhinged.
But for her and her safety, I'd give the money back and listen, we're not doing this.
I wouldn't. I would not give the money back. I would use the money to get security because I don't think giving him the money back is going to make him go away at all. In fact, if she did that, he's going to get more upset. How dare you? How could you? This is a gift for you. He would lose it. You're not going to be like, oh, you give me my money back? I'm moving on. There's no way. All right. Well, that's it for today's video. Let us know what you think in the comments.
90,000.
Service hall.
What other creature could get that much money out of a fan in like a single month for so little return? You might go to a club and you might see people like spend 10, 20 bands, whatever. Fine, okay. They blowing some girls back out. They going up to the VIP section and they probably getting some poom. My man got a picture. Oh, my man got a picture of public shout out. That's wild.
We don't know the rest. He probably just got a picture.
He just got a picture. And me, it's just the psyche of the dudes who would pay that for that, knowing damn well a lot of these dudes could get the highest end escorts in their city for actual real like one-on-one. So my question is this: when you get to the level of a weirdo like this, right? What compels you to spend money on the OnlyFans thing like that when you could be in public with the baddest broad at a restaurant?
You don't want to be
having oysters slurped down your throat.
You don't want to be in public.
Why is he in a picture with her in the public?
That's one thing. That's one thing, but you don't want to necessarily like. Or maybe he has maybe this fantasy about her, but that's the closest you can get access to her. Having a talk and having an impression. It's like, you know, this is the closest they can get. They can get any girl. He wants her. He wants her. You could get any girl. Any ex-worker, he could get that. He wants her. He wants to talk to her. He wants to see them pictures. Her. It's very niche. It's very personal. Very one-on-one. Yeah. The closest he can get is all this, and then he ran into her. We'll see what's going to happen. And maybe, oh yeah, I gave you a $53, whatever that last month. How much is it going to be to have a night with you, just the wine and dine? Oh, it's going to be $100 band. And he's going to fork out the money. And then she's going to get $100 band for that one night. And then he's going to try to escalate it maybe. She's going to say yes or no. It is going to be what it is going to be. We are in the era of niche. And people don't want anything. They want that thing. I don't want to see any Pokemon. The people that are using the OS and stuff like that, they don't want anything. They want that one. They saw that one. Ooh, I want that.
But
I gotta pay for that.
At 63K, you gotta at least get like a sniff of the feet. You gotta get something. No, a picture. That's like going to Disneyland and get a picture with the mascot. It's like, yo, you gotta sniff like the dinosaur butthole. You gotta do something for 63K. That's a lot of money. You gotta get something. I'm just saying.
Why are you trying to sniff dinosaur butthole in Disneyland?
But if I'm paying 63K, I want the experience of something. Like if somebody was gay, I'm 100% taking that money out of your bank account, and you're gonna see this dinosaur. Something gotta happen. Something gotta happen.
How much did I pay for that dinosaur?
For me to be able to sleep at night knowing that money left my bank account, something gotta happen.
I would be like, how much did I pay for that dinosaur? 63K?
Hey, let's make these
I'm
bitches.
putting my dick in there.
Yeah!
I'm putting my dick in there!
We making these bitches extinct again. Listen, this is the live for life for some people. I know the streamer Amaranth. She has people send her 20 bands cash, so she don't even gotta declare. They're sending her ammunition and different gifts. Like, I don't know. I don't understand these men. I don't get why they do it.
I don't have to.
But they exist.
They exist.
And there's women who are profitable.
Yo, I'll hold you by that. I'll hold you by that.
That's life on DC.
He's out of it. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm very nervous. I'm worried I'm white.
Today we're going to be taking a DNA test.
Finally, to find out if I'm 100% Puerto Rican.
No such thing as 100% Puerto Rican. Huh? What happened? There's no such thing as 100% Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican or Puerto Rico is just another bus stop in slavery land. If I take a DNA test, my DNA is not gonna say 100% Haiti. It's not.
I wonder if mine would say 100% like sub-Saharan Africa. Most of it, probably. What?
I'm looking at your DNA test.
What do you mean?
Your forehead.
Facts. No, I'm actually curious because, like, I think the difference between you and I is that you come from a slave colony, like, you know, originally your ancestors.
And you come from a fucking country that never been colonized.
Right, but there's also been a lot of trade with foreign countries.
Maybe once, like, for 10 years.
Right,
But
so,
still.
so the question would be, like, I wonder what that would look like. But I'm just not comfortable doing a DNA test because I don't want to give my DNA to these companies who apparently are allowed to resell them and do whatever they want with them. Because I think I remember hearing about the FBI using one of these things and gaining access to somebody's DNA through.
I really hope that I get full 100% Mexican, 100% Mexican. If I don't get 100% Mexican, I'm gonna be sad.
I'm from DR and Sri Lanka, so like there's some black in there, but my mom's last name is very white, so something weird probably happened there.
I hope that I'm Bad Bunny.
Imagine, I want to know like how much like indigenous I have. That's like the main thing. So first thing, let's open these. Spit into the funnel until the amount of liquid saliva reaches the. That's so much.
It depends for who.
Yeah, but generally we like it for DNA purposes.
Oh hell no!
To what one?
I don't know if I have that much in me.
Ready, set?
I like how she went. I'm classic.
You're not. You're still spitting, baby. You're still spitting on scan.
Yeah.
If you suck what you cover your mouth, you suck it.
Okay, that's it. So now we have to close this.
Now we're gonna ship it.
And we wait, I think, 3 to 5 weeks.
Imagine there's just some fucking creep somewhere out there be like. Like technically they only need a small amount of their DNA, but this guy's just like, all
We're gonna put this in
whore.
there and there and there. A bit for me. All right, next one.
If I was definitely some creepy dude who wanted to get like an OnlyFans girl saliva, I'd be like, hey, I work for a gene company. Just send us a tube of your, and I can get it for you for free. Don't you want to know where you're from? As soon as that shit gets you like exclusive OnlyFans content.
Okay, so it's been about 4 or 5 weeks. We finally got the results. I'm super scared, nervous. I'm excited.
Anxious. I don't know what I am. I'm having an identity crisis.
You're gonna be very European.
Yes.
You're gonna be very European.
Yeah, DNA test is gonna say white.
I'm very nervous. I'm worried I'm white.
You're worried you're white.
But it's just funny seeing people like terrified about the idea that they might have any percent.
Yeah, it's like you might be, if you're Asian, you might have Genghis Khan in you. Okay.
And also stupid, like, you know, do you think anybody come to me out here like, I'm terrified I might have some black people? Okay.
I mean, some people are terrified.
Yeah, but they can't say that shit publicly.
Oh my god, I'm 71.9% European.
Yeah, we can tell. Yeah, we can tell.
Spanish and Portuguese, 69.8.
Okay, so yeah.
0.3% Italian. No wonder I like pasta. Why is this like the most white DNA test?
Cause you're white.
What he said.
But bruh,
blank canvas.
What do you mean? How is it just so white?
Tuna casserole.
Bruh, you look
cottage cheese.
71%.
Feta cheese.
I mean,
all the white cheese.
I mean,
you look. If you literally took yourself and went to most places in Europe, they would think you're from there.
Ashkenazi Jewish, 0.8, 3.2% Congolese, and Southern East African. Let's go to the
No.
They're not claiming you. They got problems.
I'm honestly very surprised at the fact that I have more indigenous American blood than African blood.
Oh, I almost saw a number I don't like.
Which one?
44% European.
Okay, I can see it. I was expecting more.
46.9% East Asian Indigenous American.
Okay.
Okay. I got those native roots, you know, I'm very in touch. 1% Jewish. So what's up? We're in Mexico.
There you go.
It even tells you like what part of Mexico I'm from. That's wild. Nuevo León, Jalisco. Jalisco is known for like a little bit more white, a little bit like colored eyes, blonde hair. So that's super interesting. Chihuahua, you already know, baby. That's where I'm from. El Norte, El Paso, Texas. Shout out 915. 0.4% Italian. I think that's why I dress so well.
If you say so. Oh my god, I'm not white. Like at all. Oh my god. I'm mostly Central and South Asian. Southern Asian, 45%. We knew that. Southern Indian and Sri Lankan, 45.5%. Shocker. The other 36% is Sub-Saharan African. Are we surprised? No. Oh no. European. 10%. That is an amount I can allow.
Jesus, it's so
wild
cringe.
how these people do not want to be any percentage white, how it terrifies them. And I think because this is like a BuzzFeed knockoff pedal-like, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Because like these guys, their ideology is always about critiquing whiteness, and whiteness is always bad. That they would even shame themselves if they came to find out, or they would hate themselves a little bit more because they've been so busy hating white people for no good reason sometimes. This is corny. It's fine. That's your opinion.
Oh my god!
I am 88.7% European.
Yes. Your lips, European. Yes. Your hair, your skin tone, European. It's okay. It just is what it is.
It's cool. It's alright.
People look at my forehead, they're like 95% East African. I'm like, yeah, I won't be like, I look like it.
98.
Listen, you don't have to agree so aggressive. Okay, I already said it. No, not because I put myself in that box, and you're like, let me close the lid. I didn't ask for your help.
Maybe the lid needs to be shut. Like, calm down. It's like I'm agreeing with you. I never met someone so pissed that I agree with them.
Because I didn't ask you to agree.
Is that what it is?
Hold on. Because I think I don't look good, it doesn't mean that you need to go and say it.
I never said you don't look good. You don't. But I never said that. Why you big?
You're disrespectful, you know that? You're disrespectful. Yeah, you are. Yo, and I think you know you're disrespectful too.
Yo, pop that face on your voice.
Listen.
Calm down. Why you so bad?
Yo, listen, careful. You building up that bad karma.
Why you mad when I agree with you?
This is how hurricanes happen.
Oh my God!
It's a butterfly effect.
I just agree with you.
You do a bit of talking shit, and then all of a sudden, people back home gotta get blown away. Yeah, it is.
It's not.
It is.
Down.
It is. Stop being like.
Have you seen the comments? You really think that motherfuckers think you ugly? Have you seen the comments out there?
It don't matter what they think. It's how I think, and you agree with how I think, and that's unacceptable.
I can't agree with you.
No. What? Huh? Listen, all that matters is like
you make no sense.
I say critiquing myself. You don't have to just agree aggressively and fast. Like you didn't pause. You be like, I'm a gay warrior. Whoa!
I never said that. I said you are ugly, but I mean I never said that. I also said I never said that. And you have a big ass forehead.
See, this is why men are insecure, because we have friends like this in our life.
Friends.
85.4%.
So no Italian.
No Italian.
Interesting.
I'm gonna tell my mom about this. What's the first state in Mexico that pops up? Jalisco, Mexico. You got Mexico?
Yeah, Jalisco, Mexico, because you know that's a place where white people are. But you don't understand that you're white. But if it was white from Jalisco, then it's okay. But if it's white, then it's no okay. No bueno. If it's white European, no bueno. But if it's white Jalisco, a little bit of salsa in there, a little bit of spicy. So that's weird.
Okay, here's a report.
You don't want to pick you up on your team.
40.9% East Asian and Indigenous. I thought it was 70 or 80.
There's 4% less colonized.
Oh my God. Yo, throw your phone.
From Spanish and Portuguese, 27%.
Welcome to the team.
Northwestern European, British.
Class and elegance in your carries.
It is so funny that they hear English and they're like, oh, the elegance, the fucking.
It's white!
It's like
it's white with an accent.
These guys always talk about like racism and like colonized, but like you live engaging that behavior.
Yeah.
Or like when you think of elegant or sophisticated people, you think of British. First off, I've been to Britain. I've been to England.
God damn.
Okay, they're some of the raunchiest, nastiest, most dirty-minded people you could ever imagine in terms of their humor.
It's not because they have a queen that they thought sophisticated.
Listen, go see the motherfuckers. There is nothing sophisticated or classy about a lot of these people.
Oh, fuck off, man!
I'll spark you in your face, blood. Okay.
What? Okay. All of it has a little bit. I've never been to Canada, but I have like a bunch of departments that were connected to me. Well, we had a own department.
Not safer, too.
No, we had an ancestor from Lebanon. I don't see Lebanon here. So
Unfortunately, it's not just going that I intend to stay in as long as I'll
what's the price of it?
44% Europe. Like, you don't have to your team games, you know, to make other friends out there.
Sorry, God, I'm white. No offense to the white people, like, you guys are fine. I just don't. Like, just finding out I have anything in common with you disgusts me. But I'm not. No offense. No offense. No offense to all my black people. Just finding out I'm part black, like, it makes me really upset. Somebody just. No offense. There's nothing wrong with being you. You're beautiful. Come on. Listen to these people.
1% Jewish. I don't think you can claim that.
I mean, you just say you're Mexican, and I'm Puerto Rican. And that's it. Don't think about it too much.
Yeah, don't think about it too much because we don't like the results. So we just go pretend like it didn't happen. It's fine. It's a legacy of the past. It's our DNA. It is what it is. Accept it. Nobody will fault you for what your ancestors 100 years ago. Just move on. Fucking weirdos. Anything else? How upset would you be if you found out you're 10% European? I don't give a fuck. Me neither, bro. I'd be like, oh, interesting. And I do call on my date.
Why?
So when you have pressure kids out, when you're supposed to be impressed in demonetization, well, I got one message for you. A little update. You can tell by my smile I got some good news. You guys are one of your preachers. Preach got it. Like, I be at home just thinking, these people are fine. That's why he's not here. I called him before we did this video, and he's going to go with so. First off, gotta give a shout out to Ethan Klein about people contacting me. I was like, oh my god. Is that H3 my DM? Is he about to... Avenger! That shit was crazy. Like the enemy of my enemy.
Get wrecked.
Second credit goes to all the YouTubers who contacted me, alright? Who made videos about the topic.
Give me that fucking nightmare, bitch. 20 heat, let's go.
I think at the end of the day we want channels to exist and, you know, for the copyright business to be handled properly, so I appreciate the whole community. Fans, man, how did I put the fans third? Y'all should be number one. I'm sorry about that. You guys went crazy, a little too crazy. I know you guys love us, and I appreciate
For the
you.
underworld.
Okay? I'm not gonna say I love y'all, because that's a strong word, but I really appreciate you guys. But folks who go around contacting these people personally, saying all kinds of foul stuff, listen, critique them. If you want to dislike a video, that's fine. But don't say foul things. Don't contact advertisers. Don't do all that stuff because it's bad. And it doesn't matter what they end up doing to us. I do not support that. And I mean, I've said this 100 times before, and I'll say it again. Please don't. If you guys respect us, I want to be able to respect you, and I want you guys to engage in behavior that's respectable. Do not engage in the very kind of tactics that the people who would cancel us would engage in. Don't do that. Okay? So be better than that. And I'm sorry for any of the Jubilee staff who've actually been hurt by this or have been harassed or whatever. I don't wish that on you guys. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. No matter what happens to us with copyright strikes. The footage of me and Priest are going to see right now was before I had the call with Jubilee. So I go on the Jubilee website, and here it says, we make content you won't forget, and we've got the stats to prove it.
Lady Medea.
Over 3.5 billion views across all platforms. Over 4.5 million people are engaging with our content every week. And they have a video on their official YouTube, on their official website. Let's take a look.
There's a new Jubilee video apparently.
Watch a Jubilee.
Discussion today because today's going to be
Who's that? Who's that?
That's me. That's us.
That's me.
So
I feel like it must have been like, is this gonna get views? Yes. Is it also gonna provoke kind of interesting or funny conversation? Yes. I don't mind. I'm here to watch.
So while they're copyright striking people,
hold on. It's all the people reacting to their channel.
Do you understand?
Popping up and saying, there's a new Jubilee, there's a new Jubilee, there's a new Jubilee. So they're profiting of. They list all the people that are reacting, and we are contributing to those millions of views because we're redirecting to you.
They're using the fact that other people react to them to market themselves and to profit off. They're proud of this. They love it.
Bruh.
To all of a sudden then turn your back on that same community that you've used to market yourselves and say, no, you cannot do this. After you claim it's your mission statement, makes you look really slimy. So while you're using our image and likeness for your pitch deck to get more advertisers, to do more brand deals, you're also striking us down. We need to have a change in regards to how YouTube handles this stuff. I understand YouTube doesn't want to get in the middle of it because for them, they'd have to take on a legal battle with every company who wants to content ID things. But this system is crazy. Like things that do fall under fair use, these big companies who have these special tools that you don't have access to as a creator, can just copyright strike anything, and YouTube has to let it slide. Like there has to be some kind of different system in place.
I'm flabbergasted. I am flabbergasted, my friend. You're talking about thoughts. First and foremost, I'm not going to repeat everything that you said because you already said that.
I did get to speak to the CEO of Jubilee. I'm going to try my best to summarize the conversation and some of the things that me and the CEO of Jubilee talked about. And as somebody who does a lot of React content, who adds commentary, who transforms a lot of the work that we react to through jokes, parody, commentary, which I believe falls under fair use, and through a lot of case law would agree. There are other people who do reactionary content that would not fall into fair use, who literally sit there, play the video, and don't say anything. Now, that to me is theft, okay? I've always said this, even though I do this genre, I don't think everyone who does this genre is doing it correctly. Anyone who's doing bad forms of reactionary content, I'm okay with them being copyright struck if what they're doing is genuinely theft. Now, I talked to him about this. We had a disagreement on this point, and that's okay. That's a matter of opinion, but I don't think any of us wanted a protracted legal battle. So they said they were going to take away all the copyright claims, and I appreciate them for that. At the same time, the kind of content that Jubilee makes is expensive. They have to hire all kinds of people. They have to bring people in. They have to coordinate all the extras or all the contestants or all the participants. So they have to have a coordinator for that. They're paying those people. Set design, location, camera equipment, editing. They have to pay for a lot to produce this kind of content. Our content is more low budget because there's really not that much in the production value, so it's cheap. What does that mean? We can afford not to do too well in terms of views. Why? Because we're not having that much overhead, so we're still going to make a profit. For them, they have certain quotas, and when they're not, you have to figure out why. And one issue that they're running into, according to them, is a lot of people are just straight up stealing their content. And when it's, and to be fair to them, hundreds and hundreds of channels react to Jubilee. Hundreds, way more than the React does. And if all these people are just pilfering their views or misusing their content or making it low budget or whatever it might be, it hurts their brand. So I could understand them wanting to protect their company, wanting to protect their product, and hiring a group to be able to take this massive amount of people. Unfortunately, I think the mistake that they made is how they went about this. And I think they agreed with that. They said, you know, we changed our stance, which he admitted, and the way we did this was incorrect. But he also had the grace to say, I admit this mistake, and we want to fix it, and we want to find solutions to make our company be protected. And it's something I support. Because even though I do reaction stuff, I wish YouTube had implemented a revenue system where, you know, every time I react to a video, they should get 10% of whatever I make. I'm okay with that because I think it's fair. Unfortunately, I just can't set that up because YouTube doesn't have that built into the system. If they did, I think we could find ways to make it work for everyone, because at the end of the day, the better Jubilee does, the better we do, because they make more content, we make more content, and then you guys get different varieties of things that will benefit you, the audience. But when it's not financially possible for them to do so because of these issues, then I can understand their frustration. All this to say, I understand why they did what they did. I don't think they did one about it the right way. And I think they would agree, but I do think they're trying to get to a good place, and that's something I support. So with that in mind, I've told them that I'm willing to help out whatever I can do. I'm willing to do it. So there is a good ending to this. Our channel won't be going anywhere. Was I going to retain some legal cancel? You damn right. I was about to burn through my savings, nigga. Again! I would have burned through all that. I don't care. I'm stubborn. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Every time I would have fucking pulled money out of my ATM. Again! You fucking idiots! My financial advisor said, again! I would have I don't care. But thankfully, everything's gonna go well. I tell you, I don't even know why I make money. I just save it so I could blow it on something stupid like a legal battle. But there won't be any of that. Who knows? We might end up on a Jubilee video soon. Could you imagine me confronting the hate. And I'm like, I wouldn't mind. I'll talk to some of the directors. Be like, yo, you guys got criticisms for me? Y'all say I'm mean? You can tell me why. Yeah, I'm glad this had a good one. And I want to make YouTube a space that's safe for all the people who create content, for all the people who react. But understand there are a lot of bad actors, and it's tough to navigate. YouTube doesn't always make it easy. So if we can work together, a little bit more direct communications. Like, I'm a really open person. If you guys got an issue with me or how we run our channel, contact me, email me. I promise I'll get back to you really promptly. Because at the end of the day, I want to make sure you guys are protected. But that's it. So everything's fine, guys. We're gonna go back to our regular programming. Who knows? Maybe some new brand new stuff that might be exciting. Okay. But yeah, we'll figure this out. Cheers. You guys are wondering how we sorted this out, how we fixed everything. Bro, I just had to get with one of the homies and show him some of that camaraderie. You feel me? Had to get him underneath some sheets and then give him some dough, let him know what it is. It's called negotiations. You understand? It's called leverage. Leverage with his dick, you feel me? That ain't gay. That's boys being boys. You wouldn't understand it. Because you ain't never had one of the homies come through and feel underneath the pants and make sure your junk is still in your trunk. You feel me? That's right. Making sure your soldiers at attention. That's my job. I gotta get you in line, baby. That ain't gay. Boys being boys. Now listen here, since we not getting demonetized, I mean I'm about to make all this money, so I gotta get some sugar babies pregnant. You feel me? Yeah. Busting in the sugar walls raw. Yeah.
Took 6 of us to bring the
about to go to Miami, find me a good one. Today's topic.
I don't wanna.
You know it's gonna be good.
Bruv, I don't wanna.
Do you feel like it's good to be like forthright about what you're looking for?
Absolutely. Why waste your time with this, like, well, maybe like he'll change or it'll work. Because if he's a Scorpio and you don't want a Scorpio, it's like, why waste your time? Get a Libra. Like, oh my God, Libras are, I mean, Capricorns are fine too. Okay, wait. Oh, here we go.
Oh!
Ready?
Bro! Oh no, I need a moment.
Sounds like you're doing a big ass dukes.
No, that was shit that you did to me.
Alright, let's go. Let's do this.
Yo, why am I dizzy? I got low blood pressure. I think I'm not well, bro.
Alright, here we go.
I can't do it.
Hey! Photo bomber? No, go back. Ready? You guys, this is my makeup from yesterday. We'll just do it.
I just want to show up to a sexual experience. The girl's taking off my pants. Like, these are my underwear from last week.
All right, anyone who doesn't want to go on a date with Angie, 3, 2, 1.
As soon as she said the Scorpio stuff, I would have walked out immediately.
Like, if you're a Scorpio, like, I'm not even into astrology either.
No! Okay? No! You can't be saying I'm not aiming into astrology and then X people upon astrology. Okay? No!
I don't even really believe in religion, but if you don't believe in my God, we can't date.
Nah, I'm pissed. You got me f***ed up. You know what's the white version of You Got Me Fucked Up? Newsflash!
This person's definitely gonna end up either alone at the end of this or with like one person at most. There's no way. There's just no way someone this detestable is gonna get some.
I definitely do need to date somebody who's like down for vegan food once in a while. All the time. Mostly vegan, if possible. Oh my God. Donuts are vegan, too.
They're like, are you starting with horoscopes and then veganism? Like,
I'll dip now. This is like 2 strikes. I'm not gonna wait till the 3rd one to be disappointed. I'm dipping. That's what it was.
Freaky. Guaranteed. Anybody who does this amount of dumb stuff, talking about horoscopes and
Oh,
stuff.
man, she does it.
Anal.
Fabet.
I mean, I really do appreciate adventurous, just because I'm obviously an adventurous person. If someone's down to have sex in the park, I'm like all about it.
Anal.
Congratulations, they got chlamydia.
Or not in the park, because there's kids there.
Go for it. See you soon. It's over.
Okay,
The beach thing?
That's nasty.
The beach thing is not nice.
Like, I don't think she's ever done, because if you have, you know you get sand in your coochie. You thought it was perfection, girl, it's just a yeast infection.
And roses really smell like boo, boo, boo. And I get yeast infection is common. Ladies, wear cotton panties. But asking for it? Like, this girl for sure wipes back to front. For sure. Sand in your coochie.
That sounds like a good song.
Sand on your coochie. Sand on your coochie. Sand in your coochie. Sand in your coochie. Water in your ears. Water in your ears. Water. Sand on your coochie. Sand in your coochie.
Wait, do we swipe on our phones? Is that what we're doing? It's so fast. You. It's your thumb? Okay, you can stay.
Crazy fingers. Or she likes to tell me
Anal.
Fabet.
Pain is on.
Alright, Fabet.
You know, I really do love brown eyes. Like, I'm gonna start there. We'll say brown hair. Black hair.
So they have to have brown or black hair.
Oh. Wow. This counts. This doesn't count. I think so.
All right, are we unclear about brown eyes and brown hair and black hair counts, right?
Oh yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah.
I need both.
Brown eyes, black and brown hair.
I was like, I don't have to.
I like how the guys who had dark hair just didn't come back. They're like, nah, we don't want to go. Oh, it's around religion. Ooh, what's this one?
Yeah, I'd prefer somebody who is not religious.
That's because
your horoscope is your religion. Dumb. A word that you said before, you fucking goober.
Yeah, no.
You can just say you're not into religious people. I don't know why you have to phrase it like a total jackass.
Yeah, but she's been phrasing her shit like a total jackass.
I'm down for like, you know, when we're like senior citizens to be like domestic partners. But I do want a house with a backyard to grow some strawberries. That's all.
Aren't you glad you've been with your girl for 21 years?
Yo. This is what you deal with?
No, I know how to avoid these kind of bronze.
Is this what's out there? Is it what's sliding in your DMs? Man, come and give me a hug.
Come forward. What can we do for the wretched souls? What we can achieve?
Yup. Roll away. Hey.
I guarantee you a lot of these guys probably don't even want kids or they don't care about it, but they didn't even want to make the effort to try and hit it. They just like, please get me away from this, bro. That's how detestable she is.
And that's that. Those were all my questions.
That's that.
He looks like the unhappiest winner of all time. He's like, yay.
Let's go have some. That's it. I mean, this was really weird. It was interesting. We're in 2018. It feels like we're definitely going places.
Mais qu'est-ce que t'as dit? Qu'est-ce que t'as dit? Qu'est-ce que t'as dit? C'est quoi que t'as dit? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? C'est quoi le rapport? Yeah, I didn't speak a word in English. Most of you didn't understand. That's exactly how I feel about what you just said. Qu'est-ce que t'as dit? T'as rien dit, là. T'as rien dit. T'as ouvert ta gueule, t'as rien dit. T'as battu ta gueule, t'as rien dit. Waste of time. Definitely going places. No! 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 No!
I just think, like, I know what I want, and if somebody knows what they want,
My silk.
why not say it to manifest it, you know? Like, people have said it straight to my face before, and, like, that feels right. I don't know. Like, you're too young, and it's like, okay, cool, I have no control over that. Or, like, you smoke too much weed, it's like, well, I have control over that, but fuck you, I'm gonna change. So,
Yes.
why waste time, you know?
Here's what dating has taught me over the years. Don't be so constricted in your view of what your partner has to be like. Because as you experience different things, you're going to understand why you like the things that you like, and you're going to learn about things that you didn't even know you liked. I think also one thing we have to acknowledge is that the kind of women who would volunteer to do this kind of show probably aren't the brightest.
Yo, dating's whack, G. It's better now, but I mean, it's whack.
What's whack?
It's all of that. You have to go through all of that, man.
It's not that bad. Honestly, dating, like, you know, you only end up with women like that if you don't filter them out.
How the fuck am I? If ever, like, me and my girl not together anymore, you know, knock somewhere, I'm gonna be lost.
No.
Yeah.
No, because you know how to
come in
keep those
handy.
kind of people away from you. It's not that different. It's like I know how to avoid people I know I don't want to.
Farewell, Erebus.
Because of the fact that through dating and through experiencing these different types of people, I've kind of seen different tales. Does that make sense?
That's what you're saying.
Right? Like I've experienced it, therefore now I know how to avoid it. I want to watch this. Now you guys got to suffer like we did. Tell us what you guys thought about the video. Would you date her? Please leave the circle now if you would not date her. And I just hope that a whole bunch of people just leave.
Leave their sister, just get up and leave. Motherfuckers at work is like, Jerry, what are you doing? I can't date this chick. And he just leaves his dick.
At any rate, that's what you guys think. Peace. Sitting in your coochie, laying on the beach. I thought it was perfection, girl. It's just so
Must have been my
easy.
chaos spoon just then.
When we saw the scene of the two at the wedding, you said that you could not kiss her.
Yes.
Have you guys ever kissed before that?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
You intimate before that?
Yes.
You have. Okay, so you kind of consummated the relationship.
A little context. Basically, this is a clip from 90 Day Fiancé. Essentially, the woman is an American. She met this guy online. I believe he's from Tunisia. They get married. He comes over and they start having some pots. He's in the process of getting his green card set up for the marriage contract.
Was there any intimacy after the wedding at all?
After the wedding?
Yes.
There was, but we started facing a problem.
What is the problem?
I don't want to say, like, this is very private. Instead of taking care of that problem, she was, like, fighting with me over it.
Olympus,
This
I
is something
accept this
that
message.
no man in the world can accept that. And then she was like, sitting on the floor, crying, screaming in front of her teenagers. I want my sex tonight. If you don't give me my sex tonight, I will call the immigration. I will get you deported.
I've heard that.
Are you serious?
Are
you serious?
I've heard that before. Being embarrassed. I in Montreal, there's a lot of Cuban, like there's Cuban band dancing,
Let that be
like
a lesson.
going on and stuff like that. Right. So when you get these gentlemen here, they wanna be with their people. That's normal.
The Cubans want to be with the Cubans.
Yeah, because they want to, they want to represent. That's just normal.
Right, because they left Cuba to go to Montreal to be with the ladies.
So you want to hear your music and stuff like that. Reminisce. So in the bars, where there's special Cuban lights and stuff like that, too many women talking about being not happy with a certain situation, and when the guy comes back, threaten the guy to, I'm gonna call him the grave.
Give me an example.
What?
Conversation like you might have.
Oh, okay. You're just gonna act like that. You're just gonna act like it and be like that everywhere. Like if I tell you to come there, you're like you with me. You don't dance with other people. Once you want me to call immigration on you, you have to respect me. Like I'm the one that brought you here, and I'm in charge of your papers. So you have to. I've heard
Stick
that
to the C's next time.
way too many times through the course of me going out in clubs.
No.
We always talk about there's power dynamics with a manager and an employee. How is this any different? In fact, here the consequences aren't just you're going to lose whatever job opportunity. The consequences are you're going to be sent back to a living situation that's way worse than what you are right now. As far as I'm concerned, women like this are monsters.
It's not just Cuba, it's the Dominican Republic, all those little islands where there's tourism, and I'm pretty sure it's the opposite as well for other countries. It's not a physical leash, it's a mental leash that you have.
It's an institutional leash
that they have.
I have institutional power to have you removed from this country and remove any opportunities that you have.
I've heard that.
That's brutal. That's brutal. So when I'm watching this clip and I see it, I'm like, how are the comments?
But we don't know if it's real. We don't know.
What do you mean?
I haven't watched it, so I don't know what.
No, this guy's done live. This is a real show.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's a real show. Nah,
it's a real show.
What's her rebuttal? Oh, is he lying? Is he not lying? What's going on? So that's just what he said. That's his side of the story. So inside the story is that I want to see the rest.
Danielle, can you tell us what he's talking about? He has told people that I smell and I'm done now.
Maybe culturally speaking, he doesn't know about.
No, that's cute.
No, it's not.
Want me to pull up for you?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll put up myself. But it's not. There is elements in that is in there.
There's other stuff in there, but there's.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No. It's not just elements of it. There is in there.
Yeah,
it's mixed with us.
That is exactly what the I said.
No, you said there's elements of.
There is elements in that is in there.
If I give you water.
Yeah.
Okay. And I put in the water.
Yeah.
Just because it's mixed doesn't mean it's not pee in there.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay. So you got pee on. If I put pee in there and I throw it in your face, are you gonna tell me it's not my nigga?
No, I'm gonna punch you in your face.
Exactly.
You did that because you're not a woman.
So a woman does that. She throws it in your face. It's not pee.
It depends.
It's me.
Don't keep shaming me.
No.
I see. I move.
Hey, listen. I'm not mad if people are into it, but let's be honest about what it is. And it is what it is. It's okay, but it is.
There's pee in it, but it's not just that.
Sure, but it's a huge quantity of it. So you got pee on. Let's be real. Sure, if you're okay with it, you're okay with it. I'm not judging people, but I hate when people say it's not. No, boo-boo. There's a huge amount of it. Yeah, chicken curry. It's not chicken. Yeah, it's
elements of curry.
It's chicken though. The whole smell thing.
No! The boom boom is like a man. It could be small.
I'm telling you this from first hand. Having your finger. Finger is not when you know it's not bad. You know it's bad when you're far away and you can smell it. Like I've had little experiences where I was getting from the back and I beat the back so bad because it was so smelly. Beat back so the fumes wouldn't touch me. Bro, I've never was one drum. Great personality. Okay. Great work.
All right.
Get to bed.
Boom.
Very enthusiastic.
Yes.
She gets.
God bless.
I take a
Here
whiff.
goes.
Okay.
And now,
lean back.
Deuces.
Oh, wow.
Immediately.
I bid you shine for me again
If I'm
tonight.
just starting to see you, I'm out.
A great
If we're in a
night,
relationship
Sky.
and it develops, then we have that conversation.
Now.
Right. Do you tell the person that pum pum People have to pull my tingle your nose, you hear? If you're a girl, you have to say to the man, yo, you need to wash your thing.
I'll tell you what, the reason why I don't tell people is a selfish reason. Like, I can make it sound like it's about them, but the reality is, I don't like the feeling of having to tell someone something bad about themselves that they're not aware of. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's like incredibly toxic in terms of their behavior towards other people. It's how they keep their hygiene. I just, to me, I don't feel comfortable imposing myself on someone I don't know that well. You dig what I'm saying? It doesn't make me feel good.
Yeah.
So I just bounce out like, that's someone else's responsibility, not mine. Is it fair? No. Is it the best thing? I'll be honest, it's not. But I'm not. That being said, I would tell you if I was dating somebody and they had a really bad smell and really not take care of it, I would talk to them because 100%. For me to do. If I'm in a marriage with one woman and she refuses, and it's, I'm not talking about it small, I'm talking about heavy harsh.
But you're not supposed to tell women how they should feel about their feet. It's not for you to say that, Abba.
Okay, this person here, she has something that I don't like. I actually,
You know what? I don't even want to know.
No. You asked. You wanted to know.
Yeah, you open
can't backtrack now. You open that can. Take the woman. Hey, no.
I want you guys also to perceive something that's super important in this conversation. When the man was asked what was the problem, he said, I don't want to say anything. It's very fine. She was the one who volunteered that information, right? He was very proud and respectful about it. Even though he had a problem, he's like, I'm not going to air it out to the world. She aired it. And there's another video of her where she does pregnant music. And the reason why I wanted to watch this and bring this up is that imagine if you reverse these genders. Wouldn't you look at the man as a predator for taking advantage of a woman in distress? How is this any different?
How? If you're a future, we don't do it with that. It's the same thing. But we're equal. So, yeah, men do it, women do it, it's garbage. Don't forget that.
That's a huge problem.
It is a problem.
If I saw a boss being like, you want to stay at this job, you have to do this for me. This is no different.
Bang, yo, j'ai vu ça beaucoup trop souvent.
Yeah, you saw that.
I'm not even working at the bar, bro. I told her to get my movie on. The salsa, you know what I mean? Hey, it's Corona. You know what I mean? I'm not here to have some fun.
But you also have to consider the kind of person that would go to a foreign country to try to meet someone and reveal a relationship. Probably is already operating under the idea that they're going to have power over them. They're probably desperate. They're not good at building relationships. They're going over there to find love. To me, that's already very suspect to begin with.
It is suspect.
Right? It's already a bad basis. And now you have this person back here. You know you have control over it. It's hard to not want to exert that. Because you've already tried to force control over it by going to a country where people pay for it most of the time. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's just...
When I see that happen, I'm pretty sure everybody, like a lot of people, whenever they see someone go get a boyfriend, and you're like, okay, they really go, I'm really happy for you. But in the back of the mind, like, oh, this could be problematic. It can be.
And there's a whole bunch of other couples like this where the woman threatens the man with deportation. A whole bunch.
Yeah, I've seen men do it. I've seen women do it. It's just that men are not necessarily going to do it out of the open.
Why?
It really looks bad because, you know, you can't go like, well, you're going to do what? You're going to be called right away. The men don't do it openly because they know it's not going to pass. If a man does it openly, it's like, yeah, whatever. But I've seen a lot of girls do it like openly. I've seen that.
So anyways, I just want to bring this up to you guys for today, but we want to hear your thoughts. What do you guys think about this idea? Is this predatory? Am I imagining stuff? We want to hear your thoughts. And that's it.
So you into Dragon Ball?
Oh, you into Dragon Balls? I got something for you.
A little bit.
I go cool like Vegeta.
Slurp this drain.
Like every time I watch him, I feel like I need to take a shower. What is it? Today's topic, this is a video submitted by a viewer, so we're gonna check it out.
These are their stories.
Are you familiar with any of these rappers?
Not so much. I heard the name, but ugh.
These guys look goofy.
Yeah.
And this coming from me.
You know what he looks like?
What?
Okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
No. Hi.
Okay. Okay. Oh, he nasty.
He's crumsty.
Yeah.
Crumsty is not a word, but the wonderful thing about the English language is that if you make up words, the word sounds like what you see.
Yeah.
People are gonna understand.
Yeah.
He's crumsty.
Yeah, this is the type of dude like he catch you coming off the gym and he's like, "Girl, let's do it right now." He'd be like, "No, I need to go to the shower." He's like, "Nah, eat your ass right now.
I want to see how much you work. I want to taste how much you work.
I want to taste the musk.
I want to taste how much you work.
I like it when it's musty down there."
What's happening?
How old is this cat? 12? Hey girl, how about some Scooby snacks?
What's up?
Damn, you want to share the Lunchables?
He looks like a kid at a new school, first recess, and he doesn't have any friends. You know what I'm talking about? You know that I'm at a new school look?
Okay, he's 20.
He's 20?
He's 20.
Man, his demeanor is looking like he's 13.
12.
This looks illegal.
Young bust niggas. That's what YBN stands for. Young bust niggas.
Hey, I'm a relationship expert.
Right.
My name's Lee Chang Chang. I'm a relationship expert.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
His name's Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi's funeral.
Yo, millennial rappers got the worst name. This guy looks like a gender-neutral version of Sideshow Bob. I like it, though. Is that love tatted on his face?
Yeah.
Corny nigga.
Any
I like big girls, you know?
You said what?
I'm gonna come clean. I like my belly rubbed.
I like my belly rubbed.
That's exactly what the he said. Tonight, we feast, but first, bring me the oars.
It's so great. I like my belly rubbed.
Yo, he's a hood version of Jabba the Hutt.
Yes. Yes.
Nah, I mean, I don't. Nah, I'm cool. I'm cool. I don't. Like, if you want my attention, just show me a fat ass pig. I mean, in a pretty face to match with it, and I'm gone.
yeah, like
I like it.
That's my dude. That's my dude. That's my dude. Straight shooter. Straight shooter. But I would. What you mean? What I like? I like head. You in? You in? Yeah, let's go. This guy's a straight shooter.
I'm mad. That's funny.
So, what you like to do is if you take the girl on a date.
I don't really take no. Damn, I'm trying to figure out.
Man, I can't take any rapper seriously when they got braces. I don't know what it is, but there's something about braces that just screams, I got something stuck in my teeth, and it grosses me out.
I think I'm finished.
But
yeah.
you know what? He's successful, so good for him.
Do you get a lot of
Yeah, I feel like I get like more than like anything.
Hell yeah.
Yeah?
That's mandatory. Hell yeah. All type of girls.
Y'all know how I feel about lewds. I don't like it. Girls, when they hint that they want to send me, I'm like, don't bother.
You don't like when the girls send you them flat back?
I don't like it because I don't like it. And when I know they're going to send it, I tell them not to because I'm going to be I know they're going to be disappointed with my reaction. So I tell them not to send it so we don't have to go there. I don't like it because I'm like, pictures don't do nothing for me. They don't heighten, they don't get me excited. And I'd rather just smash. So I'm like, I'll just wait till I see. That's all I like. But what if you're long distance? I don't do long distance.
That was a message.
How good are you with your tongue?
My turn?
Yes.
Oh wow, you nasty.
Yo. You know what I was about to say? I was about to say this. To all the motherfuckers that called me gay, I understand. Wow. You nasty. I get it. I get it. I'm not mad. Like, he's probably not. But
that was suspect?
That was sauce.
So are you single?
Like a dollar bill.
Yes. That's nice.
You know what he reminds me of? Every evil baron in like the Lord of the Rings movie. You know, the fat gluttonous guys. I'm like, why are you passing through these lands? Ah! That's what he makes me think of.
Are you single? Like a dollar bill.
Are you?
Yes.
That's fire.
Are you? Yes.
Okay. You would think niggas that rap about like broads all the time would know how to act around a woman.
They don't. When I go out of clubs and I see people that listen to that and emulate that,
yeah,
and I listen to how they talk to ladies, they don't know.
They don't know what they're doing.
They don't know what they're doing. Or they be staring hella awkward. I'm off expecting something to happen.
You know which
Like
niggas do know? R&B niggas.
Shocking every time.
Yeah, but they're dead.
True.
Actually, no. They evolved to this.
Just because like no girls caught my attention, yeah, I feel like it takes a lot for me to invest myself into a girl. And this is the Wi-Fi needs to just be by himself. And
Did he speak about him at a third person? The Wi-Fi? The Wi-Fi is something I connect myself to with my phone, not with you emotionally. Your Wi-Fi's on one bar. Calm down.
Just focus on his career and make all the money in the world.
Do you have a girlfriend?
This guy just in his bed like 3 times.
Huh? Is that even possible? Huh?
Do you have a girlfriend? Are you single?
I don't know.
You're not single?
Something like that.
Like this guy never spoke to a girl. It's like the first time he held a girl's hand.
It made me think of those anime laughs where they're like, so where are you going right now? You're like,
are you single? Yatta! That had more drive than whatever he did.
You're not sure about it?
Yeah, I'm single.
You're single?
Yeah.
He tried to get his composure back, try to look cool for her.
No,
it's too late, bro.
Too late.
So do you masturbate? Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, I get my fake off.
Any crazy stories?
Show me the way.
Damn.
Sounds like you do.
I don't.
Why are you here? And what do you want? What is your purpose here? Like, that's why I would ask. Like, okay, but what do you want? What's all this?
I mean, I'm sure they signed up.
Of course they did, but they act like they don't.
Yeah.
You don't? I don't believe you.
I don't got no interesting stories at the studio. I'm not some BJ addict, but...
Listen, if anyone starts their sentence with this, listen, I'm not saying this is my fetish, but it's your thing.
It's your kink.
It's your thing.
It's your kink.
And it's okay, but let's not lie. I'm just not saying it's a fetish for something, but you know, on occasion, every week.
I'm not saying I'm a booty aficionado.
Every other day, you know what I'm saying?
You know I dabble.
You know, listen, if there's booty I eat, I work on cars. I clean them rims.
Everywhere where I could have one, I got one.
He said, I'm not an addict, but anywhere I could get some, I have some.
Car, done. Parking lot, done. Shed, done.
Gross.
Living room, done. Bathroom, done.
Yeah.
Rest area, done. Roy Rogers, done.
No, I actually haven't had any stories in the studio yet. That's something I haven't experienced in life yet, honestly.
Can you be honest with me?
Facts, I only be learning 1,000.
Any nigga that says facts is definitely capable of lying. Facts. I don't be lying.
Facts.
Except when I'm lying.
Do you remember the last time when you had a whiskey week?
What is a whiskey?
You don't know? Well, it's when you're too drunk and you can get hurt. Have you ever had it?
That's crazy because honestly, I don't drink.
You don't drink?
I don't drink at all.
Oh, wow.
Every girl can get every inch of this bone and loving you, dude.
Does the female inspire you?
Real women inspire me, like strong women like my mother and, you know, Maya Angelou and shit like that. But as far as chicken heads...
Oh boy.
Or chicken heads.
I ain't mad at him.
This guy's the one I like the most out of everybody.
What is your type?
Skinny, brunette, Russians.
He just looks like there's a sound effect that's made every time his armpit separates from his arm. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Those niggas that's so slimy. There's something really gross about him.
So you're into Dragon Ball?
Oh, you into Dragon Balls? I got something for you.
A little bit.
I go cool like Vegeta.
Slurp his drain.
Like every time I watch him, I feel like I need to take a shower. What is it?
So, are you paying for this?
Oh yeah, I'll pay for it.
Yeah.
My shit.
Are you paying for this?
Yeah, of course. You know, when you're around me, no worries.
Oh, definitely. You know, I got this. Come on.
Thank you.
It was nice talking to you. You're amazing.
So thank you for your time. And Bezir, are you paying for this?
Yeah, I got it. Don't even trip.
Thank you.
I got it.
Is that the bill, like how much it is, or is that the number they gonna call for us to go pick up our food? This ain't even no Cabernet. Hey, bro, tell me something.
It's good wine.
What's it called?
Don't worry, I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
Oh, shit, the best. Damn, I'm making selfies on it. Hey, never mind, she got it.
Huh? Are you paying for it?
How much it cost? No.
No? You're not paying?
The way my life's set up right now?
Okay.
The way my life's set up right now. Oh man. That's funny.
I don't even know what the point of that was.
I don't know either. Whatever rappers portray, don't necessarily believe, because that was hilariously awkward to watch. That was awkward. They did not know how to talk to girls.
No, they don't.
That's why they became rappers, though.
Yes.
To get girls.
Chances are.
Yeah, so they just use their stats. So I'm mad at them. But this is fun. Shout out to my homeboy that was wearing the face mask. He was respecting social distancing rules before they were in place. So I like that. Otherwise, that's pretty much all my thoughts. I didn't really have no thoughts. Anything else? But you know what it made me also realize? How little I know about a lot of these new rappers.
Well, a lot of them are going to be one.
Yeah, seems like it. Yeah. All right, well, that's it for today's video. Tell us what you guys saw in the comments below. We want to hear your opinions. That's it. Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN.
An all-boys netball team is allowed to compete against an all-girls team for the state title. Now, the all-boys team wins every match, running up huge score lines, including a 30-goal victory in the grand final. All the while, parents watch on. They're angry, but they're powerless from the sidelines. Now, it all sounds like a fiction, doesn't it? A Hollywood movie. That's exactly what happened at the Queensland Netball Titles earlier this week, where the all-male Queensland Suns blitzed their all-female competitors to be crowned the Queensland Under-18 state champions. Man, who in their right mind thought this was okay?
What I'd like to say is that when Netball Australia says this is all about inclusion, who's being included here? Because it's certainly not the women and girls.
Everybody's being included. Who's playing? Boys and girls. We're included. Doesn't mean you're going to win, but you're included. Isn't that what we wanted?
But here's the thing. Sports isn't about winning. It's about participation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you participated.
So
you participated in the L. That's what they did. Participate in the big ol' L.
Yeah.
You know what happened?
Big ol' L.
They changed the rules to allow males to be able to play with the women, and this team were just picking men. Steamrolled everybody in their first year.
Yeah.
Sorry if I'm enjoying this too much.
Oh yeah, you.
It's just something about equal opportunity. Yeah.
They're being excluded. They're being expected to yet again sacrifice their sports to make sure that men and boys feel included. No, when we watch women's sports, we want to see the best women and girls that the world has to offer. We don't want to see men and boys taking up space on the netball court.
No. You can't look this happy dominating women. No.
We got them bitches.
That's too happy. I thought dunking was the best sensation, but dunking on women is better.
And they're not gonna boast about it after that. But
if it's me, I'm making that all my profile pictures. I'm creating accounts just to make it my profile picture. I'm downloading Bumble, Tinder. I don't care if I'm married or not. That's my only picture. And I'm not even gonna put my real name. I'm just gonna put winner chicken dinner. That's gonna be my username on every platform. That is.
Winner chicken dinner.
Winner chicken. And I want a medal, and on the medal it's just a male dunking on a woman, and she's like with an apron on. She got an apron on. I'm just dunking. I would go to the extreme if it's me. Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. A VPN is just an application or a web extension that you could use on your internet browser to mask your IP address, to change the location of your IP. And you're gonna be like, yo, but I like where I live. The block is hot. What happens when you want to watch a TV show and it says we don't offer it to people in your country? What you gonna do? Who you gonna call? Not Ghostbusters, right? I was trying to watch a TV show in the UK, so I was like, hey man, let me in. And they said, no, nobody from Canada. So I changed my IP address using Surfshark VPN. All of a sudden, bruh, I'm from Brixton. Wagwan. And now, if you sign up with the promo code ABBA and Preach, you get 80% off for the next 4 months because it's Black Friday deals, and I'm a black man, so I got y'all some extra special.
We stand by the decision to choose inclusion over exclusion. Let's judge the decision in 12 months' time and see how many boys and men's team we have. Because if we can't, you can't be it. If you, oh, sorry, you can't see it if you can't be it. Now.
What did that even mean? What did you? If you can't smell what's happening in the kitchen, you can't go to it. Huh? The fuck happened there? Listen, I think it's fine for people to swim in the water with the sharks. Why? Because if the fins are visible, boy, you might be invisible. It's like, huh?
You're asking me. You're asking Preach, hooked on finance. What the fuck that means?
If you can't see it, you can't be it. Oh, okay, I think I understood. Basically what she's saying is if we don't get these young men and boys to participate, people who don't see that won't be able to participate in the sport because they can't imagine themselves in those roles. So this is a matter of representation. What they want to do is have more male dominance represented in sports to encourage more young boys to continue dominating these sports and not letting women get any shine.
But that doesn't make any sense. Still.
It does. It's representation. It's like if you put
not representation of boys, it's representation of women. No?
No, they're trying to do the representation of boys in netball.
Why?
Because they want to give us another dub. Why do you complain? Can you just shut the fuck up and let men win again?
Or on the podium, and frankly, I'd like to say to these boys, they should have forfeited. I mean, if they wanted to play netball, they should have done what women and girls have always historically done over the years and decades and centuries of fighting for equality, for access to sporting opportunities, and we've gotten out there, we've done the recruiting, we've done the fundraising, we've built our own leagues, and we have these boys going, oh, I want to be included, so I'm just going to jump on in with the women, and I don't care about their right to their competition, don't care about their right to safety, I'm just going to play.
Why are you talking shit about these guys? These guys are just going to come here, win the prize, and get their money. I'm not going to be mad at men for taking the opportunity to get the bread that they want. You should be mad at the women who made this optional and made this a rule. The president of this thing is a female. She's the one who's talking about inclusion and making this important, and yet you're blaming young men for this change. No. Hold the accountability for the L that you gave these women. Don't blame it on the dudes. That's your problem. She tried to say these young men should afford. Excuse me.
You made it a rule.
You don't put a check in front of somebody and get mad when they grab it if you open the opportunity for them to grab it. That's on you.
So, yet again, we're seeing male entitlement, a lovely example of it here from Netball Australia.
Male entitlement! Oh my days! Oh my days! Oh my days! You could just see women get on a skateboard, fall off, scrape their knee, and be like, male entitlement. No. We're not doing this today. We are not doing this today. Male entitlement.
Yeah, male entitlement. Male entitlement.
Who raised you?
But it's them. It's really that. It's male
entitlement.
Yeah, we're entitled. Why did we play? It's not because they made it a rule, Abba, that we had to go there and destroy everybody. We were entitled. The rule was fair. Well, the rule was what it was, and they put the rule up. But we didn't have to abide by the rule, knowing that it was unfair. That's just unfair. Male entitlement. It's a female that made the rule, but it's male entitlement.
Ah, my days.
Yeah.
A feminist who's in charge. You said you wanted women in charge. You put a woman in charge. She makes rules that you don't like, and you still blame the patriarchy.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane. That's crazy.
It's not crazy.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's what they
That's
do.
crazy.
It's what they do.
That's crazy.
It's what they do.
It's like this woman's allergic to accountability. You made the rules. You did this for inclusion. We participated what you asked for. Then you blame us.
Yeah. Yeah, male entitlement. Male entitlement, bro.
Listen.
It is what it is.
Listen.
Why did we participate in that? We should have known better. It was for us to make the steps not to be in that predicament, knowing that it wasn't fair, even if they made the rule. So we went by the rules, but it was unfair because we went there. So it's our male entitlement. Ha! Our fault. The boys should have never done it. False to them.
You know what this makes me think of? It's like the guys who go out there and like fund these OnlyFans women and then pays for their Instagram feeds and all that stuff, and then afterwards calls them whores.
Yeah.
It's like, bitch, you financed it. The fuck is you talking about, bro?
Yeah,
you out here talking about, oh, these bitches nothing but whores and whores. You out here paying for it, and then you getting salty about it afterwards and getting upset. It's
They whores, you a trick. You're part of the system. It's like those people that say, I'm stuck in traffic. No, you're traffic. You're the traffic.
Yeah.
You're that. Yeah.
And the dudes being happy, you know what? I think
happy.
I appreciate what they did even more now. You wanna know why?
Why?
Because they're exposing the stupidity of these people. Oh, you want guys to come play because you think that's inclusion? Okay. So shout out to the netball team, the male netball team out there in Australia. You've done a wonderful job. For the rest of the world, we appreciate you guys. And for the ladies who blame the patriarchy, okay. Well, you keep doing that and see what happens to your sports. Because hell no am I going to come out here and say this shit's unfair. You asked for it. Now you can enjoy it.
That L. Big L. Rest in peace. No!
This is the return of one of our favorite characters, Skippy.
Oh, no.
Just want to let you guys know, this video will not end how you are expecting. It will blow your mind. So watch it through.
Okay, so it's getting near the time when I'm going to leave and go pick up Tracy.
I love when they fix their hair and they do nothing with their hair.
Talking about whiteys.
I bet you made it worse.
You know what? Listen, I appreciate that you combed your hair and you look like a mess. I mean, I'm not gonna talk because I look like a mess, but I don't even pretend to comb my hair.
No.
I just come out looking f***ed up.
But sometimes you pretend like you cut it, and then you just look like you cut it with a butter knife.
Yeah.
But at least you know. You're not gonna be
you
like.
know what I also did? Save $20 on a barber.
I know that we're just friends.
Oh, Skippy.
For dinner, possibly. Which, yeah, that's a pretty good sign that we're just friends. Who knows whether or not we'll be eating afterwards, or what we'll be doing afterwards, or if there will be an afterwards, or if it's just going to be walking for straight back here.
She says, I'm paying for my half the dinner, or we're just friends, and you're still holding out hope that you might take her back home. Woo! Like I said, you know what I mean? First floor, friend zone, the basement, simp zone, okay? You're deep in the simp zone, okay?
We'll call that a cave, not a basement.
Cave.
A cave.
A hole.
Gulag.
Yeah, on the chance that it's more of a date, and there's a chance that I might get close enough to give her an actual kiss.
Guys, what the women tell you is what it is. Don't assume that it's something else. That's it. What they tell you is what it is. Oh, you want to go back to my place? It's that until further notice. Oh yeah, we going back to your place. Oh yeah, girl. Yeah. Oh, we're just gonna study? No, I was hot. I was hot. I'm gonna put my shit back on like that.
That's Tracy. You remember Tracy? You smell nice. You look great. How about I get up and give you a hug?
Yeah.
If I give you a hug and I go, like I just bit into some Pillsbury Doughboy, we got a problem.
How about I get up and give you a hug?
He even says it like Hannibal Lecter before he's about to die.
How about I get up? Hey, Clarice, how about I get up and give you a hug? Go take your vengeance.
It's so creepy, bro.
So you've been going all day, and then you're heading out camping tonight, right?
Yeah, which is my getaway, so I can look at some stars.
How long are you going camping for?
Just over one night.
Just one night? Are you going camping with someone I know? You're nice.
It's none of your business.
Nice.
Busted what? She's not cheating on you, bruv. Busted? What's busted?
He's busted.
He been busted. And guess who did that? M-O-M-A. Watch, thank you got that way. Your mama. Your mama.
God damn. Woo! It's hard to get this. Let us know at which point in this video you clicked out.
By the way, I hope you know that I'm teasing you with it. I don't care that you have another date.
Care Bears, you care. You care. You care. You care a lot. You care. Yes, you got her.
Like, I'm super thrilled just that we're on a date. You're absolutely gorgeous, and you were my date to this tonight.
You were my date. It's not a date.
You're pissing me
you
off.
You were gorgeous as my date. It's not a date. I just want to say that I was the luckiest guy to be on a date with you.
You're not
my date. I just want to say that I may have had the loveliest date in the whole state. You're not my date. I just want to say that we are now in a Facebook relationship, and I'm so grateful you were my date. Nigga, take a clue. Blue's Clues. I don't care what you need to do. Put it on a billboard.
Just a few chambers.
What is you talking about? It's not a date.
God damn.
Yo, this guy is the embodiment of speaking into existence. This nigga says if he just screams it enough at a wall, it'll happen.
You're awesome as can be. The fact that you're not wearing a bra has been so deep tonight.
Free the nipple.
Free the nipple.
Yeah, Rockstar. This man single-handedly banished self-awareness to the shadow realm. This man is on a roll, my nigga.
Well, and I think that I've done a very good job of not staring or looking that way.
Ferme ta gueule! Ferme ton bec! Tu vois tout ton bec? Tout le bec que tu as, ferme-le! Si t'as été capable de pas regarder, ferme ton bec! Ne le mentionne pas! Ne dis, hey, by the way, est-ce que tu sais quoi? J'ai été capable de pas regarder tes tétés. Mais tu le dis pas! Imbécile! If you see titties, you shut up! And if you speak up, you're never gonna be able to see them again. That's when they hide them. Just let them be. Don't comment. Don't stare.
Can we just
enjoy whenever the fuck they're there? What are you doing?
And it doesn't make you a good person. If you go up to somebody like, hey man, by the way, I just want to let you know I had hundreds of opportunities to rob you and I didn't rob you. Now in my head I'm like, why would you say that?
Yeah.
And now in my head I'm like, oh, you've been thinking about robbing me. You had hundreds of opportunities, meaning every time you walk by, you're like, I could rob this nigga.
I could rob this nigga. Tabarnak!
How about I tell you this? It gets way worse.
You're not like other girls. I am smitten, but I don't think I'm as smitten as you think I'm smitten. Like, I played tonight really cool, didn't I? Like, have I been uptight about anything?
No, yeah, you're totally cool, actually.
Is it Jack?
I told y'all, you don't want to admit this. This gets crazy. Hey, I haven't bothered you at all night. I haven't bothered you at all. Was it Jack? Was it Bill? Was it Ava? Who? Amos? No. Leo? No, I haven't bothered you all night, right? I've been a good date, right? You're my date, right? We're just friends, but you're still the best date that I've ever had, right? Sir, I'm just asking. Is it Jesus? No. Is it Trump? No. Is it Preach? Are you on a date with Preach later? Who you want to date with? Tell me. You are the best date that I've ever had.
It's not a date!
You are the greatest
not a date
that a man could ever ask for. You didn't wear a bra and I didn't stare at your titties. Aren't I a good person? I haven't bothered you all night, right? No. Is it Jack?
People that are watching in English, I've been saying a word right. You got to be fucking kidding me.
All right.
Now you know.
Okay, there's a pause, so that makes me think that could be it. He's a stud, by the way. If it's
like a maniac, you're being a maniac right now. This is the kind of shit that makes
would you tell me no if it wasn't him?
Just drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot, son. Just
Okay.
drop it like it's hot.
Okay.
Drop it like it's hot. You think you gonna get this kiss? Not. You come at me with the wrong energy. Bro, you and I got no synergy. Stop looking at me, cause the way I be is not for thee. Ooh. You a simp. Walking out here talking like you a pimp. Nigga, your dick has no lip.
Why you going higher? The high pitch is
Nah. Cause I come straight the way gay niggas come gay. What? Pause. Blah, blah. Pause. I told this man, yo, you skippy, cause I'ma skip you on to the next one. It's Tinder swipe left like I got more heft in the gun run.
You haven't said shit.
Nah. You said I ain't say shit because you can't see the words. The way they're winning on the verse, you can't see the herd of thoughts that I'm putting down on the table. Bro, you know I'm able. Bodies. I ain't gimpy like Skippy. Ooh, bro, I'm coming here with the hippie zizzy. Lay like Zaza.
What's wrong with you?
Like Zaza. Like Zaza.
Like Zaza doing the cha-cha. Look at your mata.
That is exactly
what man? I'm doing the Zaza.
I'm doing the Zaza as I cha-cha over your body. I say, see you later. Okay. Like, that kind of rhyme scheme kills me.
Okay. That's how you do it, baby.
Okay.
And
So how do
so turned off by any of that weird shit. You guys can't do that.
so how do we end tonight?
Milliseconds after she said, I'm turned off by all the weird that you pulled off tonight, he goes, the audacity, he goes, how do we end it tonight? Bruh.
Well, thus ends the official date. And she said that we could call it a date.
Now, some of you might be wondering, why would you say that at the end of the day after all that? Because this dude is being super creepy and pushy nonstop. At some point, she's probably worried about her safety in a genuine manner. This man does not look like he's well in the head. And that's the problem a lot of dudes have. They approach these relationships under the guise of friendship. Yeah, we're friends. But in the back of their head, they've already imagined every scenario in which they're not going to be friends.
They try to push themselves into something else.
Yeah.
Upgrade their status. Bruh, that is not the way to do that.
It's creepy.
Guys,
is bad.
That is not the way to do that.
And ladies, this is what I'm saying. If a dude has romantic feelings for you, understand trying to be friends with that person is not to your benefit, and it's a risk knowing.
So all that's left to do is go home.
Doesn't this look like a cell phone video for Facebook Live before he goes and murders somebody?
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't that what that look like? Like, I'm just waiting to see something gory.
traitor to the house shall
Tracy?
go unpunished.
It's me, Skippy.
No! 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 No!
Don't break it.
No! Oh!
I'll slay you.
I told you, right?
No!
I tell you, nigga.
No! No! Free to guys, man.
We just went on a date together. Oh, do I get to find out? Holy cow. It is Dave. Dude. Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about him tonight earlier on the date. This is Dave.
Hey, how's it going, Skippy?
Man, what is going on? And you guys met via Instagram? Wow. And it makes so much sense. You guys have so much stuff in common with all the jogging that you do.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Why? Tracy, you guys are a cute couple. You totally have my blessing.
The blessing. I'm preach and I don't even bless them. You know why? Because I don't give a fuck. Because I shouldn't give a fuck. And neither should you. What is this?
Preach has as much right to bless him as you do in that scenario, because you are nothing to her the same way he's nothing to her.
I have more chances than you. I actually have more chances because she doesn't know me to be a creep.
So I creep.
Yeah, I do.
This is not on the down low. This is up high in your face.
No, yeah, that's not yeah. Le banais est dans la boue.
No. This is not it's not low key, it's high key.
He's high key.
High key, noble.
I'm not sure if she'll tell you this, so I'll tell it to you. I went in for a kiss tonight in the elevator, right? With the camera off, trying to be a gentleman. And yeah, as the door was closing, camera was off, and got rejected. We really did kiss. She and I kissed the one time. It was amazing. If you haven't kissed her yet, you'll definitely enjoy it.
Like it's a car you test out. Like, ugh.
You got problems, Skippy. For real. I wish you the best, but get some counseling.
All right, there, Adele.
Get some counseling, B, because that's not normal.
Give me a hug, man.
I
haven't seen you
will.
for a while.
We went to UVU together.
Yeah, man.
Ugh. You know what?
It is indeed.
Good for them. Good for freaking them.
I felt like the motorcycle was perfectly exemplifying what's probably going on the inside.
Yeah, the exhaust.
He got cuffed at the end so hard. Then he hugged the guy who was with the girl he wanted to be.
He didn't get cuffed. He cuffed himself. The guy went, yo, give me a hug, man. So you feel bad. You feel hard, bro. You. The guy was like, yo, give me a hug, because you need it more than I do. Because I'm about to. That's none of your business. But you need a hug. And I understand the guy. Because you're not. Why would you? That's not normal.
This is the only thing I'll say. I think his problem is that he doesn't see another individual. He sees a potential for a romantic experience. He's not seeing the person. He's not listening to them. He's not really hearing them. He's just like, what can I get out of this? I want to get kissed. So when this person's communicating, hey, you're making me uncomfortable, he doesn't listen. He's not hearing. So to me, it's like you're not talking to a person. It might as well be a dog that has rights. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's his biggest problem, and I think a lot of people engage in dating that way. They don't see another person crossing them. They're just like, what can I get out of this? You're seeing how it manifests terribly for himself. So that's really uncomfortable to watch at some points. Super crazy. But yeah, there are men like this out there. They are out there. And that is a problem. That's all I got.
Never in your life do some shit like that again, bro. Do what? Whatever that was.
You don't know what this is? This is a Today's topic.
Today we're gonna clean up the infection. We're gonna tell the truth. Mr. Monsell, in your lie detector test, you were asked, did you have any contact with any of your 3 daughters? You said no. And the lie detector said it was a deception.
Yes, thank God.
How does that feel? And that your daughters know.
Well, I felt they always did.
You felt they always did. And didn't speak it because?
They didn't know. It wasn't told or different.
Miss Yvonne took a lie detector test and said, did you make up or exaggerate any stories with the intention to harm Monsell? She responded no, and the answer was deception.
You have to be a pretty evil person to not only keep your kid's father away from his kids with a lie, but to make up a lie this heinous that will destroy someone's reputation takes a very special kind of evil. Mistakes are made. People can mess things up. When you lie and you maintain that lie for years and years and years while someone else suffers and you do nothing to change that, wow.
Then he asked you, did you say something to the effect of, I'm going to make sure you're never happy again? She responded, no, and the answer wasn't. So, Miss Yvonne has acknowledged that her story...
She doesn't feel bad at all. That's just my guess looking at her face.
So, Miss Yvonne has acknowledged that her story about you was not true. So, Miss Yvonne, is there anything that you wanted to say to us?
Why didn't you fight for him harder if you knew you
Excuse
didn't
me.
do it?
Don't you? Don't you? I asked you for that reason. Listen. This happens more than you think it does.
My plans are already well
I've seen women trying to get back at the men they had a relationship because they felt hurt through their children. I've seen this many times. Have I seen women get it even for the hurt that they received or they perceived in a relationship through the kids, not letting the kids see their father being extra difficult. I've seen that. They weaponizing kids. I've seen that happen. I'm not even saying that there's not a time that there's bad people, bad men out there, but I've seen that with good people more than often because they just want to get back. They want to be vengeful. So they get this idea in the head of their kids that the man and the father is a horrible person. And better yet, they feel betrayed when the kids actually try to have a relationship with the father. So they're trying to ruin that. I've seen that. Unfortunately, I've seen that
job, Moros.
too many
Simple as
times.
that. No one else wants to do it. No one else.
It didn't even matter where they were from. I've seen that numerous
How
times.
can you be so certain that
Unfortunately,
decisions about such
that's
consequences
a
are yours alone?
common theme.
The fates have quite a bit of say in it as well.
You know what's interesting watching that is how calm he is, but also how I know he must be angry.
There's nothing you could do.
When you are falsely accused and that hangs over you when people question your character for something, I know what that's like. I know how, even now, I think that's why I kind of like, because I flash back to when I got that angry. And I still get angry thinking about that time. The anger he must feel. And his must be exponentially worse because he was, in a way, made to look this way in front of his children, family, friends. You know, for me, it was just a work situation. But goddamn, if it was my whole life, and to be accused of something even worse like that, your own kids as well,
And the earthy aroma, quite
man,
like before.
that's a hard one to watch.
Yeah.
What brings you
And
here?
what is
And will
it
you be staying?
that he could have said
eyes upon the surface.
that would have made you not believe the lie you were telling? Miss Yvonne, you told the lie.
See you above and below,
It was a lie, and you told it.
See you.
And you gotta own it.
I'm sorry. I need you to say that you did not your girls. I need to hear it come out your mouth the way I've always heard it, Ma.
And the way she steps in, I'm for that. The apology needs to be as loud as the disrespect. Cause now,
Mr. Monzel.
Today's topic.
Today we're gonna clean up the infection. We're gonna tell the truth. Mr. Monzel, in your lie detector test, you were asked, did you have any contact with any of your 3 daughters? You said no. And the lie detector said there was no deception.
Yes, thank God.
How does that feel for you? And that your daughters know it.
Well, I felt they always did know it.
You felt they always did know it.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't speak it because?
They didn't know no better. They wasn't told no different.
Miss Yvonne took a lie detector test and said, did you make up or exaggerate any stories with the intention to harm Monzel? She responded no, and the answer was deceptive.
You have to be a pretty evil person to not only keep your kids' father away from his kids,
but to
but
traumatize your kids.
That will destroy someone's reputation.
Well,
Takes
fuck
a
his
very
reputation.
Special kind of evil.
Fuck his reputation. Imagine the
Mistakes are made.
fucking.
People can mess things up, but when you lie and you maintain that lie for years and years and years while someone else suffers and you do nothing to change that.
You have been fixed
Wow.
on your altar even more than usual of late.
Then
I'm beginning to
he
see the
asked you,
cards in a new
did you
light.
say something to the
Each
effect
depicts a
of, I'm going to
significant
make
choice
sure
made in
you're
the
never
past.
happy again?
Such knowledge may
She
help.
responded,
Indeed. We
no,
choose as
and the answer
wisely
was
as we can, using what knowledge we have. So, you
So,
now
Miss
clear us the
Yvonne
into the
has
cards,
acknowledged
as you
that her
She
story.
doesn't feel bad at all. That's just my guess looking at her face.
So, Miss Yvonne has acknowledged. So, Miss Yvonne has acknowledged that her story.
She doesn't feel bad at all. That's just my guess looking at her face.
So, Miss Yvonne has acknowledged that her story about you was not true. So, Miss Yvonne, is there anything that you wanted to say to Mr. Monzel?
Why didn't you fight for him harder if you knew you
Excuse
didn't
me.
do it?
told you. Told you. I asked you for that reason. Listen. For that.
Her story about you was not true. So, Miss Yvonne, is there anything that you wanted to say to Mr. Monzel?
Why didn't you fight for him harder if you knew you
Excuse
didn't
me.
do it?
Told you. told you. I asked you for that reason. Listen.
He asked, "Are you ready?"
This happens more than you think it does. I've seen women trying to get back at the man they had a relationship because they felt hurt through their children. I've seen this many times. Many times have I seen women get it even for the hurt that they received or they perceived in a relationship through the kids. Not letting kids see their father being extra difficult. I've seen that. They weaponizing kids. I've seen that happen.
I most certainly do.
I'm not even saying that there's
Some fate fabric.
not a time that there's bad people, bad men out there, but I've seen that with good people more than often because they just want to get back. They want to be vengeful. So they get this idea in the head of their kids that the man and the father is a horrible person. And better yet, they feel betrayed when the kids actually try to have a relationship with the father. So they're trying to ruin that. I've seen that. Unfortunately, I've seen that
Take all the
too
time
many
you
times.
need.
Our garden flourishes.
It didn't even matter where they were from. I've seen that numerous times, unfortunately. That's a common theme.
You know what's interesting watching that is how calm he is, but also how I know he must be angry.
Ignium.
There's nothing he could do.
When you are falsely accused and that hangs over you and people question your character for something, I know what that's like. I know how, even now, I think that's why I kind of like, because I flash back to when I got that angry. And I still get angry thinking about that time. The anger he must feel. And his must be exponentially worse because he was, in a way, made to look this way in front of his children, family, friends. You know, for me, it was just a work situation. But goddamn, if it was my whole life, and to be accused of something even worse like that, your own kids as well, man, that's a hard one to watch.
Yeah.
And what is it that he could have said that would have made you not believe the lie you were telling? Miss Yvonne, you told the lie. It was a lie, and you told it. And you gotta own it.
I'm sorry. I need you to say that you did not rape your girls. I need to hear it come out your mouth the way I've always heard it, Ma.
And the way she steps in, I'm for that. The apology needs to be as loud as the disrespect. Because now it was just the lie detector that said it. No, I want you to say it to him.
I apologize for accusing you of raping them. Please forgive me.
Man, if you don't get out of here with that rinky-dink apology, I'm already...
That was the worst.
I'm already not a fan of apologies in these kind of circumstances because nothing you can do can undo the hurt. I'm not forgiving the person who accused me. I want nothing to do with them. I don't wish them any ill. But stay away from me. But this was an insult. It's like you slapped him in the face again because you didn't really acknowledge his experience. You apologized because you had to.
You don't have to forgive him.
All of that, it's exactly what you said.
You don't have
it's the insult. He can't physically do anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If he does something physically, he loses as a man.
Yeah.
He loses everything. There's not going to be any forgiveness, nothing. Even though he was persecuted and said and lied to and his kids turns against him, there's nothing he can do.
How many times have we watched these kind of shows and the woman gets up and slaps the man?
Yeah!
Man, he can't, he knows he can't. That's just a...
He can't.
We know what it is.
He can't do nothing.
I cannot accept your apology because it's not sincere. Deep down, I know that you didn't believe that. You knew I had no sexual desires for my children. For 25 years, this thing has broken me. You don't know. It has affected my life in ways I can't even count.
Why not?
The things that you did. This is not no game. This is these children's lives. And it's just a demon in you that you need to deal with.
People are entitled to mistakes, like I said earlier. But you keeping up a lie for this long while someone else is suffering says a lot about your character.
And you can
not demons. It's not angels. It's not no supernatural shit. Bad person.
Listen,
That's
he
all.
just said it the calmest way he could. So, and you know, you're going to be able to say that I hurt people. And I get that. And even if in these apologies, whenever I hear apologies like that, not like what you said, but in these situations, oh, you know, I did some mistakes. It's not the person I am. It is. It was part of you. It's the person you are. And that, unfortunately, I've seen too many times. Too many times. And I know I received a lot of flack when I said that. I'm going to say it again. Sometimes a toxic mother is worse than an absent father. And it's not a reach out there to the good mothers, to people that actually do their jobs, single mothers that do their job. This ain't about you. This ain't your fight. I don't want to see you in the commentaries because we're not talking about you. We're talking about those people right there that do stuff like that.
The problem is...
And there's too many.
The problem is a lot of people who do stuff like that don't think they're bad people. Just like she did say, why didn't you fight for them as if it's his fault?
As if it's his fault. It was his. It was him. And, you know,
This I vow.
if you turn and use and weaponize your children against your spouse, you're a garbage human being. You're really quick to take a check.
But you won't check yourself for accountability. I don't.
There's nothing much to say about this.
No.
There's not going to be good that's going to come out of there. Listen, people always talk about, you have to forgive people. I don't believe in that. I don't believe I have to forgive people. I don't have to. Stuff would have been done like that. Man, she fell on a good man. A good man. Stuff like...
Listen, I get it. You know, if someone slaps you, turn the other cheek. I get it. But when someone rips off half your face, it's hard to turn the other cheek when you don't have any left. That's what she did to this man. At any rate, I don't want to harp on this for too long.
Nope.
Maybe you guys got different thoughts and you disagree. If you do, let us know how. We want to hear your thoughts in the comments below. That was hard to watch.
No.
How long have you been single now?
I think 3 years now. They think I'm too nice.
Oh.
I know. And then when I'm like, no, I'm not going to let anybody walk all over me. That's it. I didn't see anybody ever then.
That's a wig. That's a wig.
Okay.
Why would you wear a wig to... but then again, I used to be like that. To be like, I always used to be like, when I first started my dress, I was like, oh yeah, you know, you shouldn't have texturized hair or wigs and stuff like that. And sometimes there's a reason why people got wigs. When I got more into hair and stuff like that. People should mind their business and not ask why people have what they have on their head. Because there might be some shit. It's like when people ask me, why you this whole and you don't have kids? And then I used to reply, well, me and my girl, we can't have kids. And it felt super bad. I'm like, no, hold that hell. It's not true. But see how you feel? You should mind your business.
It's so weird because I always like to say to people like straight away, I don't have any hair. I wear a wig.
Okay.
This is gonna freak. You came over at the wrong time.
I'm clapping for me, nigga.
Oh, because you feel good about your guess?
From what I know.
Just say it.
Alopecia. I'm gonna say it.
Oh, wow.
Why do you wear a wig? I've got alopecia, so my hair just falls out.
Cop, you're no longer a wizard. I'm the wizard now, V.
You're a wizard, Prince.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, Harry. All right, there. You're joining Hogwarts. Let's go.
So what are you?
Slytherin.
Slytherin.
Come on. Come on.
You're Slytherin? What am I, Hufflepuff?
Awfulpuff?
Hufflepuff? What did you say?
Hufflepuff.
Awful.
This guy said Awfulpuff.
Look at me, I'm awful.
Suits you.
But yeah. I've like thrown you off guard now, haven't I?
That sounds a bit like...
It's like a shock. It's like, oh my god. It's so annoying to put back on.
Keep it off. Beautiful.
Thank you. Thanks. This is probably like the weirdest date you've ever been on.
Best date I've been on. I like you. You're unique.
Oh, yeah, he's so sweet. Oh, you're unique. Oh, look at you, big bear.
I don't think I've ever been treated right. I do think the boys use me because they think but I've got nothing else going for me, you know? Because they just think, oh, she's got no hair, she can't get anybody else. People lie to me quite a lot. I find it really hard to trust.
I like it.
Ah, good.
Really nice.
That's nice to hear. It's good to hear.
Yeah, I think she fancies me. Looking forward to seeing her again, hopefully.
Hello. Yeah, you okay?
Yeah. I'm giving it his back.
Amazing.
Don't put it on.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I know I
More
should.
beautiful without.
Are you going to see each other again?
Yeah, I'd like to see you again. For sure.
I think romantically, I don't feel like it was there for me.
Shut it off, it's hard to watch. Every time she was answering, she was like, getting away. Wow.
You had this whole story about her like being seen as unattractive because she's bald and you know she never meets nice guys, and the moment she's kind to people they run away. And here you have a guy who's like super kind to her and she's just like, it's not working for me.
You're such a nice guy, open, warm kind of person, so it's nice, it's refreshing.
Really?
See you in the crossroads.
Yeah. Take care. Take your life back.
I'm not used to nice guys.
Yeah.
So for me,
So why push them away?
it was strange. Don't know.
Get it, boy!
Got a little toxic at the end.
A little sting while you push him away. You push him away. Oh.
So I mean, even his response wasn't the best. You know what I mean? The girl says, no, just walk away. Don't question why. Or
No.
If a girl tells you, I'm not interested, don't ask why. Leave.
That's you.
Because they're rarely going to be able to tell you why. Because sometimes they don't even know themselves. And so whatever answer you're hoping to get is just going to confuse you. Walk away.
Take your L. I'm going to take an L to go. And you take it. You put it in a bag. And then you heat it up whenever you get home and you get home.
Yeah, this broad's goofy. That's funny. But a lot of people are like that. They're like, I want this, I want this. They get that and they're like, ugh.
That's not what I want.
Total eclipse.
And it's just funny to watch.
But it's like
this was such like a redemption arc and all that stuff. And at the end of it, she's just like, she did to him what dudes did to her.
But the thing that happened is like, what she want, it's like the way she went about things, right? And she answers the question. And when most people answer the question, it's like, oh, I want spicy food. All right, cool. Here's chicken vindaloo. Man, that's not exactly what I meant by spicy. I was more thinking, you know. So when they get what they ask for, they don't want it because it's too broad. There's other levels to this, you know? Chicken vindaloo is kind of, you know, kind of out there. So if you, not ready for that spice, and she was not ready for that kind of kindness. She just wanted to shock the motherfucker, and then it looked like she wanted to shock the guy. I'm gonna go here with a plan. I'm gonna shock him. Boom, bop, take my wig off, and didn't get the response that he, you know what I mean? So he's like, yeah, sure.
I think people can intellectually want something, but then what they want this relationship is different. You know, it's like you ever seen people who are like, I want a good boyfriend, but then they just keep dating toxic dudes. It's like whatever. Sometimes it's conditioning,
And when you
sometimes it's trauma, sometimes it's just bad feedback loops where you associate love and affection with negative stimuli. You know, it's possible it's that, or maybe it's possible that she just looked at this dude and was like, I'm not attracted to this guy, and then she said it's because of other things. Who knows? I just thought it was interesting that people talk about, like, for me it's like really personality first, and I'm really personality oriented, and I need a really kind person. But then when you find time and time again, and what kind dudes encounter is that when they're overly nice, women tend to curl away from that, and it's kind of like I think that when it comes to niceness, for quite a lot of people, if you are too nice, you are seen as weak.
Yeah. Definitely. Of course.
It's like people like kind people with a little bit of sense of danger. Right? So like if you look at like Disney characters, like Aladdin, kind person, but also the Beauty and the Beast, kind monster. You know what I'm saying? Or you take there you go. Basically a freak monster, but also extremely kind. Those are the archetypes of like how we've taught young women to like look for in other people, right? That bad boy with a soft, redeemable heart. There's always that redemption arc where like the woman comes in and basically saves the man from his demons and turns him into a committed man who can be dangerous when necessary, but is really kind. It's that same trope. So I see it all the time today. It's just like dudes with a little bit of a troubled past, girls love to try to fix that and go for that. So it's just interesting to see those patterns. This is not me meant to be an educational video or anything like that. It's just like peak game. This thing is common. And just because they say they want something doesn't mean that's all they're looking for or that it's the most important thing.
The thing that happens is that when women they want bad guys, it's really just because bad guys comes with qualities. They assert themselves. They take more decisions. When you too kind and you don't want to take space and you just, I'm gonna let you do your thing and oh my God, you're so nice today and I don't want to disrupt you and it's look like a pushover.
So the point of this video is not to tell her she has to date this dude or needs to. The point is, when you say you want something but you keep dating the opposite, at some point you have to question yourself. And what are you doing to attract that? And what are you doing to push away the dudes that you claim you want? A lot of us play into our negative, I keep attracting fuckboys. Maybe there's something about you that draws them to you. Or maybe there's something about you that makes you keep thinking that. Right? So just question yourself. Why do you draw these type of people or one type of people or anything like that? That's what she claimed. She claimed she kept drawing one type of woman, one type of man. And there's something to say about that. So it was just interesting to watch. And that's all.
And it's really weird because one of the people, I attract one type of people, And I'm like, no, you say yes to one type of people, right? You let one type of people because you attract a whole bunch of people. You end up what you end up with. Oh, that's a different. At the end of the process, what you end up with. So whenever you swipe in your mind, yes, 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 no, yes, yes, no, yes. What you end up with is what you attracted. You attracted a whole pool, but you said no to other people.
Yeah.
So saying that the only thing that I attract is this, it's not genuine, it's not real, it's not true. Yeah.
Yeah. So we want to hear your thoughts. What do you guys think about the video that you saw and some of the stuff that we said? Do you agree or disagree? We want to see your comments in the links below. So check that out. Also, we noticed that half of you, 50% of you, are still not subscribed.
Say that again.
It's a mistake. You're watching, but you're not hitting the sub button, but we're making the content. You're already watching. Hit the sub button. Make our ego feel good the way we make your eyes feel good.
Might as well.
You know what I'm saying? Reciprocity.
It's a feel good situation.
What's that?
That was very boy.
Reciprocity. You want to think about that? Good. Hit the button. Check out our Discord. Get that money.
Get that paper. Cheddar cheese noodles.
Today's topic, we've been away for a little while, so I figured what better way to come back than to start off with a video from a channel that's really launched our careers.
Jesus Christ, I know what it is.
Jubilee. So, they got a new video, and apparently it's worth watching, so let's start it.
Let's do it then.
The valuable is near. I sure could use your aid. Rest easy now. To our abode. Accept this message.
Oh man.
Oh, this haven't even started yet. I didn't even want to watch it.
Now for the
Before
test.
we hate,
I sensed
let's
your
try
presence.
to appreciate. What do you think
You've suffered
their
injury.
goal is with this? I want to go into the
Their
mind
goal
of a
is-
Jubilee. Let's go into the mind of a Jubilee producer, right? From the people who brought you Derek.
I would view it more as how we treat children that we love. We control them, but we control them lovingly, not as a slave, not as we're forcing them to do things against their will.
Right? From the people who brought you. Yeah! How did you know? Yo, fucking, you didn't even plan that. For the people who brought you, that's not vegan.
What's your favorite candy?
Favorite candy? Most candies without gelatin in it. Nerds.
Name one. Name one.
Nerds, Sour
Name-
Patch
just name
Kids,
one.
Sour Patch Kids.
Okay, those aren't vegan.
Right? For the people who brought you all that, okay? What do you think was their goal?
Just create. Just create shit. I don't think their goal was anything. It's just, let's try to flip something. Let's try to do something really interesting. Let's try to. You know what I mean?
What the fuck was that? What did you say?
Let's try to.
You know what it sounds like you're saying?
You know what I'm. You know what I look like right now? Blind Fury. When he raps. When he raps.
You know what it sounds like though? It actually sounds like you're saying less cheddar.
Let's just cheddar. More cheese, less cheddar. More Gouda, less cheddar.
Well, you know what? Leave a comment below. Tell us. Do you guys think they had a purpose and it was what I described, or do you think it's just let's?
Can we say like what we do or like what our favorite things to do are? So I'm a dancer. I'm very physical. I use my body a lot. I love baking cakes. I always just like shove baked goods on my friends.
I teach acting to young kids. I do mostly musical theater. Oh my gosh. Because I'm a weenie, I know.
You don't like musical theater?
You met theater students?
Butterflies in the skies, I can fly out twice as high. Take a look, read a book, the reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Yes, I have.
Every time I meet someone and they say I'm a theater student, I'm just like, just everything about them is just extra and just like awkward. You know what I mean? They're so busy being other people, they don't know how to be themselves. You know what? And
Say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
So busy acting as other people, they don't know how to act themselves.
I ain't mad at that.
And I wish that every human out there had the courage of their convictions to walk through everyday life, right? And to be brave enough to be themselves.
Calm down.
Calm down. Agitated upwards.
I'm gonna give it that one. I'm gonna give you that one.
Okay. One time I was on a date with a theater girl. We were making out, and then after we like kind of separated, she went, "Oh my God, I like your nose." And I was like, "Okay." She said, "Yeah, your nose is just so boop." And she went, "Your nose is boopity."
But I'm single as all heck.
I
am a journalism major.
I'm also a student. I'm double majoring in psychology and criminal justice.
I'm also an actress. I love to travel. I've been to India 5 times.
Okay, so we have to do this. Should we rank ourselves? Should we just like close our eyes and like scoot to where we think we should be? And then, you know what I mean? Just go for it on an individual basis.
I think that's very smart.
I feel like my personality is really attractive. My looks, I feel like I'm okay. Like I don't think anyone would look at me and be like, ooh.
Oh, I'm nervous. How are we not gonna bump into each other? Did anyone take this into consideration? Sorry.
Now here we go. Everyone wants to be humble. I'm not that pretty, you know.
So she.
You're just a pretty.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Why did you, oh my God, why did you, oh my God.
This whole little kerfuffle.
Yeah.
This kerfuffle where they go.
Kerfuffle.
It's a good word, right?
Cluster.
Nigga, on my time off, I've been opening up a dictionary. You know what I'm saying?
I read.
Ooh, nebulous. You think I'm out here playing? I got words, G.
I guess I'll be.
Chaos, I heard you.
Okay.
Cool beans.
I already love
I'll be back.
so much dearly, and I would date all of them.
So does that make me a 3?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just stay here. Nobody really wanted to be last, and I could kind of feel that vibe. So I was just like, you know what, it's fine. Like, nobody is a 5, really.
Nobody in your group.
There's a lot of ugly people watching this video like, nah, nigga, I'm a 5. Let's keep it a buck. Listen, if you think you're the 5, well, post a comment. You know, I mean, 5, stay up.
And your picture better be your picture.
Yeah. I better not see no.
So we can
Kakashi.
judge.
I don't want to see no Kakashi Sensei as your display picture. Okay. I don't want to see no Sonic the Hedgehog. All right. If you're a 5, be a proud 5. Here's what I know. 1, 4, and 5 are going to be 1, 2, and 3. I would probably think they're going to put 5 and 4 at the top 2. She's going to be 3rd. And Black Girl's going to be 4th, and then Big Girl's going to be 5th. That's what I see. Let's see if I'm right.
He has a hole in his sock, a big ass hole in his sock.
Avec ta chaussette dégoldée là. Toi t'arrives à Jubilee, tu rentres avec ta chaussette là déconstombrée là. Tu pensais quoi?
You know what I just understood?
What?
I just understood why Black Porn Star with Tim's on.
Yeah. You know?
That's crazy.
Do you want to start it off? You want to you go over there. And then, like, just shift down.
I think Michelle was the most attractive. How she looked, how she carried herself, and it just seems like someone that's going to live an exciting life, I guess you could say, or that you could have like a deep conversation with.
Could you switch with her? I forgot, they can't even hear me.
Yeah. Okay.
What would you switch?
I switch her and her. You go over there. Oh, those two. Okay. All right. And then you over there. Easy switch. That's pretty much.
Personally, for me, she kind of looks like Kristen Bell. And I really like Kristen Bell, so I'd probably put her on the 1 or 2 position. I think that Maria was the most attractive for me. It's just like her whole vibe, and like I liked how her hair was.
Okay, so Jorge, you're gonna like Maria, right? I wonder why, cabron.
I'm just waiting for Carlos Santana to come in with the track.
Maria, Maria. Maria, Maria.
Are you content with 5 being 5? I'm not.
Where do you currently want 5?
I want her at least 3. So 5 goes up.
She should be a 4 because it's like meeting in the middle.
I think 5 and 4. Switch. But we're gonna get ripped a new one. I don't want to be the winner here.
Guys are not afraid to be more blunt. They were straight up, hey, you're attractive, you're not. But girls were like, I don't want to be rude, you know, we're all beautiful in our own way.
All right, are we good? We're good. I'm good. We're locking in.
Yeah, this is exactly what I said. But it's also important to know, like, who's rating it is going to change the rating system.
Definitely.
Like, if you had 5 black dudes, like, they probably would have rated that completely differently.
Yeah, Thick won't be first.
Right?
Thick is gonna be all up in there.
That's also real. So, you know, and then Jorge came on and he's like, Latina, and you all went like,
He went, Orale way.
Yeah, exactly.
Orale, that's O-R-A-L-E, oral.
Yeah, if I'm looking, I'm like, yo, probably pick the black girl first. You know what I mean? I want to be able to go to the club and make sure you can two-step on me.
Yeah.
The way the guys were ranking the girls, I actually think we were doing it mostly by personality.
You didn't even talk to the girl. What the f are you talking about, bruv? Hole in the socks. Hole in the socks.
You know what else is a hole in?
Whatever you said. It's a big hole in your thing. What the hell are you talking about? Base of personality? You didn't even talk to them. How could you base it on personality? They had earmuffs. What are you talking about, bruv?
I was super anxious about ranking them. My hands were getting all clammy. I was like really uncomfortable being the one to be like putting them where I thought.
Well, I was at 5, and now I'm here. So I'm like, thank you. I don't know. It's very interesting, I feel.
And you didn't. She played that hot girl who pretends she doesn't know she's hot.
No shot.
Yeah, we know those people. I'm a 0. Stop lying.
I did think coming into this, like,
What was that,
cultural stereotypes
24?
would be a factor. Them ranking me first kind of shot that down, I guess, because I didn't think they would choose, like, an Asian girl first.
I think when I think of a male viewing me as attractive or not versus a female, it's definitely different. Because in a male setting, judging me, I knew that was going to happen. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
stupid.
24,
I'm
no
aware
shot.
of how others view me. I was surprised at them placing me at the bottom, but at the same time, I know out of a room of beautiful girls that I was put in, that from the jump there was no chance for me. There was no chance there.
Me being the only black girl, like, I knew that I wouldn't really rank.
Oh yeah,
because
American beauty standards versus what people see, people of color, it's different.
I like how the Asian girl's like, huh? Why y'all trying to rub my shine? I'm out here defying.
You mean beauty standard? Like, wait a minute. I got ranked first. Remember, guys?
To be fair, though, in the dating hierarchy, Asian women do rank pretty high in terms.
the guys that I interact with, they socialize more with black women and they think more black women are attractive.
I think that the guys ranked the woman from appearance more than personality.
Do you usually feel like you're the most attractive person in the room?
Most of the time.
So there's the video. How did you feel about like the messaging and like what did you think the purpose of?
But there was no message really. People view. It's like things that we already knew. It's we people view people differently. Women are gonna try, and the thing about women, if you wouldn't, it would have been a different. It would have been a different experience if you wouldn't have the girls talk to each other, just rate each other. That's it.
Yeah.
It would have been a different rating system because they taught and they started talking to each other and have a feel for each other. So right there and then, it kind of biases the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Here's something I also know. Like when women are really beautiful, they get a lot of shtick for being very attractive,
Yep.
and so a lot of them try to compensate by like putting themselves down or not wanting to do that. So when you put them in a situation where they're going to talk to the people who they're engaging with and have to judge themselves, obviously they're going to downplay themselves as a means to be liked by other people. It's a very basic diplomatic skill that a lot of people have. So,
which makes sense.
To me, I think the structure of the experiment kind of was counterproductive towards getting real, honest answers. Because, you know, if you come out and you're like, I'm a 10, even though you may be, people are going to be like, you're a jackass. Because we don't like people who admit their strengths. We want everyone to be super humble or whatever, you know? And I think it's unhealthy, to be honest with you.
What's unhealthy?
Downplaying yourself for the purpose of garnering friends or being liked by people.
Not making you feel like you're something that you probably are.
Yeah. Like, I understand it's hard, and I understand it's like unfair that people judge you based off your looks, and it is a reality. But I don't think that you should have to start downplaying yourself as a means to be palatable to people. And I know a lot of attractive women who do that, and it's just like it's not necessary.
But I get it. It's just they've been going through the flack. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers look at them. They're like, girls are vindictive, man. To each other. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. For girls, it's like whenever you have a good-looking one and you one that step in the room, all the other girls, the way they act, the way they talk to.
Even men.
It's like, yeah, even men. But like it's a messed up thing. When we have a good looking man, we just like, all right, well, we know how it is. We know what this about. Yeah, all right, you tripping on them. But the way women talk to each other and talk down at each other when there's a good looking woman down in the vicinity of them talking, it's just different, and it's very rough.
I disagree, because even for men, like even attractive dudes, they'll tell you like less attractive dudes will oftentimes be super insecure around them, not want to bring their girl around them, or think like, oh, they're nice, so they don't want to be around them.
That's a different thing. With I'm not saying that they're not going to be there's not an insecurity or something like that. That's what I'm saying. Yes, of course there is insecurity, and guys are not going to want to bring girls around them. Or even guys, it's not even attractiveness. It's even fame.
Yeah,
you could be a butt ugly guy, and I get that, but the girls do talk harsher than men. We gonna, the way men are gonna do around good looking men is that we're maybe not gonna want to bring our girls around, or we're gonna like roll our eyes when girls are gonna be talking about that dude. But we're gonna take most of the time we're gonna take the L. Okay.
Yeah. From what I've seen insecure dudes flex around them. They try to compensate. They try to do a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm just like, it's not necessary.
I understand that, and I've seen that too.
Yeah,
but I've seen
even with money or like fame, like you said.
I see what you're saying, but I've seen much more like girls being.
It is yours.
Harsher, whether it's in the club scene or even in the work environment. So, I mean, we could agree to disagree on that.
Yep.
But me working in clubs and stuff like that, when there's a good-looking girl around, hearing what the girls say, and when there's a good-looking guy that has cash, often I understand what you're saying, but often the guys sometimes either are gonna the guys are gonna be prone to be like, hey, you know what, I can't beat him, I'm gonna join him. But the girls, they're like, yeah, no, that's this and that.
I actually thought this was a decent Chubuni video. I think we really got a conversation going, and I didn't cringe throughout the whole process, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, tell us what you guys think. Why do you guys think people are so uncomfortable with the ratings, and what are your thoughts throughout this video? You know, more comments you leave, more discussions we can create. But we love seeing your content, so yeah, go check that out. Also, if you haven't subscribed already, please do so. I think like 50% of y'all who watch us are not subscribed, so hit that button. We're going to be uploading lots of videos over the coming months, you know what I mean? A lot of quality content. So go watch that. We also have a Discord, which you can sign up to and have huge discussions with their groups.
And we got merch.
Merch, that's true. Check the description below to see the link. I mean, you want this hoodie?
The hoodie is.
You want this hoodie?
The hoodie's available.
All right.
It says, I love your Spanish.
There you go. So, yeah.
Oh, guys. What the are you doing, guys?
I like how they're like, don't touch her, don't touch her. And grinding their pelvis, like, where are you trying to go? Where are you trying to go? It's like, bro.
This right here, it's terrifying.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I remember being 17 and then hanging out with a group of dudes, and they would like yell from people from like a car. And I'm like, what is y'all doing? I was so embarrassed every time they did that. I'm like, do you not see how cringy you guys are? They're like, whoa. I was like, man, and I'm glad I stopped hanging out with those people shortly after. But I always thought that kind of behavior was cringy.
Yo.
Yelling at people or trying to follow people who've already like clearly said they want to get away from you. If you want to go up to the lady and be like, hey, what's up? And then they don't, just walk away, okay? But don't be persistent on some shit where you clearly can tell she's uncomfortable. And especially if there's a group of guys and you surround her, like, bruh.
Like, well, I really want to know, how does it work in your head?
Oh, good.
How does that work in your head that you think that she's gonna say yes? And you would want someone that would be pressured to say yes like that? Like that?
I can assure you, people have said yes.
Of course!
And I can assure you, it wasn't the right frame of mind to be able to say yes.
Of course!
Yeah.
Like, but how, as a guy, how do
Dude,
you...
I can't do this faster foes shit.
Yeah. What? What the fuck are you doing? And then if a guy interjects, you're gonna jump in?
Oh, you being a simp, you trying to be a Captain Sable.
That's not what a Captain Save a Hoe is.
She's trying to pay for her gas, and you guys are surrounding her and keeping her from going where she needs to go. Y'all trash.
No.
That.
Bro, you know what this is? This is picking on the defenseless. Real talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are clearly bigger, stronger than her, and you surrounded and accosted a woman while she's just trying to go for her gas. It's late at night, and there's like 20 of you motherfuckers.
Banging your chest and shit. In that situation, it's not because she's smiling that she feels comfortable.
Yep.
Let's be honest about something, all right? She probably gonna be smiling and be like, guys, stop.
And then hanging out.
We're not gonna touch it. I think you came here for me.
We're applying pressure around this.
Oh, guys. What the are you?
I like how they're like, don't touch.
What the are you doing, guys?
I like how they're like, don't touch her, don't touch her. And grinding their pelvis, like, where are you trying to go? Where are you trying to go? It's like, bro.
This right here, it's terrifying.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I remember being 17 and then hanging out with a group of dudes, and they would like yell from people from like a car, and I'm like, what is y'all doing? I was so embarrassed every time they did that. I'm like, do you not see how cringy you guys are? They're like, whoa. I was like, man, and I'm glad I stopped hanging out with those people shortly after. But I always thought that kind of behavior was cringy.
Yo.
Yelling at people or trying to follow people who've already like clearly said they want to get away from you. If you want to go to the lady and be like, hey, what's up? And then they don't, just walk away, okay? But don't be persistent on some shit where you clearly can tell she's uncomfortable. And especially if there's a group of guys and you surround her, like, bruh.
Like, well, I really want to know, how does it work in your head? How does that work in your head that you think that she's gonna say yes? And you would want someone that would be pressured to say yes like that? Like that?
I can assure you, people have said yes.
Of course!
And I can assure you, it wasn't the right frame of mind to be able to say
yes. Of course!
Yes.
Like, but how, as a guy, how do you, that's okay to you? Yeah. What? What? What the fuck are you doing? And then if a guy interjects, you're gonna jump him?
Oh, you being a simp, you trying to be a captain saver.
That's not what a captain saver is.
She's trying to pay for her gas, and you guys are surrounding her and keeping her from going where she needs to go. Y'all trash.
That.
Bro, you know what this is? This is picking on the defenseless. Real talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are clearly bigger, stronger than her, and you surrounded and accosted a woman while she's just trying to go for her gas. It's late at night, and there's like 20 of you motherfuckers.
Banging your chest and shit. In that situation, it's not because she's smiling that she feels comfortable. Yep. Let's be honest about something, all right? She probably gonna be smiling and be like, guys, stop. That don't mean she's comfortable or not afraid of y'all. The smile, don't let that smile fool you. Don't think that smile is gonna...
And I'm not going to say this whole thing. Imagine if it was your sister or your mother. It's like, listen, ladies are not deserving of empathy only if you can think of a relation that has anything to do with them.
Thank you.
That's like so stupid.
Thank you.
All right? If I see an old lady and she's struggling with her grocery bags and it drops, I wouldn't be like, hey, I ain't got a grandma. Right? Like, no, it's somebody who's in need. Like, not everything has to be linked back to family. At the end of the day, what it comes down to is this is super trash behavior. And yo, listen, if cops were involved, I wouldn't do it. Someone's just trying to go about her business and you the person. I've seen this happen in so many foreign countries too, and it gets worse over there because policing is even less enforced. So, nah, I'm not with this. When someone sent me this, I was just like, man, the people involved are garbage. And for them to film this and think this is hilarious is crazy.
Ain't nobody doing nothing.
Hey man, don't touch her, don't touch her, don't touch her. But you block her path and you stick your pelvis into her?
Bitch definitely gonna get sweated around this motherfucker. Yeah, you came to a circle for a pimp. You better get it too, ho.
You see what he said? You came to a circle for a pimp. You think this is pimping?
That's not
7 dudes surrounded one girl in a dress trying to pay for her gas. That's not. You guys are super desperate. Zero discipline. You look like lowlifes.
That ain't it.
And then more of them be like, I would never let my girl leave the home in an outfit like that. She got a dress that's almost close to her ankles. Like, what is you talking about?
She made it through. She made it through. She broke through the barrier. Hold on. There's a pressure being applied around here. It's a real pivot though. Don't act like she never been caught up before, huh?
You guys are degenerates. That's just whack. This right here, it ain't it. You could do better than that.
You know what bothers me, bro? Is that our degeneracy as black folks seems so always be broadcasted so loudly, like websites like World Star.
Yep.
You know, like when I go to foreign countries and I see the same degeneracy, they don't often record it or have platforms. You know what I mean? We have World Star Hip Hop just for that.
The showcase, the ratchetry.
Bruh.
Man, we ain't worried about all that. If you come and then you ain't gotta worry about gas. We got you already. You know what I'm saying? I got a long tank. Let's have it. You don't need to breathe. I'm number one, baby. Yeah, number one.
And y'all motherfuckers think that you have game. That's game? Really?
That's what it is.
There is nothing to say. There's nothing to say.
That's what it is in some areas, bro. That's what it is in some areas. And like, you know, when women say stuff like, yo, I'm afraid to go to the gas station at night, like
I get it.
I get it. Because I've seen this. I've seen this happen in front of me where there's like 20 dudes. And then people are like, but what are you going to do? I'm not going to do shit. You crazy. If you think I'm going to go to a rabid group of men who are accosting a lady, and there's 20 of them or 15 or 10 of them, and you think bro, I need to live too, okay? Because men don't take kindly when other men interfere. Now, it doesn't mean that I want to be silent on this issue, but it's also a matter of like, what you expect to do? You think I carry weapons with me at all times? You think no, you're crazy. I've seen stuff and I'm like, woo!
You don't carry weapons with you at all times?
You got a bazooka?
Nobody does.
Okay, then.
I ain't going with a shootout with nobody.
Exactly. So there's not about having weapons or not.
I know what you're saying. Even if you did have a weapon. Even if you did. You put yourself in a situation that you don't want to be put in.
Here, man. Look, I'll keep it a buck with y'all, and people are like, yo, what can you do? I can't do. This is the only thing I can do. Is one, disavow this kind of stuff when I see it. You know, and then after that, it just makes sure the people around me are not engaged in that kind of behavior. You know, the people who I can't influence and have a talk with. But if you think I'm gonna jump in front of 15 dudes, you're crazy. But again, what happens to y'all's not ready. Man, my cousins told me stories when she was traveling the world, bro.
That's like levels of problems here. You have the behavior. You have the fact that it's broadcasted, that nobody's saying shit, that the bystanders are engaging in that. What did your cousin say?
No, man, she just had to deal with it so much when she traveled to certain places, especially when people have a little bit of liquor in them and it's nighttime, man. Degenerates come out in full force. So I don't think I have much more poignant commentary to add to this. It's unfortunate this stuff happens. I'm not for it. Other than calling it out when I see it within the people who are around me, there's nothing much. Because the motherfuckers I kick it with, I spend time with, we never do stuff like this. Jamais.
Oh, and I would quickly call a mother if you do some shit like, yo, what the fuck are you doing?
But even in smaller doses, I don't even see anything like it. See? Nope. Because oftentimes, you know, if you do a little bit of something, then it can progress to something else. I'm not even seeing that. So that's why it's tough for me, because it's just one of those things where I'm like, yo, other than doing this video, y'a rien que je peux faire. What can you do? Genuine question, what can you do?
Exactly.
You know? So I just want to make that clear. It's not because people are maybe silent or not acting in that moment that people don't care. It's also just a matter of like, you think it's dangerous for you, it's also dangerous for us, you know? And at the end of the day, it's like,
man,
you know, and I think about this with all conflicts. Like,
whenever there's something that had happened with the cops, like in the people said like, why didn't the bystander then do anything? They're cops. What do you want to do? What can I do as a bystander? He's willingly putting his knee on. What makes you think he's not gonna want to shoot me? Like, there's nothing much more that I can do.
I've seen dudes knocked out in those situations, beaten, kicked in the head while they're non-conscious. I've seen that happen so many times.
People die.
Yeah, happens like that all the time. You try to go and protect a girl and they murk you, because they're not gonna beat on her like that. So generally they're gonna beat on him much more aggressively to release their anger. Bruh, I've seen it all. I've gone on to nightclubs and be like, what is y'all doing? So, you know, it's tough. It's one of those things where it's like you kind of feel perilous in that moment. And there's a difference between being brave and being stupid. At the end of the day, I got responsibilities, a family I got to take care of. I can't afford to jump in, but I've seen this stuff in front of me and I'm like, damn. And I feel for the person. I can't imagine what it's like. So, well, that's my thoughts on that. Anything else you want to add? You being a bouncer?
No, that's just dumb.
Yeah.
When shit like that happens at the club, I was like, I have to step in as a bouncer, right?
Right.
As a bouncer, like I remember.
All right, if you guys want to hear this story, it'll be on the Patreon.
I remember this one time. Yo, I remember.
Story time with Preach.
Story time was.
Oh, yes.
Alright, so today's topic, I have a story I want to share with you guys. I just came back from the comedy show movie 20 minutes before my show. And during the show, there's a couple that's being very distracted. At one point, the guy in the couple gets up, things around the camera, dead ass. He did it to both of them. He got up on the stage. Now, if you don't understand, like, imagine you're at a hockey game and some motherfucker just jumps on the ice and he's like, what you doing with the ice?
Well, they get thrown out.
Exactly. I've seen people at music concerts.
Yeah.
They get up on stage. They get tackled.
They get tackled bad for life.
So me, I'm already heated at this point because I'm looking. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? This is like a safety issue. You can't be getting. Because if it's me, I'm punching you. The show is off to a weird start.
Okay.
I go up third. Halfway through my set, the lady, she's talking to the person she's with. And I hear them. Because in a comedy show, you can hear people talking. It's a quiet room, you're only speaking. Another voice is easily audible. So I'm like, hey, is something wrong? And they're like, yeah, we're not happy with our customer service. I'm like, great, that's good information. If you want, you feel free to share it with the staff after the show. During the show, you can shut the fuck up. Crowd erupts because they're happy someone's telling them to shut the fuck up.
Of course. I get that.
I try to move on with the show, and the lady starts to go,
Oh my God.
Like I said, it's getting old.
what's getting old?
That shit. Like you said, bro, this shit's getting old.
What's getting old?
That shit.
What shit?
That shit.
Come on, just say the racist shit you want to say.
I'm not racist at all.
She got her I'm racist starter pack going. So she just kept repeating, this shit's getting old. I'm like, what's getting old? She's like, this shit's getting old. And listen, I don't like to say stuff is racist. I actually hesitate to do it because most of the time the conversation is unproductive because to people who don't get it, unless it's very flagrant, they just think, oh, you're in the head. So for me, I never have that conversation. But my intuition in that moment was like, I think she's getting tired of hearing me say anything about black people. And to be fair, my set has little to do with black people. I barely talked about race. But she just didn't want to hear anything. So they start to leave for the door. I'm outside. And they come up to me and they're like, hey, I'm sorry, listen, we're gonna leave, but you listen, the comedians, they couldn't handle our shit. I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here and go home. At this point, I'm tired. She said, listen, look, and how about you go back to your fucking country, you welfare monkey bitch? You know what I did? I went. Cause you know what the moment was? Nigga, I knew it was racist.
Yes, of course. Bitch, you guessed it. You was right.
Like I was telling the other comics, I'm like, I'm pretty sure she's a racist. I can feel it in my gut. They're like, I don't know if you can go. I'm like, bro, I have a gut feeling.
Yeah, of course.
And then it happened, and my friends looking like, whoa, you was right. I'm like, that is what most racism in life is.
Yes.
It's a lot of dog whistling. It's you saying stuff that kind of hints at it, but you don't want to be direct with it. And oftentimes, black people were made to feel crazy about stuff we know is wrong, but it's really flagrant. And this girl saying all kinds of foul shit about my mom being a monkey, and I'm living on welfare my whole life, and I should go back. Keep in mind, I'm born in this country, served in the military, but to her, I need to go back to my country, whatever that means. And it just, in that moment, I was just so happy. I was like, bitch, I'm right. Like, my intuition's still sharp.
You know the sign.
It's the smallest.
Ace of base, bro. I saw the signs.
It opened up my eyes.
I saw the signs. That bitch is crazy. Saying all of that bullshit. I saw the signs. And it opened up my eyes. I saw the signs.
And you understand how much I must have heard racist shit in my life for me to care more about the fact that I can still detect racism than the actual racism itself? Because it didn't bother me. I'm not bothered.
It doesn't matter. You're going to say some racist shit. Like, at this point.
Water under the bridge.
Listen, after 37 years in my fucking life, the number of racist shit that I've heard, there's more chances that if you say something really foul and racist to me, I'll laugh, that I'm going to explode.
Right.
And then people that always tell me, yeah, people see racism everywhere. Listen, you don't hear it because it's not directed to you.
And listen, this lady said, what are you going to do, you stupid monkey? What are you going to do, right? She's getting up in my face. I'm like, I'll be sure to put your face up on Facebook tonight. So, yeah, whatever, we'll fuck yourself. So,
in grand premiere, bitch, you guessed it.
Anyways, we wanted to share this story with you guys just to let you guys know about our lived experience. Tell us what you guys think in the comments below. We really want
Recently, I concentrate a lot on sports and on workout and how to be healthy because I'm really against plastic surgeries. People can be pretty and healthy by working on themselves and eating properly versus just going to the surgeon.
I had cosmetic surgery.
2018, for instance, only in America, there are 257 million people who have a smartphone. And out of these people, 80% of people are on social media. Any one of these 80% can actually become an Instagram model. And I think that really very small portion of people can become a fashion model. It's completely different because if you take away the makeup, if you take away the filters, if you take away maybe the plastic surgery and all the retouching, see what is really at the end.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, and I can say why. The thing is, we don't retouch photos that much anymore because we do body positivity and we're actually proud to show the cellulite.
Depends who, I guess. Yeah, it depends.
And I feel the industry has moved a lot away from what it used to be. Oh, the filter, oh, editing.
If anything, influencers nowadays, we're trying to break that down. We're trying to break down the filters. We're trying to break down, hiding behind Facetune, Photoshopping, and whatever shit that we got on our phones these days. It's starting to become more raw. That's why I think that we're on the front line too. We're posting all our flaws and every little roll and stretch mark and everything, and it's up for people to judge.
I'm pretty sure at least 2 of them have had a lot of plastic surgery.
It's possible.
Life.
But what is it, James?
I always also just think it's kind of weird to be body positivity. Doctor, change my body.
Yeah, I know.
That's weird to me.
There's a girl on Instagram, she's like full of surgeries, which is fine. I don't care. I'm not dogging that. It's just that she wrote accepting myself. Click. I'm like, hashtag accepting yourself now.
Recently, I concentrate a lot on sports and on workout and how to be healthy because I'm really against plastic surgeries. And I'm trying to emphasize a lot that people can be pretty and healthy by working on themselves and eating properly versus just going to the surgeon.
Even the gods have their price.
No! No, nigga! She did not just say that! No! Oh! Yo! People are bugging! Yo! That Jubilee is evil! They edited that like surgical precision. They got a 7-kill streak in Call of Duty and called in an airstrike, my nigga. What the f did I just see?
Talking and I was looking at her upper lip not moving. And I was like, the thing is, you can have had plastic surgery and not be for it anymore. Yeah, don't look at me like I ain't even part of this.
Listen, I don't care that these Instagram models do what they do. I'm just like sick and tired of being people being full of shit. If you had plastic surgery, it's okay. But don't preach to everybody that they should love themselves as they are when you weren't able to do it and you paid thousands of dollars to have a doctor cut you up and fix you the way that you wanted to see.
And now that you've done it, now you're preaching.
It's like preachers who say no homo and
homo.
Well, I broke my nose 3 years ago, and it's like not a big story actually. Like my nose is still crooked. I broke a nose like 3 years ago, and I had to get my nose done, and I did remove the bump because you're already paying for it, so you might as well. I'm pretty sure that made you happy. It made me very happy. Like I honestly was insecure about my bump, and I was getting a lot of not the good compliments necessarily about it. I loved it, but still people were like, and yeah, it made me very happy. They still couldn't fix the whole thing, but
Wait, the sheep fucking hurt?
Breast augmentation.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an enhancement. It was something
I got killed by a sheep, bro.
I just did it for confidence.
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I have a huge problem with what they're saying. If you're telling people to love themselves as they are, and you're then afterwards saying, I became happy because of what I did.
Why the fuck are the sheep hitting me, bro?
If you're saying cosmetic surgery is what made you happy, then you are preaching something to people that is unhealthy. If your self-esteem is based off whether or not you get a cosmetic surgery, you have a poor basis for self-esteem. It's the equivalent of preaching veganism while eating a
I'm so fucking pissed off by this.
Give me a hot dog.
If you have plastic surgery and you preach hashtag living yourself, change that. It's living yourself now.
I just feel like for Asian girls, like we're not gifted in we're gifted with our genetics, like Asians don't raisins, but like when it comes to our body, like we need to put in either like the finance or like the
like the tiniest funny nose when I was little. And I was like, oh my God, like I didn't like my nose, you know, it was weird shaped. And when I grew up being a model, then photographers were like, oh my God, we love your nose. It was like, who, me? Like, my nose, okay. And it really taught me to accept it, and I love it now. I'm so glad. You know, I never thought about doing any surgery on my nose or anything, but you know, it taught me to love myself the way I am. So
fucking when, you goddamn sheep.
I'm half Japanese, so I wasn't really, you know, blessed with any curves. And I used to not like that. I used to be like, oh, when people see me, you know, I don't look attractive. I don't have boobs. I don't have a butt. But as soon as I got into the modeling world, they're like, oh, no, that's a good thing. It's good to be flattered. So it's like, oh, okay, now I have something to be proud of. Yeah.
My job is inclusive of all body types, races, genders, sexualities, and abilities.
When I was growing up, I was never thinking that I can be a model because I was never the modeling type. Now I'm represented by an agency. I work with a worldwide brand. I could never think that that would ever happen to me, and I'm so grateful. Here they come.
It's not inclusive of all body types because generally the things that I'm wearing are not made for all body types. So in order to do my job, I have to maintain a certain, you know, form. You know, a certain shape.
For runway models, what these designers are creating are sample sizes, and you have to be able to fit into those sample sizes. So that's mostly why it's not as inclusive of body type, I guess. But I definitely do believe that the modeling industry is becoming more diverse. Yeah, especially like nowadays. So.
I would love to see that, you know, the modeling industry includes everybody. It does include races and everyone, but it's true when we talk about body type.
I'll take it from here.
People have to be a certain height and a certain, you know, body shape to be able to do it. It's like comparing someone who plays tennis and plays for fun and someone who plays professionally and actually trained for years for that as well, like a Roger Federer. Not everyone gets to be him.
That's a low-key diss. She's basically saying, you guys are just doing this for fun.
You know, people that don't have real jobs, you know, being professional like myself.
I think photoshopping my body is okay.
Wow. All right. Well, they're not consistent with their views. There's some people that are not consistent with their views. You know what I mean? That's exactly what it is. Hey, bro,
What do you mean? Don't preach the word of God if you don't follow it.
Amen. This thing got you irate.
You preach, and if you didn't preach, I'd be like, change your name, nigga.
Like you said, and when you're in magazines, you know, I've seen my pictures on e-com and their thighs are smooth, there's no cellulite, and you know what? That sells the clothes, it gets things done, it's what the customers want to see, and I'm perfectly okay with that.
What happened? I don't understand what happened to the idea that you wanted to sell an image that was attainable for everyone. Oh no, now because it sells, forget my morals and my values because it's, man, people gotta be more consistent. This is very disappointing.
Yeah.
Very disappointing because I had a negative impression of Instagram models from my personal experiences and what I've seen online, and this just made it worse.
I'm not cool with it. No, I'm by no means perfect.
I'm just curious, before you start, like, have you two never been photoshopped? Like, nobody has ever retouched your photos in no way?
No, the question is, are we okay with it? That's a different question.
But you signed
because,
waivers.
you know, I'm not saying, I'll be honest, I'm not saying I'm never retouching my photos, yes, but it does not make it okay.
I think when it comes to retouching, I don't have control of the image. I do the job, and then they have control of that image. So that's one thing, like, if it were to me, I would like to be as natural as possible because I'm a human. And so I have flaws, and I'm thankful for the way I look, but I'm not perfect. And so I'd like to represent myself. Like, I'd like to think this is who I am. And sometimes I'll look and like see these filters and people look like aliens.
Are they low-key different?
They talk about it hard. Because you can tell there's a difference in levels of intelligence.
Ain't that crazy that the most body positivity person is actually the runway models?
Yeah, well, he said he has flaws, but everyone's like, nah, nigga, you look perfect. Right? But even him, he's
but he accepts it.
But would you refuse a job if you would know they're gonna Photoshop the hell out of you?
If they're gonna Photoshop the hell out of me, then I'm not doing the job.
So you would
essentially, yeah, like it's not me. Then they might as well get anything. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah.
Here, been okay with receiving their body Photoshop?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. And as long as like my photo looks good and I don't look like too hourglass, like I'm fine with it.
but how do you decide? If you're okay with it, then you're okay with them doing whatever they want.
I get to have my own photographer, makeup artist, and my photographer edits my photos, so we can always collaborate on like reshaping and stuff. So it's not like a magazine.
My personal opinion when it comes to especially Instagram models, I'm like, yeah, that's a no for me. One, because they promote lifestyles that aren't reasonable, that aren't real, that are completely fake. The difference between them and models, like models are on the runway. You know what I mean? Like and also the culture for models, at least from what I've personally seen, hasn't been as pervasive as how social media influencers are in everybody's phones. Am I wrong?
I think you're right on that.
Right? So when I see the influence that they have and how people with like no followers are trying to build their empire and how they're trying to mimic stuff and how it's like they've created this lifestyle around their work where their life is beholden to their work and the work is not beholden to their life. Does that make sense? Meaning our work is based off our lives. Our lives is not based on our work. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And also the fact that we don't do the same thing because people think, yeah, but you guys are on the internet. Dude, yeah, but you don't know that much about my life. We do social commentaries, and that's pretty much it. We don't showcase you how lavish our lives is because it's not. We broke.
But even if it was, I wouldn't promote it.
I wouldn't.
Because that's not what this is about.
And it's none of your business.
But I know, you can't compare what we do to what Instagram models do.
No, absolutely not. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not.
And I don't think anyone's going to try to make that argument with us.
But some people are pretty dumb sometimes.
Well, let me be dumb. When it comes to Instagram models specifically, as a result of what kind of life they try to portray as being real, then other people sit at home and then they try to emulate that lifestyle. It's not real. It's cringy.
You see it in clubs.
It's cringy. Everyone's trying to act like they popping bottles and doing all this dumb nonsense. I'm like, it's embarrassing because I'm like, you're sacrificing your real life to portray something online for likes. So all this to say, I mean, it just didn't give me a better opinion of people that I already had a bad opinion of. And yeah, that was cringy as shit. This is why I don't follow Instagram models. Nope. Not gonna feed into this garbage. But anyways, maybe we're seeing it incorrectly. Want to hear your comments below. What do you guys think? Do you guys think the Instagram models represented very well? What about the runway models? Let us know what you think. Today's topic, Ben Shapiro debunks systemic racism. So this is a video that was submitted to us hundreds of times.
Okay, so there's a video that is going around on Facebook and on YouTube. It's from ACT TV called Systemic Racism Explained. Makes some interesting arguments, and I thought it's worthwhile going through them a little bit. So we're going to play the video, we'll stop it, we'll discuss.
This is Jamal. Jamal is a boy who lives in a poor neighborhood. He has a friend named Kevin. He lives in a wealthy neighborhood. All of Jamal's neighbors are African American, and all of Kevin's neighbors are white. Kevin and Jamal live only a few streets away from each other. So how come they're growing up in such different worlds with such different opportunities for success? The answer has to do with America's history of systemic racism. To understand it better, let's look at what life was like for Kevin and Jamal's grandparents.
In order to understand what's going to happen in this video, you have to understand how systemic racism is being defined. Systemic racism is really amorphous term. It could mean many things. It could mean that the institutions of today are racist, in which case everyone would oppose them. Or it could mean that all inequality is explainable by racism, which of course is not sustainable. It's a good argument. The argument that this video is going to try to make is that all of history has meaning. And that is true. History does have consequences for today. The problem is, as we'll see, the video tries to explain all inequality with reliance on history and no inequality with response to exacerbating levels of income inequality, exacerbating levels of single motherhood, personal decision-making, or any of the other variables that could come into creating the gaps we see today.
Decades after the Civil War, many government agencies started to draw maps dividing cities into sections that were either desirable or undesirable for investment. This practice was called redlining, and it usually blocked off entire black neighborhoods from access to private and public investment. Banks and insurance companies used these maps for decades to deny black people loans and other services based purely on race. Historically speaking, owning a home and getting a college education is the easiest way for an American family to build wealth. But when Jamal's grandparents wanted to buy a house, the banks refused because they lived in a neighborhood that was redlined. So Jamal's grandparents were not able to buy a home, and because colleges could prevent them from attending through legal segregation, their options for higher education were really scarce.
So let's talk about redlining. Redlining became illegal in the United States as early as 1968. The Equal Credit Opportunity Act was followed by the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act in 1975, which was a predecessor to the Community Reinvestment Act, both of which were an attempt to ensure that people who are living in low-income minority neighborhoods could actually get loans. And these things were very effective. In 1992, researchers at the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston tried to look at the data. They collected information on some 30 variables related to lending decisions. They found that virtually all of the difference between minority and non-minority denial rates was explained by those variables.
Okay, here's the thing. If you actually read this study, it says, this is from what he posted. These factors do not wholly eliminate the disparity, and since the adjusted ratio implies that even after controlling for financial employment, neighborhood characteristics, Black and historic mortgage applications in the Boston metropolitan area are roughly 60% more likely to be turned down than whites. This discrepancy means that minority applicants with the same economic and property characteristics as white applicants would experience a denial rate of 17% rather than the actual white denial rate of 11. Thus, in the end, that's what he posted. So even the study that he posted just admits that there's still a discrepancy that exists when you control for all those factors.
A reanalysis of that information found that black-owned banks were actually lending to white-owned businesses at higher rates than they were lending to black-owned businesses. Furthermore, if it seemed that banks were discriminating against black borrowers on the basis of they needed to have higher credit qualifications, what you would see is lower default rates from black clients of banks, and people who are borrowing money from banks in the black community. There are zero studies that show any of this. So the bottom line is this. Redlining was an evil and awful policy. It was made illegal in the 1960s. By the 1980s, the banks were not lending at disproportionate rates. In fact, if you look at among different communities, as Thomas Sowell has pointed out, Asian Americans get loans more easily than white Americans. That does not mean the banks are being racist toward white Americans on behalf of Asian Americans.
Okay, so first thing I'm gonna give him credit for this one thing. He at least acknowledges redlining's history and the fact that it discriminated against minorities. There's two things he doesn't account for. One, it's not because a policy's been made illegal that the practice has stopped. As recent as 2015, the Justice Department has actually come down on banks for still redlining against African Latino community members, meaning they still discriminated on the basis of race when it comes to giving out loans. And so you guys can look this up. The settlements have already been put in place. The idea that redlining has stopped because a law has been enacted to me seems weird, because the reality is they're still charging people for that exact same crime. So if you acknowledge that redlining is a form of systemic racism that has existed in the past and has been outlawed, yet you recognize that it is systemic racism, if it's still being practiced, has that systemic racism really gone? That's my question. Ben himself acknowledged that that was a form of systemic racism that is real, that is problematic. So just because it's outlawed, it doesn't change the fact that it's still happening. So if that form that he claimed was evil is still happening today, is systemic racism really gone? That's the question I pose to you.
Well, of course not. It's like anything, even slavery. Slavery was abolished. There was still slaves. Bruh, there are still slaves right now.
You talking about the 13th?
I'm talking about the U.S.
Yeah, the 13th. The 13th Amendment, which says basically you are not to be owned as a slave unless you're imprisoned.
Yes.
Right.
But unless you're imprisoned.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea that his argument is essentially because it's been outlawed that it necessarily means it's not happening.
That's not.
And what we actually know from public records is that it's not the case. He is correct about affirmative action. The one thing I would also add, though, is that a lot of people are getting into universities through nepotism, meaning because their parents who went to those universities and part of the alumni and who are boosters, they get their kids to go through, while still having bad GPAs and all this stuff, their kids get in. So that economic advantage that they have from being from wealth is passed down to their kids. Now, is that inherently just along racial lines? No, it's also along economic lines. And it's important that when we look at this issue, we don't look at it as a strictly race thing, because the reality is money is a huge factor. Your social class plays a huge factor in this. But it's also important to note, as Ben will do later, that because black people have been so disadvantaged economically speaking and
vested in me
and discriminated against from that point of view, it stands to reason that there's going to be some overlap between race and income.
Unfortunately, the story doesn't end there. A big part of systemic racism is implicit bias. These are prejudices in society that people are not aware that they have.
One of the big problems with implicit bias, it is very, very difficult to quantify, identify, and studies that supposedly determine that your implicit bias results in real-world action are
need a reason to
deeply
get in your
flawed.
face,
Implicit bias
but I just
assessment
happen to
tests, for
like it.
example, are so significantly flawed they are virtually unusable.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, sure. It's hard to find.
Let's go back to Kevin and Jamal. Against all odds, Jamal manages to be the only student from his high school to get accepted into a great university. The same one that Kevin and his high school friends are attending. But after Kevin and Jamal both graduate, Jamal notices that his resume isn't drawing as much interest as Kevin's, even though they graduated from the same program with the exact same GPA. Unfortunately for Jamal, studies show that resumes with white-sounding names get twice as many callbacks as identical resumes with black-sounding names.
The research is actually a lot more interesting than what is being portrayed in this video. There are several studies here. There was one famous study that was done that suggested that first name differentiation was indeed being used by employers. So if your name was Lakeisha, for example, this is the name that is actually used in the study, Lakeisha versus Greg, that you are less likely to get a callback. There was another study that showed a historically black last name like Washington or Jefferson provided no actual differentiation from historically white names, like Greenberg, for example.
He said, hold up, Washington and Jefferson aren't, when I hear that name, and most people hear that name, they don't think black person.
It's because of the first name they do think it's a black name. If you say your last name is Jefferson, that's one thing. If your name is Gray Jefferson, white. If you say Lakeisha Jefferson,
but even if it's Ben Jefferson, that's not a, because he's making an argument that Jefferson and Washington are historically black names.
Yes.
I'll be honest with you, when people hear Jefferson or Washington, they think of the founding fathers. They don't think of football players.
Straight. That's that.
So that to me seems like an odd point to make to be like, they don't discriminate against Washingtons and Jeffersons. Because they don't sound black.
It's not because you took that you took Danzel's last name and the Jeffersons showed that we're gonna they're black names. If you don't get the
no, those are not. That's a weird point to make.
Names. You know what? Smith is a black name. With what? With the Will Smith? Get the take your.
No.
Got it here.
Lakeisha is a different. I don't know too many white girls with the name Lakeisha. Do you?
I don't.
Yes. I know plenty of white dudes with Washington, Jefferson, Smith. Come on.
So if your name was Steve Greenberg versus Steve Jefferson, you're just as likely to get a callback as Steve Jefferson.
What the? No.
Of course.
No.
It's the same white dude.
No, if you don't take everything,
come on, B.
No, and that's what I'm saying. He's being disingenuous. He's not being real.
Well, no, at the very least, he's actually quoting the study, which I'm grateful for.
Yes, but Jefferson and Washington.
To be fair,
black names.
Maybe he doesn't know that many black people, so he doesn't know that's not.
Doesn't matter. You're able to search for research for this research, and then for names you're not able to look it up. Nah, look it up, buddy. Look it up.
Do you know what traditional names look like for everything?
No, but I'm just saying, look it up. You're able to go out with all. You're able to.
I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna give him the benefit. You don't have to. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
Come on.
He may not know.
I understand.
Some people are not that culturally.
So did he know all of this thing? No, he didn't. But
he read the study, and the study used those names as black examples. Chill, dude. Chill.
Whack.
Hot heated. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
What that suggests, and this was confirmed by subsequent studies, is that the actual issue here is a question of class discrimination, not an issue of race discrimination. In other words, the reason that people are discriminating against Lakeisha as opposed to against Steve Johnson or Steve Washington is because people are actually using the first name as a stand-in for social class.
What? Well, this is one of the weirdest arguments.
Lakeisha
so are you trying to say that?
Poor and Steve is rich.
So you're gonna hire Lakeisha because she's poor? You literally said that income mobility is the best thing, and now you're saying if you have a poor sounding name, you're not gonna get hired. Does that not sound weird?
All those in attendance.
What?
Promise not to tell
That's a weird argument to make. Jamal, I'd hire you, but it sounds like you're gonna get drafted to the NBA anytime soon. So can't afford to have part of my work. Like, come on, what? You're making assumptions of people based off their cultural background. You're essentially saying you belong to the black community, therefore you're probably poor. I don't know why you wouldn't want to hire a poor person if they're just as qualified as the white counterpart. That sounds strange to me, but anyways. I'm trying to see it from his perspective.
No, c'est un vieil argument, G. Just be honest with it. It's a whack argument.
They are figuring that if you were named Lakeisha, it's because you probably came from a more impoverished background. Now, this is not restricted to the black community. This happens in the Jewish community as well. If you get an applicant, and the applicant's name is Ben, you might treat that applicant different than if that person's name is Benjamin. You might treat a Menachem different than you treat a Mike. And that is because you are trying to read into the person your perceptions of culture or perceptions of class, not really perceptions of race.
Bro, that sounds a lot like racism. I don't know to y'all, but if I hear a name and be like, he probably commits crime. Listen, if you listen to a name and then you infer some kind of criminality, some kind of wealth problem, some kind of mental aptitudes lacking, that sounds a lot like racism. Okay, maybe it's a culture thing. Are you trying to say I'm not racist, I'm xenophobic? Like, what are we arguing here?
Are you really trying to hire Jamal?
I don't know. This is a weird argument.
There's a Jamal that stole my credit card the other day.
I don't know.
That's really, really important when you look at these particular studies and suggest that racial discrimination rather than class distinctions are at the basis of whatever hiring discrimination is happening here.
It makes me think of whenever the cops said, it's not racial profiling. It's
attire profiling.
Attire profiling.
Come on, B.
To me, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, this is what the problem is, right? It's like when you outline something at redlining, now they're not discriminating on you based off of your race explicitly. Now they're being like, yeah, we just feel like, based off your heritage, it's the same thing. It's just got a different name.
Oh, based on my heritage, you mean my hair?
Work that.
Class discrimination? Come on, B. That's a bad argument.
Kevin's grandparents, on the other hand, got a low-interest loan to buy their first house and got accepted into a handful of top universities, which traditionally only accepted white students. This opened up a wealth of opportunities that they were able to pass on to their kids and grandkids.
The basic assumption of this video is that if your grandparents are rich in the United States, this means that you are rich in the United States. And that if your grandparents are poor in the United States, that means that you are poor in the United States. This is factually untrue. The reality is that income changes over time, that there are an enormous number of people in the United States by percentage who are able to rise from poor to middle class and their children from middle class to wealthy. The biggest problem that we have in the United States right now is not a historic wealth gap. The biggest problem we have is an income gap in the United States. Furthermore, the basic idea that most wealth in the United States is inherited and that millionaires are really only millionaires because their parents were millionaires, that really isn't true either. The vast majority of millionaires and billionaires are people whose parents were not millionaires and billionaires. Chris Hogan, who's a black financial expert, he did a survey of 10,000 people, and what he found was that of those 10,000 people, 74% of millennials believed millionaires inherited their money, 52% of baby boomers did, but only 21% of millionaires received any inheritance at all. Just 16% inherited more than $100,000. Only 3% received an inheritance at or above $1 million. In reality, the best path toward wealth in this country is income mobility, not inherited wealth.
Okay, so he's not wrong about that, right? He's actually right about what he says. That being said, I think he dismisses the advantages of being born to a wealthy family a little bit too much. Because you can't just look at it as, oh, I didn't get anything from my parents because I didn't get an inheritance. No,
you got a lot of things.
You benefited from being in a place with high property value, so that means you went to a better education, right? Your parents who are wealthy probably have more connections than poor families, which meant it's much easier for you to land a job, land a good school.
Quality of food during their development.
Right. To think that, there's as much upward mobility for a child in Flint drinking lead water as someone who's born to a wealthy family, to me, is ridiculous. Obviously, what kind of social class you're born into plays a huge factor. And the idea that upwards mobility is going to be just as accessible to poor kids as it will be to rich kids, to me, seems a little strange. That being said, he is right that ideally the solution to these problems is upward mobility. But what we see is that most poor people stay poor and most middle class people stay middle class.
Well, that's the thing I have a problem with a lot of his points, is that it really takes account for just one side of the story. You understand? Yeah, I understand. I understand that, like, the example that we just have here. I understand that, they don't inherit anything, but it's just you really take emphasis of inheriting of wealth. But there's more than that. You don't take into accountability anything else. That's what I have a problem with Ben, but whatever, we'll go.
This opened up a wealth of opportunities that they were able to pass on to their kids and grandkids. Even as late as the 1980s, an investigation into the Atlanta real estate market showed that banks were more willing to lend to low-income white families than to middle or upper-income African-American families. As a result, today, for every $100 of wealth held by a white family, black families have $5.04. A 2017 study confirms that redlining is still affecting home values in major cities like Chicago today. This explains how Kevin and Jamal inherited vastly different circumstances.
As it turns out, there are some complicating factors that don't get cited in this video with regard to this data. The Federal Reserve Board economists tried to explain that this data did not take account of differences that were not income-based, things like liabilities, employment history, credit record, and other relevant variables that should have been considered. It should not be particularly surprising that discrimination in the past has impact on the actual income of people who are living in the areas that were denied loans. That shouldn't be a major surprise. But that is not the only disparity, obviously. That New York Times piece they are citing says, quote, they estimate the maps account for 15 to 30% of the overall gaps in segregation and home ownership.
So then you're making the case for systemic racism. The idea that systemic racism is the only reason why people are being held back is not one that most logical people are going to make. They're saying it is a contributing factor, right? Of course, personal decisions and, you know, family surroundings, all these other things are going to play an impact. But you've just literally stated that it does have an impact in the home ownership of people there today. So when people say you're debunking systemic racism, it seems odd to me when right here you're acknowledging that it does have an impact on today's real estate opportunities for minority communities.
But he tosses it out the window because it's really just one side.
Well, I don't know if he's tossing it because he's acknowledging it. So he's not tossing it out. He's saying
but
it
if
is.
he debunks it, you cannot call it debunking. You cannot make a video talking about I'm debunking it when you acknowledge it. After that, if you clearly say that you're debunking it, it means that you're saying that you're tossing it out the window because you're not taking this in accountability.
Maybe it's just a title. Maybe it's just a title.
Maybe.
But it just seems odd to me that you're saying you're going to debunk it, and then at the same time you're saying, no, it really does have an impact today. Then that's the case that most people are making. I will acknowledge this. When he quotes the studies, he doesn't do so in a disingenuous manner, which I appreciate.
But he takes only one side of the thing.
Well, he's not, because he's mentioning both sides right now. That's literally he's
now
saying.
He is, but that's the first time that he does. That's the first time in the whole video that he did. Where we at now? 923, and that's the first time that he acknowledged it. The both sides out of everything that you said. I don't know.
Okay.
That they find between the highest risk area and the second highest risk areas, those were the ones that were being classified. The truth is that when it comes to redlining, you have to look at the gradations as well. There was always going to be a difference in the availability of loans to people who are living in the highest risk areas as opposed to the people who are in the very lowest risk areas. Another factor is that if history does make a difference, then if you are denied loans in a particular area, and if there's less money in those areas, and as crime goes up, and as property taxes kick in, there's not enough money to take, and as schools get worse, obviously that's going to continue to have effect in that particular area. That doesn't mean the same people are living in that area who always lived in that area, or that people who grew up in that area in 1960 necessarily have to live in that area, or that their grandkids have to live in that area in 2020.
Here's the thing. Statistically speaking, we know that most poor people do not move, right? Like, for higher income people, it's much more accessible to move because you have more financial flexibility to go somewhere else. For poor people, you guys can look this up yourselves, they don't move as much. So he's saying, essentially, if you live in an area and you were shafted, you know, generationally speaking, by redlining and bad loan practices, move. Well, most poor people don't have that opportunity.
He's also saying
when you're living paycheck to paycheck, okay, and you're just trying to make rent, and you don't know you're gonna have a job in the next city, you can't just up and move.
You're saying that he's not being disingenuous, but I feel like he is in a way, because he's just disregarding a bunch of things.
Because Jamal's school district is mostly funded by property taxes, his school is not very well funded. His classrooms are overcrowded, his teachers are underpaid, and he doesn't have access to high-quality tutors or extracurricular activities. Kevin's school district is also funded by property taxes, so his school is very well funded. His classrooms are never crowded, his teachers are very well paid, and he has access to high-quality tutors and lots of extracurricular activities.
So let's talk for a second about school policy. The reality is that if you wanted Jamal to be able to go to Kevin's school, what you'd want is something called school vouchers. You want people to be able to move away from their school districts. One of the chief reasons that Jamal is confined to his local public school is because of Democratic policy that has decided that you must go to school in the district where you live. And this is also why a lot of people have left lower income areas and moved out to higher income areas specifically for better public schools. So if you want Jamal to have the same educational opportunities as Kevin, perhaps you should have school vouchers for private schools, or perhaps you should have charter schools, which is what Mayor Bill de Blasio in New York is fighting against, or perhaps you should break the teachers' unions, which are costing a fortune, particularly on a disproportionate level in areas where they're not spending enough taxpayer dollars. So I'm all for improving Jamal's schools. I'm also all for Jamal having all the same educational opportunities as Kevin. The problem is most Democrats are not.
I don't entirely disagree with this point, but it seems kind of odd to say you can move. Like, sometimes schools are not necessarily well placed. Like, let's say if I'm living in an area and the only close by school that we have access to is this one, well, just to say to someone, take a voucher and go to a different school, well, that's not a tenable situation for all those kids that go to that school, the bad school meaning. Because then if all those kids leave that bad school to go to a better school, then those other schools become overcrowded. And the other thing to consider is, like, not everyone can just move for school purposes. Like, if you're poor, you're not able to move. It's very rare for poor people to be able to move. Why? Because cost of living is pretty high in most places in North America. So to move from where you're at, which, you know, you've kind of established some kind of system, to move somewhere else, try to find a new job, trying to find a location that's close to that school, it's very difficult. So
and that's what I was pondering about, because he just said, well, if you want to have a better school, you just have to move. And I'm like, that's the problem. Because if you said that the area where you live at is financing and school taxes and stuff like that, it's financing schools that you just moving increases your cost of living, which you can't necessarily afford. So I was like, yo, that point is weird.
Yeah, no. And if all those kids move, then the other schools then become overcrowded. So it's not a tenable situation. Ideally, you want to make those schools much better so that they're up to the standard of the other schools. As far as starting charter schools, yes, that's always a good idea, but it's also expensive to do. It's not as instantaneous.
And it's going to be on what territory? On the one that can afford it.
Well, charter schools are a little bit different than that. But yeah, I don't entirely disagree with him, but I don't also think his solution is as good as he claims.
Implicit bias is one of the reasons why the black unemployment rate is twice the rate of white unemployment.
Well, this tends to neglect one key factor. What did you major in? What did you study? It turns out that people who major in education aren't going to do as well as people who major in engineering. According to research from the Center on Education and the Workforce at Georgetown University, this is a quote from PBS, African-American college students are more likely to pursue majors that lead to low-paying jobs, setting up many for future debt and underemployment. Over time, these occupational choices contribute to the wealth and opportunity gap between whites and blacks that spans generations. Anthony Carnival, who's the director of the program, says basically African-Americans have been going to the right church but sitting in the wrong pew. In a way, they are using education to climb the social and economic ladder, but they're being steered toward majors that will make them low earners. So, in other words, there are several confounding factors that are not being taken into account in this video. 1, what college did you go to? 2, what did you major in? And 3, what kind of job did you get afterward?
So this is, I think, the trend that I'm seeing. The guy in the original video, the one that Ben's reacting to, is making the assessment that all inequalities due to racial discrimination and systemic racism. And then Ben is making the argument that it's a whole bunch of other stuff, therefore you're wrong. Why can't it be both? Why can't it be a matter of personal choices, the schools you choose to go to, and because my name is Jamal, you think I'm poor, therefore you're not going to hire me? It could be both of those things. And if you combine them, personal choice matters. Yes, right? The choices that you make for school, all that matters. Where you send your kids, the kind of environment, all that stuff matters. And systemic racism, which you've acknowledged in this video, also matters. It can be both.
They're not arguing the same thing. He's talking about systemic racism, and the other one is talking about some other thing, disregarding systemic racism, even though he said that it exists. It's not because of that. It's like they're not even, he's responding with things that have nothing to do with what he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Well, he's trying to say, you're looking at the wrong stuff. It's actually this stuff. So that's his response.
Yeah,
his response is like...
But it's both. I agree with you.
We are acknowledging that.
I understand that.
You can see evidence of systemic racism in every area of life. The disparities in family wealth, incarceration rates, political representation, and education are all examples of systemic racism.
Now we reach the crux of the matter. The basic idea here is that any inequality can be chalked up to systemic racism. We are now ghost hunting. Notice, they've said nothing in this video about incarceration. Nothing about incarceration. The simple assumption is that if more black people percentage-wise are arrested than white people, that must be due to systemic racism and not due to the number of crimes being committed by individuals who make a decision to commit a crime.
Both those things can be true. Both of them. Like, I feel like this is the trend in this. Yes, personal choices, bad personal choices result in you going to jail. Also, partially systemic racism is a factor. You know, like, okay, now he's going to make the assertion that there's a whole bunch of black people who work in government in these offices. Great. What are the percentages? What are the percentages? It's not because Barack Obama can be president of the United States that systemic racism doesn't exist. That's not the argument that you need to make. It can be both those things. People can make the right personal choices and get in good places in life, but we also acknowledge that sometimes systemic racism can shaft some people.
When it comes to representation, the truth is there are many, many black Americans in Congress. We've had a black president of the United States. People choosing to run and people choosing to vote, that is an aspect of American freedom. And when it comes to education, there are plenty of affirmative action programs that exist at virtually every major university. In fact, there are entire university systems like the University of California that have gotten rid of the SAT and the ACT as admissions criteria specifically because they weren't allowing enough minority students to attend. So to attribute all inequality to systemic racism is simply to say that everything you don't like must be due to systemic racism.
Unfortunately, the biggest challenge with systemic racism is that there's no single person or entity responsible for it, which makes it very hard to solve.
I agree with that notion. And it's like when you have these discussions,
What notion?
what he just said about like there's no one person that you can ascribe it to, there's no face of it. And it's like important to note that like when you talk about systemic racism, you don't have to look at white people like you're guilty of this. Sometimes people can be complicit in the system and not even realize it. For example, not saying this is my opinion, but if I looked at police officers and I went look at the police system and I said, hey, the laws that they're enacting. So for example, if they were violating your Second Amendment rights, okay, they were taking away your guns against your rights. Okay, the police officers were told to do it and they did it. Those police officers may not be evil, but they are upholding a system that is violating your rights, meaning they may not be intentionally doing anything. They may not have bad intentions, but because they are the arm of that system and engaging in it, they're the bad ones. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. These people are not waking up in the morning and saying, I'm going to infringe their rights every day. I'm going to do that and I'm going to infringe your rights. Or, no, most of them, most of the time, are executing orders. It's not them saying it's what the order is.
Right.
That man that got pushed, right? And the old man that got pushed and that his claw got cracked. It was an order.
Yeah.
It was an order that was asked to be done. You understand? So I understand after that why the 57 people they decided to resign from that task force, not from the police, but from that force, because at the end of the day, they were not, okay, you asked me to do a job, but you're not gonna back me up in the end.
Right.
I don't want to be mean, but I'm just trying to do my job. You understand what I'm saying?
In the same token, soldiers who can be sent to an unjust war can be good people, but because they are part of a system that's making them do something that's unjust, and to be clear, most people agree that the war in Afghanistan and Iraq was wrong. Now, not back then, but now, it doesn't mean that it reflects on their character. In that same token, just because systemic racism exists, it doesn't mean that white people everywhere are guilty of this problem. Do you understand? So when we have this discussion, don't feel defensive. Don't feel like, oh, and we're not saying that white people can't suffer, or white people can't be poor, or white people can receive very little to no handouts. That's not what we're saying. We're saying there is a system that purposefully discriminates against black on the basis of their skin, as Ben has admitted, which is redlining. And there's other forms of it, but we're going to just stick to what he mentioned.
So what can you do? The first thing you can do is work towards becoming more aware of your own implicit biases.
We should always, as decent people, be re-examining our own biases and trying to wipe out bad thoughts we may be having about other people. But the idea that something as vague as you had a bad thought about a group is now responsible for the income inequality between black and white is sort of an absurd contention in the absence of any available evidence.
What are some prejudices that you might hold that you're not aware of? Second, let's acknowledge that the consequences of slavery and Jim Crow laws are still affecting access to opportunity today.
It is certainly plausible that slavery and Jim Crow have affected how people's paths have gone in life and the circumstances of their birth. But the question is, how much? If we are going to change policy, and if we are going to effectuate change, shouldn't we be focused more on what are the bad policies today that specifically are keeping people down, and what behaviors can we change today to make our opportunities better, rather than focusing in on slavery or Jim Crow? The fact is that even if you buy into the entire narrative of systemic racism promoted by this video, it changes nothing, and the video is even acknowledging as much.
I disagree on this because a lot of people don't acknowledge this reality. Because they don't acknowledge this reality, they don't want to acknowledge a lot of the changes that people want to implement in order to fix these issues.
Because they don't understand where it's from.
We outlawed redlining. Great. It's still happening today. How do we fix that? But if you don't acknowledge the fact that redlining ever existed or that was ever racially biased, which by all accounts, all historical facts, it was, then we can't have a discussion on how to fix it today. We have to come to a conclusion and an acceptance of the facts of this history in order for us to move forward. We had Truth and Reconciliation here in regards to Native Americans and what the Canadian government did to them. Still a long way to go, but they at least came to the point where they acknowledged it, and now we can do some moving forward in order to fix that. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, but
without even acknowledging it, you can't take a first step.
You're not. Yeah, you're not wrong.
So
you're not wrong.
So that's why I disagree with him on. But anyways, I'll keep going.
As a result, we should support systemic changes that create more equal opportunities for everyone. Increasing public school funding and making it independent from property taxes would be a great start, so that poor and wealthy districts can receive equal access to resources.
The suggestion that simply pouring money into public schools is somehow going to be the solution has been belied by nearly every independent study ever done of public education. Obviously, we should be spending more on schools where not enough spending is going on, where there aren't school books or there aren't enough desks. But the real problem that's existing in educational performance has very little to do with income and a lot more to do with the access to educational opportunity provided in homes. If you have a single family home, it is very difficult for mom to be able to help with homework. If you don't allow kids to go to better schools outside their neighborhood, rather than simply pouring money into failed neighborhood schools, then you're not really granting opportunity.
He is right about that. He is right about that. I actually looked up the studies just to double check. Most of them say if you just throw money at a school, they don't have the system in place to be able to use it appropriately for the students.
Sense.
But there's no doubt that underfunded schools that can't even give kids basic tech books and adequate teachers and after-school curriculars is a problem.
It's messed up that in some schools, like I've seen in some schools,
no clean drinking water.
It's not even that. It's just like, yeah, I got 30 kids and I got 13 English books and I got 15 math book. I'm like, what the are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you even talking about, lady?
Yeah.
You have 13 math books for your class of 30.
Yeah.
And 50.
It's a problem. And you know what? The issue with it is like the U.S. in particular doesn't rank really highly in terms of their education levels at those levels.
Systemic problems require systemic solutions. Luckily, we're all part of the system, which means that we all have a role to play in making it better. Peace.
It's easy enough to say that we all have a role in making the system better, but when you suggest very few practical solutions other than rote democratic policies that have been failed nearly every time they've tried, it makes it difficult to believe this isn't just a political ploy rather than an argument in favor of bettering individual human lives. To deny the effects of history would be idiotic. History obviously has consequences. And to deny that racism exists would be similarly idiotic. But to attribute every problem in American life to racism or inequity is to be foolish and counterproductive and not to make the world a better place.
I agree with him on the last point. You can't attribute everything to racism. All right, some of it is a matter of class. Some of it is a matter of income. Even when it comes to these protests and riots, I'm like, you guys are so focused on just police. We have to acknowledge the fact that income inequality is also a big problem that we have in North American and Western civilization in general. The biggest indicator and the biggest correlating point that you can find for revolts and riots in most countries throughout history has been income inequality. The poorer people get, the more upset they get with the upper class, and then as a result, the anger builds up until there's a boiling point, right? So I agree with him on that point. But I just find it weird that you title it Debunking Systemic Racism while simultaneously acknowledging the fact that racism does exist and acknowledging different forms of systemic racism. So to me, it's just the title that really bothered me. Otherwise, I didn't mind the video too much, except for 1 or 2 points. That's what I have to say about it. What do you think?
Well, don't call it debunking if you're not debunking.
It most certainly
okay,
is.
that's clickbait.
And there's more in it for
I
you if
understand
you
what
keep
you're
on
trying to
haunting
do and
this
everything and
tent.
stuff, but that's clickbait. And there's you post pictures and things that you talking about, but you don't really read the whole thing. It's really one-sided. Sorry, that's what I found. So I'm like,
To victory.
whatever. It's just Ben Shapiro being Ben Shapiro. So I was like,
keen interest to the fates
thing
for
is
some
that
time,
Ben
hasn't
Shapiro
it?
has a
Ever since
a
Kronos.
big ability
A prophecy that
to
was only
sound
fulfilled
smarter than
because
he really
Kronos
is.
learned of it
He's
and
smart.
desperately tried
Goes
to
with
prevent
the,
it from coming to
he
pass.
goes with studies
Perhaps I'd have an
when
easier
it
time with
benefits
the fated
whatever he's
list if
saying.
I tried to
But then
thwart it at every turn.
dismiss some other
wouldn't
points
second guess
whenever
too much.
it doesn't, or it's
Later,
not
your
worth
father and
going because it's
uncles
going to go
drew
against
lots to
whatever he's
divide up their
saying.
rule of the
So I'm
world.
like,
By
I'm not,
chance,
that's why I'm not really
your
a fan
father
of,
wound up with the least desirable
Ben.
part.
I could listen to him because
Perhaps the
sometimes it's going
underworld
to
best
bring
suited
another
him.
incentive. It's going to bring another
were
point to what I'm thinking and what I'm hearing. But it's like sometimes it's very one-sided, and you're purposely not trying to look at the whole picture or what is trying to be said. And that's what I felt about this video.
Cool. Well, we want to hear your thoughts. What do you guys think in the comments below? Do you agree or disagree with our assessment? We want to hear your thoughts. That's it. All right, Pete wants to show me a video about some dude who's going to a black barber for the first time, which is crazy. And you can tell my ass ain't never been to a black barber either, so I'm about to live vicariously through this nigga.
You've never been to a barber, period.
Touche, bitch.
Bro, I go to get my hair cut today, and I live in Norco, and it's all white people, right? So I go to the white barber like I've been doing her for the past 18 years. I go in there, there's my barber, and there's a little line, and there's this black dude. I've never seen him before. He's a new hire. And this angel from sent directly from heaven is just there. And no one's going to him because we just some racist motherfuckers out here. Don't ask me. And I was like, you know what? The bro's new. I'm going to give him a chance. So I sit down in his seat. and everyone's kind of looking at me like. And the dude is wearing J's, so I already know he knows like his shit. He got J's on, he got some True Religion jeans on. And
like, hold up,
like,
we some racist motherfuckers, but yo, and then he just wear J's, and then he just said some
you got some
racist shit.
stereotypical shit. But here's where you lost me on your stereotypical shit. You said this nigga got J's and True Religion jeans, as if us niggas wear True Religion jeans like that.
We don't.
That shit's overpriced shit. We
might wear Levi's.
Mm-hmm.
We might wear Academics.
Mm-hmm. We might wear that no brand shit.
That no brand is perfect brand.
That's
for me.
that's my brand.
We might wear them things with the elastic bands in them because you know we got big ties and big dicks. Big ties and big ties and big ties.
Your ties too big?
My ties too big.
His ties too big?
My ties.
Your thighs.
Thighs?
Thighs.
Thighs? 1-800-ABCDEFG.
He's like, hey, what's Gooch, bro? Like, what can I get started for you today? What you want? So I was like, can you clean me up, please? He's like, yeah, bro, I got you. I'm finna invert taper. Two's on the side, finna clean up the top. I was like, I don't know what that means. I heard my black friends talk about it, but I don't know.
He just wanted to plug the fact that he has black friends. Because of that.
Just in case you thought that Jay's comment was racist.
Exactly.
I got black friends.
Hour, y'all. 1 whole hour he cuts my hair. White people do not do that shit. It's only like 15 minutes. And he's sitting there, and the motherfucker has a briefcase. A briefcase with clippers. I didn't even know there was other clippers. I thought there was one. So he get going, and he's talking to me about life. We talk about girls. We talk about ball. We talk about... He made me feel at home. And then, you know, he ends, and I've never heard these clipper noises. There's different noises. He's taking his time and stuff. Bro! So then he ends, like, all right, dude, you're good. Let me show you. So he's showing me, like, everything and with, like, a mirror. I've never seen the back of my head before. And
I'm falling. I can't get up. Oh shit.
bro, look how crisp those freaking lines are, dude. Crisp. So then I'm about to get up. He's like, oh, hold on, bro. He takes this warm towel, bro, and puts that shit on my neck.
Allahu Akbar.
Bro, black barbers are sent from heaven. You guys are miracles. Thank you. White people need this. Thank you. Bro, every black barber out there, I don't know if y'all get... Bro, yeah, I am so thankful for you guys. I'm so sorry that my white people are just mean to y'all. You guys...
I'm letting Preach do all the talking because I don't cut my hair, so I don't know.
No, you don't know what the fuck. Cause, you know,
my hair don't even get maintained. I literally wake up, do this. That's it, no products.
You don't even do that.
So, you know, people want to be like, hey, Abba, what do you know about hair maintenance? I'm like, bitch, stop. You talking about the boogeyman as far as I'm concerned. I don't know shit about that world. Don't talk to me about hair maintenance.
If you want to talk about hair maintenance, you can talk to me about it.
Yo.
I know about anything about that.
Mm-hmm.
Perms. Curls. Presses.
Girls.
You just want to rhyme. Press.
Dress.
No, that's not none around.
Ness.
No.
Like the Loch Ness Monster. Ness. Fuck that bitch named Jess.
What the fuck?
Jess.
What the fuck are you doing?
Jess.
We're not even talking about Creole and you're acting all crazy.
I'm just in a good mood.
Oh. Did you get some pussy last night?
No. Because 4 more years!
4 more years!
Donald Trump.
4 more years!
So there you have it, folks. Black barbers. I don't know what the point of this video was, but it was amazing, wasn't it? Subscribe, share, like, you already know. Pussy! Alright, so that's it for today's video. Hope you guys liked that. If you guys want to follow us, we got a Facebook, we got an Instagram, we even got a Patreon page. So if you guys want to give us a little bit of something, and then we give you a little bit of something.
No.
You know what I'm saying? No? Okay. And then we also have some t-shirts. We just started merchandising. So if you want a pussy shirt, those are available. Check out the links below because we're going to have a whole kinds of merchandise that we're going to be selling to you guys because we know you guys want to be about that Abba and Preach life. You already know what it is. Is there anything else? Oh, and we got our show June 4th. Right? That's gonna be cool. Art Gang, be there. June 29th, cookout here in Montreal. Let's go.
Half a dozen being burned on the streets of Haiti's capital victims of vigilante justice. Supposed gang members killed in broad daylight and then set on fire by residents, according to witnesses. Those who live in the neighborhood ready to fight back.
If the gang
And what he said was, what he said is that if they come fuck with us, we got machetes for them.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
No, you gotta do it with the energy he did it.
Si on vient mettre des nous, et machette nous gen pou yo.
It means the energy.
Yo,
It means the energy.
yeah, well, the energy
If you
is
understand crowd is honestly one of the best things. Just hearing them talk they shit.
Come to invade us, we will defend ourselves. We have our own weapons. We have our machetes. We will take their weapons. We will not run away. Mothers who want to protect their children can send them elsewhere.
We were right there.
We were there.
We were right there.
We actually filmed a little documentary while we were in Haiti. So if you guys ever want to go check that out.
That looks like jalousie right there. That's close to jalousie or something like that.
I'm not sure it is. I don't think it is.
The violence had started in the early hours of the morning when criminal gangs burst into several homes and attacked residents. Hours later, police stopped and searched a minibus supposedly containing several gang members. According to officials, a mob saw this as a chance for revenge.
Police stopped them and they went, yo, call the people them. The folks showed up and the cops went, all right, we left the handcuffs off. We'll be back in 10 minutes. They came back with some gasoline, lit these people on fire. And now there's a lot of folks who are up in arms about this because they're seeing all this vigilantism.
The police arrested the dudes.
Yeah. This is actually interesting.
They went, we will be back after these messages. We'll be right back, and left them with the people.
Facts.
And then it went, whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the people. And then the people did whatever the people had to do. Listen, I'm laughing because this shit is outrageous. I'm not laughing I'm laughing at this shit out. It's crazy. I knew this thing was going to happen.
We'll explain why we're not bothered by most of this in a bit, though.
During a search of a minibus in which there were armed individuals, the police confiscated weapons and other equipment. In addition, more than a dozen individuals traveling in this vehicle were unfortunately lynched by members of the population.
Unfortunately lynched. I mean, listen, what's up? We confiscated their weapons. We managed to, arrest them. And unfortunately.
So what happened was I was on guard, right? And I was able to seize their weapons because that's what we're supposed to do as the police. And then I had to walk out and to get a coffee because, it was my break. And then I said to someone, I said, oh, shit, look at the people that caught. So I went to get a coffee and then I came back.
The wayward
and oopsie daisy.
Yeah, I went from barbecue chicken to barbecue gang member. Shit hit different, smell different too.
The violence underlines the increasingly lawless situation in Port-au-Prince. Criminal gangs have taken control over an estimated 60% of the city since the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse nearly 2 years ago. On Monday, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for the deployment of an international armed force to Haiti in a desperate attempt to temper the escalating violence. It comes as a UN report highlighted the surge in murders and kidnappings in the country, with special emphasis on Cité Soleil, an area of the capital that has become besieged by gangs who are blocking access in and out.
Okay. So, a little bit of backstory. Haiti's been going through a downturn, economically speaking, for a variety of reasons, but in large part due to corruption, okay, and foreign intervention. Now, knowing all of this, things have deteriorated where getting gasoline, getting any job opportunities is very difficult. And what ended up happening after the last president got assassinated by foreign mercenaries was that the city and the country itself just devolved into more lawlessness. And gangs who took over engaged in kidnapping, taking of children, indiscriminate murder, anything you could imagine that they did to the locals and foreigners. It's just very unsafe over there. So, this brings us to today, where now you have gangs running around just catching gang members and burning them alive. It's funny because the police officers and the police force used to be seen as terrible by the local population, and now they're starting to work in conjunction with the local police force to take out the gang members. That is quite the transition, ain't it?
It is.
It is a crazy transition, and it's something I understand because, there's only, some people say it's like there's only so much shit some people can take. There's only so much fear you can put in people's heads before they go crazy. You can only make someone so afraid for so long before they just retaliate. And the reality is the situation over there is so dangerous and so frightening for most of the locals that they're just like, bro, you can't scare us no more. We just gonna take it from you. And so, yeah, burning people in the streets, probably not something that should happen here in Canada. But over there, I don't care because they got to fend for themselves. And nobody else is going there to defend them. And you know what I found out? It's people from Montreal who are actually funding a lot of the local militias.
Some of them.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that whenever you do the vigilante thing, there's not a proper trial. And you can catch innocent people. And that's very unfortunate. That can evolve to that. But unfortunately, that's where we at with that situation.
Hey, man.
That's where we at with Haiti. I knew this was gonna happen. I remember when we went to Haiti in 2018 to shoot that documentary, I said that. I said, you know what's gonna happen? The people are gonna take over at some point. The people are gonna take over. They're gonna do a coupe tete boulekai. If you don't know what coupe tete boulekai is, was our revolution in 1804, and that led to us being free. Right? That's when the slave rolled up, and then you'd be like, you know what? We're not taking this thing no more. Okay? And yeah, I said this was gonna happen, and I was not the only one saying that. A lot of the locals that I was speaking to were saying that as well, and now. Here we are.
I'll go. It's like, I'm talk about vigilantism and innocent people getting hurt, but honestly, it's like taking antibiotics. It doesn't just flush out the bad stuff. Sometimes you gotta hurt the good stuff a little bit too to be able to get rid of the really bad infections, and that's what this is like.
Yeah.
So this is not gonna be a perfect solution, but there are none.
It's like all the other solutions that they tried, and they try to just do and bring the UN
and endure,
and good thing, and then and endure and bring the UN in there, and then the UN take over, take advantage. People from the US, and then people from the US take advantage. Bring people from Canada. People from Canada take advantage. Bring the Red Cross there. Raise $6 million, build 6 houses. Where's the money? We don't know. A bunch of stuff like that. So when you keep on pressing and keep on putting people and cornering them, that's what happens.
Excellent.
So I said it before. Only Haiti's gonna.
I don't mind vigilante justice. I'm not. I really don't care.
In this situation,
in societies that are not, able to function, people gotta do what they gotta do.
They gotta do what they gotta do.
Here, I would never accept it. Over there, I got no problem with it. And so that's the difference. And people who want to say stuff. You see these foreign entities talking about, this is unacceptable. You bitches didn't lift a finger to help anything over there. Exactly. Don't be telling them how to solve their problems when you helped create many of them, and now you want us fucking chastise them for how they hate. Nobody should have to endure living in an environment where gang members run everything, take your kids, take your wives, take your people, kill you, ask for ransom money. No. Nobody should have. If that was the case here in Canada, I would have no issue with people doing that, or anywhere else in the world. None. This whole talk about repeat or not. Hey, listen, it is what it is.
It really is.
There's no way you can sit there and have this much to say if you were living there for even a day. There's not a chance. So that's what I think about this. Good. Sometimes some of the instant justice don't sound too bad to be even here. But hey, that's a bit. I'm just saying, being honest. There's a couple of times I've seen some people on camera murking 2-3 people, and I'm like, somebody get the gas. But it's not a good one. Oh, yeah. I mean, people might say stuff about Haiti and all this stuff. We went 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago now. It was a good time. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Even when things was, like we say.
Even when things are crazy.
Things look like.
Yeah. We were there right in the middle of some of the biggest protests during the World Cup. That shit was crazy. But even knowing that, my experience over there was wonderful. The people were great. My experience in the country was a lot of fun. Very, very beautiful. So, yeah, it's unfortunate to see what's happening there. I hope that Haiti gets to recover from all this, as recoveries happened in a lot of African nations. So I hope it for them. But yeah, anything else?
No.
All right, let us know what you guys think.
Simping is king shit, okay? Listen, this is a safe space for all simps alike. And yeah, so don't you be here and you simp, okay? You do your thing. You do your thing. You already know what's going on. You do your thing. But when someone is talking about guys simping for a girl, I just don't understand what's wrong with like worshiping a girl. There's nothing wrong with that, okay?
Excellent.
Girls deserve to be worshipped. All right. Not saying specifically me. Okay? But girls should be worshipped. All right? It doesn't mean you're a simp. All right? Simping isn't bad. Simping is king shit, okay? You're a king if you're not afraid to simp.
I think she gave me the corona. My head is hurting.
Well, she's a cam girl, so I'm sure she loves simping. Because the people who donate to cam girls are simps. What are your thoughts on simping and simping culture? Do you know what a simp is?
It's like a pimp without the P. Put the S in it, simp. And it becomes the opposite.
Okay. Explain.
Simping is just basically pandering.
Simp, a simple person lacking common sense, a fool, a simpleton, a man who foolishly overvalues a woman and puts her on a pedestal. I like that definition. So with that definition, what are your thoughts on simping culture? Guys who pay for cam girls, who pay for OnlyFans, who worship these women.
I don't care. It's a service for people. You know what I mean? You do it, I don't care. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to engage necessarily in doing that.
But you don't think the fact that as a culture, if a whole bunch of men are valuing women only for their looks specifically and then paying them for that, you don't think that is bad?
It's what the society is.
Right.
It's what has been happening.
Right.
And then there's that role. It happens. It's what it is.
I'm going to disagree with you. Go
ahead.
I think anybody who goes out there and basically says someone you can't be wrong, you can't do wrong because you're good looking, or I'm going to worship you just because of that, none of that's good.
There's degrees to it.
Do you know what I mean? Like when guys simp, when guys simp, they will protect people who do terrible things. When guys simp, they will make excuses for people who do terrible things. Yeah, I'm like, how many times does a girl doesn't? And I see niggas simping for these broads.
And I was not really talking about that level, but I see what you're saying. I see where you're coming at. The question was, what do you think about people that pay for cam girl? And that's what I was responding to. Okay, I don't care. You pay for cam girls, you do things, you're like, oh yeah, this is form of simping. Do it. When it comes to the degree where you're only agreeing with that, I mean, I've seen women do it. I've seen men do it. I've seen people like, some people can do no wrong because they're stars. They put them on a pedestal. Of course not, right? I don't agree with that. But sometimes I hear things like that, like, oh, he doesn't look like a Weinstein, or he doesn't look like a bad guy. I'm like, that's not how the world works. So when you base yourself on looks, yeah, that's different. This is where it becomes a problem. It's like, you know, that Disney complex? Well, it's not a Disney complex. That's not how we call it. But, you know, every bad person have, like, sharp, pointy teeth and dark complexion. Oh, well, that's a bad guy. He didn't look like a bad guy. He don't look like that. That's how you get caught. Because you were basing yourself on the looks. Remember, that person did not do anything. I can't believe that person did that. Well, I can, because that person is a human.
Should women be worshipped?
In general?
Take it however you want it.
Nobody should be worshipped. Worship is a strong ass term to do with someone. Worship someone? My relationship with worshiping is with the church. I wouldn't worship anyone.
Oh, if a girl told me she wanted to worship me, I'm like, ooh. I mean, maybe for a night. I'll baptize you with this, and then you could leave. Because you only get baptized once in your life. You're welcome. But after that, no, I don't want you to worship me. That's weird. People get baptized multiple times in their lives?
More than once.
Really?
Yeah, well, if you get baptized when you're Catholic and then you change religions, you got to get baptized when you're Protestant.
All right, well, that's a different priest. So you go and get baptized somebody else. That's not me. I work for one team, Team ABBA, okay? If you want to go somewhere else, you go. Listen, worship? I don't know about that, boo-boo. There is definitely a culture of untalented women who basically use their sex appeal online in order to garner fans and garner money. Do I get mad about it? No. Do I think it's good? No. Do I think it should be allowed to remain? Yes. Because if guys want to be simps, they should be allowed to be simps. And you should be allowed to mock them. Free society.
Yeah, fair.
But I'm not going to sit here and say simping is a good thing. It's a terrible thing. If I was raising a son and he was a simp, I would mock him. And I would say, that's trash. It's pathetic. Worshipping someone, putting them on a pedestal, immediately lowering yourself. Why would you do that? Why would you do that with anybody? Celebrities, YouTube cam girls? I don't get that. Guys who are throwing their money at these broads just because of the looks, and it like makes them feel somehow like, to me, it's just pathetic. It is. I hate the fact that these broads play video games as a means to appeal to the nerdy and like basically most desperate men amongst us.
They're really doing it because there's a need.
Yeah.
They analyze what it is and like, okay, There's a need in there. I'm gonna fill the void.
I don't know. It's just
I get it.
It's just men's desperation for like interaction with women. They get to the point where they're paying just to be there. Yeah. There's something gross about it. Simping makes you a king.
No, sir. Come on. Come. You're just talking out of your ass now.
There's something funny about cam girls where they have their cleavage out, like just really popping. They're playing video games, and I'm just.
There's a reason for that. It works.
I never said this work. I didn't say that. A lot of things work.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're right.
Yeah. Doesn't mean I'm gonna do it either.
Yeah.
We could do our videos in chess because that's what some of the ladies want. I wouldn't do that. That's not me.
Yeah, I could definitely say some boy shit and get all the ladies on board with this.
But you rather hate on them.
Yeah. What if your daughter was doing that? Would it bother?
Oh, man, that's a great question.
Because we believe in everyone's individual freedom, and I agree with that. Now it's someone close to you. Wouldn't you feel a sort of sense of
my girl
shame?
Is simping or thinking reaping the profits of?
Or reaping the profits of.
Now, my family are boss. You take the money, take all the money, B.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, the real answer is I don't know. It's like, you know, someone was saying to me, like, would you let your daughter strip? I'm like, no. But you say you respect strippers. Yeah. There's some places and some things that I don't want my kids to be in.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I don't respect that. It's like going to the army. I respect soldiers, but I don't necessarily want my kids to go to the army and go off fighting a war that is not theirs. You know,
I don't respect cam girls, and I don't want my daughter.
You don't?
I don't respect cam girls. I'm sorry. Listen, get your money, do your thing. I'm not gonna go out of here my way to hate. I'm not gonna do that.
Nah.
I'm not writing statuses. I'm not doing that. I'm not making a whole bunch. I'm not doing none of that. But if you ask me my honest opinion,
The Arcana.
no, I do think there's something dishonorable about it. Only because the clientele is gross and disruptive. Like, I'll give you an example. I know cam girls, and they tell me how disgusting some of the men are. Some of the stuff they have to go through, getting doxxed, having people and I'm just like, it's unfortunate that men have to be that gross. But you also go back there because of, it's like you're willing to leverage your potential security because of the fact that there's easy cash at hand, right? There's a payoff for everything.
That's what you're saying.
It's like being an artist. Freedom, you know, you get to do all that, no financial security. So if shit goes south, you're not getting a whole bunch of benefits.
If shit goes south, you get a sunburn.
Same thing with this. It's like, you know what the clientele is. It's generally pretty nasty.
Fair.
So if you engage in them, like, why would you, like, if our YouTube fans were not becoming better or didn't learn anything from what we were doing, I wouldn't engage in this work. I think what you provide to the people and who your target audience is matters. It does say a lot about the work that you want to do, right? Yeah. But this is just ideas. I'm not ironclad in my opinion on this. I'm pretty flexible. I was just kind of thinking it through. But we want to hear your thoughts. What do you guys think about simping?
You're flexible?
On this topic?
Show them. that makes you a cam girl. That just
okay. So, let us know what you guys think about flexibility. We want to hear your comments below. Peace. There's something gross about it.
And it puts people to school.
It puts people to school? What do you mean?
It pays people's bills. That's what I mean.
Oh, you're still going through that strippers paying for college?
Not just strippers. Stripper baby, strippers. And it's a small
paying for college.
By the way, it's a small
paying for college.
It's a small percentage of them paying for college, paying for action.
Last time you made a real difference here, you know. I shouldn't be surprised.
Five's Joe Vasquez reports police are trying to piece together what happened.
Are you scared, OG? The video posted on Twitter and Instagram shows a small crowd surrounding an older man who appears to have been collecting cans. The language is and at times I hate Asians. Bystanders chime in. It's not clear whether the man was hurt or anything was stolen. But what is clear is one man does take a swing. And as the victim bursts into tears, others mock him.
The video does. I think I got enough of that.
I don't have the full video, so I can't know what happened. But I'm not shocked. I'm disappointed that this happened the way it happened. But I'm in no way, shape, or form surprised of it. I've seen things like that from everybody. Name a group of people, I've seen things like that happen. I've seen people guilty of that behavior in all the groups.
But who's saying it's just black people?
Let's do it.
I'm not saying that it's just black people that are like that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out there that I'm not surprised of what happened there because I've seen that in all the groups for different reasons. It's like minorities don't like each other. It's not just, isms is not just a black and white thing.
I mean, regardless of like what the older context is, I'm like, you don't hit old people. It's just that simple to me. You don't. As I'm clearly an elderly man, you don't. For me, the buck stops there. It doesn't get more complicated than that when I see some guy swing a weapon at an old man with a plastic bag. I'm like, that's a no for me. Like in my country, even if like an old person tapped you behind the head, it's like a community thing. It's like you messing up and they might do something, but you don't hit them. Like if you were to beat up an old person in my country, you get messed up. You don't do that.
I really don't see myself in Haiti hitting an old person.
Good luck.
I would die.
And then the second thing is just like the fact that people were all around filming it. It's just, I don't understand that part of our culture. That's the one thing I do not get. If you're gonna engage in criminal activity, don't be stupid enough to post it. This whole world star hip hop culture thing is just dumb to me, okay? Stop. There's a fight that breaks out, people pull out their cell phone, is dumb. Stop doing that. Y'all forgetting to be humans just so you can get a couple human likes.
Gold to spare.
It's dumb. Y'all were more concerned with documenting than stopping it, protecting it. Let's say it was your friend swinging. Stop them from swinging. And if it's not your friend, stop him from assaulting somebody. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You guys are, I just don't get it. If you're watching this and you're one of those people, just stop. Just put your phone down. Nobody cares if you got the video. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That thrill and excitement that you get from getting the scoop, nobody's gonna remember you for it. For me, these are like character defining moments. When you see something like this happening in front of you and you do nothing, that's a problem. I wouldn't want to associate with. That's me though. On the third point,
racism presupposes the ability to control a significant segment of the population economically, politically, and socially by imposing law, covenant, and restriction on their lives. Black people ain't had no capacity to do that. Can we be bigoted? Yes. Can we be prejudiced? Yes. Racist? No.
That's always a weird, like when they talk about systems and stuff like that, as if black folks only exist in the North American context. Go to Rwanda and go tell the Tutsis that there's no racism. Good luck. No, what you guys are doing is you were being prejudicial as you wiped out the other tribe. What? Listen, that's just a new age definition that came out of sociology departments and universities just to conveniently paint black people as always the victim and white people as always the perpetrator. The reality is, just like you guys talk about in feminism, there's such a thing as intersectionality.
The wheel of chaos.
Yes, nothing is just everyone's on this level and everyone else is on this level. No, your income level changes things. Your strength level changes things. They might be really poor. They might be born with a disease. We don't know. And so it's never black and white.
It's not because you've been bullied that you're not bullied.
If you understand that concept and you can't come into this and be like,
black people cannot be.
What is the point of saying that? If something is clearly wrong, right? And we all agree it's clearly wrong. And so in this instance, we see something like, yeah, but this is not systemic. Okay, get that systemic stuff out of here. Sometimes it can happen on a micro level. Because I know y'all like microaggressions, right? Right? Y'all like the little stuff?
Are you talking?
Y'all like the little stuff? Great. All right.
You're talking to the left? To the left, to the left.
I'm just talking to people who love saying that kind of stuff. So don't take away from real conversations just so you can be like, yeah, but black people can't be as bad. It's a useless talk. Something terrible happened. Someone was dealt with unjustly, and we should fight for that sense of justice for them. The same way we want justice for ourselves. And the last thing I want to do is leave a comment about, like, I know I'm going to see people in the comment be like, this world just needs to end. Things are getting so bad. Calm down. Listen, if you think things are bad now, you just be grateful that we didn't have cell phones in the 90s and the 80s. If they were filming that, boo-boo, bruv, you would be seeing some of the most gory stuff you'd ever seen in your life. Crime has dropped drastically since then. It's much safer today than it was. Imagine this. Before, you only used to hear about bad stuff in your city. Now you hear about bad stuff all over the world. And it seems like everything around you is really bad. But if you walk outside, if you walk through your city, for the most part, it's going to be mostly safe. I guarantee you, if you look up the stats over the last 20 years, it is far more safe than it used to be. So don't let this kind of stuff cloud your vision of the future. Don't let this kind of stuff dampen your optimism, because the reality is, empirically, things are much better than they've ever been.
It's just that it's documented more.
That's it. You hear about a mudslide in China, and you're just like, oh my God, so many people, the world's ending. It's like, there are mudslides and things like that were always happening. It just didn't end up in your news 30 years ago. That's it. And most people didn't care about stuff happening outside their community. When I was growing up, I didn't even know what Hong Kong was. Hong Kong to me was just food you ate off a plate. When I was a kid, my neighborhood was the only thing that mattered.
Fair.
And a couple of TV shows.
There. And yeah, that makes perfect sense. What matters is your surrounding. When you're a kid. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so now you wake up, now you wake up and everyone's like, oh, in Bangkok today, I was like, yo, that just sounds like soy sauce I put on my food. So when I was growing up, that was my perception of the world. All this to say, those were the kind of points I had. Don't touch the elderly. Stop documenting this stuff. Stop with the whole, it's not isms, it's a useless conversation to have in instances like these. Let people feel some type of way about this stuff. And then the last thing I would say is, don't let this make your world seem like the worst, because it's not. It's just not. So that's pretty much all I got. Leave your comments below. Today's topic. So, a couple months back, we did a video in regards to Logan Paul going to, I believe it was Ibiza. So, he went there and came to find out all the beautiful women that we're seeing were Instagram models who were basically being pimped out for money. And a lot of people were shocked, they couldn't believe it. But we ended up doing a video showcasing how some Instagram models sell off their services to go to Dubai to go do their thing, get involved with kids, 13-year-olds, they'll do whatever for money. And here's the thing, I just want to start this out by saying this.
Keepsake now.
Personally, if people want to go do this kind of work, it's not an issue, go ahead.
See you in the crossroads.
My main issue with this whole scene, and this is the thing, when folks get on Instagram and they see these ladies living their best lives traveling the world, these girls always make it sound like, yeah,
everything
I got
is,
this business.
Everything is breezy.
Yeah, I'm doing this thing. Yeah. Strong, independent. Meanwhile, like, some Dubai princess like inviting her out and doing some of the most nasty things in the world, and she's doing it for a bit of cash. So there's a bit of a desperation and a selling of self in order to be able to live the lifestyle that they advertise in a certain type of way. So that's the stuff that kind of makes me look funny. It's like dudes who do this whole bodybuilding thing. They're like, oh, I'm natty, I'm natty, I'm natty. Come to find out, they're sticking themselves with all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Right? And that has a lot of influence on young dudes. You got 15, 16-year-olds trying to get their access to trend so that they can look like that because they know the truth, right? So it's important to be transparent about both the positive and the downsides of this. I'm not telling people not to do it. If you want to sell yourself to a Dubai prince and then turn into a porta potty, live your best life. Okay?
But just know that they can fuck with you mentally.
Yeah, if you want to meet the scat man, go ahead. That's you. There's a conversation. Okay? That one Instagram model had with the supposed Dubai prince. Well, who she believed was a Dubai prince. So we got this Erica lady. She was offered $50K, 1 week in Dubai, banged every day.
Done here.
Let me see.
I'm just gonna read it. You want to read it?
Sure.
Sure. All right, read it from the top.
What year it's? 2014, 2015. Okay. It's nice, but I have car already. Better give me 50,000. Okay, girl, live your life. I can give you 50, but you must also make my camel happy. Camel? She says. I'll put hummus, Arab food, around your anus and boobs. Then my camel would lick you with this thong.
Yes.
Yes. Let's do it.
Zero fucks given with this person. Hold up. And then he says, would you sleep with the camel? She said,
yes.
She said, and then he says, 50K but no car. And then her reply.
Let me tell her that camels bite. Can bite us? No, I train him to respect women.
Very good boy.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God.
Very good boy.
Okay, lol. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. But yeah, that's the world we live
No,
in.
it gets worse.
Oh, no,
the
it
world
cannot.
we live in.
No.
He says, we can do AIDS tests in Dubai, get the results on the same day. I'll urinate. Let me rephrase. I will golden shower. Let me rephrase. I will golden stream inside your mouth and head. I will only poop on your boobs and back. 40K USD. And she says, no, that's too much. You want more money or you want a car? She says, money and car. He says, you like it? This is your car? Yes, but I don't like it. I only use 6 times. Whoever is writing this dialogue is using broken English on purpose.
On purpose.
And is making it like he's watched enough movies. Yes, but I don't like. I only use 6 times. Haram.
I'm consent and I understand why I'm coming to you, and I'm okay with your fetish, and I promise to keep confidentiality.
This is real.
Yeah, just to make sure that people don't come back to them, or make sure that they don't have to make you disappear.
But there's one in particular from a girl who I believe she's from Australia, and her name is Sinead McNamara. Okay, so she worked on $140 million.
McNamara.
Sinead. Huh?
Sinead.
Okay. She worked on a $140 million Mayan Queen super yacht, touring Europe, Greece specifically.
See how this goes.
Okay, and she's basically working as a waitress. She's an Instagram model. She was brought on as a worker. On her last shift, she was found dead. Body hanging from the back of the yacht. Now this is where things get a little bit squirrely because
My strength reborn.
reportedly she had a fight with someone on the yacht the day before her death. How do we know this?
Whenever you invoke me.
Miss McNamara called her mother the day before she was found dead to complain that she had been in an argument with someone on board. As there was yelling and she was being hysterical, phone kind of cut out. The next day, she's found out.
Be safe, Lord
The
Karen.
authorities come on this boat of this billionaire super yacht,
You're in
and
my
they say
way.
no foul play. She took her own life. Suspicious? Undoubtedly. Did foul play happen? No way to know. But
You mean the police came in a place where they can be bought on a plane of a multi-millionaire, billionaire, and
Yes.
nothing was found? Swept under the rug.
Yes.
Everything is all good and kosher. Case closed. All right.
so you have to imagine when you're getting flown around and you're sent to go see these super rich people who have enough money to make you disappear like nothing, who have enough political influence to make your disappearance disappear.
Political
There's this-
influence.
Huh?
Political influence. They're the politics.
There you go. They run some of these countries.
They're the hands behind a puppet.
Exactly. So the dark side of a lot of people is like sometimes people just disappear. You never hear from them again.
Yeah.
Right? So there's also,
You're talking about you're talking to a dude that is from Haiti.
there are stories of IG models or these ladies who go to these places and just disappear. That's real. To get a 50K back sounds great. The dark side's also potentially there, depending on who you're getting involved with. Because guess what? Some of these people have violent tendencies. Because they're bored. Because they're bored. Yeah. The whole like pooping in the mouth and doing all this other stuff. Nigga, you're bored. Yeah. I don't want to keep doing the whole camel stuff because there's a lot of camel stuff. Like these people do something to dogs, camels, 12-year-old kids. They'll do illegal shit. They don't give a fuck.
Oh, yeah.
It's paid. They'll do it. And when they're glorifying their life, they're taking these pictures in these jets. Ask yourself, what do they do to get there?
Do you know how much?
And that's a spot that they'll never talk about.
Do you know how much it costs to go there? Do you know how much it costs to live around there? The girl's always there. You've been once, I don't care. If you're always there, meal and shit. If you're not a stewardess, then okay. Okay. It seems nice and everything. The drinks, the life, the bottles, the meals, the luxury life. When the bill comes, someone's gonna have to cash it. And it's your butt.
Do you remember that actress from Twilight? Katie something or Kate,
Yeah.
what's her name?
I don't know.
The actress from Twilight. You know she got offered $500,000 to meet with the Dubai Prince for 15 minutes? Do you want to know who set it up?
Who set it up?
Weinstein.
Oh, God.
So why am I saying all this? I'm just saying, a lot of these IT models that you guys look up to, they getting paid. And they got a price in a lot of cases.
Oh, well, Kim K was up for it as well. $1 million by Dubai Prince.
A lot of money. Okay. Some of them take it. Okay? Some of them definitely take that money. So all this to say, just to wrap all this up, there's a lot of safety issues in regards to this. There's a lot of, I think, unhealthiness in general. But if people want to make these choices, they should be free to make them. But I just want you guys to know, so when you guys are on Instagram and y'all seeing these Dubai trips, you're doing all these private jets, understand who's the sponsor.
Mm-hmm. Whenever you see
What are they asking for in return?
Whenever you see girls on the boat and you never see the dude that's piloting the boat.
Some girl got mad at me. She's like, maybe she paid for her own trip to Dubai.
Sure.
Okay.
You sit table dinner for two, you never see the dude.
I was born that night.
I was not born last night.
Damn right. So anyways, just wanted to do this video as a part two because a lot of you guys were asking. There's a lot of tragic stories like these, so if you guys want to look into it, I'm sure you can find them yourself. But that is it for today's video. Let us know what you guys think. You guys believe a lot of these people are not doing this stuff, or do you believe a lot of them are engaged in it? Maybe you're wrong. Maybe you're right. Let us know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed today's video, leave a like and a comment. Helps out that algorithm.
Oh, and part three,
we're going to be interviewing just camels. Okay, camels with hummus on their feet. That's nasty.
part three is going to be rappers and fake jewelry.
Today's topic. So there's a clip on ESPN I want to show everyone, which is basically a discussion around women's basketball. Basically, it's the #1 overall pick, having a discussion with Tracy McGrady, who is a Hall of Famer and one of the greatest basketball players who's ever played. So the clip in question went viral.
I got a question, and this is not a shot at women in basketball.
Well, good, because you're going to be...
Whoa, no, listen, I had this talk. I think me and Rebecca Lobo had this talk during the Hall of Fame, and I was talking about doing something that gets, you know, not your average fans, people that don't watch WNBA basketball. What can we do to get those fans to tune in? And I was like, why can't we lower the goal to at least 9.5 feet? Because I think for somebody that don't watch WNBA basketball, to have women dunking on other women would definitely bring more excitement to that game.
She's already done listening.
Yeah.
She's already like...
She's like, all right, I already know. Yeah. Go finish your sentence. Yeah, no, because she knows. She's ready to retaliate. But it's okay.
Now, for your information, the net, I think, is like 12 feet?
Time to
How
dry
tall
off.
is it?
It's 10.
It's 10?
It's not 12, it's 10.
10, okay. So it's 10, and yeah, so it's 10 feet, and essentially he wants it lowered a little bit because he wants there to be more dunking, which he thinks would create more excitement and therefore draw more fans. As you may know, the WNBA's financials are actually really terrible. They're basically subsidized by the NBA, so it's
Come fight me.
I don't have to feel the word for it. How do we say this respectfully? It's a leech. All right.
But it is. I mean, the NBA is providing all the...
It is what it is, okay?
It's getting the money.
So how do we get more seats? How do we create more of a fan base so that therefore the athletes can get paid? And so his suggestion, lower the net, more dunking. So let's hear her response.
You know, those guys that don't watch WNBA basketball, tune in and you get more fans that way. What do you think about that?
I mean, my thought on it is, you know, I've been playing basketball on a 10-foot hoop my whole life. So to move it to 9.5, it's going to take a long time to get used to that. And then also, like, we're only playing basketball to dunk? Like, I'm not sure.
No, you playing.
Like, you just want to see me dunk on somebody? Like, I don't know.
Stop. He caught himself because of how bad it would sound.
That should have done it.
Yo, I would love to see you dunk on somebody. You can switch gears with me anytime. You know what I mean?
Throw back to Linda Farr.
Hold on, can I switch gears with you because I have a question
You
here.
can switch gears with me anytime.
When he got kicked from ESPN.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's just, he's just, oh. But I understand what she's saying when she says it will take a long ass time to
adjust.
It will take a time, of course. So what, do we play basketball to dunk? Do you eat chicken for the spice? No, you just, spice is something that you add on it to add some spice, to make it spicy, to put it up a bit. You know, you add spices to add some to the flavor. We don't watch basketball just for the dunk, but the dunk is the spice, and it adds, when it's done properly, and here and there you have the dunk, it's just, oh, okay.
Guess what? When your chicken's not selling that well, you gotta do something different.
You gotta add something.
You can't just sell the same old chicken, but, well, this is what I'm used to making. That's called a failing business. Yeah, you gotta improve your business plan. But you're so stubborn and you want to be like, I can do things just as well as men can. It's just because you can, or some of you can, doesn't mean that most of you can. And if we're talking about the product, the WNBA is not nearly as good as the NBA. It's not even good as college basketball. No, it's not. And it reflects in your numbers. So if you want to win, you have to be a shrewd business person. There are female sports that, despite the level of athleticism being inferior to men, still do just as well. Take tennis. The women in tennis cannot stand up to the men in tennis.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing. You understand? No, they cannot stand to the same thing to the men in tennis, but they're playing women. And so what's the difference? Well, the difference is the ball doesn't, the weight of the ball doesn't affect them. The weight of the tennis racket doesn't affect the play. You know what I mean? Whereas the hoop might. It might. If you don't jump as high, and it's going to be less spectacular. Of course it is. It's going to add less spice to it. The woman playing tennis is spicy.
You know what it is, though? To the regular eye, the difference between the men's tennis and the women's tennis is not as glaring as it is to the athletes who play. Whereas when you watch the WNBA and you watch the NBA, it's like watching WNBA feels like you're watching the NBA in slow motion.
Yes.
With less technique.
Yes.
So that's why for me, I'm like, guys, you have a clear glaring difference in the quality of your product. Of course, everyone's going to go here. Your product doesn't even look close to it.
You just have to add
So you need to get creative.
And I don't think there's anything wrong, you know, there's nothing wrong with lowering the basketball because it...
The net?
The net, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm not a basketball player, but I've been doing track and field a big part of my life. And in track and field, everything, on the women's side, everything is different. When you do shot put, the weight is different. When you do pole vault, the bar is lower. When you do hurdles, the hurdles are lower. But it makes it as exciting. It's watching women do hurdles and men do hurdles. It's exciting.
Take care now.
You don't even notice that the hurdles are lower. You just see the power, the strength. Yes, the number at the end is going to be a little bit higher, but you, in terms of the performance and how it's executed, the form is better. It's the same form. Look, man, going over hurdles is the same form as the form that women have when they go over hurdles.
It's an honor.
Yep. So acknowledging the differences between males and females and adjusting is not sexism. It's realism.
Biology.
Yo, there you go. Yeah. We need to acknowledge those differences. No. It makes for a better product. So I don't know. I feel like she's being stubborn and she's not taking the time to listen. Instead, she's being defensive. Like, yeah, boo-boo, you're a professional. Your job is to play like a professional and to generate money for the league. And if the league is not generating money, you as a professional have to say, what can we collectively do to get people to pay money so that we can continue getting paid? That's how I feel.
Hold on. What is it? What's her name?
Breanna Stewart.
Breanna, Ms. Stewart, ma'am, what is it you want? You want equal pay? You want the same pay as the NBA? Or you want to play the same game? I don't believe that you can do both because it's not as exciting. If you want to have a better pay, you're gonna need to spice things up in order to attract more money.
You know, I hate that. I hate that what he said is somehow a contentious topic. That because we don't want to appear just or whatever, that we can't even suggest things that would make women's sports better from a male perspective. What? If you had to make the suggestion more acceptable, like the idea that you can't look at an idea at face value and try to ingest it, to me, is what sucks about this conversation. Like everyone's walking on eggshells.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay. So, So, take all of that shit off and actually talk,
bro,
and you'll be able to have a better conversation.
I hate it.
In other sports, we see it. Yeah. The weights are different. The things are lower. The nets are smaller. It's making the sport more exciting.
Someone said I would dead ass rather find a $5 bill than a free WNBA ticket on the ground. Oh man, that's a rough comment.
It's rough,
but it's true. I actually felt the same way when I'm telling myself.
And it's not the same appeal. You have to.
I feel the same way about CFL, Canadian Football League.
Yes, it's like you cannot pay the same money the CFL is. You cannot pay the same money the players from the CFL are making than the people from the NFL. They can't have the same, because it's not the same game. First,
the players are inferior.
The players are inferior. The ball is different size. The field is a different size. Everything is different size. Everything is different. It's not even the same. CFL and NFL is not even the same.
Bro, I went to a CFL game. It was unwatchable.
I've been to a couple that were watchable, but still, there's some that are just like,
you have to pay me to go. That's how bad I thought this was. But you know what? The CFL in terms of profit isn't the greatest organization in the world. It's not. And so if someone came to them with suggestions, they would be in their best interest to take them in and maybe adjust. But that's just me. But that's all I have.
That's pretty much it. In other sports, in a lot of other sports, to make it more interesting, there is a difference between men and women. There is. So that's just a fact. And
straightforward.
Even if you take boxing, you're gonna say like boxing is not the same thing. Yes, there's a difference between the weight of the gloves in women and men. There is. There's a difference.
Yeah, the weight of the difference is misogyny.
We can't have this conversation with these people, especially most of the people that we're trying to have this conversation with. They're not people that do sports. That's what. Do you do sports? Yeah.
That's what.
No, you don't. You don't do sports. Then I shouldn't talk to you about it.
Yo, what sucks about this is not the fact that WNBA makes less money. What sucks about this is that we can't discuss this without walking on eggshells.
No.
In a professional settings where we're supposed to talk about our unfiltered opinions, we can't talk about this.
No.
It's not like you would say, hey, maybe have them run around in underwear and basically with their bras and their teeth. Like, I could understand if you felt offended by that. But all he said is lower the net so that there could be more dedication. Because let's say, what is one of the best things that we love to see in the NBA? Someone getting posterized. Well, how are you going to poster somebody in the WNBA if a lot of you can't dunk on the nets? Easy. Yo, posterized? When people get posterized, you know what that means, right? Yeah. They're getting a poster. Yeah. Someone, a man's nuts is in someone's face while he dunks.
G-back, feel me?
Those are moments. And the crowd goes crazy and everyone has that. It's part of the game. It just sucks. This isn't about sports. It's about the fact that men and women can't talk about our differences without seeming misogynist or whatever. Men and women can't talk about our difference without walking on eggshells. And it's fun to have it on ESPN, the same place where LeVar Ball, who's very just being honest with it.
What I told you. Yeah. He caught himself because, okay, no, that's gonna look sus.
Yeah.
That's
why. So, these people.
It's really, you can't have a conversation.
But it was
nothing. You can't. It's dumb.
That's all I got.
That's all there is for it to me.
That's it for today's video. Tell us what you guys have.
You bad.
Today's topic, This is something I've wanted to cover for a long, long time. I think mostly because for me it's been a point that's almost made me angry when it comes to dating. I think as a society we often tell young men and men in general that they need to be more emotionally vulnerable, that they need to be comfortable with expressing themselves. And what I've come to learn through my dating experiences is that when I've taken the time to be emotionally vulnerable with the women I've been seeing romantically, I've seen it backfire. I've seen times where I've shared what I am feeling with women and I've seen them get less attracted to me. And so I decided to interview some men to see if they had a similar experience.
Ben pas plus jamais, mais je me mettrai jamais vulnérable devant une femme, parce que les femmes veulent pas avoir ça.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think so.
I get it. Like, I'm not that type of person, but I get it. Because oftentimes we don't think we are like this as women, but we have very old school ways of thinking about how men should be.
Yes, but I don't want my man to be crying.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I cry every 28 days of my cycle. I don't want my man to be crying every 28.
With the right people, yeah. Always worth it. Even if it ends in heartbreak, the journey is worth it. Always.
Yes. Yeah. Often. We have this societal pressure of being a man, so I need to toughen up. I need to show and command respect. And then willy-nilly, someone will decide, well, in this situation, you should have been softer, calmer, and better. And then the pendulum goes the other way, and then you've told, well, now you're too soft. So I constantly, I am myself, even currently, when I meet women, I'm not sure on which foot to dance right now. Yeah.
Women are being taught to deal with a man's anger, a man's desire, a man's sexuality. We're being taught how to handle those situations, but we're never being taught how to handle a man being sad or a man being hurt or a man being disappointed.
So we're used to like men like keeping it together.
Well, I think that obviously it's societal conditioning.
Okay.
So when you have this perception of what a man is supposed to be sacrificing, you use that in our video that we did together on my channel as a collab. But you talked about the sacrifice where men have to sacrifice their time, their bodies, their safety, and a lot of times their emotions. Like they are the rock, the emotional rock of the family. And so a lot of people grew up never seeing their dad cry or their grandfather, whoever was the present male force in their life. And so they associate that with strength, with being a pillar of strength. And so I think when you see a man be vulnerable, even though you acknowledge that it's healthy for them, it also starts to create this seed of doubt in your mind because all that you've been conditioned to believe about masculinity says that this pillar is not supposed to bend, break, or sob. I mean, one of my favorite philosophers says this, that what we often tend to do in relationships is that we use vulnerability at the wrong times. So I'm vulnerable at your expense versus I'm vulnerable to be informative. So an example of that is, hey, just so you know, when I get around bright lights, I start biting people. I'm informing you in a vulnerable sense. I'm informing you before things happen. Versus the light went on, I started biting you. Now you're hurt, and now I'm trying to explain to you why it is that I bite with bright lights. So that happens a lot, where people have to then be emotionally available for somebody who has harmed them. You're expecting empathy from somebody who is your attacker.
Less interested? No. I love someone who's like open and is sharing their life stories.
Depends on what you're opening up about. If that's something like, say it could be also a sore spot for that person to deal with.
If you engage in a relationship and it's starting, they may not be at a point yet where they're ready to hear some information about your personal life. And that doesn't mean that they're wrong. You know, there are certain aspects of yourself that you have to gradually let people in incrementally. Some people are not ready to hear about so many experiences. So I respect that. For me personally, I will share with someone when I truly feel ready. I had society put pressure on me, telling me I needed to be more emotional, and I hated it. But I decided to do it because I was told that was the right thing. And what I find personally is I felt like I was violating myself and my own boundaries in order to appease what the world thought I should do. Now, I'm very patient with it, and if a girl kind of pressures me, I'll get to it when I'm ready.
Take care
Just
of them,
know
okay?
I'm not there yet, and that works better for me.
We all love it when our men are vulnerable and show emotion, right? Well, according to singer Rihanna, it depends what they're crying about. That's right. Rihanna posted this meme to Instagram that said, if we get together and your ex dies and you cry, you single. Yes, Rihanna, yes, Riri. Come on. and somebody says, and you start weeping, I'm sorry, I think that there is a time and place for everything, and I think if you have such uncontrollable emotion when it comes to that person, that you can't even control it to not do it in front of your current spouse, that you might still have some type of feelings for that person. 100,000% I agree. So angry, so bad.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. So hold on. So do you want...
I've often heard women say, I got to see him cry on her wedding day or this, and it made the woman feel special. And sometimes I often feel like men's emotions are almost fetishized.
Yes.
By women in the sense that, like, oh, he let me see that I feel special.
Yeah.
He's really see that. And so what you realize is that there isn't that much space for men's emotions in those relationships.
And it's crazy. I see a lot of older couples, and you will realize in a lot of older couples, the man never speaks. The man rarely says anything, and the woman takes up all the emotional space in the conversation. Am I wrong?
I'm honored to be in
No.
your
The
service.
women take up all the emotional space, and the guys have just kind of understood that their emotions are secondary, and so they keep it to themselves. I'm not saying this to criticize women. This is like me trying to tackle this issue because I'm trying to understand what I'm going through and what society's telling me and the reality I keep facing and what a lot of men keep facing.
And so what you realize is that there isn't that much space for men's emotions in those relationships. It's more so about the woman getting to feel special. And so it almost devalues the male experience and it perverts it. That's something I've experienced.
Well, I think it probably would exist on both ends, right? Like, there's going to be times that we all enjoy or delight in someone's pain if it's directed in a way that makes us feel better about ourselves. For example, I went to go see The Joker. And in The Joker, I sat beside a Joker wannabe. And this is a joke now, but I was bawling in the theaters because this guy, I live in America, and he had a black backpack that he sat on his lap. He stared at me for the bulk of the film. He said to me at one point, I just want to see how you're going to react to this point. He knew the words to the movie before the words would come out. He sang along to the songs. He would say the punchline before the Joker said the punchline.
Wait, you stayed for the whole movie?
Because I felt like if I got up, because even my husband was sitting beside me and Jared was like, do you need me to move? But I'm like, I felt I was responsible for the livelihood of the theater. I felt like if this dude did not feel empathy for me, I felt like if he didn't feel empathy for me and didn't see me cry, that he would blow everybody up. Let me tell you, it was one of those theaters with the reclining chairs. If I sat my chair up, he would sit his chair up.
Okay. We just have to take a second to look. I think you were dealing with a psychopath.
Yes, for
and
sure.
That's not indicative of the male regular experience. Like it's not like if I shed a tear and a girl's like collecting them. I'm like, see, women got problems. Like that's you dealt with something.
No, what I'm saying is, aside from that, though, we get out of the theater. And my partner and then his brother was there as well too. Like, he embraced me, and then he was just like in that moment getting to protect, right? Like getting to be that. So I think that in those moments, and that, oh, she feels safe around me, or like we're having this moment, I think that that's when a woman's emotions is seen as like sexy.
Okay, I've never looked at a woman who's vulnerable or that we can say that I want to hug. It's like, I just want to make sure she's okay. That's like literally one. And I never thought like, this is attractive or I feel special right now. It was just like, I want to make sure you're good. That's what, but maybe some men think that way.
I think that if a man can be in a protective position and they can feel like they're shielding you, and then that's an emotional release from you, there is some pleasure in that because they feel like they're getting to in turn give you support and protection. So I'm just saying that might be an example.
Okay, cool.
I think the example I first gave was spot on, but you maybe go to the second one, which
The one about the kid.
yes, that's spot on one.
What do you desire?
So you repeat that one again?
When a child cries because they're going to school and have to be separated from their mother, and as much as you don't want your child to feel sad, there is something pleasurable about their sadness because you know
They just love.
they love you so much.
Let's take it easy now.
So in that sense, like I said,
I guess that's a good example. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But I'm a reasonable person. It sounds good.
I'll say it like I'd come and open myself, but my feelings would be directed in another way. I feel like my feelings were used to strengthen another argument.
That for that reason, I don't open up about my shit because most people, when they're not gonna have any resources, they're gonna use that against you.
I mean, I had one girl I was briefly seeing, and you guys remember this video potentially, but I told her that my father wasn't in my life any longer. I didn't explain to her how, but he just wasn't in my life. And in a heated argument where she was screaming at me and I was being very quiet, at one point she said, "This is why your father walked out on you, because you're nothing in life," not knowing that my father had passed away. And so she said that, and she used my secret against me, and I was just like, oh, okay, cool. I understand what that is. You know what though? Like, it's a double-edged sword, because at the same time, if you want to have, really powerful relationship with people, they have to see you in sometimes a not most positive light. Yeah. And I get what you're doing. You're being selective as to preserve yourself. But in order to be able to be as open and to have the best relations with people, you have to have that kind of depth.
And sometimes I don't need to open up. Sometimes I don't need to say all my secrets. Sometimes I don't have anything to say. That like I'm just gonna say some shit. Like I have these conversations with some of my friends. Like, yeah, I said a lot of shit. Like I open up to you, but you don't never open up about me. I'm like, yo, maybe I don't need it.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like give me a secret, I give you a secret relationship. I'm here. If you need something, I'm here.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean I have to reciprocate.
This is the straight facts. Your life expectancy decreases the less emotional outlets that you have, the less you express yourself, the less outlets you have for healthy expression of stress. In addition, your culpability in the workplace is going to decrease, especially as we have more jobs taken out by robotics, and now the only resource that humans really have left is our ability to work together and our ability to work maybe in very sedentary environments on team-based projects or creative projects. And so your femininity, your vulnerability is integral to your survival in the workplace. And then on a third basis, it makes for a healthier relationship.
Full honesty, there's definitely a time in my life, I'd say 10 years ago, where men have shown, the partners I was with, shown vulnerability, and I thought it was funny. And I didn't think it was masculine, and for me it was a sign of weakness. Now, the more I work on myself, then the more that doesn't scare me so much anymore. It's actually strength, you know? Because we're part of the patriarchy. We're just as active in it, you know what I mean? I think, and that's why we're just participating in that too. But then we're like, yes, there's totally the double standard where we're like, hey, show your emotions, and then when you do, we don't know how to deal with it.
I think it's true. I think they might be having some backlash and backfires on that, because we do want men to be more vulnerable, but at the same time it's like, ooh, don't be too vulnerable, I don't like this, now I'm not attracted to you.
You have to acknowledge that maybe you went too far with it.
Sure, yeah, I definitely looked at that possibility. Well, I mean, it's also hard to know what's too far with one person.
This message.
I feel like if you're starting a sentence of it all began when I was 5.
Yeah, no one's going that far.
Some people, I think that I can tell you this only from a standpoint of I look at the abuse people put on me. Abuse is I don't have a better word for it. Yeah. But if you went through my DMs right now, I literally used to have in my info box, please no DMs. Because it is just, I'm a complete stranger on the internet who's not
people are just bombarding you with their nonsense.
Exactly. Not nonsense, but real problems.
Okay.
Accounts of abuse, accounts of manipulation, and just paragraphs on paragraphs. And I'm like, I'm a stranger.
Yeah. And imagine what they're doing in a dating perspective.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel you. I get you.
Y'all just being cheap. Go get a therapist. And if
it's expensive.
No, not with services, not a sponsored video, but like BetterHelp or Talkspace, you can choose rates. You can actually do it. You can do it by your phone. You can do it by text messaging, which is fairly cheap. Like, there's a lot of very accessible ways to get help and a licensed professional who is paid to and equipped to help you with your problems and issues.
I think there's a misconception that men aren't capable of being emotionally vulnerable. I think we quite are. I think those spaces, however, where we are vulnerable are reserved mostly just for men. And I think the big reason for that is that we communicate between each other in a way that's palatable and easier to digest. And I don't think that happens just along gender or sex lines. It also happens along profession, social class, education levels. Like, there are certain understandings that you will have if you have a certain level of shared experience. I was in the military before, and the way we communicate amongst military personnel is very different than the way we communicate with civilians. We would have conversations in the military that if a civilian would hear, they would find abhorrent. But you have to understand, your environment shapes you, shapes your language, and so as a result, the way we talk may seem abhorrent to them, but because we understand what kind of environment we were raised in and shaped in, there isn't that weirdness or that kind of judgmental feeling that comes from it. Their language isn't necessarily our language the same way. The way women communicate amongst each other isn't the same way that men communicate amongst each other. So I think that's why there's this perception that men aren't vulnerable. We are, just not when you guys are around. And I've always thought it odd when people say men are emotional. Actually, scientifically speaking, men are far more emotional than women. We just don't express in the same way, and we are far more, I guess it's almost like it feels more intimate. This is just a theory, a sidebar. I think men treat their emotional sanctity the way a lot of women treat their sexual sanctity. Meaning, if a woman has sex too fast, oftentimes they can feel cheapened. If a man reveals his emotions too fast, oftentimes he'll feel like he cheapened himself. And so I've had times where I've shared before I was ready, and I almost felt like I hoard myself out. And so when you aren't ready to go to that place and you're pressured into it, you feel cheap. And as far as the solution goes, I don't know what it is. I just wanted us to kind of start a discussion, to ask ourselves, do we really want men to be emotional? What does that really look like? Are we ready for it? And what are we going to lose if we encourage people to go down that? What is it going to look like for relationships? For people who say they don't want to live traditional gender roles, but actually still live by them in a lot of ways. These are all kinds of questions that I don't have answers to, but I think we need to pose. And I think, like Preach had a really beautiful way of saying what he thought the solution was. What do you think is kind of the solutions to this problem?
You got to be really talking. The solution is the problem. We're having a problem opening up, but the solution is opening up on both sides. I mean, women need to open up about stuff, men need to open up about stuff. Fully judging the other because sometimes when women open up too much, they're being deemed as crazy. You crazy. You crazy. No, sometimes we need to open up without being called crazy, and men need to be able to open up without being called weak. There's things that both parties experiencing, and both parties need to let know on the other side. And you can't always call a woman crazy when she's opening up. You can't always call a man weak when he's opening up. Conversation.
I think that's really well said. I don't think I could say it any better than that. Is there any other points you'd like to add about this conversation about vulnerability?
I don't open up much.
You piece of shit.
Piece of shit.
So, to add to that, what I would say is, like, men, make sure that you have different avenues to talk about your emotions and whatever you're going through. Not just your romantic partner, but your friends, right? Maybe a support group. I had an online forum I used to go to about my problems a lot of the time. So whatever it might be, build a network of different things that you can use. And the last thing I would say is,
Good find.
thank you to Shan, who was down to do this project. to all the people who I interviewed who were down to open up about their experience. A big thank you to you guys, because I know it's not easy to admit when you were wrong or when you engaged in behavior that you think is problematic, but because we're able to talk about this, we can encourage people to have a better understanding of themselves. So yeah, that's it for today's video. Leave your comments below. We want to know, what do you think about males' emotional vulnerability? Have there ever been a time where a man's been emotionally vulnerable with you and you reacted negatively to it? Have you as a man shared what you were thinking and feeling and had people recoil or encourage you? I want to have a really great discussion about that.
Thank you for waiting.
So if you guys want to check out Shan, I'll leave the comments, I'll leave a description, all these kind of annotations in the video, and definitely go check her out stuff, because I've actually been a fan of hers before she slid in the DMs. So
I slid in the DMs. I did. Yeah. I like the.
I don't know. Slid in the DMs just sounds like you were creeping. So make sure you you can just say I slid into a collaborative opportunity,
which sounds even worse.
Yeah, whatever. It does. So today's topic, men's vulnerability. So I actually have a special guest in the building.
Do you know that his voice changed as soon as he started recording? You got a YouTube voice.
What's my YouTube voice?
It's like, hey, so it's a little bit deeper.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm mad at that.
Just want to let you guys know, a little bit of a fraud.
All right. Well, since you're such an expert, why don't you tell them who you are?
My name is Shan Boudrim. I go by Shan Booty online. I am a public-facing sex and relationship educator and also a fan of Abba and Preach. I don't know why you're laughing right now during my introduction, but I
can just picture Preach right now and be like, her name is Shan Booty? I'm gonna check her Instagram. I mean, like
it's Booty with a D to play on my last name versus to play on my anatomy, just to keep it to manage expectations, which I think is the most important recipe in happiness.
Okay. So this is something.
Just talk about very quickly how endearing it is, the love that you have for Preach.
Oh, yeah.
Because you bring him up in conversation frequently and you act as if he would be in the room.
Yeah.
Like, here's what he would say, or here's what he would like, or here's how he would react to this.
Yeah. You know what it is? It's more so, I think, like just PTSD, because I'm so used to working with him and he traumatizes me with his like.
Or
insults.
love. Or
you can do it that way.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? But when I'm in front of a camera, I'm so used to having him beside me that sometimes I'm just like, oh, this feels different.
Yeah, you can hear his voice. And
I can.
Might be like, let's just pretend that like, for therapeutic reasons, this is Preach. Right?
Okay, all right
okay?
there. Yeah.
Just so you're in your safe space.
That's weird. You're rubbing his belly. Let's not do that anymore. He has a habit of interjecting with songs. So I'll say a word, and I'll be like, that's enough. Or I'll say something like, it's funny how, and he'd be like, it's funny how money changes the situation. Like from Lauryn Hill's doo-wop song. So I hear songs every time someone says something. And I hear a song and I'll be like, fuck, it's him again. He's in my head.
Who's the Beyonce of the two of you?
Why'd you even ask?
I'm not sure.
You know who it is.
I'm not sure.
Who do you think is the Beyonce between me and Preach?
The reason why I'll say Preach is only because he is majority of the thumbnails.
Okay. Okay, so when you say Beyonce, what do you mean by that?
The lead of the group.
Oh, the lead of the group. Okay. I feel like when I think of Beyonce, I think of bigger personality. Almost like, that's what I thought you meant. So he's definitely the bigger personality. I take up far more of the work.
Okay.
So it's kind of.
You're the Matthew Knowles of the group.
Sure. I don't know who's Matthew Knowles.
The dad.
The dad?
The dad behind the scenes.
I'm his dad?
I don't know.
All right, this is weird. Anyways, let's get back to the top. I'll definitely keep this stuff as bonus.
I made that video with you guys years ago, and it's one of those things that is almost like immediately as soon as it came out, I realized how wrong I was.
I'm not saying this to criticize women. This is like me trying to tackle this issue because I'm trying to understand what I'm going through and what society's telling me and the reality I keep facing and what a lot of men keep facing. And so what you realize is that there isn't that much space for men's emotions in those relationships. It's more so about the woman.
I made that video with you guys years ago, and it's one of those things that is almost like immediately as soon as it came out, I realized how wrong I was. I made that video with you guys.
Today's topic, this is something I've wanted to cover for a long time. I think mostly because for me, it's been a point that's almost made me angry when it comes to dating. I think as a society, we often tell young men and men in general that they need to be more emotionally vulnerable.
I made that video with you guys years ago, and it's one of those things that is almost like immediately as soon as it came out, I realized how wrong I was.
I'm not saying this to criticize women. This is like me trying to tackle this issue because I'm trying to understand what I'm going through and what society's telling me and the reality I keep facing and what a lot of men keep facing. And so what you realize is that there isn't that much space for men's emotions in those relationships. It's more so about the woman getting to feel special. And so it almost devalues the male experience and it perverts it. That's something I've experienced before, for sure.
Well, I think it probably would exist on both ends, right? Like there's going to be times that we all enjoy or delight in someone's pain if it's directed in a way that makes us feel better about ourselves. For example, I went to go see the Joker. This is the straight facts. Your life expectancy decreases the less emotional outlets that you have, the less you express yourself, the less outlets you have for healthy expression of stress. In addition, your culpability in the workplace is going to decrease, especially as we have more jobs taken up by robotics. And now the only resource that humans really have left is our ability to work together and our ability to work maybe in very like sedentary environments on team-based projects or creative projects. And so your femininity, your vulnerability is integral to your survival in the workplace. And then on a third basis, like it makes for a healthier relationship.
And then even in reflection of watching it back now, I realized how wrong I was, because when you give advice without insight and without an acknowledgement of the reality for people, it's not helpful, and it's, if anything, it's hurtful.
Yeah, because it minimizes what they're going through, and it doesn't give, because you can, I'm like, this is a solution, that's it. But it's like, you don't understand the depth of my issue. And you've like, it's like when people talk about like men's suicide. If you guys are just more vulnerable, it's like, ooh, do not reduce men's issues to some simple thing that you can fix with just talking about your emotions.
Yeah.
It's way more complex than that. And I find that oversimplicity of men's issues to just be like, well, you know, feminism's got all the tools for you. It makes men more resentful. It makes them more resentful because we know how deep the problems go. We suffer from it. We suffer oftentimes in silence. And it's almost antagonizing. It's belittling. It's condescending for someone to say stuff like that. I get so flustered when be like, well, feminism's got all the... I hate that so much. I hate that because even though I can appreciate feminism and I'm grateful for it, say it's part of the solution. Okay, but don't just say it's that. So that's one thing.
It's more complex than that. We just have to talk about it, and that's all okay. And being wrong is whatever. You people are wrong. It's all good. Yeah, you should be being able to talk about it and being open. There's so much. The problematic is not if you talk about something and you're wrong. If you acknowledge that you're wrong, okay, then we have a conversation. That's cool. Yeah. But there's so many people that are just really don't want to be wrong and are stuck in that that they don't want to have further more discuss. No, and that's the problem. Being wrong, whatever.
Did you guys watch The Bachelor last season?
No. Did we watch The Bachelor any season? What kind of question?
I don't know. It was the first time I actually ever watched it before.
You want me to call my wife?
That. Well, that was the buzzword last season.
What?
Vulnerable. Should men be vulnerable?
People think the more hurt you reveal, the better it makes you look because they understand I'm sharing the worst story. Don't you feel special? Guys have never thought that. Actually, you know what? I believe there's people out there who do that. No, I could definitely see that as a strong manipulation tactic.
Yeah, fuckboys.
Where you would go to somebody and tell them something terrible that happened to you for them to go, oh, I could see that because I can see how that's manipulative, actually. 100%. Even the whole idea of like, I need you to tell me, that's also, you could definitely see that as a form of control. I got this. They may not even be consciously doing it, but they're accumulating power. You know,
Recently, I concentrate a lot on sports and on workout and how to be healthy because I'm really against plastic.
I just did it for confidence.
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I have a huge problem with what they're saying. If you're telling people to love themselves, that's
You know, sometimes it's like toxic masculinity. Like, you're just seeing 5 dudes being mad supportive. The weakest one, they don't care. They're all very showing a lot of praise. They showing love. They're pushing each other to do more and do better. Because they talk about the gym bro mentality, but in my experience, the ones who are most accepting of fat people, of skinny people, of people who are trying to better their lives in a real genuine way where they show effort, they show interest, they're consistently being supportive. In my experience, the only space that I've ever seen be that supportive have been gym bro spaces.
We brought together 5 men and had them rank each other based on their perceived strength. Then we put them to the test to reveal their actual strength. This is ranking.
Yeah, as cliche and corny it is to say, and I hate saying it, it's working out as a lifestyle. I schedule my workouts and it's kind of like, oh, like Isaac, you want to do this? I'm like, okay, I got to make sure like it's not interfering with my workout time.
Working out is 100% a lifestyle. It is. The minute you just, I gotta wake up in the morning to work, or you put some, it's a lifestyle. Yeah, definitely, I agree with that.
It's something like every day that you look forward to doing.
I would say it's between working out and gaming.
The guy on the far left looks very military.
Lifting heavy.
I started actually weightlifting when I was in high school. I had the reputation of being the guy that was bigger, just kind of kept that going.
Yeah, I was also in 8th grade. It was during the summer, and I was at a pool party with all my friends. We were just like jumping up, down the pool, like just having a great time. And then one of the girls that I had a crush on was like, hey, Edward, carry me, throw me into the pool. I was like, all right. I got this girl, just go into the pool, about to go, and she's like, oh my God, Edward, stop. I'm just like, oh, what happened? And she's like, you're shaking so much. Like, I don't feel comfortable in your arms right now. I'm just like, oh man. After that, I just went home, just working out, man.
Yup. It be those kinds of moments that you remember forever, bro. They just be changing you. Yup.
It do be like that.
It do be like that.
It do be like that.
There's those little moments where they make a comment. I remember one time I was in PE class, okay? I was like maybe, I had to have been 15. You know what I mean? I was fresh off the boat from Ethiopia. You know, maybe $140 soaking wet, okay? And, you know, I'm over there just chilling in PE class. Everybody got their shorts. We're all doing physical ed. And this girl back here, she said, hey, I went on the side.
You remember the name?
Hey, it's okay.
You know it.
Hey,
you know it hit.
Hey. And she's like, yo. And she just sat on my lap. And I was like, hey. You know what I mean? Instant boner. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm playing it cool. Yeah. And she talking to me. Bro, it took like nothing but 10 seconds for my leg to be like... She's like, are you okay? Why are you shaking? Are you nervous? I'm like, nah. I wasn't nervous.
Under pressure.
She just weighed a little bit more than I expected.
What happens? You're nervous? No, fat bitch. You just a little hefty.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. She wasn't fat. I was just mad skinny. That was what it was. Hey, listen. There's moments in my life where as an older man, I can appreciate those moments now, and I'm not even mad at them. When I'm like, I ain't strong enough for this, you know. When a 6-foot-tall Amazonian woman says, oh, I like to be picked up, and I'm like, word, and I just move on from that like I didn't hear it, I know what it is.
She's like, I like to get picked up.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'll go get my car.
Yeah. I remember asking you, like, what are you into? What do you like when you with a guy? You know, like when y'all making love. And she's like, I like to get picked up. And I was like, word, moving on. Because that's never going to happen with me.
Oh, we're going to have love on a forklift. Because, bitch, that's not happening. It cannot be me.
I'm sorry. When I was pretty young, I got very into video.
What's your story? I'm short.
I got very into video games, and I started playing like Star Wars and Lara Croft.
What really got me into it was I was actually bullied ever since I was in elementary, because I was always like a bigger, taller kid, and all my friends were like, "Oh, dude, Isaac, you're so big. Like, I bet you're so strong." And then they would actually end up physically hurting me. Like, I didn't know what to do, and so as I got older, like in middle school, that's when I was like, okay, I gotta change something. And so I started lifting then. When I squat, bench, deadlift as heavy as possible, that's when I feel really empowered.
No, I'm so sorry about that. That happened to you, because no one should be shamed for how they look.
You tell them, Short King, nobody. Nobody. Short
I was thinking the same goddamn thing.
Hey, man, I ain't mad at them. You know what? You guys are being very positive and uplifting, so it's good.
Just to put it out there, I think I'm just going to rank myself as the least strongest.
Oh my God, Edward, stop. You're shaking so much.
I will go that way too.
I don't want to be. Just for me, I think It's between you two. I feel like you just have a lot of knowledge and you know a lot, and your motivation, I just feel like you're up there. But then you just like look at your body, bro. Look at your
You also got them fucking suction cup marks, and you wearing a tank top. That ain't by no accident. You had to let them know, bitch. You know how much I be lifting? I gotta take care of this body. Body, yaddy, yaddy. Isn't that what they say?
I don't know.
Come on. I feel like that's your department.
No, it's not my
body, yaddy, yaddy.
That's not my
Come
You're up there. But then you just like look at your body, bro. Look at your
You also got them fucking suction cup marks, and you wearing a tank top. That ain't by no accident. You had to let them know, bitch. You know how much I be lifting? I gotta take care of this body. Body, yaddy, yaddy. Isn't that what they say?
I don't know.
Come on. I feel like that's your department.
No, it's not my
Body, yaddy, yaddy.
That's not my department.
Come on. That sound like in your department, though.
That's not.
That sound like some Caribbean body, yaddy, yaddy. No? That sound like
That's the States. That's no Caribbean right there.
I feel like I walked by a dance hall place and heard that one time.
No, Yardy, yes.
Okay.
But not body and Yardy?
No, Adi.
No, we not body Yardy?
Yeah.
Bad man, no Artie. Why you talk about, man? Body Yardy and Caribbean. That's really what you got.
I'm pretty sure I heard
that's the correlation in your head.
Yeah.
No, you haven't.
I have.
Look at your calves.
His calves are the size of my thighs. I mean,
These are genetic.
Bro, you can crush watermelons with those quads. Looks aren't everything, but you look strong. And it's like, it can be deceiving. That's why I feel like if we have like a clear definition on what we are defining strength as.
We're also gonna test ourselves with deadlift.
So I think we should go
could
based off of
rank
that.
ourselves with that.
All right, so who do we think is going to deadlift the most?
How do you feel being there?
I feel like we should switch.
You too?
I actually feel like the raw power and the raw strength that you have without the technique, if we just compare that, I feel like either of you two are stronger than me.
I'm very unsure of that.
I don't agree, to be honest, but
For him to be in the middle, I don't agree.
I don't agree.
I like how Brandon's in last because he put himself there and nobody's been
said
tolerant. Like,
nothing.
yeah, you run last. And not even a bad thing.
Did sell me on that one.
I think Isaac should stay number one though, and then I think these two should switch.
I agree with that.
Can I actually ask, what do you do for a living?
Military.
Military. Got it.
The guy on the far left looks very military. I'm just telling
He
y'all.
did it again.
I'm telling y'all.
He did it again.
I swear to God, you can.
This motherfucker is a wizard.
I swear to God, sometimes you could literally walk into a bar and you can
Yes.
tell based off posture, the way they look. You're just like, I could tell this dude wears his combats on a regular basis.
Yes.
He stands like it.
See, forget about
Yeah,
that.
I look
See,
at
forget
this
about
guy,
that.
the
And he's-
lineup and everything is very
And
military.
he's army. The minute you said it, I was like, you're so right. You are so right about that. The
It
glasses,
was really creepy.
The mustache, the length of the eyes.
You know what else is?
The-
No. You know what it is? You know what it is? It's also the way they dress when they're in civilian clothes. Military guys, when they're in civilian clothes, they wear like well-fitted t-shirts and the ugliest shorts.
Sub-PT.
Something about that. Like it's just there's like zero fashion sense.
Sub-physical training.
Yeah.
It's really that.
They all get dressed like they bought their clothes at the canteen.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a mail carrier.
Mail carrier.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good too. I don't know. You guys walk a lot.
Maybe
I know that.
I feel like mail carriers can be strong because there's still a lot of lifting involved.
Yeah.
Like with packages and
That's
stuff
a
like
lot.
that. But military, army or army, Marines?
You wouldn't guess it.
Oh, okay.
Space.
Got it. Well, you so jacked as hell, man. So,
Yo, you gotta fight aliens, bro.
yeah. I think switch. Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing is that the military oftentimes, there's something, they're functional. They're strong, but functioning strong. Jack pumps too much. Your heart pumps too much. Like, I've seen some jack dude, but that's not most of the people in military. I feel like they're very much, correct me on that one if I'm wrong. I feel like most of the time they're strong, but very functioning strong. You're not gonna see like the biggest fucking legs necessarily.
Nah, that's not true.
What do you mean?
No, there's disgustingly yoked people in the military.
Is that a majority?
I would tell you the amount of steroids I see in the military and heavy lifting.
Never mind then.
Definitely, I disagree
retract.
heavily. Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, when I used to go to the gym, dude, them motherfuckers were really packing that
Really?
energy. Absolutely. Yeah, you'll see a lot of big dudes.
Dude, you can lift that one, man.
Where you was rolling now, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got more.
That was a good form too. There ain't nothing worse than when I watch a deadlift and somebody's back look like it about to be broken forever. There's just some, you know what they say, Snap City? That shit's so facts. There's some people when they deadlift, I be dying in socks. I'm like, bro, you deserve to have kids someday. Why are you doing this to us?
You saw the dude that died recently because he was squatting? I think he was squatting 405, and it was just one person behind him spotting him, or bar spotting him, not two people on the side. His back snapped.
Okay, I don't want to hear about this.
Was that a
Sorry about
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, I just want to add like a 10. Okay. I think that's my max right there.
Wait, is this about to be a PR?
I've only done this once before.
Hey, you're about to do this. Take your time. Take your time.
Let's get it.
Yup.
Lock in.
Come on.
Lock in.
Yup. Okay.
Easy work.
A little bit of pressure here.
Hey, easy work. Let's go. Let's go.
About to apply pressure.
Yeah, come on.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
All right. You're going up, right?
I think.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that I could do this. This is the first time.
That's a PR? Yeah. Oh. 335. Come on. Easy work. Lock it in. Yup. Come on.
There you go.
Damn, that's pretty impressive.
You think you can do it? I don't want to push you too much.
5.
5? Okay.
Y'all did this to me.
All right, boys, we gotta hype the hell up.
Wait a second. Come on.
You got this.
So I just want to take a second and pause this just to like, they're all having their little bro moment. But this is what a lot of male spaces look like. You know, sometimes it's like toxic masculinity. Like, you're just seeing 5 dudes being mad supportive. The weakest one, they don't care. They're all very showing a lot of praise. They showing love. They're pushing each other to do more and do better. So I don't know. Sometimes this is what I see when I see a lot of male spaces.
No, that's toxic. It's all based.
Just want to just take a second.
It's all based on strength.
Yeah.
So that's super toxic.
Yeah.
Why you?
Because they talk about the gym bro mentality, but in my experience, the ones who are most accepting of fat people, of skinny people, of people who are trying to better their lives in a real genuine way where they show effort, they show interest, they're consistently being supportive. In my experience, the only space that I've ever seen be that supportive have been gym bro spaces.
Easy work. Yup. Jump.
Yeah, that's massive.
But that's a 60-pound PR.
We push each other.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right.
Everyone.
My turn? We'll throw on 10s.
You done it before, right?
Nah. No, never.
PR?
Yeah.
This guy said, yo, throw on 10s, and he never done it before. I ain't mad at y'all, dude. Just don't fuck this shit up, bro.
Yeah, this will be a PR.
This is the kind of motherfucker that when he doesn't look ripped when he's wearing clothes. I've seen a lot, yo. There's so many guys like that where they don't look like nothing's going on. If they were cars, they would be sleepers. You understand? You just don't. Okay, it's an eye car, nice colors, okay rims. And then when they take, it's Rip City.
Or maybe he's just asleep at the wheel. They look like sleepers? No, I think he's just sleeping at the wheel. But we'll find out. He didn't want to do the PR. He didn't want to do it. He wanted, no, not only is this going to be my PR, I'm going to add 10. I'm like, okay, I made it. Don't fuck it up.
Don't fuck it up.
Let's go.
Bottom left back.
Yup.
Lightweight. Slow down.
Come on.
Slow down. Get it.
His back is round as fuck though. It's gonna hurt in 2 days. Yeah, because the hurt happens 2 days after, not right after. 2 days after. That back was rounder than a motherfucker, but maybe he's gonna be able to do it. But that look, bro.
I don't know if it's weird to say, but you have a thick back. You have a thick back when you deadlift.
We've all good. Record.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, this guy's got raw power. I honestly think he can deadlift more than me today. You're gonna need a slap.
Gonna need a slap.
Woo! This guy got a lot of muscle. Come on! There. Woo! Easy work. Easy work. Yup.
Okay.
Come on. Yup. Yeah. Come on.
Sorry.
This?
Sorry. This gives me anxiety. I want to be supportive. It's because I care. It's just I don't want to see nobody get hurt.
Have you ever seen someone pass out after a lift? See, that shit's scary because you kind of see God, and then you see the soul leave the body. It's not fun.
475. 475.
Easy work. No, that was
No,
not easy work.
that was not easy
it
work.
Didn't look easy at all.
Hey, but you be supportive.
You're being supportive, but let's be honest.
That spine is screaming.
It's a lot of weight, and he about to make it look easy. Yeah, I'm telling you.
He's like carrying in weight all of us.
There's a lot of pressure.
Let's go, man.
Let's go. You about to make it look easy, boss. Come on.
Can I get a production team to hype me up also?
Disrespect this weight real quick.
About to kiss your hip. Nice, you got it.
Let's go, let's go, man. Come on. Get dialed in.
Go lock in, baby.
Let's get it. Come on. Get that. Woo, come on. Up.
Of the guys who did the highest weight, that was the cleanest one.
Yes,
that was the
clean.
cleanest one. Yeah, but he did a sumo.
Right.
It's a bit different.
Right, but you choose the technique that you can to lift the weight that you can. So he did a sumo, fine. Still considered deadlift.
It is, but it's not the same. Because the reason why I'm saying is if they're doing a ranking of strength and one person is doing a sumo at a higher weight, it's not the same as someone doing a regular technique. A regular deck. That's what I'm just saying. I'm saying. It's still impressive. I'm not trying to shut up. I'm just saying if they're doing the ranking, it doesn't make sense. They should all do the same technique is all I'm trying to say.
I understand. Fair.
This was a fun experience. 525, I'm surprised it moved up a lot faster than I thought because I didn't work out this whole week.
But the fact that you didn't work out this whole week means that you're rested.
Yeah, does help. Sure, yeah.
No, that's what I like about being fit and working out, that you see other people and sometimes you judge them just because how big they are. Like, I'm big, but I cannot do like weight as they do. But it's just a misconception that you think big muscles are better, but it's not about that. It's about your passion and how much time do you invest on it. Stand like this, mimic me. Yeah, pretty good. And then grab it from here. And then, the thing is that...
Just don't let your knees buckle. That's good. What are your thoughts on the video as a whole?
My thoughts is deadlifts have the worst for return on investment.
You're not a fan?
It's just not the best for return of investment in what, like, you have a high rates of injuring yourself. And yeah, I could do 425, but then, and do one rep, but then the return on that, I'd rather have a higher rep than a higher weight.
Yeah, but I think this is a PR thing. For them, it's not a workout. It's just an achievement.
It is. I just say in general.
Yeah. Not everyone's going to the gym every day doing one rep. I think most people, if they're doing a workout routine, they probably have higher volume. But they'll do the one rep to see the strength of the progression.
And it's also, there's a difference. Like, strength is so arbitrary. Like, it depends. Yeah, you could lift the most, but I could lift the longest. Who's really stronger? I don't know. You know, you could lift one time and after that you're gonna be dead. But there's some people that can lift and lift and lift and lift and power it through. So I don't know what's gonna be the strongest. You know what I mean? It's like when I was doing track. Oh yeah, you're the fastest because you run. Yeah, I run fast on 100 meters, but I cannot keep that up for 2 kilometers. Like, I can't keep that up for like a mile or a marathon or whatever. So really, who's fastest? You know what I mean? I could be dead last in the long distance, but really fast. So say a little bit of both, and then there's being there's people that are big and strong, and you look at the form, and some people are just really being strong, but it doesn't serve you any purpose. You have big muscles, you have big defined muscles and everything and stuff, and you are strong and you're able to deadlift, you're able to push, you're able to bench press, but you cannot move around and you get really tired a lot. And there's some of the people that are just a little bit more normal and are able to do all those things. So strength
all
is very...
Chronos on 20s, huh?
I don't know, I'm not going to base myself on just deadlift. Then again, it's a video, so...
By my birthright.
Yeah, I think for me, overall, I enjoyed it. I think it was cool watching the dynamic, and I think it's cool to see one of these kinds of videos not get turned some kind of like competitive hot potato situation or really awkward or cringy. They're just very supportive and cool. And yeah, I don't know. I think that's just been my experience with most gym culture. So it was cool seeing it reflected in this video as well.
Got a question.
Hopefully.
What's the problem with the, like, what's the problem with the gym bro mentality in a gym bro? People look like they.
I think they
just around gym bros.
There's just like, they'll see someone with a lot of muscles, and then they'll think that person's really vain, or they'll see someone who works out a lot, that really is, focused on their body and their physique, and then assume like they're dumb, just interested in women, probably very arrogant or whatever, and so that stereotype perpetuates itself. But I don't know. I've been to a lot of gyms where there's military or civilian life, and I just never really saw that kind of attitude perpetuated throughout most of the gym. I was actually very surprised because, like, I remember when I first started lifting, like the guys who'd been there for a long time doing some of the crazy exercise were just mad cool, very humble, and so.
And also, they're the first ones that want to help you.
Yes.
If you do something
or
wrong.
if you want to ask for any questions or whatever, they're very open. And so
they've been hurt and they don't want to have that to happen to you. So,
but maybe your experience in the gym is very, very different than me. But I've seen that stereotype perpetuated. I don't believe it's true. Maybe on Instagram, I guess, but real life is just not my reality. So
I don't think that Instagram is necessarily real life for anything. But sure, you at some point you started to train a lot. After the leg incidents, and what you stopped at some point?
No. So in the military, I was like really big. So I remember just I took a lot of time with physique and working out and bodybuilding, all that stuff.
Right.
So I was spending a lot of time in the gym, and then after the military, I was just doing more dance-related stuff and doing other things, and so I just wasn't doing it as often. So yeah, me, I have my kettlebells at home, and then I have my pull-up stuff and my dip. And I just use that at home. I prefer doing body stuff. I'm not a gym person. I don't get that much gratification from going to the gym.
Right.
But I liked the atmosphere when I was there. So that's my experience with it. But I've always respected it. I think it's cool. I just prefer biking nowadays or going out dancing or doing
Well, it's practical on top of that. So
yeah, it's just more enjoyable for me. It's just more functional. So this is what I do.
Functional, what I was looking for. Cool.
What about
much else? Remind me what?
What do I know? What do you at?
Well, where do I train at?
Yeah, like what kind of
I fight.
What's your experience with working out?
I was working out when I was doing track and field. Power stuff, just burst of power really quickly. Get me out of trouble. I don't think I would be like a troublesome kid, but I really liked it just because it gave me something to do. And as a kid that was bullied, like I was excelling there, so it was giving me confidence, and at least I was good at that stuff. I was not really good at school. I was not really good with people. So at least that there, I was able to perform. Right. Then after that, I was really more. I went into fighting. Right. Capoeira. I did capoeira with a couple of years. If you don't know what capoeira is, a Brazilian martial art. And I did a couple of other things. And now I'm going to Muay Thai. And I still go to the gym. Like I went back to the gym recently. But yeah, the fight. Sometimes going to the gym and even fighting, sometimes it's not even a fight against someone else or a competition. It's really you having to motivate yourself to get up and go trains, even when you don't feel like you, or just surpassing yourself in your own goal. So that's always a nice thing to have, the mentality. So the gym thing that I like, people talking about bad about people that go to the gym and stuff like that, or people that just train. I'm like, yeah, it's not necessarily that. It's a weird, it's a weird thing because I go to the gym and like I see all these ladies and the mood really changed. Like right now, people are really like the guys. The mood in the gym is weird because you have guys always walking up to you and trying to help you and stuff like that. My gym, there's a lot more women than I've ever seen in the gym ever, right? And we mind our fucking business. If you get hurt, you get hurt. And that's the
asshole. So not trying to help you.
Yes. Yes.
I'm disappointed in you.
Yes.
I'm disappointed.
100%, my guy. Someone's gonna walk. Yeah. And someone's gonna walk through like, are you done with that? Are you done with that? Huh? Yeah, I'm done with it. You can use it. That's the general feeling. I can tell you that much. Yeah. But I felt that the mood really changed and really quickly. A lot less people are talking. And I think it's a good thing. You know, you came here to talk. Or you came here to train, not to talk. So carry on.
career conference for females in tech was taken over by male attendees.
They were there just purely for the career.
Social media clips filmed at the Grace Hopper, the world's largest gathering of women technologists, show men standing in line to meet with recruiters.
This is a space for women in tech. This is one of those few limited resources that isn't for you, it's for us.
Some of the male attendees reportedly lied about being non-binary just to get in.
But it's interesting that
The skull gleams in air. You and me.
That was awesome. Let's see watch it. Shall we? I think I watched it up. Let's watch. Let's see watch it. That's awesome.
But it's interesting that the large majority of the people that actually ended up in the event have name tags with he, him, and have no searchable history of identifying as non-binary.
You can be non-binary and have pronouns he, him.
Such a foreboding night.
That's absolutely the thing. What does non-binary mean? It's one of the most useless, dumbest categorizations of gender expression I've ever seen. And I don't believe it's real. But some people identify as it, and it's open enough that you can have he, him as your pronouns and be non-binary. You guys made this clown world. Now you just mad that people are rocking the makeup. Boo-boo.
Listen.
You can't make the circus come to town and be mad when clowns show up.
Listen.
That's you.
Listen.
You a whole state fair.
There are these rules that was put in place by not me.
And not these dudes either.
Okay? And you're gonna navigate through life with those rules. And dude, those are new rules. And there's a bunch of loopholes. And people are gonna use the loopholes. Or they're gonna find them. They're gonna find them to get ahead, no matter what. And according to the rules that was set by not me, they're right.
I don't know what the problem is with him being a popular. Why can't he be a woman in tech? Huh? Why can't he be a female technologist? Let him do her thing.
Listen, my guy. You're laughing, but the sad part is that's what it is.
I'm laughing, but they win.
That's exactly what it is right now. That's what we at. So it's like, and the thing that happened is that we've been saying that it is gonna be to the detriment of women, and we see it happen. So that's like a case of, I hate to say it, but I told you so.
Several tech workers defended the men for trying to capitalize on job opportunities not meant for them, saying that the entire concept was wrong.
Let's be honest, there is no need for a conference just for women, because if it was the opposite, just for men, then it would be sexist. Just because you are a woman doesn't give you the right to talk to a big...
Yeah, but I'm probably sure they're probably going to say they created that kind of opportunity to give an opportunity to women who don't normally have a chance.
But is there an opportunity for people that are more ostracized?
That's what they're going to say. Yeah.
Okay, so there's an opportunity for people that are more ostracized.
Yeah.
And?
Who's more ostracized than non-binary people?
In the name of Hades.
So what are we talking about?
All right, hold up. There's a here.
Yesterday it became clear that there are far greater number of cisgender men attending to say. Simply put, someone thought
time I see these types, I'm just like,
I'm gonna get so much pussy tonight. Oh yeah, you can woo my dick. Yeah. That's when I see that, that's what I see. Who are you to decide whether they're lying or not? Who are you? And if you're very off to ask someone whether they are, or would you ask a trans woman if she really is or not to prove herself? No, you don't do that. That's not the rules made by you. So, you thought it would be easy peasy lemon squeezy, but it looks like a difficult lemon difficult, didn't it? So let them be, because you're nobody to say like they lied. You're nobody to say that, oh what, whenever we told you that some people are gonna take advantage, yeah, it's only gonna be a small percentage. Well, okay.
I mean, listen, we can all talk about this. You know what I just think? I think what it really comes down to is like, think what you want about the train stuff, this stuff. I think we can all agree, or most of us can agree, the non-binary stuff is bullshit. It just made a lot of sense. Yeah, this is nonsense. That's what I think about this whole thing. Do I think it's great that males are out here taking up space for females? Obviously not. I don't think non-binary people who are authentically non-binary should be in this space either. It's a women's conference for females, the non-binary people are not either. Neither should trans people be there. Since you want to open the door to this nonsense, you should take it all. You should take the non-binary people, the other non-binary people who are not actually non-binary, because like, how are you going to verify? Are you going to look through their social media posts to make sure that they've been identifying as non-binary for a long time? Are you going to demand that they have a certain type of pronouns? Because if you are, then we can extend that to transness. How much does someone need to transition before they're actually trans? Can I show up in a wig and say that I'm trans? Do I have to actually go through any surgery? Do I have to make any kind of effort? What's the degree of transness I need to exhibit? For how long do I need to exhibit it before it's acceptable? At the end of the day, like I said, you brought the circus to town. Now let the clowns play. That's my thought.
It is what it is. You're gonna have to apply those rules that are discriminatory. It's for you, basically. I can't do that for me. I can't be like, no. Those rules are discriminatory. If you go against a non-binary person and if you go, yeah, no, I'm not accepting you because you're not really the binary. That's just discriminatory. You're opening yourself for lawsuits, my guy. It's gonna be impossible for you to operate.
I don't even think you make it doing a lawsuit. I don't think non-binary people can sue because the law doesn't recognize non-binary shit. Wow. So I don't think it's that deep. Because you're not a protected class because you're non-binary. It's not like being gay or something from a legal standpoint. So there are no lawsuits to be had.
I don't know.
But anyways,
I'm not a lawyer.
Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. No, it's like you have to be a protected class. Protected class is gay folks, minorities. I don't even think it's religious. I think it's gender-based. So
non-binary is gender, no?
No, on the basis of ethnicity or race.
Man, I'm not a lawyer, and you're talking gibberish to me right now.
You don't know what protected classes are?
No.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go in line to like, yeah, of course I do. I don't.
All right, we got an update from the breakdancing dad versus his daughter Maddie. If you guys haven't seen our part 1, go check that out. It's basically back and forth between the dad and his daughter. Daughter releases a video about the dad being some kind of deadbeat. Dad responds saying, "No, I'm not." Goes viral, etc., etc. So we're here today. There's been an update. Before we even get to that, I've actually seen a lot of different communities react to this video.
Yes, and what you're saying.
Our takeaway was this. I don't think it was appropriate for the daughter to put her dad on blast like that.
No.
Because it's a lose-lose situation at that point. If he responds, it's like he's bickering with his daughter through videos on online platform, which is odd.
You never want your family business outside.
No.
Like all the outlets that you have to solve all your issues, you decide to use social media is weird.
It's super weird, right? And then if he doesn't respond, then the internet just flames him all day long thinking he's a deadbeat. He's getting calls at his business because everyone in his family seen the video because it went viral. So now his public perception is that of a loser dad. So he's in a lose-lose situation. No. So my perspective was she was hella inappropriate for that. But as far as why their relationship doesn't work or whether or not he's a good dad, people are going to have their opinions. Everyone's going to be biased by their own lived experience. They're going to say he's really in her life, or they're going to say, she's been completely bad. Everyone's going to have a different thing. I say this. You don't know the ins and outs of that family. No matter how much this man posts his text messages, no matter how much he posts like a video of her when she was a child that he took or whatever, you don't know if he was really present in
You don't know what his standard for being a good dad is versus what she expected of a father.
I understand what you're saying, and you're right. We don't know. I don't think that's the question at hand. The question at hand is whether or not he just left initially. Listen, he left a mom with 4 children to pursue a b-boy career at 40. So he's a deadbeat for that. The rest, whether he was a good dad or not,
But that's what we're defining good dad, whether or not he was involved in the kitchen. And she's trying to make the claim that he was barely involved in their lives, right? So people think abandon, they think like, oh, you turn into Carmen Sandiego and change your postal code and your whole identity. Abandonment, like, I know this is really fucked up. I literally know a family. The dad abandoned the kids. He lives 2 blocks away. You know how weird that is? Like the homie would literally see his dad at a random street corner at some point. So some families are like that.
I'm not gonna pass over the fact that you brought back. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
I used to play that shit on PC all the time. No. There's a game. There's a game.
What? Just hit me?
That's how I learned my geography.
I know, but that shit was amazing. You're just gonna skim over the fact that you're gonna skim over the Carmen Sandiego. You gave me a nostalgia attack, and then you're just gonna skim over that shit. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? What?
You know what's watching like Carmen Sandiego is like,
what?
There was her and Jessica Rabbit. They're the 2 women I thought were so hot when I was growing up.
And the fucked up thing about Carmen Sandiego is we've never seen her face, but keep on going.
No, you see a bit of her face. It's just that
Just the bottom.
She in a trench coat all day.
With a big ass
And I'm
head.
just over here like, yo, what's under them buttons?
Yeah.
I know plenty of families that look like they're super well put together, but when you look behind the back, it's like, oh, the mom has actually been having an affair for a long time and she spends more time away from home than she does at home.
Yeah.
There's levels to abandonment or whatever it might be. So that's why I'm not quick to take anyone's side based off of whatever it is, okay? But what I've been seeing online is like, yo, communities rally behind one person and they go all the way. I see community be like, I remember watching, I think this guy's name is Curtis Connor. He has a community. And they're just flaming the dad. What a loser. How could he respond? Why is this guy arguing with his daughter online? And I'm like,
not this time. Benny Hanna, the breakdancing dad, was apparently receiving a bunch of hate comments from people who saw that video. So he decided to make a response video to his daughter's video and post it on Twitter. But going on Twitter to say you aren't a deadbeat dad to convince your fucking Twitter crypto bros to go and dunk on your daughter, that's probably the most deadbeat thing a dad could do.
Drumroll, please. The patriarchy, you dumbass.
I'm like, you guys think it's acceptable and respectful for a daughter to get up on these platforms and trash her dad like this as a deadbeat? Like, no, obviously not. And then on the other hand, there's other people who are like, this dad is unbelievable. He sent her text messages. Oh my God, chill out. Yes, money is a good thing. Yes, money helps with a lot. Money's not everything. How involved in present you're going to be in your child's life is going to be far more important than how much you're going to send to them financially. Now, of course, some people just lose their family, don't even get finances. But her qualms about not having a father in life may be valid. All I'm trying to say is, we don't know. We don't know that. So I don't know why anyone's jumping on any team like this.
This video is a follow-up to my Sunday video on my daughter's viral video, trashing me, her dad. And these videos are all over the internet now, with titles like Bitcoiner and Breakdancing Dad Ben Hart Navigate Storm from daughter's viral TikTok video. And you should see my first video on this topic before watching this video, just so you know what this storm is all about. Yeah, he posted a second video.
I know my dad posted like a 10-minute video or whatever being like, you know, my daughter's lying, we have a great relationship, I have a great relationship with all my kids. That's just objectively not true. Like, guys, we're all freaking out about this in my family group chat right now. We're being like, he's so unhinged and delusional. And we don't know if he actually believes his own narrative or if he's lying on purpose, but he's just like a weird guy. Yeah, he said he lived down the street from us. That's not true. Or like if he did, it was only for a few months maybe, but actually for most of my childhood, he lived in Florida with his new wife. Like basically, like, I don't want to get into this. Like again, like my video was basically like sanitizing the situation and like poking fun at the lightest parts of that childhood trauma. But obviously in real life it was a lot more like complicated and traumatic. It was really hard. He left us and he married another woman. We didn't hear from him for years. And then he would visit every few months and we go out to dinner. But like he truly had no hand in raising us at all. We don't speak with any sort of regularity. He doesn't know when my birthday is. Like, as you guys saw in the video I posted, he got it wrong. He gave us some money growing up. I honestly don't know the nitty-gritty of the financial situation. I really, really don't. But I do know that several times I've asked him for financial help with medical expenses, like especially like in college, and he wouldn't help me. So that's what I was referring to in my video when I was like, he would have paid for my medical bills. I'll probably delete this in the morning, but I'm, too hard to reach in, and so I feel the need to kind of defend me. The bottom line is this guy was a completely absent father. Completely absent father. He's like, I was just a bike ride away from my kid. Not once did anyone ever take a bike ride to his house. I don't think I've ever been in his house ever. Like, it's so bizarre. Like, I'm so surprised that he responded to my video because I'm just like, damn, I could actually maybe see like way worse than I made it seem. Like, in my video, I just made it seem like a whimsical funny guy. Like, but in real life, it was actually a lot darker. So I'm so surprised that he responded to it. And it's obviously kind of hurtful and weird. But again, we don't really have a relationship. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really affect on me. It's just kind of fun with my family. And I'm like, I'm looking at this and I can't even respond. I'm just like, this is crazy. It's exactly his narrative. It's like so bizarre.
Now, I'm not going to go through all of Maddie's points here, most of which are just a repeat of what her mom's been telling the kids for the last 19 years. Okay, so let's roll tape to see what childhood was actually like for my kids. And let's see how my relationship was with the kids, even after the divorce. We have with us here Maddie Hart. She is a YouTube specialist. How many videos, Maddie, do you have on YouTube now?
About 54.
And what is your goal?
One day I want to be a partner.
What?
He's got the videos with his daughter
Conceal one of the
in
other
his car.
parts.
He was never there.
Let's try it.
What?
He was never.
Well, never there does not mean there's literally never. Someone could have a video with their child and still not be present. That's like saying you took a picture with your kid and you were there. Come on.
You know what? I'll allow it, fam.
Listen,
allow it. Yeah, we'll see. Because because you're right. You keep on reminding me that I don't know. So, let's go. It's just that, it's really just, I'm just basing myself on the impression that I had that you never really dealt with a dude ever. And you're sitting in his car. It's like, that's not ever. But you know what? Yeah, I'll give it a little leeway. You're right.
Okay, so here's an example. You might have a parent. They might check in on your birthday and come see you for your birthday. They take a picture or video, and they do that for every year. Is that really a present parent?
Not really.
Couldn't do it.
I'll allow it.
To me, that's not going to be the determining factor. So I don't think there's a way you can really prove it to me, to be honest with you. That doesn't mean he's guilty or not. I'm just saying we're never going to know the inside of it.
What does that mean?
I need to get paid to make videos.
So, Maddie, I'd like some more YouTube insights and clarification. What's the difference between a subscriber and a viewer and a friend? So, you have about 300 subscribers, but how many viewers of your videos would you say you've had so far?
I have several thousand views on my videos, several thousand views on my channel, and got like 500 friends.
Yo, why is he exposing his daughter as a clout chaser? Homegirl is 7 clout chaser, bro. That's crazy.
You ought to have stayed below.
I can understand that, okay? But I don't. It looks less and less like an absent dad to me. Yeah, it looks like a separate dad that is separated, absent.
That's a lot of photos and videos. That's a lot of photos and videos. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a lot of graduations, a lot of events, and he's showing up. But maybe he's not. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying. That's a lot. God dang. But hey, let's keep watching.
Let me be clear. Maddie is not lying in her videos. She is saying in these videos what she perceives to be true from her perspective. She's expressing her truth. And her perception is impacted radically by 19 years of brainwashing by my ex-wife. I don't want anyone attacking or bullying Maddie for her videos. Her videos express her perspective, and I believe they are honest from her perspective. So feel free to direct negative comments my way, but please don't bully Maddie. Now, I told Maddie I liked 98% of her video, but that there were some significant inaccuracies in there, like about me not paying medical bills. That's just not true. And the implication was that I was some kind of deadbeat dad. I paid her mom millions of dollars in alimony, child support, put hundreds of thousands of dollars into the kids' college fund, paid for their health insurance and out-of-pocket medical costs, as I should have. The result was that the kids were able to live in a wealthy suburb of Chicago, attend top colleges, and pursue very good careers. Anyways, I asked Maddie to take down her video and at least correct the damaging inaccuracies. It just wasn't true that I wasn't covering medical stuff. I told her almost everyone I know had seen it, including clients. It had the potential to hurt my business, hurt me professionally. And I certainly don't think she meant any harm by her first video.
Fair. So like all the people saying, why would this guy post it? That's one valid reason to post it. When you're a adult daughter, trashing you online, hurting your business and all your reputation, yeah, you want to be able to defend yourself somehow, especially if she doesn't want to defend you after you ask her to take it down quietly. So I don't think this man's being unreasonable.
So what if you withstood
I think it's a
that?
very odd thing we're seeing unfold, but I don't think he's wrong.
But she declined to take down her video because she said her video had gone viral. So she didn't want to take it down. So I came back a day or so later and told her that I had posted a response video on X.
I think this girl's clout hungry, and I think she got problems with her dad. Okay? And I think that's what comes out of these videos. That's what I see when I watch.
We can agree on that.
She's clout hungry. She was like that when she was a kid. She's like that even today. Okay? Like, yeah, it's your story. But it's also their lives. And you're dragging them into your story. And you're dragging them to the online world.
And the worst part, on top of that, it's not even, there's a step, it's a step further. It's a step further. It's, you post your family online, and then they're like, this is hurting my business. Take it off.
I think not.
Nah.
Because it's going viral.
That's crazy.
After you asked him for money.
That's crazy.
After you was asking him for money.
That's
what makes you think this girl is a clout thief. Because she asked this dude for cash every time, but the moment he said, well, this shit hurt my business, said, nah, it's going viral. I need to. She's selfish. She very into using people.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Which is okay, I guess. But you can't ask her for money. You can't keep asking her for shit.
You ask for money and then after that you turn around and do that shit? Bruh, that's crazy.
Well, then my response video really started to blow up. It hit 1 million views in about 12 hours. Then 5 million views, 10 million views, 20 million views, 30 million views, and on up from there. Maddie's mom started to freak out, sent me long text messages telling me to take my video down. I'm like, but Maddie's video is still up and has 7 million views, and that's just on TikTok. Plus, Maddie has posted a much more negative second video, full of inaccuracies.
So the mom was telling him to take it down while she left Maddie keep her video up? Well, mom looking like trash in this one too.
You can catch that.
I need mom to make a response video. Mom, watch.
You want all the tea. Mom, what you gotta say?
Yeah, mom, you divorced her. Who's the new woman? Where did he meet her? Was it while y'all was married? Huh? Tell us everything.
Why are you still mad?
Yeah, tell us the truth.
Here are the basic facts. Maddie's mom and I got divorced in 2005. Maddie's mom and I had some very ugly legal proceedings that Maddie is largely unaware of. I don't talk about it. But our divorce was probably worse than most. I lived in LaGrange, Illinois from 2007 to 2011, just down the street from the kids. Saw the kids all the time. Then in 2011, Wanda and I bought a house in Willowbrook, Illinois, which is about an 8-minute drive from the kids. Maddie's mom then got remarried in 2012. She moved to Wilmette, Illinois, which is about a 1-hour drive north from our house. The kids were older by this point. I continued to see all kids who wanted to see me. Would make the 1-hour drive to Wilmette, if any kid wanted to hang out with me. Now, teenage girls generally want to do their thing with their friends. I saw my son the most because he wanted to. I don't force the kids to hang out with me. If they want to hang out, cool. If they don't want to hang out, fine. Maddie is correct that the girls did not come over to the house, even though we were very close by. The girls didn't want to validate my wife, Wanda. We've been married since 2006. So the girls did not want to come over to the house, even though we were just down the street. It was a solidarity thing with Mom. My son Peter would sometimes hang out at the house. He didn't seem to have any problem with Wanda. Okay, so Maddie graduated from Northwestern University in 2021. Upon graduation, she went to Los Angeles in hopes of becoming a Hollywood screenwriter. She asked me for $5,000 to help get her set up in Los Angeles, which I agreed to against my better judgment. Basically, I have trouble saying no to Maddie. That's another tendency of divorced dads. In addition, her mom and I bought her a used car, a Ford Fiesta. I think her mom and I pitched in $2,500 each. Maddie must put in some money also. I think the car was about $7,500. I also co-signed a lease for her on her apartment. Now, this is very different from how I was treated by my dad when I graduated from college.
Another thing I'll say that works against a daughter for me is like, you strike me as a bit of a brat when you become an adult and you start asking for your dad who supposedly abandoned you for money for every little thing in your life. Sorry. To me, you strike me as a bit of a brat. You're going to this person all the time for money, but then you also want to trash them afterwards online for views and shit like that. It seems like you're using people for whatever you need. Because clearly you had these negative feelings for him this whole time, but you kept going to him for finances every time you needed a little something, every time things were tough. If I had a problem with a family member, I could never ask him for money if I really didn't like him. You seem like you use people when you need it.
Yeah, I was always like that. If you have a problem with someone, I'm not gonna go and ask that person for money. It's weird. That's weird.
When you're in the pinch, you ask them for money, but then you get on TikTok and you trash them. Who raised you?
Yeah. Well, apparently he did. According to her. So he's scot-free.
Because when I was growing up, I honestly don't know the nitty-gritty of the financial situation I really don't. But I do know that several times I've asked for financial help with my expenses, like especially like in college, and he wouldn't help me. So that's why I'm referring to my video now, like a few years ago.
But also, she had broken up with her boyfriend around this time. She said she needed to go to grief counseling and therapy. She and her mom wanted me to pay for that too. That's where I drew the line. I consider medical care to be like when you're sick or have a broken leg or...
So the medical bills that he wouldn't pay because she woke up with no. It was for grief counseling over a boyfriend nigga.
They just won't shut up. Got it.
Okay, I'm choosing sides.
Yo, no, this it looks bad. I tried to allow it.
Grief counseling.
I tried to allow it.
And you called him a deadbeat because he wouldn't pay for grief counseling after a breakup. He pays for your medical insurance, and you said he wouldn't pay for your medical bills, and it was grief counseling. Oh, I thought somebody died. Girl, it was just your boyfriend.
So I guess these were the medical bills that I was refusing to cover. Now she did land a job in LA with NBC Peacock streaming, and that was going very well for her. She loved it. She was an assistant writer for a show. But then the writer's strike hit, which lasted about 6 months, and she temporarily lost her job and was laid off at NBC Peacock streaming. She, of course, approached me to see if I could help her out with funds. Otherwise, she said she'd be forced to move back to Chicago and live with Mom.
Oh my God, writer's strike is not even that long ago. That's not even that long. She was still asking for money.
She graduated, then I gave her some startup money, some adulthood startup money, which is a thing that does not exist. You know when the strike was?
Chaos seeks me.
Last year.
And she's trashing her dad, but she in the DMs asking for more money all the time. Actually disgusting. She probably asked her mom should go ask her dad. Yo, listen, I'm not gonna watch any more of this. You guys can go see it.
No, we're doing a job.
Wait, 20 minutes. You can go watch the rest of it. I don't want to play the whole thing. It's fine. There's still more of it to go. They can go watch the rest
you're
of the
really
topics.
pissed off about it. You're done.
No, I think it's just enough. It's enough. This is what I think. Sometimes, and just even hearing him, how he talks about his dad and his dad's parenting style. He talks about his dad didn't really text much. He talks about how his dad really didn't give him any money, and he's much better than his dad. And it's possible, okay? And it's possible that his standards for how much better he is than his dad are real, but maybe they don't meet the standards of what she is. Who knows? Okay. This is what I'll say. Sometimes, it's not that your dad is absent. Sometimes that you don't make an effort to reach out. And people think that parental relationships are a one-way street where the parents are supposed to do all the legwork to make it work between the two of you, not recognizing that fostering a relationship actually still takes two people, and that includes your parent, especially if they're divorced. Especially if they're divorced.
But then again, if you're being fed some shit by your mom, I appreciate the fact that he was saying that, hey, you know what, don't get at her. Because it's still her, from her perspective, I appreciate that. It's still her perspective from what she sees and what she's been fed. There's anger there. And in the first video that he did, he's like talking about, yeah, I messed up and I left. And that's probably where the anger is from. But
if you guys want a relationship with your parent, it's also your responsibility.
100%.
So this doesn't strike me as a situation where there's actually some deadbeat or some absent father. This strikes me as a situation where there's a lot of pent-up feelings and things are not being discussed, and she thinks it's his dad's fault and that he never discussed it. All I'll say about this, some of you guys need to go reach out to your parents. They're not actually deadbeats. You just have a lot of negative feelings there and you haven't dealt with them. And the longer it builds up, the more absent they are, the more resentful you become, not recognizing you also have power in the situation. So that's all I'll say.
Good find.
The key point thing is whenever you have a parent that's not talking down on significant other, and you have two parents and it's just one person that's bickering about the other when you're separated, that's a red flag. That's weird. You have to see who's talking about who. The initial narrative was he left them alone to go all of that is wrong. That's not what we see here.
Echo,
The
let me
rest?
know if I can help you.
It's just extra drama. But like you said, there's a lot of pent-up feelings in that shit.
I can help you.
And it's sad to put that shit online. Well, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Even if I think the original video was made in jest, I don't
See
think
you
she was
next
actually
time.
trying to make the claim that he was out there going to break dance. I think she was trying to put a funny spin on it because he's not around much and he goes and he break dances and he's known for that.
means a lot to
So it's
see
a
your
funny
friendly
story.
face.
But as
More
that's
than
getting
just
viral,
Sarah.
people are calling him a deadbeat in the comment. It's your job to correct that. That's your job. That's where you come across as son. Because we all maybe might massage comics do it all the time. Comics do it all the time when they do their content. They massage stories and make elements that are not there actually there, and they'll change it around. And there's some element of truth to it. He really does breakdance. That's not why he left everybody for. That's not why. But it's a funnier story if you say it that way.
Yeah, I don't think that's what it is. But
what do you mean?
I think she actually meant what she said.
I think left the family to break
I think
dance?
she meant that. She meant exactly that, and she thought it was. It's candid. It's funny. I'm healed now. I'm okay with it now, but it's kind of funny. That's what I thought. I don't think that she was like, okay, let me twist it to be a funny story. I don't think that's what it was.
She was complimenting the whole time and laughing about it.
Yeah.
And she was saying trauma that is funny. So that's why she was
So the trauma means that it's real. So
the trauma is the fact that he's absent. He didn't actually leave the family to breakdance. That's a funny bit. That's something comics do all the time.
I'm not saying no, but I'm not buying it. I cannot. I can't.
Okay, yeah, so you're just
not
assuming
buy-
her intent.
I can assume her intent. Yeah, the same way that you're assuming that she's the opposite.
No, but I'm saying you would give the benefit of doubt to every comedian, but because it's a non-comedian, all of a sudden they're not allowed to make jokes. Comics do that all the time. Only comedians have good intentions when they make jokes. But regular people, no. They're all doing it because they're malicious.
No, it's just how she formulates it. It's really just how she formulated it. That's it.
How did she formulate it?
And the fact that if you was about to say that it was a joke, then you could say that. After that, in your follow-up video, you're gonna say, "Oh, you know what? I could have made you look really even worse."
But that's the whole point. She's trying to say the reality of the situation is substantially worse than that. But I never went that. I went from a funny, made-up story. That's literally what she said in the follow-up video.
I think that they have the liberty to do whatever the hell they want, but there's gonna be repercussions. So yeah, you're allowed. It's not against a lot to talk about your parents. Go ahead. But if they respond and make a video, well, it's the same liberty that you had to make that video. They have the same on the side. So, yeah.
It's weird to me. It's more than just weird. This is like extreme bizarre. It feels like. This was a very interesting saga. A lot of different takes. A lot of people feel very dressed. And I think that's what makes it so interesting.
We can always debate, like, if it's your story, can you tell it? Like, if that was part of the book, would you allow it? You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's you lived your experience. You talk about your lived experience, right? I think the problem, like, you could put it in the book and everything and stuff, and the difference between putting all that thing in a biography or putting it in a book, and no matter how traumatic that your experiences is that she puts footage that we can directly link the dad to what is. You know what I mean? Because they do that in biography, and they do that. They talk about the traumatic events, and they talk about that, and that's fine. The fucked up part that she did all that, and that was like, okay, your lived experience, but this is him putting pictures in the name. And
I think
that's the fucked up part.
I think even if I tell a story about my mom, I'm careful. Even if she's not a public figure, I'm careful. Because someone who watches me might know my mom and they'll ask about that. So I'm very careful. The stuff I say is very innocuous shit. Why? Because I'm not able to protect my mom from a lot of this stuff. That's my general rule. If you care about these people, you should try to protect them. If you don't care, then I guess watch them by all means.
Better than getting your blast bag.
Yeah. That's really what it is.
Everybody's blasting. You, don't be surprised.
Anyway,
All right, guys, welcome to today's live show.
Did this skull just smile?
All right, I don't know why.
I'm taking this back.
I don't know why, man. Every time the Law and Order thing comes on, that shit slaps. But maybe this is not appropriate. I feel like this is the Avid Face channel, so I should give you guys what you actually came for. God damn, this shit slaps. No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna get straight to the point today. Glad you guys can make it. Glad you guys can make it for today's live. I'm doing these impromptu lives with some different ideas just to have a little bit of fun. I like a lot of smaller channels. I like the idea of people starting YouTube channels, trying to make it work, but sometimes, people who run small channels make a lot of minor mistakes that I think kind of hampers them from getting to bigger places. So this is not a referendum on people's opinions. This is not a referendum on the direction in terms of like political commentary that channels want to make. All I'm going to look at is a couple of criteria. So sound quality, video quality, Is your shit concise? Is your editing on point? Do you have any good intangibles that makes your channel set apart? And then I'm probably going to look at like upload schedule. Do you have a focus with your content, or are you just kind of open and still figuring it out? I'm going to try to make this as concise and as effective as possible, so that if any of them do watch this, they get some good information from this. And that's pretty much the gist of it. I like supporting small creators. I used to be one. If any of our advice can help, great. Not everyone has to take the same trajectory to get there. But I like supporting folks. So this will be a good way if you guys like any of the channels that I mentioned, go out, show them some love. Even if I disagree with what the person is saying in the video, please guys, do not go to say anything negative about them. I know you guys love us and you want to defend us, but it's not necessarily growing. We can handle criticism or disagreeing opinions. Okay? So let's get this shit popping. I'm going to be choosing mostly channels with 75,000 and below subscribers. A lot of them are going to have less than 1,000. I picked out 8 videos that I haven't watched fully except for one. And so that's the channel size. I think if you're a medium-sized channel, I don't think my advice applies as well, because you probably already figured out a lot of things that are working. I'm really going for really tiny channels for the most part. So let's get this show popping. Alright. So I'm gonna go with this person first. So this is a channel called The Apartments. I guess all these guys live in the same apartment building. So, okay, so let's just start right here. Framing. I think because there are 4 people and they want to have everybody in frame, they have to frame it this way. I can tell the quality of the camera is not the best, but that's not the most important thing. Tip to anybody who's watching, the most important thing when you're making video content online is sound quality. Yes. You could use a fucking cell phone and nobody would give a shit. But if your sound is trash, people will turn off your... Bro, I know big channels, okay? Oh, I know a big channel. What the fuck's his name? I think his name is like,
Finally, the
let me find him.
Princess
His name is Swoozy, okay? I don't know how this guy gets away with it, okay? The sound quality, he's a huge creator with 7.37 million subscribers, but the sound quality on this man's videos, some of them, listen to this shit, bro.
So for anybody who's not familiar with the term simp, I heard somebody...
You hear that hissing noise? Bro, this shit sounds like it's out of the Blair Witch Project. It's so bad. And it triggers me. I can't watch a full video, even though I do think his content's good. But
Twitch put it in a really good way. You have a dog who loves his own. That owner, get somebody yell for a cat online. Correct. A little while ago, I had a girl hit me up, and she was like,
the sound quality is so bad, so bad. People still watch it because the content's really strong, but I would probably tell you that the visuals, generally speaking, are less important than the fuck's it called? The audio is generally way more important than the visuals. So that would probably be my first set of things I would tell you guys. So let me just go back to this over here. So yeah, I don't mind the video quality provided the sound quality is going to be good. I think this framing is all right. Maybe they could use a bit of color correction, maybe add a bit of contrast, lower down the brightness just to make it look less faded and less white. They could probably, like, you see how much space there is right over their heads? Like, for framing, for me, that's like never necessary. You have so much space. Unless you go stand and be like, hey, what's up? You want the frame to be concise. Like, if I go on any big YouTube channels, like, all right, I'm gonna pick somebody. Let me see who's trending. Let me see what's trending. Is there a trending tab? No? How do you find the trending? This is how little I explore YouTube, bro.
Should be a clear path to the house.
Cell phone review. Okay, this guy's a perfect example, all right? I don't watch his content, but I watched a single video one time, and I kept thinking he does the framing perfect. You see how the framing, you see how there's not too much space over the head? Even the large wide frame is to showcase all the cell phones on purpose. I'm sure if I went to other videos like this one, he wouldn't do that.
$750 phone went pretty
right?
much every other angle.
So this is how you do proper framing. You even notice the way like the screens are set up and all that. This is all extra. It's not necessary. If you just have a good frame on you that makes it look clean, that's already good enough. So those are little things you can do to kind of maximize certain things. But anyways, let me go back to the video because I don't want to spend too much time with this specific thing. But let's just watch a little bit.
Recap cause chaos.
Okay, cool. So what they did at the beginning is that they put a little preview of something funny to get the viewer hooked in, which is actually a really good strategy, especially if you got a high moment that comes way later on. Well, someone who's stumbling upon your video in the first 20 seconds, they might be like, yo, what's this boring shit? Where's the good parts? They're not going to. But if they see something that's really good right off the top, that might hook them into staying much longer. And TV shows have been doing this forever. I remember I saw this on someone else's YouTube channel and I just stole it for myself. So that's why you see Preach laughing at the beginning of the video. It lets the viewer know something good's coming. So that's a good little thing that they did that I like.
YouTube, you know who it is. You know where we at. It's live from the apartments. You already know who it is. It's your boy Jay. Who I'm here with, man.
You already know it's your boy Zay Robs.
It's your boy Will.
It's your boy Abba. It's your boy Will. It's your boy Preach. It's your at some point, yo, let's just wrap up this introduction. You feel me? Especially for new viewers, they're not gonna waste time to find out who you are. That's why when I do my videos, I go straight to the topic. Today's topic, this happened, here we go. I wanna spend as little time with the introduction as possible so that when a viewer comes on and he's watching, they already know what time it is. Feel me? So instead of spending all this time going, how do you guys feel about this? And how do you feel about that? Just go right into it, okay? And I know this is kind of like a inception moment where I'm reacting to people, reacting to us, to reacting like, I know, okay? But I think reaction channels have a good, I call us more of a commentary channel than I do a reaction channel, but that's just me. Because yes, we're having a reaction, but we're adding commentary, we're adding a lot of important information. Important, that's me being self-important. But I think poignant commentary that really does transform the work. You know, if you saw a newscast with a panel, you wouldn't call them a reaction show. But what they do is they see an incident that happens and they'll have a panel, they'll discuss what they're watching, right? Kind of that same idea. What else?
And we coming at y'all with some Abba and Preach. This is a Abba and Preach video. It's titled "All Women Are the Same" or "Single." Reading it wrong.
Yeah, you definitely want to work on your reading skills, but bruh, I understand. You guys are 4 dudes stuck in an apartment. Sometimes you don't have time for books.
I saw a little bit of this. I thought this would be a good video to see.
Yeah, like I get there is like probably a small percentage, but he.
I'm gonna say, judging by the setup that they have, the sound quality is actually pretty good. Very impressive. Very impressive. The sound quality is actually a lot better than what I would expect. I don't hear a bunch of hissing, so I think someone's doing some form of editing where they're taking it out because I don't see a bunch of mics everywhere. I'm assuming they're using the cell phones on the table to catch the sound from each individual. So they got, this is really smart. Okay. Now, if you can't afford a mic, right? If you can't afford a mic, you can't afford a camera, you can use a bunch of cell phones. Get a couple friends, grab some cell phones. There's voice memo apps on most cell phones. You can just record your voice. You hold it right beside you. I've seen big ass channels do this, okay? And you'll get decent sound quality. After that, you do a little bit of post editing and you can get good sound quality. So if you can't afford to get a bunch of stuff, that could be a good alternative. And then, yes, they set up 2 mics to catch everything on the left side and on the right side. So what they did is really, really smart. Okay, second thing I like, okay, and this is specifically for a reaction channel, add commentary, all right? There's a lot of channels that I personally feel like a little bit lazy, and they just play the whole video, and then they add laughs in between, which, listen, some people just want to sit there and watch something with somebody, so I understand those reaction channels, but I think commentary like this is much better because it gives them the opportunity, the viewer, to see more of your personality. So I think what they're doing here is really good. And it seems to be the case with most of the video. In fact, our video barely plays. They're spending most of the time talking. So that's really good. I don't know if like the do-rags are part of like the whole setup. It seems like all of these guys own a helmet of salvation, which I think is dope. So you guys wear that. I like how the white guys don't want to wear it. Whoa, what just happened? Look at this video quality. That's crazy. Okay, if they got this set up and they can just fix the frame, these guys are Gucci. Yeah, these guys are Gucci. So these guys are called the Apartments. Let me just, if I haven't already. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, go down here, leave them a comment, show them some love. I'm gonna just check on their channel real quick.
Out with you.
Okay. Yep, they seem to be uploading pretty regularly, which is consistency is always good. Thumbnails. Okay, yeah, I see the thumbnails. I'm not mad at these thumbnails. Just keep improving on those.
Just
all
2
right.
more chambers.
Yep, using bigger names definitely does help, just because then it creates traction from that fan base. So I'm not mad at that. Yep. I mean, overall, I think these guys are doing a lot of good things. As they're going to get better, sharper, funnier, quicker with their commentary, they're definitely going to do good. So shout out to the Apartments. I think in terms of how they're starting, I'd probably give them like an 8 out of 10. I'd probably give them an 8 out of 10. And I think as they get better, that's only going to grow. So keep it up. Keep it up. Let's go to the next person. Okay. This is Ezel Reacts. This is a channel with 1,000 subscribers. Let me check the chat. I didn't check in with you guys. What's going on, chat? Alright, we got some donations in this bitch. Alright, hey, we got Carmen King, Duke Cam and K. Carmen, I already picked like the 9 channels. I picked them kind of at random.
On my authority.
So appreciate it. Can you review me, please? Izzy Land, I've already picked. I didn't want people to pay in or to ask me for favors. I'm doing this kind of off the cuff, so I don't want to show any favoritism to anybody. Richard Garcia, I have a house of sleep apnea. I'm about to have a sleep study coming up. My sleep apnea is super severe, so I got my machine. It's already set up beside my bed. If you feel like you got sleep apnea and they confirm it, get the machine. Hey, Mr. Bit 8 Raw, thank you for the $10 dono. Like I said, I'm not accepting any payments. I don't want to do any of that. So if you're donating, I appreciate it, but I'm not taking any bribes today. All right, here we got Ezel Reacts. Steve Harvey can't stop pandering. No, this was a good thing. Okay, so this seems, are they a couple?
What's going on, everybody? I'm Bill, and this is my wife, and welcome to our reaction.
Okay, all right. I don't know if this is like a radio show. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, a couple things all right off the top. The music at the beginning as they're trying to talk is so distracting for me. It's making it hard for me to listen, to hear what they're saying. And it kind of makes me tune out an already very kind of dull introduction. Just get right into it. Generally, I'm not a fan of those kinds of introduction. And I think you want to avoid drop-off, so I wouldn't recommend going through with this format.
Steve Harvey can't stop pandering. This video is...
Yeah, the music's loud as shit, bro. Okay, hold on. Let me just go check another video and make sure I'm not tripping. Okay, let me just click on a random video. Okay, I'll just click on the most recent. See if they improve the setup. Is my internet bugging? What's going on, bro?
What's going on, guys? My name is Ezel, and this is my wife.
Yes, sir.
And welcome to our reaction channel, the Ezel's React. Sorry, guys, I'm a little tired. But you know what?
Okay, this is much better. Okay, this is much better. Sound quality is much better. The visual quality is a lot better. I like this setup a whole lot better. I think the issue with this video is because I think one of them didn't have a headphones or something's wrong. But this sounds way better. So I'm gonna just go with this one.
That's why we gotta get it strong today. And what I mean by, oh, okay, I just dated myself. I just said crap. Hey, I'm not laughing. I'm not gonna laugh. What's that?
That one was kind of hard.
Oh, are they trying not to laugh? Stop playing with me.
Their reaction and how they were Yes, I do. Right there.
Oh, people really watch this video trying not to laugh? Guys, it's okay. Just lose. Bring some happiness into your life.
That is,
This man's really trying not to laugh. Hey man, just give up. Is this man crying? Bro, the try not to laugh challenge also includes crying. Stop playing with me.
Made it through.
I think it was because
All right, well, looks like they made it.
there was one point in the middle where I tried so hard not to laugh.
Good for them. Good for them. Okay, so get back to the topic of this whole live. Visuals, I like it. Audio, I like it. I think their commentary and their back and forth is good. As they get better, as they get more free flowing, and I think as they get more opinions that they want inserted. Obviously, this is a compilation. I think they're going to get better. I think it's just a matter of consistency and attaching your name to some interesting topics, and then having something interesting to say. You know, compilation video is a little bit tough to judge, but in terms of like the basics, good. I think they're doing a good job in that regards. Yeah. I don't think these thumbnails are very good. There's too much text. Generally, for me, thumbnails should be simple. You want thumbnails to just pow pop, and then also not have too much text on them, or else it becomes too much to look at, and your eyes like. Generally, the best thumbnails are simple ones. Those are the ones that grip people. So I think their thumbnail game is not that great, and neither is their titling. I think titling is all right. But in terms of clickability, this is too much. There's too much going on. So I think that's probably would be one of their weakest points.
These states are worshipped as if yours must be.
That'd probably be the advice I'd give them. Yeah. That'd probably be the advice I'd give them. Yeah. I think it's great that he's doing it with his wife. It's kind of a cool thing, cool dynamic. You know, as a married couple, maybe just talking about your experience, you know, mixing in a matter of like reacting and also talking about stuff that you guys find is poignant might be a good mix. Yes, that's about it for this channel. For this one, in terms of, yeah, this looks good. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, so this one is a channel I'd seen before. Oh, let me come back to the chat real quick. Chat, what do you guys think? Am I being fair? Am I being fair to the people? Yeah, I feel like I always want to help folks. Zoom Boy, off-topic question. How comfortable is your chair? Been thinking about getting it. This chair's pretty good, honestly. Investing in a good chair if you're going to be working in it is really, really useful. Yeah, I mean, guys, to be fair, today's live is not meant to be the most crazy entertaining. We're watching a bunch of small channels who are still finding their way. I think it's just good to look at them, because maybe a lot of you want to start channels. Maybe you guys want to understand better what helps a channel go from small to large. So maybe you guys can use this information even if it's not directed at you. Hopefully it helps out. So this channel actually has 80,000 views and she's at 63 subscribers, 63K. So yeah, I want to just check this out.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Brittany, and for those of you who don't know, I'm obsessed with Ava and Preach. I think they have...
Okay, you guys noticed in 6 seconds, she said her name, she said her little introduction line, and she went right to the Ava and Preach point, okay? Very fast, very concise. Anybody who's watching understands exactly where this is going. And if you wanted to do a reaction drawing the Ava and Preach users, this is a good way to start. I'm also going to say sound quality is great.
One of the most nuanced and realistic reactions to things they find on the internet, and normally I would never watch YouTube. With that said, I want to react on YouTube to Ava and Preach reacting, because I know they're both not in public.
That's what you think. Yeah. That's what you think.
Stop now.
Yeah, whenever one says, man, you can only have one girl your whole life, and then I'm just like, polyamory, baby. Alright. I'm not in a polyamorous relationship. I'm not going to front you. I'm a big fan of this like 70s hair. Like I fuck with it. I don't know what it was about ladies from the 70s, but whenever you look at old pictures, like
I'm not returning yet.
I don't know what it is, like this whole 70s and 80s hair, but some of these bras, like, yo, I was a whole big fan of the Afro look. Even like the whole style, like, I mean, you know, the white girls didn't have fat asses back then, but you know, it's still all right. But the hairdo and like the way that people dressed, like I just fuck with it. Maybe I'm crazy. Like, oh my God, like yo, if a sister came up to me in these outfits, I'm like, girl, how's Austin Powers doing? You trying to bang? You know what I'm saying? Let's talk. You like psychedelics? You must. It's the 70s. Everybody fuck with psychedelics. But good lord.
No! Fuck!
I just approve. Yes, sister. Wear them overalls, okay? You just came down from Mississippi. Now that you in New York. Let's go. Hey, we got the fur jacket. Fuck the animals. Let's go. She got some fake ass snake skin. Let's go. Hey, get down on it. You already know. My man got his shirt open. Let's go. Come on, bro. How you gonna tell me this era didn't have some of the coolest looking clothes? Even white girls was popping. Look at them.
No.
Right? They
Fuck
look
the
like
70s,
ice cream
bro.
cones, right? They look like they look like popsicles. But I approve. No.
I think creators are some of the dumbest people on the planet. You want to jeopardize your whole fucking degree. You want to jeopardize your career, everything you've built. Why? So you can be on TikTok for free.
We are better than you, period.
Today's topic.
Guarantee you, next year, this time, we're gonna lap you motherfuckers.
Few moments later.
The channel has been kicked off the YouTube Partner Program. Saving children, right? That was great. But saving you guys is better.
Yeah, while we're still celebrating Fresh and Fit getting fucked over.
Are we celebrating?
Low key. I'm celebrating. I'm just doing a little two-step in my room.
That's a little.
Yeah. I drew a little Fresh and Fit sticker on the floor and I'd be dancing on it. Just like this. Ooh, look at us, some high-value men losing their shit. Here's why. One, I don't feel bad for Fresh and Fit.
No.
And two, why I think they deserve even worse.
Sure.
Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, how dare you guys celebrate somebody being deplatformed, this and that. No, I celebrate people having consequences for their actions. That's what I celebrate. And I'm certainly not going to feel bad for somebody who tried to get a bunch of channels removed from the platform with their own copyright strikes.
If someone tries
Did we all have short-term memory? Or these guys knowingly hired a lawyer to put out all of these strikes on a bunch of different platforms, knowing they were false? Knowing they were false. They didn't care. They wanted these channels deleted.
Yep.
Right? And what did they say at the time?
Everybody that was talking
What did
about
they
them.
say at the time?
What did they say about the time?
They said actions have consequences. You want to talk shit, get hit.
The haters tried to kill us. Over 30 plus YouTube channels made videos like slandering our name, whatever it is. Now they're mad that there's consequences of actions, bruh. Y'all are not going to be able to run around and drag our name in the mud with, you know, falsely without some kind of recourse, bro. Like, that's just not the way the world works. What we're going to do is we're going to go behind the scenes, get the legal people to do it for us, and then they're going to hit you guys where it really hurts your pockets, okay? You make a hit piece on us, we're going to hit you back, but legally.
Can you ask why these clowns tried to take down Abba and Preach with fake DMCA strikes?
What? Basically, we have a lot of people that talk about us on the internet, and some of it is slander, some of it is defamation, and using our content in their videos, and we're like, okay, cool. We've waited out for a while for you to stop. You're still doing it. So, you know what? Cool. Now we're going to take legal action against you because obviously you're attacking our character and our integrity. So at that point, hey, it's all fair game.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Those are their words. Right? They never apologized for any of that stuff. They never took it. Now they want to cry about free speech.
There is a matrix, man. Like, I mean, we've talked about this with Andrew at length. Like, people don't want you guys to get this message.
I think at some point there was free speech where it was like, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Say what you got to say. We won't crucify you. But nowadays, free speech is kind of like, is it even a thing?
Excuse me? I didn't get their channel taken down. I'm just watching as karma comes back to bite you in the ass. That was your actions that you never took accountability for, and all of a sudden now you want to be some pariah for free speech. Listen, your whole channel could go up in flames, your building could go down. I don't give a fuck what happens to you. It's kind of like those ladies who go around like, hit me, and you get smacked in the face. I don't care. Go ahead.
If fuck around and found out was two morons, it'd be them.
That's it.
It's really that. It's funny. It's just funny how the people that have been crying about accountability the most when it hits you back, but they're saving the world. Yeah, they're saving probably some of y'all and they help some of y'all, but they're also doing some bad.
They want to say it's about saving men, right?
Yeah,
Their platform's about saving men. What does having that little coke head of yours come on just to ramble about flat earth and other dumb shit have to do with saving men? What does Nick Fuentes coming on talking about Jews saying the N-word a bunch of times and, you know, chopping it up with a white supremacist have to do with saving men?
Everybody's always talking about like education and stuff, and they say, well, the reason that the blacks and Hispanics aren't performing so well is because the schools aren't funded, the schools aren't good.
There's not one reason, I don't think.
I think there is. And the reason is that when you look at IQ tests, blacks score 1 full standard deviation lower than whites, and IQ's an 8.
Do you think that it is like, are you talking about like a nature versus nurture argument here?
Yeah, I'm saying it's genetic.
So you believe that black people are inherently dumber?
I'm saying on average.
You should have stayed in your lane. And because you didn't stay in your lane and you wanted to walk together with people who are on no-fly lists and banned from every other planet, okay, you ended up taking a big L. Associate whoever you want, but don't be mad if other people don't want to associate with you afterwards, i.e. YouTube doesn't want anything to do with you. They banned that guy for a reason, and you want to bring him on and cozy him up, having saying the N-word to a bunch of black women? That's your choice. You're free to do whatever you want. Free speech. Don't mean that people gotta associate with you. Don't mean that people gotta pay you to do that dumb shit. What brand? Okay? You know, forget brand. You got a job, okay? You work at an office.
You don't even breathe.
Do you honestly think you can keep your job if after hours you got videos of you publicly, proudly walking around doing the salute, right? With known white supremacists. And then you want to come into work, Pikachu face, you're fired. And you want me to feel bad. Come on, cuz. I could understand that some off-work behavior shouldn't affect your job, okay? I could understand to a degree. Doing the salute with white talking about how black people are inferior, dumb IQ, whatever it is.
Hey, and Preach, I guarantee your wife is probably ugly. I said it.
Yo,
you gave her a ring pop and you licked her at your fucking wedding.
We should fly her up, bro.
Weirdo.
Hey, yo, we should fly her up.
There's a lot of people that are talking about, oh yeah, you know what? They've been doing good. You know, there's food that has a lot of protein, like let's take chicken breasts, and it's good for your health.
Gotcha.
All right, and you should have that, and you know it's great if you want to have nutriments and if you're training and everything and stuff. But if I think a whole dookie in it, it's chicken breast and dookie. Okay, there's a lot of bad. There's some good in there. There's some. If you move around the dookie, there's some chicken breast somewhere. Still doo doo. I'm not eating that. So if I serve you a plate of Parmesan dookie chicken breast and claiming, yo, there's some chicken breast in there, you're not gonna eat it. It's the same thing. That's their channel. There's some good in there. There's a whole lot of dookie. I don't even understand why some of y'all like, yeah, but they did good in this. You don't even see the bad. You wanna toss the bad out. The bad was there. The salute?
Hey man, like I said, you played yourself.
Yeah.
You were puffing your chest.
Congratulations.
You were puffing your chest loud and proud. Talk about I'm on Rumble. I'll do whatever I want. YouTube said word. Okay, well you can go be on Rumble full time, and now you want to cry. Saving children, that was great. But saving y'all was get the fuck out of here. Take all your shit, pack your bags, grab your little plaque. Congratulations on hitting 1 million. Good luck on hitting 2. Okay. All you men crying in the comment section, y'all would not show even 1 ounce of grace to a woman being accused of doing half the shit that this man did. You would have dunked on her, being like,
Western women refuse to take
fucking accountability.
Actions have consequences. Welcome to a man's world, and y'all defended him to high water. It just turns out that all these red pill losers, right, are gonna simp just as hard for men if they idolize them. Y'all notice we didn't cover them for a little while? Why? Why do you think I didn't cover these people for a long time?
Not to be associated.
Let them go make their mistakes. You know, the idea that all press is good press is a lie. I'm gonna even tell you guys, all these like beefs and dramas, now that we're like around 1 to 2 million subscribers, it's not something that you necessarily want to be in all the time. Why? Because YouTube just doesn't like this shit.
Full grown.
And honestly, it's not that important to my platform in order to get you guys what y'all need. So why would I jeopardize everything I'm working on, the money for my family, the money for my people, for my initiatives, for my community? Why would I jeopardize that so I could argue with two reasons? And this is what I'm saying. I think creators are some of the dumbest people on the planet. And if they're not dumb, okay, they're so ego-driven, right, that they think they're untouchable. And I'm like, nigga, you're on somebody else's platform. You don't have any equity in this thing. You have no rights in this thing. They can literally delete you anytime they want. What do you have to base your ego off of? That's why I be telling folks, this shit could get deleted at any point. If it does, I'm just walking. I have no power when it comes to this platform. Now, sure, there's probably ways I can retain it through websites and off-platform things and little things. Even going to Rumble, you have no equity in the bitch. So people acting like they a boss. That's why I look at creators sometimes and I laugh. You're not untouchable. It just takes one wrong video and everything can get taken away. So when you're walking around big-headed, puffing out your chest, looking at the rules and laughing and spitting in the face to everything like that, right? I'm looking at you like, okay, we'll see how long you last, and they never last. Now, the deal isn't even that bad. Because I'm not the boss, right? YouTube has a payment system in place. They have advertisers that they work with. They funnel me a check every month, okay? Hey, I'm an employee. I might be a little bit more self-employed than a lot of other employees, but I'm an employee. I don't even pretend like it's not my place. But if you want to get those easy checks, because the checks from YouTube are pretty easy, there's certain rules you got to follow. You don't want to follow them, that's fine. YouTube gets to cut you off. You don't get to cry afterwards. So that's why I say creators are some of the dumbest people, okay? They really don't understand what kind of relationship they have with their employer. They don't understand what kind of relationship they have with the platform. And yet they want to act big-chested and act like they're invincible because they're getting cut big checks. You're not getting cut big checks because you're really smart. You're getting cut big checks because you have a lot of following. That's the only reason. Those two things are not the same. They are not the same. The business acumen of some of these people is fucking zero. What businessman wants to throw away his own platform so he can go and raise his hand with white supremacy? Business. And this is not even this is just a money thing. Some of you guys are going to throw away your whole lives because your ego. You want to throw your careers away because your ego. You work as a lawyer, but you want to be out here having videos of yourself saying the most foul things and publishing on TikTok. Why? Because your ego. You need to be heard saying dumb shit. You want to jeopardize your whole fucking degree. You want to jeopardize your career, everything you built. Why? So you can be on TikTok for free.
Like that doctor.
Not even for free. You gonna cost yourself 80 to 90 to 100+ K a year.
That doctor that lost her whole life. The doctor lost her whole life license.
Like, do you understand that she cannot practice no more?
Because she wants to be on TikTok.
She can't practice. She got to find another job. She got to close down her clinic, everything.
Yeah.
Not only that you're costing the job of your employees, but you're done for life. Find yourself something else to do.
If you want to be out here speaking to men, that's fine. Be smart about how you do it. That's all I got to say. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Actions have consequences. Ain't that one of your favorite lines? Ain't that what you like to tell these women when you bring them on their platform and you dunking on their head? Yeah. Yeah. We love to see that male vulnerability. Go on. Cry for them. Let's go. Should have been smarter.
Never date a woman over the age of 30. Trust me, you will live to regret it. It is a bad investment. It is a waste of time. I'm going to give you a lot of examples so you can avoid the drama, the headaches, and the migraines when it comes to dealing with women who are far past their prime. What you got to understand about a woman, what they have to offer, it's two things. Number one, their fertility. Number two, their looks, their beauty. If a woman is just giving that away for free and just foregoing her settling down with a quality guy all in her 20s at her peak years. Why on earth would you want to settle down with a woman who's 32, 35, 40, 50? It makes no sense.
Today's topic, someone submitted this video and I wanted to show Abba, and it's great. It's really great.
It's cringe, bro. This is so cringe. And she's starting at such a bad place. Her fertility, her looks.
Yeah, but you know what they say, whenever we start bad, there's only one way. It's up.
Listen, there's a woman who turns 18 every single minute of the day.
That's legal age. You get with those women. 22, 25. Interacting, deal with those women.
I don't know how old this man is, but what he just said has got to be some of the dumbest stuff. If you spend enough time talking to 18-year-olds when you like nearing 30, that sucks.
Even 22.
My mental health was deteriorating trying to talk to 18-year-olds. The fact that this man is acting like this is a prime solution is crazy. I would rather turn into a cat lady. I don't think that's possible. I'd rather turn into a cat lady than marry an 18-year-old. Dead ass.
I agree.
Because I value my peace and quiet.
I agree.
Having an 18-year-old around just
makes
be
me
like,
think of that.
oh my God, Italy! Oh my God! I've never had this food over here. Oh my God! TikTok. No,
it makes
no. In my house? TikTok? In my house? Are you crazy? Bellow. She brings like a radio in my house. Start playing hits. They're young, they're young. And she didn't feel like she enjoy it? Bruh. I was 26. I went on a date with an 18-year-old. I had not suffered that much in a conversation. And I was like,
what happened?
Felonies are members of an elite squad known as the Special Victims Unit.
You're trying to calculate if you can say it and you can't.
No, I can. It makes me cringe too hard. I just, nah, bro. Listen, Morgan Freeman, I made that a Shawshank. I'm not going back. So what he's talking about, he's just operating from such a bad place. I think this is a very, like, I don't know, just like, if that's the only two things that you're looking for in a woman, then it's just like, just get concubines. Go to a third world country, just get a maid that you bang, and that's it.
That's pretty much it.
You know what I mean? But what you're talking about is it's not what I'm looking for. I don't. It's interesting. See, the way he thinks, I don't think it's wrong if you hold the same values, right? In that same token, if you come from a Muslim background, you want a woman in hijab who hasn't slept with anyone, you know, based off those values, fine, live your best life. But don't go around talking about every other woman who hasn't lived by those values as if they're invalid or disgusting or whatever. They're just not for you. Do you dig what I'm saying? Yeah. That's the separation I would make. In that same token, there's some women who want a traditional relationship. They don't want to work. They don't want to do any stuff. And they want a man who's going to take care of them. That's how some women want to live. And that's okay. But then don't talk about other women or men who don't do that for you as if they're invalid. That's it. Just everybody stay in your lane, but we don't have to disparage all women who are over 30 and be like, you're past your prime, you're pruning, you're doing all this stuff. To me, that kind of rhetoric is just not conducive towards acknowledging that people want different things from different types of relationships. You don't want a girl who's had any experience in your life. That's great. For your life, maybe that's fine. For mine, it's unacceptable. There's nothing worse than getting a BJ from a girl who doesn't know what she's doing. For me, it makes me cringe. Am I going to train her? You know, she's
22, 25. Interacting, deal with those women, because a lot of guys, what they're doing is they're saying, well, I'm 30 years old, so I can settle down now, and I want to get a woman who's 30 or 35 or in my age range. It's not the same. See, you've probably been grinding and working hard in your 20s, right? You've been building yourself up. You've been doing the things you're supposed to do. You have built your business. You made a lot of money. Maybe you make 6 figures now or close to it. And that woman in her 20s, you know what she was doing? She probably went to a little college, but for the most part, she's been living her best life. She's been sleeping around, I'm telling you. She's been dating around with a lot of dudes, bar hopping, drinking, doing drugs, smoking, doing all types of things, wearing her body down, sleeping with this guy, getting used and abused, getting in a relationship with a low-life guy who has no future. She rejected hundreds upon hundreds of men who are good, hard-working men who had a good head on their shoulders.
Why? I know plenty of women who sit around 30 and have just been in 3 long relationships.
Yo,
I know some women who just don't be out there dating, and I do know someone who fit that description. We all have different lived experiences, but me personally, if I'd rather choose someone who has been experienced or hasn't been experienced, I'll choose someone who has experienced. In the bedroom, it's better. In our day-to-day life, it's better. I want someone who's been through things, so that when I'm raising a child, it's somebody with character, somebody who's struggled a little bit. I'm not going to grab some 18-year-old who's going to be trying to figure out her life as she's also raising a child. Like, that's not interesting to me. But again, different strokes for different folks. Some people want that. Some people want to get an 18-year-old and they want to train her. Right? Like a little pet dragon.
You survive, but
right?
you do not.
And that's okay. That's what you want. That's not what I want. That's not what I look for in a partner. I'm not looking for someone who I see as being well below me. It's not interesting to me.
I got it.
What?
This is who Derek Jackson is talking about. This is his arch nemesis, Nerrick Naxon.
Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker to Darth Simpius.
Now all of a sudden, she just sees the light and she's ready to settle down with a good man, and she's 32, 30, 35, 40. All of a sudden, don't you think that's kind of crazy?
No, I don't think that's kind of crazy. But going through things and then choosing to settle down later, it's literally what I did. Yeah, but it's different for women, not for me. Maybe for y'all, not for me. Hey, oh, Abba, you just being a simp. Okay, whatever. Bro.
Oh, you just talking about the
do
body?
what's good for you. If you think this is good advice for you, that's fine. I'm not here to tell somebody that what they're looking for in somebody is wrong, right? If a woman wants to meet a man who's making 7 figures and who has this stuff all together, live your best life. And if you feel like you can apply this to you and you want to be with an 18-year-old and it works for you, live your best life.
But
it's not for me. So I just don't like the idea that he's trying to speak for others and all this stuff. This is why you shouldn't. No, this is why people who think like you shouldn't. That's it.
Also, the reason why you don't want to get a woman who's over 30 or date or get in a relationship with her is because she is unable to be molded and trained. Yes, I did say that.
What I tell you about the pet dragon?
You said
what
that.
I tell you about the pet dragon? I met dudes like that.
Yeah.
And for them, that works.
That's what it is.
I would never want that.
I agree.
Because I can't train you into becoming an individual who can stand by my side.
Why would I don't have time to train people.
You know what I'm saying?
And that word, train.
And hey, look, you're not gonna hear me say that. But the other thing is like, I didn't learn what I liked in life by training other people. People helped me discover that about myself. Sometimes you think you know what you want in somebody, or you know some aspects, but then someone comes into your life and they show you different things you didn't know you wanted. So this idea that you're gonna just mold the person, to me, that's boring for me. But again, some people are into that. Some girls want to be trained, and some dudes want to train them. Choo-choo. Live your best life.
A woman is supposed to be a reflection of her man. So if she's had a lot of different bodies and she's come in contact with different dudes and she's carrying around these different spirits and history with all you guys, when she gets with you, what do you think is going to happen? She's going to be lashing out for the most part. She's going to be really closed off. She's going to have a hard exterior.
Listen, I don't trust this dude's experience because he's just talking out his ass right now. Yeah. You don't think there's a cost for men who engage in this kind of behavior? You think it's only women who suffer those kind of experiences? What? Listen, I know dudes who've done their dirt. There's a cost for them too.
Definitely.
If it's not physically within their body with diseases and stuff like that, it's exes, it's baby daughters, it's all this other stuff.
Or
What, you think women are the only ones who can be treated by this kind of behavior? And I don't even know like the idea that like just because you've been out there or you've been dating that you're somehow tainted. This kind of like puritanical society that we're trying to build, I'm not a big fan. I'm not saying be hedonistic and give in to every urge. That's not what I'm saying. But it always sounds like to a lot of people like, if you did anything, you're a little tainted. Stop.
And if it really comes from people that really like, there's a hypocrisy in this where you do engage in that. If you want to do the do, you're gonna need someone that does the does. So you can't be pointing fingers when you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm like, she's a lock.
Yeah.
And a lot of women in their 30s, they try to do it. They say, well, I need a man who's going to be there for me, who's going to want to prove to me that he's the right guy for me. Now, I guarantee you in their 20s, these women never said that to all those loser, low-life guys or whatever dudes. They never had those dudes jump through hoops. And it's funny. They all of a sudden have standards. They all of a sudden have a checklist of all the things they want from a guy.
Yeah, it's called experience.
It's exactly what I went through.
It's called experience. You see what's going on, then you know what you don't want. You know what you want, you know what you don't want after, going through.
Guys go through the same thing. You want certain things at 20, and then by the time you hit 27, 20, 29, those things shift.
Yeah.
Your standards change.
That's normal.
So, like, looking at women like, how come they want standards up? Everybody gets standards as they grow older.
Absolutely.
But they are far past their prime when it comes to looks. Their eggs are drying up. And on top of that, for the most part, they're uncooperative. See, if a woman wants to settle down with you and be with you in her 30s, you best believe that she's either tired of working, or the guys that she really wants don't want to be with her, or she just has crazy expectations. Okay?
This is just his opinion. He has nothing to back any of this up. So for me, like, this whole video is boring. He's just repeated what he's seen on a bunch of other channels using the same type of content. She passed her prime. She's pruning out. Guys, I don't know about y'all, but a lot of the older happy couples I see, it's not like everyone is the best looker. What's going to sustain you, what's going to keep you happy in life, especially later on in years, is not the looks. It's not all that stuff. Of course, you ideally want to be attracted to your partner, but it goes well beyond just the looks part. And as you grow older, I'm going to be very honest with you, that whole department changes. You don't look at women for the same reasons that you did when you're 20.
Absolutely.
If you think I'm going into my relationship trying to look for the best looking woman, listen, man, been there, done that. Slept with I did it. And guess what? It's not gratifying. I don't go walk around like, damn, nigga, you know what? It's not that big of a deal. You know what I do value? Peace and quiet. You know what I do value? Somebody who's, when they're by my side, I feel like my home feels better. That has nothing to do with necessarily with their looks. Of course, I want to be attracted to my partner. That's always going to be a thing that I'm going to want. But this whole talk that he's having about like past prime and all this stuff, I'm like, man, you got to see things in a bigger mosaic. That's such a basic third world view of how to view the opposite things. I understand why this exists in my home country, right? Because you need offsprings. You need a young wife to make many kids. These are ideas and values that I understand for different parts. You're looking for different things because the struggle is different. Out here, both the men and the women oftentimes share the financial burden.
Yeah.
They both work a lot of times. In fact, women out earning men in a lot of situations. So if your environment is different, the things you're going to look for in your partner are going to be different in terms of necessities, right? We don't have to worry about, if you think of like the pyramid of the hierarchy of needs.
Oh, Maslow.
Yeah.
Pyramid of Maslow.
We don't have the same needs here that they have over there.
Definitely not.
And so it stands to reason that when you're building a family and a partner, you're not going to look for those same basic things. Because when I'm thinking about there, I'm thinking about survival.
Yeah, definitely. There's a survival thing. There's in Haiti we say bourrique fait petit pour le reposer. Like the donkey makes his offspring so that they can rest their back. And that's pretty much what happened in these countries where you have a lot of kids, that have more kids and stuff like that and stuff to work around and to be able to handle stuff and even handle other kids. You know what I mean? I had to show you this because I don't know if it was different in the realm of the dating realm or whatever, whatnot. If it's something different, you understand what I'm saying? Like I saw that and I was like, wow, it feels a bit odd. It feels a bit off. It feels a bit dépassé. But then again, what the one? No, I don't know the dating world like that. So I had to show it to you, and I'm glad that it's exactly what I thought it was. Like it's really old school. It feels grudgy, cringy. Maybe I could have been wrong. So I had to show it to you just to be like, what do you think about that? Which brings me to my next point. You have to be careful of these overnight gurus. It's not because you have a camera that you have to listen to the person that's going on. Yeah, that includes us. But at least we agreed that we could be wrong. But this is like, there's a lot of videos that I've seen like that, like it trickles down. You know when you go to the YouTube spiral and it spirals down, and it's not necessarily it. You have to be able to use your brain. This is something that looks weird. Just talk about it and open more your eyes and just listen to some people. You understand what I'm saying? But that's pretty much it. I had to show it to you because I was like, okay, this is off.
The thing that was rubbing me the wrong way. He's like, if they're over 30 and they're not in a relationship, it's either because nobody wants them or they're just realizing now that they're done with hookup. Maybe you just didn't find the right person you want to build a family.
Maybe life happened. Life happened. Things, whatever, you broke up with the other one, or whatever. Life happens. There could be a lot of possibilities. You can't just narrow it down to two.
Yeah. Anyway, maybe you were once with someone and they passed away and you're still recovering from that. There's all kinds of reasons why people are single at different points in their lives. And for you to just reduce it to like, you're a bad vegetable.
I think it's lazy.
Yeah, it's lazy thinking.
It's lazy thinking, yes.
So those are my thoughts on it. Will, you want to hear your thoughts? What do you guys think about this video?
Teens over in the Rio Grande Valley, they are now charged with murder. This is for killing a man that they say police wouldn't do anything about, despite already having warrants for his arrest. Are they cold-blooded killers, or were their actions justified in defense of their little sister? Jonathan Martin making the case with attorney Charles Adams.
Capital murder because Quintanilla was kidnapped, right, when he was taken in the back of the F-150 and dropped off somewhere else.
The story of two teen brothers in South Texas arrested for beating their stepfather to death for allegedly sexually abusing their half-sister has a lot of people talking. They were apparently so enraged at their stepfather, Gabriel Quintanilla, they, along with their friend, confronted him at a home, beat him before attacking him 2 more times at another location, reportedly with brass knuckles, then dumping his body in a field where he was found dead. Clearly a crime, but was it justified?
As in, if you are the defense attorney in this situation, what you're arguing is that there are these mitigating circumstances. The rape of their very young, small child, little sister, by their evil stepfather.
Quintanilla did have a warrant out for continual sexual of another child.
I asked him.
I have to ask, how do you have a warrant like that, can't execute it, but these kids can find it? It ain't like these kids didn't go to the authorities, because they said the authorities wasn't doing nothing about this man. And now y'all charging them with capital murder for not doing your job. This one rubbed me the wrong way.
I asked attorney Charles Adams if that history could help a defense.
Well, certainly it bolsters the perception that he was rightfully accused, right? Because it was a different victim. So now you have 2 young children claiming that they were sexually assaulted by this man, right? And if these 2 brothers and the friend were aware, I think it provides a rationale, a justification that a lot of people can understand.
But the teens are facing serious charges, including murder and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. While some might understand their motivation, others argue killing someone in a situation like this is never okay. But what might a jury say? Charles says while a long shot, a jury nullification argument might be the best option for a defense.
Where you as the lawyer look at the jury and say, hey, we understand that this meets the elements, but we're asking you to find them not guilty anyway. Because no one, I don't think there's anyone in America that can't sympathize with 2 brothers acting the way they did in response to someone who had violently their little sister.
Okay, so after reading up on it, essentially what had happened was they found out about this after the young woman said something. And then they went over to the RV and beat his ass. And then they left. Then they came back and they beat his ass some more. Then they loaded him up, took his stuff, dropped him off in the field, and left him there for dead. So, knowing all of these factors, what do you think?
I'm not gonna say anything insightful.
It doesn't have to be.
I have nothing insightful to say. At their age, like even at my age.
Yep.
But at their age, with everything that I was facing back then, you know, the shit that was going on and stuff like that, me encountering that, I don't think I would have done, no, I know for a fact I would have done the same thing. Like at that age, I was pissed off. I was pissed off about a lot of things. And if that thing would have happened on top of everything, I remember there was a situation that happened when I was a kid, and my dad had to stop me because a person was being held at his hospital, and I was about to go inside the hospital with a hammer, and
A sudden surge.
and doing what I had to do to that guy, and my dad stopped me. And wasn't it for my dad, I would have been there. I would have gone there. I would have been in the same situation as those guys.
One last stop.
Those 3 kids there,
Every
I was that
time.
guy. I was exactly in that position, and I was going. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you shouldn't have done that. I was exactly that. I just got lucky that I encountered my dad, and he saw what I had in my backpack. And he asked me, "What the fuck is this?" And had a conversation. And I was pissed off at my dad because he stopped me.
Fresh out.
That was me. First year of high school. So, am I gonna tell them that they're wrong or right or whatever? I can't do it. I understand the sentiment and the risk. But even with that,
Better hide.
They're facing capital punishment, which means life in prison or the death sentence. Tina.
Alright, fine.
It's a lot. It's a lot. If I'm on a jury like that, you'll have a hard time convincing me I'm not gonna lie.
especially with what happened,
You have a hard time.
you're gonna have a hard fucking time.
Stephanie is right. I think it's right. I don't know. But it's hard to say it's wrong. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's hard. But I'm sorry, but
I'm not.
Diddling kids twice? No. That's 2 different people. It didn't just happen twice. It's 2 different people. That's 2 different people. And apparently the first one happened over the course of a couple years. Now, have the cops done their job and actually caught this man, we'd be having a different discussion.
How's this?
The justice system fails to apprehend him. He reoffends again. Then people take the matters into their own hand. I'm not saying it's the right thing. Way to go. Let these kids go free. If you ask me, let them go free.
I'd drop all the fucking charges and some counseling, but that's it.
I think it's hard to do that as well because what if it didn't happen?
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. But to me, I told you already, I was not gonna say anything insightful in this fucking video. Nothing fucking insightful in this video.
Don't worry, I didn't say anything too insightful either. So you can read the same boat. Apple and peach. Peaches and cream. Apple and peach.
Nothing insightful.
We in this together.
So I would have said, yeah, scot free and some counseling. That's it. And we'll catch you on the next time. Next time we do something to someone that actually didn't do it. You know what? To the amount of people that walk scot free and stuff like that, that's who you decide to kill. To me, you fucking solved the problem, my G. You did. I'm not supposed to even have this conversation and be like that. I'm supposed to be the bigger person. Well, you know what? Fuck that shit. To me, you fucking solved the problem, my G. We'll catch you next time if you kill someone that really deserved it. To me, you have a code of honor. Fuck that shit. That's a code of honor. To me.
On the simple fact that we're assuming the mask.
Oh, what the fuck?
In 2014, 2016, and in 2023, we don't know.
Appears off
We haven't
screen,
actually
bro?
charged him with the crime. So to assume that he is guilty is a stretch. Now, if evidence comes out showing otherwise and it's unrefutable, then you know you got yourself an ally in me. You know, but
And the lady that lied on them until got scot-free, let them get scot-free. It's not the same thing. I know. I'm saying nothing is going to be insightful or fucking logical today. All right?
Okay, all right.
Fuck that shit.
All right, that's it for today's video. Let's know what you got.
Do it again. Everybody likes an Avenger. No, don't stop that shit. Everybody likes an Avenger in the movies. Everybody likes that shit, right? You avenge. Everybody likes a Punisher, right? Because it's made by Marvel. But when it happens in real life, the Punisher, and everybody, when it happens in real life, you want capital punishment. Nah, fuck that shit. Do it again. And film it next time.
Very excited to have Sadia Khan on my podcast. Not only is she stunning, she's a psychologist. She actually gives people advice on relationships and trauma. Sadia is now based here in Dubai and offers online coaching online.
Okay, so she's some kind of like, I guess, dating coach in Dubai. So.
In Dubai?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, she puts a price tag on the women and the men buy. That's what her job is.
The option.
Is it really that?
No, she just brings the toilet paper for the porta potties.
OB!
I'm being stupid.
Yeah, because I've seen many cases, or I've heard, oh, you know, so-and-so's partner cheats and stuff like that. But it's like, for me, in some cases, it's kind of like an open marriage, no? Or is
well,
it?
I always say that high-value men are more likely to be cheated on back. They just don't realize it.
Really?
Absolutely. I always say rich men are the most likely to be cheated on, especially in Dubai.
Why?
Because the women they choose.
100%. 100%.
We get spicy today.
100%. Hey, they don't realize it. They just don't realize it.
I'm gonna say two things. A lot of the rich men, like publicly rich men that I know, can't keep a relationship or they can't keep a loyal chick. Just saying. All this talk about high value men get respect, not from their women for whatever reason.
Listen.
A lot of them don't seem to get it. Yes, they can move on to the next girl really easy and replace her.
So is the girl.
Whatever girls they get with, they can also replace those dudes, generally speaking.
Oh my days, my guy.
That's why you'll see the same girl with 10 different rich guys. Because they all cycle through the same women, because the same women got the same amount of options. It's kind of a crazy thing to think about, but if you don't notice it, a lot of these Instagram thotties who have terrible reputations begin with multiple of these dudes. They just be running through the gambit.
Working in the bar industry, in the club industry, in the hotel industry, the food and beverage teach you so much about that. It's what you see. At some point, you're like, you see the same people. It's cycles. You know, you see them with different people and stuff like that. If you're in a town, if you're in a city that a lot of stars goes through, you start to realize it's the same people around them, guy and girl. So yeah,
the women are treated like Ethiopian food. Huh? Everyone eats from the same plate with their hands.
What? The women, when you're a broke man, you're limited in terms of the women you can access. You can only access the limited range of women. So you're only going to access a simple kind of woman because you're a simple man. That simple woman doesn't have many options. So you're both optionless and you're both good to go. You've got a connection, you're good to go. Now, if you are a high-value man, let's say, for example, you're a George Clooney, you can access whoever you want in the world, right? Whoever you want. So you could choose a Kim. If you're Kanye, you can choose a Kim. Do you think Kanye is the only rich man she knows?
No.
Do you think Kanye is the best she can get? She can get many of you. So what happens is, as a man becomes more successful, his criteria and selection of women becomes more provocative, promiscuous. It's usually the dream girl.
Yeah, I got girl in that place.
Say
I
what?
got hoe in that area code. No, you don't have
Kitty
hoes
time
in that
tomorrow.
area code. That hoe has a lot of dude that comes.
I set up an appointment with
Yo, I'm in your town. What's up? You think you're the only you think you're the only one? Yo, I'm in your
dream girl knows 10 of you. But if you choose that, simple girl that works in Starbucks, of course she's going to be loyal to you. But what high-value man chooses that? He chooses the sexiest girl on screen. So I always say to men who are high-value rich, especially in Dubai, before I've even met that girl, I'm like, she's cheating on you. Why? Because she likes you for your lifestyle, and she knows plenty of men with your lifestyle. You're just covering her current bills.
I feel bad for men now. Like, I feel like
don't feel bad for them because they choose this life. They could easily choose a simple, nice woman, but they choose this life.
Yeah, but still, it's like, they work
They work hard.
They work hard. They, go to the gym. They try and be like they've become masculine. They cover the bills. They're just trying to find.
It's a really poor deal for them because it's a really poor deal because what happens is they're the ones doing everything.
Yeah.
Both are cheating, but she's doing it on your watch and she's doing it with your credit card. So he's getting a way worse deal. But I always say it's your selection process. Who tells you to date these kind of women that had a billionaire in the past and has had all this work done? You think she got that for free? It's your.
Keke Palmer's boyfriend went from guy no one was really paying that much attention to the internet's public enemy #1 overnight. And that's because, and you may already know this, because it felt like all the algorithms on social media were like, we're gonna force feed you this information. He appeared to not be happy with and shamed Keke over an outfit that she wore. And if you don't know, his name is Darius Jackson. He and Keke actually welcomed their first kid together in February. And Keke recently was just having a fun night out attending Usher's residency in Las Vegas, with videos showing Usher serenading her up close. And Darius, seemingly not a huge fan of this, with him specifically taking issue with the bodysuit and sheer dress that she had on, with him writing on Twitter, "It's the outfit though, you a mom." And immediately people jumped on this man, saying, don't date a baddie if you're gonna be this insecure, you're an embarrassment, accusing him of trying to police a woman's choices, also saying with her being a new mom, you should be trying to be supportive, lift her confidence up. But Darius did not sway in the face of backlash, instead doubling down in a post writing, "We live in a generation where a man of the family doesn't want the wife and mother to his kids to showcase booty cheeks to please others, and he gets told how much of a hater he is. This is my family and my representation. I have standards and morals to what I believe. I rest my case." So as
then keep it within your family, and then don't expose that shit on social media. If you want to have a conversation with that's my wife, then say it to your wife. Why do you have to say it to the world and your wife? It's like recently, Cardi B and her boyfriend had a beef, and how are they responding to each other online? Y'all don't have each other's phone number? What the fuck is going on? I don't get it. It's like if we push this little thing. Sometimes there's one thing that I find really cringe and people do, and it's fine if you do it. I think it's cringe. It's when you post on social media, "I want to wish happy birthday to a special person in my life, my husband." Weren't you in the bed this morning with the motherfucker? Couldn't you say happy birthday to him? Couldn't you be like, "Hey, happy birthday," and then move on with your life? No, you gotta say to everybody. You're not saying happy birthday. This is a flex that you have a boyfriend and your other lonely bitches don't. And also, my boyfriend, it's just like whenever you say it, let's push it forward. R.I.P. to my grandma. Your grandma don't have internet up there. She did. Okay? She not gonna see it. And she just have to expose that you feel bad. And I understand it. That's some coping mechanism of some people, and I get that. I still think it's corny. R.I.P. you do your nigga dead. He not gonna see it. I would like to wish a special happy birthday to my 3-year-old. Your 3-year-old toddler don't read. Now, that's one thing. But if you push it forward, if you have something to say to the person, say it to the person. Now you're creating a whole ass drama. If people are talking shit, let them talk. Let them talk. It's like if I'm using this camera to talk to my wife. That's weird. Sometimes you people in the public eye are mad corny and mad weird. That's weird. You got it. That's my wife. No, you exposed it to the world that you were not happy with it. Then the world gonna answer.
I just don't understand why celebrities say they're in a monogamous relationship, and it feels like the social media is always third wheeling.
Yes.
It's like, well, I take you to be my lovely wedded wife, and bitch, who you talking to? Twitter or your wife? I don't know. I don't know what y'all do.
I'm not even gonna.
I'm not even gonna talk about the standards and all that stuff. I'm not even gonna talk about that.
I don't care about the bodysuit.
I'm like, why is he posting that shit on Twitter? Why did you just text her if you had an issue with it? I think there's nothing wrong with having an issue with that outfit. I think there's nothing wrong with having an issue with her going on with Usher and getting serious. I perfectly understand why some people would feel uneasy about that.
That's not my problem.
Well, that's something you discuss between each other.
And on top of that, you have to understand that at that level, it's more accessible. If it's a fan, it's one thing. It's someone that anyways, all that's I don't care about all that. What? That's your problem. But you cannot use the term and the phrase, it's my family, I do what I want, but before you expose it to the world gonna answer, okay? We are invested. You can't talk about, oh, people mind your business, but every time you expose your drama. No, we invested.
Okay.
We on season 3, episode 7 of your life.
So even if I did grant you, okay, that posting it on social media is an acceptable way to talk to your partner. Let's say I'm saying, you know what, this is normal. How is it productive to the relationship? You ever beef with somebody? You ever try to handle that beef in front of millions of people?
Yo.
Good luck.
Everybody's gonna chime in without even having information.
Anybody
about
who wants conflict resolution knows if you got an issue with someone in your group of friends, you pull them aside privately and you have a discussion peacefully. Having that discussion in front of everybody else when everyone else is chiming in and pride's in the way and you don't want to look like a pussy in front of other people, you're not going to find a resolution of conflict. So all I'm seeing with this shit is a bunch of nonsense, but the dude's going to be taking most of the L's because he looked like a bitch in front of everybody. That's just what it ends up looking like. Now, as far as her having her ass, she's hanging out, that depends on the relationship. Some guys are cool with that, some not. That's something y'all got to negotiate between each other. But people trying to say, oh, men who feel like that are insecure, whatever. It's like, no, some people don't want a partner who are out there looking trashy, who walking around in a see-through thong or whatever. Sorry, that's just going to be the reality. Okay? So, it's perfectly acceptable for some people to not be okay with it, but that's something you discuss with your partner. And you figure out with your partner. Not with me, not with Preach, not with the internet, not with anybody else. So for anybody watching, at least celebrities make money off their fucking drama online. Some of you fucking poor people just doing it for free. Just because you a little dysfunctional and need some attention.
Est-ce que tu comprends?
At least that's it. I understand why Cardi B and her husband do it because they're drama farmers and that keeps them in the limelight because their music been trash. But sometimes I post something too in the story, like a meme or something. And I'm dating somebody and be like, is that about me? It's like, if I got a problem with you, why would I be posting that shit online? You just be looking for shit.
If the shoe fits, wear it, motherfucker. But I'm not thinking about nobody when I post my shit. I post my shit because I think it's funny.
That's it.
It's memes. Carry on.
That shit corny.
But y'all motherfucker do have some agendas sometimes.
That shit corny. So yeah, that's my thoughts on this whole thing. I don't want to spend because I really don't care about celebrity stuff, but just seeing people post their shit online is just weird to me. But anything else? Nah. All right, let's know. All right, today, all the way from Canada.
Prime Minister's Arrive scam is now flailing out of control. Today, revelations from a Joël Denis Bellevance that...
Context, this is Pierre Poilievre, which is chief of the opposition, and he's the front runner for the Conservative Party. He's next up. Exactly, so he's going to be the guy going up against Justin Trudeau, everyone's favorite man in blackface, and so... That's where we're at right now, and they're going back and forth in Parliament. Now, this is going to be a weird sight for most of you guys, because you guys have never seen how Canadian politics work. It's interesting.
One Arrive Scan company received $250 million in contracts.
If you don't know what ArriveCan is, during that cough period, right, with the pandemic.
The cough period.
Yeah. During that China virus, okay, during that period. What happened was they developed an app that essentially would track whether or not you were vaccinated, whether or not you had the right to travel, etc., etc. And so the app came out, everyone had to use it. It was basically like your passport in and out of the country. That's the app they were talking about, and now there's some funding issues that they're trying to get to the bottom of, hence what he's talking about.
One Arrive Scan company received $250 million in contracts. Let's get this straight. It's a company with 4 employees, headquartered in the basement of a tiny cottage. They got IT contracts even though they admit they do no IT work. $250 million? WTF. Here.
This is the leaders.
Man really said WTF.
Oh, he said what the fuck?
He really said WTF out loud like a teenage Valley girl.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
OMG, WTF. Like, what's going on?
Canadian politics really makes me cringe. Anyways. If you're wondering why everyone behind them claps, that's just the way it works. Like a bunch of fucking penguins at the fair. everybody just gets up clapping after their leader claps.
I mean, the USA got WWE. We have this.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. The man can just get up there and say, fart, fart, noise, noise. Fart, fart, noise, noise. Yo, it is.
We are dangerously close to crossing the line in terms of what is considered parliamentary language. That is an abbreviation which is commonly used with language, which is commonly understood not to be parliamentary. I'm going to ask the honourable opposition leader, please, to withdraw that comment and to use parliamentary language, please.
Where's the funds?
Bro, I rolled my eyes so hard.
No, I'm with that shit.
WTF is not what it means, Your Honor. It means where's the fun? The level of cheese from
No, but that was that was good. I'm sorry, that was good. He was
Why isn't the government talking about how to retain skilled labor? Why isn't the infrastructure minister talking about how to implement infrastructure funds and get construction workers back to work in Alberta? Why does this government treat Alberta like a fart in the room that nobody wants to talk about or acknowledge?
Yeah, that would be the best.
She said a fart in the room.
Have been at with this government
Thinking the shit.
for over a year.
You're not even the fire.
Let's keep going. I don't even acknowledge that part.
In the room, baby.
Interrupt my friend in her speech, but I heard her say a word that I know is distinctly unparliamentary, and I think she may want to withdraw it. The word was F-A-R-T.
This is why I hate these people.
This is high school again. It's like, oh my God, Miss. Sasha said fire. Oh my God. Gavin said, what the fuck?
No.
He said WTF. Oh my God. Miss.
Bro, she thought the word. She thought the word was so bad. She couldn't even say
No, I'm not going to say fart. I use the word flatulence. Shut the fuck up.
Are you serious, Mr. Speaker? Like, is my colleague actually serious? I just gave an impassioned speech about supporting Alberta jobs, and that's what the leader of a political party stands up and has to say? No, I don't withdraw it.
Yeah, I'm not sorry because Gavin's a fart.
You guys are watching. Is this real life? I'm telling you, there's so many absurd moments when it comes to Canadian Parliament.
So stupid.
And it's just the dumbest shit that they be debating.
I have a lot to say about the content of my friend's speech. Okay. I am deeply concerned, as are all people in this place, for Canadians who are hurting from economic downturn. I would like to speak to that, but the first important, excuse me.
But she said the first important point of order is to talk about farts. I can't, this is gonna sound so bad. I can't wait for these old relics to just, okay, for them to just walk off into the sunset, never to be seen again. These older politicians who waste their time talking about what words are acceptable while people are struggling with their finances. This is actually the stuff that be turning me off so much from politics half the time.
And I've never used language that was unparliamentary, not once. And I recognize my friend's passion, but I do not forgive, nor do I accept.
We looked up on page 619.
Oh my God, my guy, for real, if you don't shut this shit off.
No.
Oh my God. And these people are paid.
People
they
want us to
are
cover,
paid.
They want us to cover more Canadian politics. I'll tell you exactly why I don't.
Oh my God.
I hate these people so
much. Do
much.
you understand what the fuck just happened? Let me tell you what happened. They went and looked. If the conversation they were having, i.e. the word fart, was correct according to the decorum, oh my God.
Yep.
You know what? Sorry. So, Oh my God!
You can mute that part.
You guys are paid. Jesus.
In dealing with unparliamentary language, the speaker takes into account the tone, manner, and intention of the member speaking, the person whom the words at issue were directed, and it goes on. What I'm going to say is that sometimes in this chamber, passion takes over and it gets kind of heated, and sometimes we say things out of order or things that may not be parliamentary.
This is a This is a speech that you give to kindergarten kids, and now he's giving that to adults.
No, Abba, we're gonna use your words, okay? Now we're gonna calm down. Sometimes you're passionate. You see what you feel with you? Okay, buddy, that's passion. And sometimes it goes over what you're thinking, and you might say things that you really don't feel. You have to watch for that, buddy. Okay? Words just like fart.
All right. The honourable member said a couple of things that were bordering, but it's up to her to decide whether they were unparliamentary. Someone took offense. I will take it under advisement, bring it back to the table, and we'll go from there.
So it said the proper legal term in Canada is rectum breeze.
You got us all fired up.
That's funny.
Did you fart? No, rectum breeze.
That would have been hilarious if someone randomly into a hot mic is like,
what was that? Rectum breeze?
I know we can't say F-A-R-T, but can we F-A-R-T?
That's the thing. We're nothing but taking nothing but Alberta like a in the room. I think that would be fine.
That's unparliamentary. What?
I didn't say it. What?
I just made a noise.
I just made a rectal breeze.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the rules of the House do not permit us to eat in this place. And I can't help but observing that during the last vote, a number of people were eating in their seats, including the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Canadian Heritage, and the Prime Minister, who appeared to be hiding a bagel in his desk. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already stated this place with corruption. He does not need to state it with mustard as well. Exactly.
And they're so proud when they sit. They're so like, and you can eat that.
Don't ever ask me to cover no Canadian politics ever.
Jesus.
Don't.
Ma'am, he ate a bagel, and we're not allowed to eat bagels. This is not recess.
This is a viral video with 4 million views. Don't ever ask me to cover this shit.
Where's the fun?
You can't be realized. Sometimes you watch this stuff, you're like, these are the people leading us.
Yeah.
During the time of pandemic, the government rightly did everything it could to keep Canadians safe and keep them protected. But of course, even in the most trying times, perhaps especially in the most trying times, all the rules need to be followed.
Justin Trudeau's such a robot. He's such a fucking bot. Every time you're like, Justin Trudeau, where are the funds? Listen, my government during the pandemic made every precaution possible to ensure that every Canadian has safe passage in and out of their homes. And we did that by ensuring a multitude of things, including diversity. Now, our record will show that we are good at our job. Where's the money? Listen, I only did blackface in high school. Now, there's a reason why humans can move forward. Humankind, people-kind, can move forward and not have to... It's like, nigga, answer the question.
He's never...
He never answers the question.
He never does.
And people keep wondering, like, how is someone so unpopular constantly winning? And it's just because, honestly, the opposition... It's because the opposition is dog shit. Up now. Who was the guy before this? Do you remember? I remember like a vague face.
I said up the match.
Yes. And so that's how you guys have been in power for what, 10 years?
So I agree. It was 8. I agree.
Yeah.
Like,
people put him there because he looked good. People re-elected them because he wanted to legalize weed and then nothing else. So losing money and money and money. That's what it was.
I think his name also helps.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Kennedy name. The pseudonym has a really good
Yeah, because it's bad with one. But
we don't have two terms like in America either.
No, you could stay as long as you're getting elected.
Company that had never before received contracts from the federal government started getting an avalanche of contracts just 3 weeks after this prime minister took office. The company, in fact, got $250 million for IT, even though it admits it doesn't do IT. It has 4 employees and has a headquarters in the basement of a cottage.
$250 million?
For a company with 5 employees.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Run out of somebody's cottage?
Jesus.
Very suspicious. Very, very suspicious. And the thing is, having lots of government contracts isn't weird. Going from having none to having a lot is. Especially if you're not the most reputable company.
Right after someone gets elected, you not having a history of doing what you get money for, that's weird.
It's not they don't have a history. They don't have a history with the government. And the government's just not inclined to switch night overnight to all of a sudden. They have a process. Whenever you want to get a government, you have to go through a bunch of different checks and balances to make sure that you can handle it. And then the trust system expands from there. It doesn't just go straight to that amount of money. So the amount of money that they've gotten as a result is kind of crazy.
Obviously an unacceptable situation, which is why the relevant authorities are fully investigating exactly what went on here, particularly highlighted by the Auditor General's recent report. This is an issue we need to continue to understand and make sure that the rules are being followed, make sure that our procurement practices across government are respectful of taxpayer money.
For this one company, which boasts on its website that it is now Ottawa's fastest growing company. No doubt about that when they're having their faces stuffed with tax dollars by this prime minister. Why is it that when Canadians are starving in food bank lines, the prime minister finds $250 million for his friends?
Obviously, the relevant authorities need to follow up on this and get to the bottom of exactly how this unacceptable situation happened. In the meantime, on this side of the house, we're going to continue to focus on making life more affordable for Canadians.
That's a long word. There's a lot of words to say. I don't know what happened.
Do I believe him? No clue. It's also important to know that this didn't happen just since the pandemic. The funding that they received spans over 8 years, I think, since he got elected. And so it's not $250 million just in the pandemic period. They were getting contracts before. Does that make it potentially better? No. There's still a lot of red flags in regards to how this thing and how these people got $250 million. But yeah, I mean, listen, we'll see how the investigation goes. But yeah, that's Canadian politics. We want you guys to get a taste of what we got up here. Anything else?
Shut that shit off.
If you'd like to actually laugh and have a good time, we got a second channel, Apple Preach on the floor, where you can go and get some laughs, Jubilee, the button, moment of truth, all that good stuff. Go check it out. We got a bunch of videos.
God
check out.
damn.
風俗に行くことは浮気かどうかっていうどう思いますか？
浮気じゃない。浮気じゃない。気持ちの浮気は嫌なんですけど、まあ性欲の浮気は別に勝手にしてくれるんやったらいいかな。
万人と連絡取れる間でやられるよりは店でちゃんとしてもらった方が。
浮気するなら風俗に行けって言ったことあります。金払えばいいよって。
That is wild. I am so glad I found this topic. This is opening my eyes.
That's crazy.
Yo. Because I've known places where people think like that, but they're never this open.
No.
Cheating is considered normal things and very common things to do in Japanese dating culture and also marriage culture. Especially for marriage couple, cheating is so common that I almost want to puke. For example, going to prostitution is okay things to do, even though you're in a relationship. A lot of Japanese men going to prostitution place with their co-worker or their boss after their work with the company money. I know it sounds really fucked up, but it's super fucking common and everybody do that.
What do you think?
Happy hour.
Wow. So this is, I don't know if this is true. I was curious. I started doing some Googles. Why do 84% of Japanese women think cheating is healthy?
You probably heard the whispers of Japanese hookup bars before, typically guarded by external intercom and walkie-talkie wielding staff. Strict anonymity policies are commonplace and backroom hookups are encouraged. The anonymity of these bars appeals to people looking for uncomplicated, stress-free hookups, but it's not uncommon for patrons to eventually discover sometimes, after multiple rendezvous, that their backroom acquaintance is married. Half of the patrons generally are, which explains the scent-free soap in the showers.
Cheating is very much normalized in Japan, which I always thought was really, really weird. You can't cheat on a wife, but if you have a girlfriend, it's okay to cheat.
Why do you think Japanese people do that?
This idea of getting into relationships is just so strongly pushed down your throat. A lot of people just want the status of being in a relationship, but aren't, for the most part, committed to it.
So thoughts on the fact?
I think it makes sense, especially when you have like repressive cultures and societies like that, or whenever they push down certain things down your throat. There's something, when you push something down the throat of someone, pun intended, something else is gonna come out.
Guys, hi there, I'm Takashi from Japan. So today I'm going to interview Japanese guys. Why it's normal for them to cheat on girls.
Right, every Fresh and Fit fan's ears just perked up. Say again, huh?
Where am I supposed to go?
Cheating. Don't you mean exercising options? Listen, as a low-value man who donates to Fresh and Fit regularly, my opinion is that if I want to use my hard-earned super chat money now that they're demonetized on hookers, I should be able to. Sorry. Alright, let's keep watching.
日本人の男性は浮気する人が多いと思いますか？
私はそう思います。でも私以外です。
I got here as quick
Yes, but could it be me?
いや、まあ、ぼちぼちいるんじゃないですかね。
なんでそう思います？友達がしてる人多いとか。
結構そうですね。周りでは結構みんな浮気しますね。そうですね。周りはまあぼちぼちちらほら隠しながらみたいなそういうのありますね。
じゃあ自分自身はしたことありますか？
私はないです。私はないです。僕もないです。まだ。
He said yes. He said not yet. He said not yet.
Yo, that is a wild culture.
I haven't.
That's wild.
I haven't. Yes.
まだ友達してる友達がいるじゃないですか。止めないんですか？別に。
まあ自分じゃなかったら興味ないですね。もう自分以外だったら正直何も思わない。そうですね。やっぱその人の人生なんで、まあまあいいかなみたいな感じですね。まあ気にはしないですけど。
プロスティティション、風俗は浮気かどうかどう思いますか？
めっちゃ難しいです。
難しい。
僕はノーです。ノー。
suggest
いや難しいし彼女によるけど。
Yo, I'm so glad I found this topic. This is opening my eyes.
That's crazy.
Yo, because I've known places where people think like that, but they're never this open.
No.
Right? Like I know, trust me, there's a lot of societies where cheating is rampant. Rampant. Everybody cheating. You see all, you know what cheating?
Where?
Your mama, but your dad, I don't know. They cheating, man.
Your mama is your mama, but your daddy, I don't know.
Yeah, you heard what I said, didn't you? You know what I mean? Y'all know it's mothers, you know what I mean. Your mama, your daddy, I don't know. I just saying. Your mama cheat on your daddy.
僕やられたら嫌なんでイエス。
日本人の女性、風俗別にいいよっていう人いるんですか？結構いますか？
います。
結構いる。
なんか、風俗やったらまだ許せるみたいな人は多いと思います。
How do you like it in the middle?
Huh?
How do you like it in the middle?
I mean, you feel sorry.
Yeah. You don't feel any better about him now that he's got like a T-shirt with you on it?
return to shadow now. Victory.
Hey, yo, preach! You wildin' right now on this T-shirt.
まあこれ答えづらいかもしれないですけど、風俗は浮気ですか？
まあ個人的には浮気じゃないかなと思います。はい。
その理由は？
まあ浮気って 僕のイメージですけど、こっちは行きたいけど向こうは仕事としてやってるわけじゃないですか。ただ浮気っていうのはこっちが気があるし向こうも気があって両方気があって浮気なのかなって個人的に思うんで、そういう意味で
That is wild and bullshit. That is wild and bullshit. The prostitution thing isn't that surprising. I've heard a lot of women say that. Okay.
Going down.
And the logic behind it is women want to know that they have that emotional connection with you and that their place is not threatened in terms of like them being your wife.
Actually, it's a chill question that people ask when their partner cheat on them.
Yeah. Do you love them? You know, if it's like a prostitute, it's obviously it's still a betrayal, but it feels like less of a betrayal for someone.
Yeah.
And it tracks on. It makes sense why.
浮気とはちょっと違うのかなと思ってます。
なるほど。日本人の男性って風俗浮気じゃないって思ってる人が多数だと思います。
ああ、僕はそう思います。はい。
なるほど。当たり前の質問なんですけど、女性が男性用の風俗に行っても許しますかじゃあ？
ああ、まあ性別が逆になっただけで変わらないので、それは。
なるほど。
Oh, you see? I was waiting for that, and the guy's like, same. I don't care. I'm not mad at that.
That's
I was
pretty
like,
cool.
nah, it is what it is.
Well, it's actually.
Because I wouldn't understand how you would be making a logic, like the logical point of being like, no, if it's her, it's bad.
No, because there are a lot of male idols in Japan, or people who male hosts whose job is to sleep with married women or women who are coming who are single, right? The thing is, marriage oftentimes in the Western world, it seems like a union of love and this and that, but in some other parts of the world, like it is far more sex and business than it is anything else. And so in a union where there's no kind of love or lust for each other, but sometimes both of the parties end up using these host services to fulfill their desires or their carnal stuff, and then they have their husband or their wives for the more family presentable outside stuff. So that's the gist of it. I mean, some of that even exists here in North America, but far less than in other places.
Yeah.
日本人って浮気してる人多いと思いますか？
多いですね。多いです。多そう。多そう。
いや自分の友達とか自分の周りはどうですか？実際
多いです。多いです。まあ聞く限りには周りは少ない気がします。はい。
なんとなく日本人の男性はどうして浮気してる人が多いと思いますか？
遊びたいからですね。遊びたいから。
Yeah, because everybody talk about girls just want to have fun. What about the boys? Let's hear it for the boys.
したことありますか？
ないです。ないです。ないです。
And on that day, nobody believed you.
かどうかっていう。どう思いますか？
浮気じゃないです。じゃないです。浮気です。はい。いや、金を払ってるんで相手が素人じゃないんで、それは浮気じゃないから。なるほど。気持ちが全くないんで。
じゃあ日本人の女性も風俗は浮気じゃないっていう人が多いと思いますか？
多いんじゃないですか
？We'll find out. Let's see what the Japanese.
Do you think prostitution is cheating? Niggeritis. That's what it sounds like they're saying.
風俗に行くことは浮気かどうかっていうどう思いますか？
浮気じゃない。浮気じゃない。気持ちの浮気は嫌なんですけど、まあ性欲の浮気は別に勝手にしてくれるんやったらいいかな。
一般人と連絡取れる間でやられるよりは店でちゃんとしてもらった方がいいです。
イエス。なんかわざわざ風俗に行く意味がわからないの。秘密にしてたらあれだけど、まあ情に恋とかしなければいいじゃないか。浮気ではない。隠さなければ浮気じゃない。浮気するなら風俗に行けって言ったことあります。金払えばいいよって言ったことあります。新しいね、出会いじゃなくてお金払って言ってるなら別にいいから。納得できる理由だったら浮気とは思わないかも。
例えばどういう
付き合い？
例えば上司とかの
怒るけど言ってもまだ許せる風俗なら。なんか日本ならではのなんか文化じゃないけどやっぱり有名じゃないです。
You know what the thing is? Traveling like that, there's a lot of things sometimes when you travel and you confront other people. When you talk to other people, you're confronted with all these different realities, and it really confronts what you think and your values. It's just like a little thing. When I was in Russia, I was talking to the people there, and when I was talking to some of the people, and I was introduced to other people, it was like, my name is this. And I would they would just say like, "Hi, my name is Natasha," or "My name is this and that." They wouldn't follow up. You know, usually we go, "Hey, what's up? I'm Parisha. How you doing?" They don't ask how you doing because I don't know you enough to care. I'm not gonna ask her, "Hey, on the first time that we meet, hey, my name is."
What if there's a bunch of Russians watching right now? Like, yo, Preach lying. I ask everybody how they do. Yo, why Preach making us seem like cold Vladimir Putin cyborg?
Well, it's just different. It's not that they cold. I think there's a different logic, and I enjoy the logic over there. It's like I'm not gonna say how you doing. I don't know you like that.
So you would say Russian?
No, but I understand that part. Sometimes it makes you. Why do I ask people how they doing? I don't really care on the first time. It's true. Pleased to meet you, Emma.
Okay, so how does it relate to this?
Well, whenever you go there, when you go to like Japan and this, it's a different logic, and it shakes your logic that you have that you think is the only thing that should be. But then again, okay, what if the relationship to emotion and the relationship to feelings is just different? If it's spade, there's no feelings. There's the feelings that you care about. The same way that most of the people here care about the feelings. Did you have feelings for her? No, it's just a girl. It's nothing. So they translate it differently. If you paid, I'd rather you pay and you go off. It's gonna happen. It's like they accept that it's gonna happen. It's like at least pay for it. If you pay for it, I know it's not real. Yeah. It's not a real thing.
Yeah,
go ahead. Am I for it? Not necessarily, but it makes you ask a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a part of like nature versus nurture, and I think for a lot of us we just assume that the not being okay with cheating is inherently just nature. When in reality, a lot of it is nurture. It's how our culture shapes us.
Oh.
You know, we grew up with Judeo-Christian values here in the West, and so a lot of that comes from the church and then is disseminated downward through generation and generation. Japan is not a country that had Judeo-Christian values for, thousands of years.
Fair.
And a lot of other countries who don't share that same, religious standpoint will not necessarily have those same values. Now, does that mean it's all cultural? Of course not. There's perfectly reasonable nature-related reasons why women would not want their partners to cheat. For thousands of years, it meant if they're sleeping with other women, when they have other kids, then they neglect your family and the family that you've built with that man, right? And so that's why those women spoke about one thing. What did they speak about? Don't go have emotional connection. Don't go leaving me for somebody else. They don't want their position threatened. That's the nature part that exists everywhere, where it's like, you might be okay with prostitution, right? So that's the nurture, the cultural aspect. But you're not okay with just full-on cheating that, because naturally you don't want your place in that dynamic to be wrong.
It's not even considered cheating, as a matter of fact, because there's no emotion.
Exactly. They consider one acceptable and the other one not. And it makes sense why. It tracks on. Now, is that something you want to live by? Just everybody got to choose their culture and the kind of values they want to set up. But it does let you know that just because you think it's normal where you are doesn't mean it's normal where everyone else is. I don't know. I think it's really interesting to see how open they are about it, how normal place it is. Like prostitution over there, if you ask most people, I think they would probably say they don't think it's cheating. And it seems like for them it's very culturally normal to say that publicly. Like, I didn't just watch what they said, I watched how they said it. Y'all know if none of those women were hunched, they weren't looking left and right, they didn't even think it was nothing crazy. They were just like, nah, shut me focus home.
They said that shit would be checked.
Yeah.
They were not even hiding it.
One girl said, I tell my boyfriend you gonna cheat, he's a prostitute. She was giving him advice. She's crazy.
And she was like, yo, you better use them prostitutes. Don't be going with some random girl.
That's why I think that shit is normal. It's not just what they said, it's how they said it on a public street. They were saying that shit recorded. And so many of them were saying it openly without hesitation.
Recorded.
So, do I think cheating is normal over there? It sounds like it from everything I've seen. Now, I could be wrong. There might be more information. But yeah, it definitely seems like at least the prostitution portion of it is very, very normalized. It was interesting, though. Yeah. Can't wait to go to Japan. You know what they say? When in Rome, little boys. When in Japan, little horse.
You see, that's a no. That's a no. That's a no. No, that's a no.
That's a no.
That's a no.
Why?
When in Rome, with the boys.
Oh, that's what they do in ancient Rome. As fucked up as it is.
Yeah, okay, but we now, man.
Yeah, I mean, just,
I can't go back in time. I don't want to. I'm black. I can't go back in time. So yeah, we're not fucking little boys.
Yeah, okay. Well, like Rome of that time doesn't even exist anymore, so that's fine. Okay. But you know what I meant. The saying comes from Rome back in the day.
Right.
Right, so I was using it that way.
The saying is, when in Rome, do like the Romans. It didn't.
No, it says that when in Rome,
little boys. The thing is,
sorry, I caught that one on Epstein's Island. They must have f***ed me up with that quote. Anyways, that's it for today's video. Don't let us know what you think in the comments because they're gonna be disabled. YouTube don't really f what people do in public acts of endangerment.
No, they don't.
What is this?
That's
like, if you think about it, pranksters who like start beef with people and start fights like this, like why they should be able to make money like this? Why they should be able to make money going up to people who live in their everyday lives and with them to the point where they're getting this upset and then monetizing their insane reactions. It's not like they're just monetizing people having a good time. No, when people freak out, that's the thumbnail, that's the title. Ooh, look, I got this guy so mad. I'm about to make thousands while this guy doesn't get a dime. And I get to cause emotional distress. And I get to make him look crazy so that everybody who sees him in his community can also think he's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, this whole genre really f***ed up.
Self-defense is what a jury determined in the case of a man who police say shot a YouTuber during a prank video at a Virginia mall. However, Alan Coley was found guilty of firing a gun inside the mall. A DoorDash driver, Coley was on trial for the April 2023 shooting of Tanner Cook. That case went viral, not because there was a shooting inside a mall, but because Cook is known to make prank videos. Coley's guilty verdict has been set aside for now, though, until a hearing to discuss it is held on October 19th.
He was found not guilty. You want to see the video?
Sure.
Of the actual incident? Because they released it.
Oh.
Yeah. That prankster who went around bothering people. So we'll see the video. Let's see if it changes my mind. So let's see what happens.
Viewers might find this video disturbing.
What? Quit thinking about my twinkle. What's that? Quit thinking about my twinkle. No. Quit thinking about my twinkle. Get out of my business, Mark Hobson. Stop. Quit thinking about my twinkle. Stop.
Something just didn't happen to me. Something just didn't happen to me. Something didn't happen to me. To me, nothing happened. To me, it was just nature unfolding for you. To me, this is a poem I wrote. It's called To Me. To me, fuck around and find out. Someone you don't know tells you to stop. You do not stop. Yank. And he was about to say it's a prank. No. Bow. It was exactly what I thought it would be. To me. And to me. Does it change anything to you? Because to me, it does not.
It doesn't.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
I feel like he could have just pulled out the gun and said back away. I think that would have been a reasonable escalation.
No.
You mean no?
No, just no.
So you pull out the gun, you have to start shooting?
I'm not saying you have to start shooting, but the warning doesn't start when the gun is there. The warning starts when I tell you to stop. It doesn't stop where stop that. Let's try this again with a gun. No, you could have. But
I don't even know that. Listen, I don't mind seeing the prankster get shot. I think low key it kind of feels good. It feels good. It does. But if you're being honest, you could have what I was gonna say. Now, here's the other side of the coin. Now watching this footage, I'm not gonna lie, that dude looked disturbed.
And that's the guy that you choose to bug?
Yeah, like you see his reaction. The way he's shuffling and moving, he looks genuinely afraid of the dudes approaching him. He's not taking it as a joke.
No.
Right? I can see him by his body language. The dude look genuinely like afraid of the dude.
Bro. You see just the way. Go ahead.
So what I was trying to say is like, this is why I said you don't know who you're messing with. You don't know who it is you pranking. When you're trying to turn random strangers who are like working their dead-end jobs and just trying to go about their day and you're trying to use them for your content and you're doing this little twinkle thing, whatever. You don't know what kind of childhood trauma you're trying to pull out of this person. so you can make money. It's funny to you. It might even be funny to your audience. It's not funny to people being pranked. How is that enjoyable? This person didn't pay an addition to come to your stand-up comedy. This person didn't show up to an event being like, oh, it's for pranksters. They didn't show up to your show. They didn't show up to your live event. They're working a shitty job doing delivery. You don't know what the fuck they're going through, and you pressing their button. Come to find out, oops, that was the nuclear button.
Oh, she went with the right one.
She's lovely, she's big gang, whole lot of gangs. I didn't hit you, I just shot on your head. Whoa. Wait. Oh, yo, you gotta chase him. Oh. He said go outside, yo. Give him. Wait, video, bro. It was just a video. Wait, it was just a video. I don't care what you doing, bro. Yo, it was just. What's my mother? I would relax. Yo, look, it's a video. It's a video.
What do you mean?
I buy this.
No. Wait.
What's going on? I scanned it.
You're taking that from me?
What?
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 Excuse me?
Yo, what's up?
Wait, what happened?
I buy those stuff.
Those groceries, those are mine.
You fucking kidding me?
You see the water bottle?
Could he have had better escalation? Sure. But maybe he's not all up there. Did you ever consider that? Like, if I pull the strap on a homeless person, I'm not expecting 10 steps of escalation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know, especially like how I've seen mental health issues boom up in people who like I genuinely see are crazy and unmedicated. It's not surprising that this went like that. Was it kind of quick? And also, to be fair, I don't know if there was more before this video, because the video starts, they're already in this dude's face. So there could be more before, which would change the way I feel about it.
I remember when they did there was an article.
Yeah.
Remember there was an article? They said that before doing that,
yes,
they were looking at the dude. They were looking at the guy.
Yes.
Staring at the guy. So no, it does not start there. When you look at the article of what happened, they said and they stated that they were looking at the dude in a certain way before.
I'm gonna pull it up so we can hear it.
In the footage, Cook approaches the shooter in the mall's food court area, gets close to him, and follows him for approximately 60 to 90 seconds.
Okay. Now I will say, if the 60 to 90 seconds look like that shit in the video, pop. I think it's impressive to use one bullet.
That's a long time when you're uneasy.
And when he was following, it wasn't like he was at a distance. He had a phone in the dude's face playing some kind of childhood shit, and then just following the dude.
No.
Dude is taller than him. Looks fucking shifty.
No. If you decide,
this ain't a Girl Scout following me, okay? This ain't Baskin Robbins.
What are you talking about? A Girl Scout following me like that is scary. She knows something I don't. Why are you following me? First off, I don't want none of your cookies, and then you're following me. Twinkle, 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 twinkle.
But you know,
I'm shooting you too.
Hey, baby, you know damn well you can't shoot no Girl Scout.
I'm shooting her too.
No, you can't shoot no Girl Scout. You trying to go to jail for 10 life sentences?
Listen.
Because you know what little white girl's life was how many human lives? Stop talking crazy.
I'm still saying.
You can run.
I'm still saying.
You can jog.
Yeah, I can run.
You can jump.
I can punt.
Yeah, you can fake out. You can turn off the lights.
Yeah. But this
keep it pushing.
This is right. No, listen. It was a fault. I don't know what the motherfucker had.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
So listen. No. The escalation, the warning doesn't start once you see the gun. No, I already told you to stop. I was not doing it. Other thing, out of all the people, this is who you choose to fucking go after? The way that guy, that's who you... To me. It's something that happened. It's just something that happened. Whatever.
I'm gonna say something crazy.
Some of these golden
I don't even like saying it, but I'm gonna say something I really feel in my chest. YouTube don't really fuck with people doing public acts of endangerment.
No, they don't.
What is this? Like, if you think about it, pranksters who like start beef with people and start fights like this, like, why does she be able to make money like this? Why does she be able to make money going up to people who live in their everyday lives and fucking with them to the point where they're getting this upset and then monetizing their insane reactions? It's not like they're just monetizing people having a good time. No, when people freak out, that's the thumbnail, that's the title. Ooh, look, I got this guy so mad, I'm about to make thousands while this guy doesn't get a dime. And I get to cause emotional distress. And I get to make him look crazy so that everybody who sees him in his community can also think he's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, this whole genre really f***ed up. They don't make these people sign no waivers most of the time. They don't make these people sign nothing. And these people don't know how to actually sue them properly because they don't know how to have the legal avenues, right? So nothing ends up happening. But if you think about it, YouTube pranking is actually one of the more fucked up genres that exists on the planet. I'm just saying, there's something mad distasteful about it.
It is mad, it's distasteful, it's wet.
Yeah.
What?
And people are celebrating because this guy got off on the charge, but he's still getting charged for discharging a firearm inside a mall, which is kind of counterintuitive to me. Because if they acquit him on the self-defense charges,
you wouldn't have charges.
like you're saying, oh, self-defense is acceptable, but not using a firearm in self-defense. Like, huh? Maybe I don't know the state law, so whatever's going on might be very like
and
law.
You can't.
But it just doesn't make sense to me that oh yes, self-defense is legal, but not in the mall. It's like, what? Well, why would that be the case? I don't understand that.
That's because you're not supposed to have probably maybe in that area you're not supposed to have a gun on you.
A gun-free zone?
Maybe you're not supposed to have a gun with you. So they understand the charge where it's like he was defending himself, but you're not supposed to have a firearm. If he's not supposed to have a firearm and is charging it in public like that,
that's wild.
Like for example, if I'm here in Canada, that could happen here. Because I'm not supposed to discharge a firearm in public. But if I feel like that, I feel threatened, I'm gonna be charged for one, but probably not the other. You know what I'm saying? But to me, what happened? Okay, acquitted.
And Homeboy doesn't care. He says he's gonna keep pranking people. He's gonna keep doing it. Hey, like I said, if this dude loses his life, most people just gonna settle. They won't care. A bad person who goes around doing bad things to strangers and doesn't care about how they feel about it, whatever happens to that kind of person, I just don't care.
To me, it's just...
I'm personally not gonna celebrate, but I'm not gonna feel bad. I'm just gonna be so indifferent. It's like if you want to go be a terrible person to other human beings, like why should I mourn your death? That's for your family to do. They care about you. I don't give a fuck. The same way you don't give a fuck about others, apparently.
The same way that daddy was about the, you know what, this and that, blah. Your dad was really behind you and everything and stuff. Like, who raised you?
Listen, I'm all for comedians roasting people, but I wouldn't be down with the comedians just running up on the street to random strangers, filming them and then roasting them. Like, as a comedian, like, I don't fuck with them. You do it just going about their day. They sign up to come to your show. It's fair you they know what they paying for. These are just random people on the street that you going up and bothering. You never asked for anything. I just can't rock. This is not for me.
Coley was found not guilty of aggravated malicious wounding and guilty of shooting into an occupied dwelling because this happened inside the mall.
I would not have felt any type of way if you unloaded a whole clip in the U.S. Would not have cared. Would not have cared. I don't know. It is, maybe I'm weird, raised weird. Maybe I'm gay. Maybe. We just don't do that to strangers.
You know what?
We don't do that to strangers.
Hey, yo, if my mom learned that I was doing that, the whooping I would have got.
And his parents are doing what? Oh, my son is doing a great...
They were making a video in the mall and trying to have fun with people, and this guy wasn't having fun, and there was a phone that was around him, and they were interviewing him or talking.
Excuse me? This is my stuff. Say it one more time. This is my stuff. What do you mean? I buy this. No. Wait. What's going on? I scan it. You're taking that from me? What? What? Why? Excuse me? Yo, what's up? Wait, what happened? I buy those stuff. Those groceries, those are mine. You fucking kidding me? You see the water bottle? Hey! Get off! How's it going, man? Disappear from me, okay? Bro, homie trying to fight me over his paper towels. That's actually comedy. But me personally, like if someone's trying to take my groceries, I'm probably giving the same reaction. I feel like everybody is not gonna let anyone take their groceries. But bro, that was hilarious.
Not. Get shot. Get shot. Some of y'all raising menaces, expecting everybody else to feel sympathy for the fact that you didn't do a good parenting job. I don't know.
I'm on TV right now, and my mom watching my thing and be like, maybe you shouldn't have maybe you shouldn't have said that. Maybe there's a better way to do that. The wording was a bit off. You should have if my
No. I don't even like comparing these kind of people to animals, because even animals don't go around making themselves a nuisance. Anything else you want to say? All right, let's get to the questions. Where we been at? So, we've been off for what, last 2-3 weeks? Some people think it's because we're on the road. We were on the road for some time, taking a bit of a breather. Then we're back on the road, doing shows everywhere in the New York. So look out for those dates. We'll continue to that announcement. But the big reason why I'm taking a break is personally. This is for me exclusively. Preach, I think, is probably doing a lot better. I just had a lot going on. When the pandemic happened and we were uploading every single day, I didn't have anything else happening. So I focused in just on work and pumping out content for you guys. And after the 2 years began elapsing, I think that's when like things began opening up. I began taking up my hobbies again. I began dancing a lot more, biking everywhere, getting myself in back to shape and taking care of myself. And I became very invested in a lot of these different things. And it became difficult for me to manage both doing YouTube, doing all the back end work, because I do a lot of the editing, I do a lot of contact with advertisers, a lot of this other stuff, and it was just a lot of administrative work. So it's a lot to manage all these and having a life again. Because you have to remember, we didn't blow up until the pandemic happened, and so now that all these responsibilities were coming into my life, with also me trying to balance, trying to see family, friends, the people I care about, and really enjoying myself. I don't want to live to work. It became very difficult for me to manage everything. So now, coming back from some of the touring that we did, and me also re-implementing the stand-up and going up regularly, going back to open mics all the time, I just couldn't balance it. I was failing. So I'm very fortunate. I have some good people that work with me to make this thing function, but I realize I need more help. All right, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Okay, I'm not good at getting help from people. And the reason being is I put so much time into this YouTube thing, it's very hard to get good help. It's very hard to get the right people in place and to pay them, because for me, this is everything. I've put everything into this. So, hiring people or getting people in place and they're not doing well, or I just get irritated very fast. So rather than getting frustrated at people and getting mad at them for not doing the job that's necessary or doing it to the standard that I think is reasonable, I normally take on a lot of the work by myself. But thankfully, over the last year and a half, I've been able to hire some people who've really helped me take off some of the load, and I see how much better it's made my personal life. So I'm learning to bring more folks into the fold. I will say, two of the big announcements I wanted to make. One, we are going to be separating the channel into one portion for the more serious topics and some for the more lighthearted ones, which is more like cut, jubilee, different reactions to little silly things. So I'm going to put links in the description below. If you guys want to see more of the funny stuff, all that shit, go there. It doesn't mean that when we cover the serious topics, we're not going to joke around and keep that same energy. But I think our audience, y'all watch us for different reasons, whether you like to admit or not. Some of you watch us for everything, but some people watch us for different things. And I think we really feel like there's a bit of that divide. So we're going to separate the channels to allow you guys to go see. I also have my personal channel, which is going on. And so if you guys want to check that out, you can as well. But the other big announcement, we're having an editor contest at the moment. So if you are interested in editing for us, specifically for TikTok and Shorts format, we have a contest going on. So if you go on TikTok and you go Avalon Preach Video Contest, and you put that hashtag, we're going to pick somebody out. We're offering them a full-time employment, so definitely go show us what you got. All right. Also, we're launching back the Discord and the Reddit. If you guys check the description below, right, you want to have a community where you guys can talk about some of the topics that we're discussing, go back and forth with each other. We're going to create that for you and really invest in those things. But we are coming back. We're going to be starting uploading this week, and we're coming back full time. I'm excited. I am. I'm excited to pump out some of this stuff that we got going on. Pause.
If you don't shut this shit off, shut this shit off.
What? You were traitor to the house shall go unpunished. I'm a black belt.
I'm a black belt.
I'm a black belt.
I am a black belt.
I'm a black belt.
I'm a black belt.
I am a black belt.
Two of them are liars.
If the group discovers both liars, they'll split a cash prize.
I guess we'll do it real quick because it's the most generic thing. How long have you been training? What your martial art is? We can just go straight down the line.
My name's Andre. I've been training for 8 years. I do Taekwondo.
What got you all into martial arts?
I played a lot of fighting games as a kid. Hitting stuff. One day, I picked the table. Mother was furious. She was like, "You have to take this energy somewhere else."
He sounds like he's wrong. Yeah. Something about the way you filmed them punches just made it seem like it was like...
First, that shit was quick as fuck. I kicked the table. My mom said, "You gotta, more cooking in the house." Ain't no black woman gonna be like.
And the next day, she enrolled me in Taekwondo gym.
Taekwondo gym? Gym?
Yeah.
Taekwondo. Get this man.
Why? Tell him.
You know, it's not a gym.
Damn, they caught Andre already. They said they sussed him out immediately.
This is round 2, the martial arts round. You will each have about 30 seconds to demonstrate your martial arts and prove to the others that you are a black belt.
I'm not gonna throw it, don't worry.
Okay, all right.
That's good. That's perfectly. That's Taekwondo competition shit. That's Taekwondo competition shit. I used to make fun of my girl so much when I used to see her compete. And I was imitating her fight. It's like they would just hop on one leg and just try to kick each other's head. They just.
See you in the crossroads.
Wait.
Oh, 1 million, bro.
That's foolish.
Yeah, give it to me.
Yeah. Remember, I'm 40, so all the demonstration was about they were doing some shit, and it was like. That's what she's doing right there. I didn't have flashbacks.
Okay.
Pass.
You can be honest, guys. If there was like no business and you just heard the audio. That's a good point.
I don't know what kind of phone you're using for you.
Lexington Seal going Super Saiyan. I don't know why I watched a YouTube compilation of him just screaming to Dragon Ball Z video.
That was so bad, I'm sorry.
She said that's so bad. That's a martial arts thing. Yeah. When you look at your shit and you've been putting in years and it looks that good, and you're like, it sucks. That's how you know you really been putting in that time.
Yeah.
Anybody who's really like invested themselves in a craft and still is very like trash, even when it's good.
They gotta acknowledge that it's trash.
Yeah.
Because the master, the sensei, whoever you call it in your martial art, is gonna tell you that was garbage.
So I'm gonna talk about this in normal class. When you come into this is called a guard in jiu-jitsu. It's one of the most it's one of the core martial arts that teaches you how to be offensive on the ground. I'm gonna teach what's called a triangle choke. And to do a triangle choke, it's a very fundamental process, but you use it from white to black belt.
He showed a jiu-jitsu move, and it seemed like very rehearsed.
What's happening?
Even though it's super impressive, I have a lot of friends that have learned how to staff spin, saber spin, are stunt actors, but they're not black belts.
He just did a basic demonstration, and he even used the words, everyone uses this from white belt all the way up to black belt. Did I think he did jiu-jitsu? Absolutely. Did I think he was a black belt? No.
That's probably fair. He probably shouldn't have chosen a triangle choke of all things to be able to demonstrate he's a black belt. That's an L for him.
Got you.
Because I have respect for you, I am the mole.
Huh? What?
I am not a black belt. Not yet. But I want to be. And
I don't feel comfortable.
If you don't shut this shit off, shut this shit off. Oh, you little bitch. Oh, play the game. God damn it. You will never be a black belt. You can't commit. You little bitch. I'm sorry, Masa. Out of respect for all of you, I have to say, I'm not. Shut up! It's a game! Oh, I hope you press play and you said sight. I hope you said sight.
I just received my package from Scentbird. If you don't know what Scentbird is, it's a subscription-based service that allows you to get monthly fragrances sent to your door, so you can always smell fresh.
I want to see if there is a month's supply of perfume. So we have that. Well, I'm gonna push, empty it out. I'm gonna push it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, right, 100. Let's see if we have more. $140. So basically, you're able to give yourself 3 pushes per day, every day of the month, and you have a month's supply of perfume. Click on the link below and you're gonna be able to save 55% off your first month. That's like $7 for your first purchases. Come on, guys, like, what are you doing? Get your smell on. You know, that's the key to get the ladies. They just delivered 3 wonderful perfume: Dolce & Gabbana Light Blue Eau Intense, Versace Pour Homme, and the Gucci cologne.
Smells really good. That's my. Oh boy, it smells good.
So click on the link below and get your perfume today.
You guys are fantastic, and I can't lie. I can't. So, I humbly apologize. I'm sorry for deceiving you guys.
You guys still have 4 minutes.
Okay. What are we doing? We should just have fun. We should just have fun. I was just gonna ask like for proper sidekick technique.
I hope he's faking. If he's faking, I take everything I said. Ooh! Go ahead.
You mean like he's not a mole, but he's pretending to be a mole to fuck the whole game up?
Yeah.
No traitor to the house shall go unpunished.
I'd be like, okay, that's no game, but I respect that.
I'm not gonna lie, I see this. It seems a bit cringy that the dudes get eliminated. You're the last guy, and all of a sudden you're like, ladies.
You guys are fantastic.
I'm so sorry for deceiving you, ladies.
I kind of suspected it because you're super martial arts nerd. Yeah. But like, I don't mean that in like a bad way, but I was like, he's so nerdy about it. Like, I feel like he's kind of fresh-ish. So where are you at now? Yeah, the belts are still
I just got my first advanced belt in the summer. I trained during the pandemic. I started training back in martial arts in 2019. I was a smoker and a drinker through my 20s, and I needed to turn my life around. And
No! No!
You are a fucking pansy hole, bro.
You signed up for the show.
That's what I'm saying.
You knew what it was before you got there.
That's what I'm saying.
Then you showed up.
Go ahead.
And you fucked the whole game up. You fucked it up for the viewers.
Yeah.
You fucked it up for the producer.
Yeah.
Why? So you could simp.
Yes.
For some random women you just met. In an effort to respect them, you actually infantilize them because you're like, I shouldn't disrespect these women. Why don't you keep that same energy right from the minute the men were there?
That's it.
I'm just curious.
Pleasant surprise.
That's it.
Accept this message.
That was corny.
I'm just saying, I understand this, but bro, you're fucking shit up right now.
You waited for the other guy to get eliminated. Everyone did their demonstrations. You wait for the other guy to get eliminated. You just there with the ladies. Then you're like, oh my God, ladies, I should never lie to you. Bruv,
we saying the same thing.
Throw yourself off.
Thank you.
And no sympathy from me.
Thank you.
I want to see none of them fucking tears.
That's it.
Look at this guy.
I'm just saying, I can understand all of this and that. That being said, no.
That's
still no. Play it.
Oh, got it. Got it. You shall find my patience limitless for all your foolish acts.
I wanted to be honest.
That's not the game. You're not. Nobody's gonna take it my guy.
I wanted to be honest. I wanted to be honest. So I signed up to be a CIA spy. I wanted to be honest, and then I just told the Taliban who I was when I was in Afghanistan. Shut the fuck up. You knew what you signed up for, stupid. Yo.
I would have been. If I was one of the producers, I would have been so mad, bro.
I wanted to be honest. Then why'd you lie to the producers saying you were good and ready to do this show? Was that being honest? Why is that? Were you being honest when you signed up for the fucking thing? Were you being honest when you made a commitment and then you reneged on it? It's not like you're telling a lie that's harmful or hurtful to people. You're not lying to them by deceiving them about something that they're supposed to know. It's a game that everyone is consenting to. It's like playing Guess Who with somebody and the guy's like, I'm being honest. This is who.
Disgusting. This is disgusting. At some point, he's gonna say something. I'm waiting for the moment. I'm not hopping with it. I really hope that's going to happen. Go ahead.
About 4 weeks past and curse on me. We never went to see you again. We going on tour. We coming to cities near you. We want to see you motherfuckers face to face.
Where you at?
We gonna be doing shows all summer. Well, this summer we're doing 3 shows. We're doing Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Washington D.C. But afterwards, we're going to England. We're gonna be going all across America, Asia. So if you want to get tickets, make sure you guys go to the website. All right, put your name so we can email you as soon as those tickets come out for your area. We won't bombard you with nothing else. Okay, I promise.
Yeah.
We want to see you guys at the show. We have meeting tweets. We're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna be laughing, so it's gonna be a good time. But we want to see you guys here.
This game is fun. I didn't mean to just, you know, just give up, but you guys are so good, and you inspire me.
Inspired? Oh my God, bro! I don't gotta be making this video, bro. I don't have to do it. Inspired, bro. Yo, the skate parts are awesome.
There's a twist. There's a twist.
There's no twist, bro.
Go ahead.
No.
There's a twist.
Then I'll eat my fish. And my mouth. Pause. That's all. If I'm the mole, I'm like writing keys. I'm like, thank you for this money, stupid.
Maybe
that's what I would write on.
Maybe he's really fishing for a girl, and then that's a decoy.
I don't think so. I think it's hitting the black guy.
If the lights turn green, that means you have voted out the mole and you win. If the lights turn red, that means the mole is still in the box and you lose. Will the 5th black belts vote? Please step forward and reveal yourselves in 3, 2, 1.
Keith, you were embarrassing. Black guy, you were also really embarrassed. That story that you told, as soon as you started speaking, I'm like, niggas lie. Realize that.
Taekwondo gym?
Hey, listen. Realize that niggas lie and you lie.
That's how it.
Yeah.
My dad was a black belt, and when we were young, he put me in a school in Sherwood, Arkansas. Danny Dreams Living Defense Martial Arts Dojo.
Yeah, so I do martial arts. I'm self-taught with like weapons and everything. I do Muay Thai, like formally. That's like the formal thing.
We did the punch at the beginning. Fighting, and I was like,
your punch were crooked.
Yeah, they did not look good. I don't know anybody who really boxes or really does any fighting and then just randomly starts shadow boxing like a retard. Yeah, you shadow box like Ronda Rousey. Yeah, it was really bad form.
I didn't want to like.
Here it is! Like the story.
Why didn't you do that?
See? That knee looks solid. Neither did that knee out of the ring.
But this and Taekwondo gym?
Yeah, you fucked this up over. Yeah.
I want to see his demo. Hey! Legends of the Golden Age.
Nope.
That kick was no good.
Was no good.
That nunchuck was trash too.
That kick was no good. That self-thought is you're not tough.
Yeah.
Because there's a method and there's a reason why they do all the moves they do. Yeah. So there's a thing that you see on TV and there's that. You know what I mean? So yeah. Self-thought. Yeah. That would have.
You said self-taught. We believe.
Yeah. That would have. Self-taught. Yeah. That would have even that demo would. Yeah.
The kick looked good. The Muay Thai kick did, but everything else was outstanding. It's so crazy watching him do that to himself. And then the guy was just building everybody thought it was like that. What a cornball. What a cornball.
So yeah, look like good. What I wanted was not there. And that.
I hate when guys do that. I hate when guys bend over backwards to make me be like, oh, you're such precious. You guys, I respect you so. No, you don't. You don't respect them. You don't. Get that shit out of here. Anything else?
No.
If you respected them, you would have been a proper competitor. Stupid.
Click on the link below and you're going to be able to save 55% off your first month. So click on the link below and get your perfume today.
Big mistake canceling me the way they did. And then the second time, the second life, which I described as they try and put you in jail for no reason. Here we are in the current scenario. I knew it was going to happen. And the third one is they put a bullet in your head. So we're going to have to see how the second life plays out. And yeah, I mean, when this is all over and I win the court case and I get the not guilty, I won't be smiling. I'll be walking out the courtroom with my head on the swivel. That's the kind of life I'm living now. I'm going to be thinking, oh, okay, so their second attempt failed. Now what? Right, do I want to fly private anymore? Do I want to go that place anymore? You start to think about these things. Like, do I want to do these things? A lot of billionaires dying in plane crashes. It's strange. It's scary, regardless of how it plays out.
So you see the way he's talking right now. He already knows they're going to court. He's thinking about not guilty versus guilty. It's not even about charges not being laid. They've changed the language. So if you aren't aware, it appears that Andrew Tate's most likely going to get charged with all the crimes that the Romanian government alleges against him. A lot of evidence been coming out, a lot of discussions about stuff, but this is a lot of stuff that we, the public, are not privy to. Who's involved, what's going on.
Alright guys, I'm going to head to the gym. It's been real.
Davis.